Chapter 1. The Recruitment of Disciples by the Spirit Sword Sect. In the Eastern Divine Continent, at the foot of the Spirit Sword Sect, a throng of individuals gathered, stretching as far as the eye could see. Today marked the momentous occasion of the Spirit Sword Sect's recruitment of disciples as one of the 7 prominent cultivation sects in the Eastern Divine Continent. The event had stirred considerable excitement throughout the region. A popular saying circulated among the populace: "It is better to be a dog in a celestial mountain than to be an emperor among mortals." This reflects the profound yearning people have for the mystical sects. Amidst the crowd stood Xiao Yun, experiencing a peculiar sense of nostalgia akin to being crammed in a subway during a past life. Over a year had passed since his arrival in this realm, yet the system had yet to make its appearance. With no other options, Xiao Yun resolved to carve his own path. Upon hearing of the Spirit Sword Sect's recruitment, he promptly made his way there, convinced that his unique status as a transmigrant would surely catch the eye of some elder, allowing him to become a true discipleship. Xiao Yun never doubted his own potential. After all, since arriving in this world, he had defeated the village's martial arts master after only a month of practicing his fist techniques, a testament to his extraordinary talent. However, martial prowess was not his ultimate ambition. This was a realm of cultivation. What good was high martial skill in such a world? "Hey, could you ease up a bit, miss? At my age, I can hardly endure this. That girl in front is treating me like a pervert." Xiao Yun expressed his discontent, turning to the girl who was relentlessly jostling him, that he found himself ensconced in a tight squeeze, surrounded by 4 girls, unable to move his feet from the ground. It was impossible for him to shift on his own accord, so he was left to drift along at a sluggish pace of merely 0.003 meters per second. The girl behind him, equally determined, shot him a glare and retorted, "It's almost dark if you don't want to apprentice. I still do. If you want push, then step aside." Upon glancing at the sky, Xiao Yun noted that the sun had indeed begun to set. Although there was still ample time before it dipped below the horizon, the vast sea of people ahead showed no signs of parting. At this rate, even if he stood in line until the next morning, he might not get a chance. This was unfortunate. He had been too caught up in reminiscing about the subway experience. How could time pass so swiftly? Surely, the Spirit Sword Sect's recruitment would not last just one day. After all, the Spirit Sword Sect was among the most formidable of the 7 major cultivation sects in the Eastern Divine Continent. Missing this opportunity would mean it was gone forever. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yun resolutely pushed his way forward. At the mid-mountain of the Spirit Sword Sect, dozens of young men and women stood in a plaza. All were individuals selected by the Spirit Sword Sect through rigorous testing. The law enforcement elder surveyed the bustling crowd below, his brow furrowed in concern. Originally, the recruitment of disciples was intended to be a discreet affair, with only the nobility of various nations privy to the news. Yet somehow, the information had leaked, and now the entire Eastern Divine Continent was aware of the Spirit Sword Sect's intentions. This world was never short of prodigies, rather, it lacked resources. Thus, the essence of recruitment lay in quality rather than quantity. With such a multitude seeking to become disciples, the Spirit Sword Sect found itself facing a considerable dilemma. The elder of law enforcement furrowed his brows and inquired of a young disciple beside him, "How many have passed the test?" "Master, 55 individuals have successfully passed the examination." "What are their qualifications?" 50 possess inferior spiritual roots, 5 possess medium spiritual roots, and thus far, none have been found with superior roots. Alas, the quality of mortals seems to diminish with each generation. After sifting through so many, not a single superior root has been discovered. With a sigh, the elder retrieved a jade talisman from his robes and handed it to the disciple, continuing, "Take my token and go to Longsho Peak to borrow Elder Qiao's Shintian treasure mirror. Inform him that the influx of those seeking to become disciples necessitates the mirror for assessing qualifications." "Yes, I shall go at once." At the foot of the mountain, amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun exerted tremendous effort, but was unable to extricate himself from a throng, still sandwiched in the middle by 4 young women. "Never mind, I shall go with the flow." Just as Xiao Yun prepared to abandon his struggle and close his eyes to relish the moment, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated the sky. A circular mirror hovered in midair, emanating the brilliant light. The radiance intensified, gradually enveloping all those at the mountain's base. Xiao Yun felt the warmth of the white light upon him, a most comforting sensation. Others experienced this feeling as well, and soon the crowd was abuzz with speculation. The elder of law enforcement, stationed halfway up the mountain, activated the Xiantian treasure mirror, and once all the aspiring disciples were cloaked in its glow, he suddenly bellowed, "Silence!" The authoritative command resonated like a thunderclap, instantly quelling the previously raucous crowd. The elder continued, on the path of cultivation. Not only is fate significant, but so too is one's innate potential. Your presence here today at the gates of the Spirit Sword sect signifies your destiny. Whether you may join us depends upon your qualifications. The artifact above is known as the Xiantian treasure mirror. It can sense your affinity for spiritual energy. From this moment forth, regardless of what transpires, remain calm and stand still. The Xiantian treasure mirror will autonomously select those with superior qualifications to become disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. Those who are not chosen by the mirror should not despair. There are myriad paths in the great Tao, and the journey of life is long. You shall carve out a path of your own. Enough of my lengthy discourse. Concentrate and attune yourselves to the spiritual energy radiating from the Xiantian treasure mirror. As the elder's words faded, Xiao Yun felt the comforting warmth intensify around him. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped him, lifting him effortlessly into the air. To the astonishment of those around him, Xiao Yun ascended higher and higher, gradually drifting toward the mountainside of the Spirit Sword Mountain. In midair, Xiao Yun wore an expression of sheer delight. He had been chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror. Indeed, he was exceptionally gifted. The position of true disciple was within his grasp. Gazing below at the astonished faces, each one lifted in surprise with mouths agape, Xiao Yun discerned a tapestry of complex emotions, envy, jealousy, and more etched upon their visages. That moment, a thought suddenly struck him. What if it were a girl in a skirt who took to the skies? As this notion emerged, a vivid crimson figure gracefully ascended not far ahead, with a lithe form and flowing hair. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened. Behold, a girl. Moreover, she was adorned in a red dress. Instantly invigorated, Xiao Yun fixated his gaze upon the soaring maiden in crimson. His intentions were pure. He merely sought to validate his hypothesis, not to indulge in any indiscretions. Should his speculation prove true, he would dutifully report this matter to the sect to rectify the anomaly. With these thoughts echoing in his mind, he remained transfixed on the girl ascending steadily. As she soared higher, Xiao Yun discerned a radiant orb of white light beneath her feet. It was as if she trod upon a cloud, which enveloped her calves, concealing her feet entirely. By the heavens! Xiao Yun could not suppress a whispered exclamation. The Lingjian sect has indeed considered everything. My concerns were unfounded. Chapter 2. The exceptional fire spiritual root. Not only was Xiao Yun wrapped in the Xiantian treasure mirror, but also the woman in the red dress. Every so often, individuals from the crowd would ascend into the air. A cursory glance revealed more than 20, comprising both men and women. Xiao Yun could not help but lament the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. At the foot of the mountain, there were at least hundreds of thousands. Yet only a few were selected. This was far more challenging than the college entrance examinations of his past. It was not merely effort that determined selection. Exceptional talent was also required. Take, for instance, the girl behind him who was desperately trying to push her way forward. Was her effort insufficient? She was so anxious that her back was nearly soaked, yet she could only watch enviously as he was chosen. He must cherish this hard-won opportunity and strive to find a remarkable master, cultivating the path to immortality and wandering freely between heaven and earth. While Xiao Yun was lost in these thoughts, he found himself floating halfway up Lingjin Mountain. Only after all the law enforcement elders and others had landed did they summon their spiritual power to retract the Xiantian treasure mirror. A message was dispatched. The Lingjian sect's recruitment had concluded, and the crowd below should disperse. The law enforcement elder instructed a disciple beside him, then glanced at the 20-odd individuals selected by the Xiantian treasure mirror. You possess commendable qualifications. You may join our Lingjian sect. I will take you to meet the elders of each peak. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode toward the summit. The others immediately followed suit. Although the law enforcement elder appeared to walk leisurely, the distance between him and the group rapidly widened. A young man furrowed his brow and sprinted ahead to catch up. His pursuit spurred the others to abandon their leisurely pace, putting forth all their strength to chase after him. Who knew if this was a test from the Lingjian sect? Xiaoyan couldn't help but murmur his disbelief. Is the cultivation world truly this competitive? And hurriedly joined the chase. After running for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived before a grand hall of the Lingjian sect. The law enforcement elder had been waiting outside. Observing the panting crowd, he nodded slightly. Well done. As expected of disciples chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror, arriving in half an hour. Come, enter the hall. Before you enter, allow me to offer a word of caution. Within the hall sit the heads of our 7 peaks. Once inside, refrain from speaking recklessly. Do as you are instructed, understood? The crowd nodded in agreement. The law enforcement elder then led the 20-some individuals into the hall. Upon entering, the law enforcement elder immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Master Zhang and esteemed elders. A middle-aged Taoist at the forefront of the hall nodded and said, no need for formalities, Lu Shidi. Are these the young individuals selected by the Xiantian treasure mirror? Indeed. The law enforcement elder affirmed. The middle-aged Taoist nodded slightly. You have endured much, Lu Shidi. You may retire and rest for now. The law enforcement elder slowly exited the hall. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun discreetly observed the surroundings within the grand hall. Within the grand hall, 7 magnificent sandalwood chairs were arranged, 3 on each side and 1 at the forefront. 6 of these chairs were occupied, while the one at the far left remained vacant. Beside the empty chair stood a young woman clad in a blue dress, appearing to be in her 20s, possessing a striking beauty and an exquisite demeanor. Xiaoyan dared not gaze too long. After a fleeting glance, he obediently positioned himself among the crowd. The elder, a middle-aged Taoist, addressed the assembly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, although the news of our Lingjian sect's recruitment has inadvertently spread across the realm, attracting millions of young aspirants and disrupting your tranquil cultivation, there are advantages and disadvantages to every situation. This substantial influx has indeed allowed us to select numerous exceptional disciples. All these youths have been chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror, each possessing at least a medium-grade spiritual root. Their vitality surges at this moment, providing an excellent opportunity for further assessment. Should any prodigies or celestial seedlings emerge, we shall require your assistance in nurturing them. The head of the sword peak smiled slightly, assuring, rest assured, Master, if any disciples with extraordinary talents arise, we shall devote ourselves to their cultivation. The sect leader nodded in agreement, saying, that is splendid. With a casual wave of his hand, a towering gray stone, half the height of a person, materialized within the hall. You have been selected by the Xiantian treasure mirror, thus qualifying you to become outer disciples of our Lingjian sect. Now, please approach sequentially and touch the spirit testing stone before you. It will reveal your spiritual root qualities. Should you possess exceptional aptitude and catch the attention of the elders, it shall indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for you. Xiaoyan's heart raced with anticipation. This was his moment to shine. Following the natural course of events, he would undoubtedly astonish all the elders. Perhaps, with a single touch, the spirit testing stone would erupt with brilliance, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. They would gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, what a formidable talent. Subsequently, they would scramble to accept him as their disciple. With this thought, Xiaoyan discreetly stepped back a few paces, positioning himself at the rear of the crowd. He resolved to be the final one to present himself, overshadowing the preceding talents for a truly impactful revelation. He had read in novels from his past life that protagonists often followed this very path. Xiaoyan eagerly envisioned the chaos that would ensue as the elders vied for his attention. But how daunting it was to decide which elder to pledge himself to. The middle-aged Taoist seated at the center must be the sect leader. To attain such a position, he must possess formidable strength. His demeanor appeared gentle and amiable, so it would be prudent to seek him as a master. In doing so, he would become the disciple of the sect leader, and surely, the future leadership of the Lingjian sect would be bestowed upon him. The more Xiaoyan pondered, the more pleased he became, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the first selected disciple began his assessment. He placed his hands upon the spirit testing stone, which immediately radiated a soft white light. The sect leader nodded slightly and remarked, medium-grade gold spiritual root. Elder Xie, what do you think of this young man? Elder Xie, the esteemed leader of Shunjian Peak, shook his head slightly and remarked, let him commence his journey at my Shunjian Peak as an outer disciple. Initially, the first disciple who rushed forward to undergo the assessment was brimming with confidence and pride. However, upon hearing the elder's words, his expression instantly fell. He had believed himself to be chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror, certain of his exceptional talents, only to discover that he must start as an outer disciple. Following him, the second and third individuals stepped forward for testing. Medium-grade water spirit roots, medium-grade earth spirit roots. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen individuals had been tested, all revealing medium-grade spirit roots. The previously hopeful elders from various peaks now found their enthusiasm waning, their expectations dwindling. However, when it was the turn of the woman in the red dress, whom Xiao Yun had taken note of, an extraordinary event transpired. The moment her hand made contact with the spirit-testing stone, it transformed into a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of a boiled lobster. The elder's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Exceptional fire spirit roots. Chapter 3. The roots of spirits. The roots of spirits are classified into 7 distinct grades: mortal, inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, perfect, and innate. The innate roots are said to exist only in legends, having never been witnessed by anyone. Thus, one might argue that there are only 6 true grades of roots. Mortal roots belong to the category of geniuses among ordinary people, yet offer little hope for ascension into the realms of cultivation. Inferior roots are the least gifted among practitioners, with the vast majority of cultivators falling into this classification. They may embark on the path of cultivation, but their achievements are invariably limited. The minimum requirement for disciples accepted into the Lingjian sect is also an inferior root, and such disciples often find themselves tasked with menial chores. Medium roots present a marked improvement over inferior roots. With diligent effort and abundant fortune, one may aspire to transcend the mundane. The external disciples of the Lingjian sect must possess at least a medium root. Superior roots are regarded as the genius among practitioners, even in the absence of extraordinary opportunities. Those willing to exert unparalleled effort can still find joy in the world. The true disciples of the Lingjian sect are required to possess at least a superior root. As for extraordinary roots, they epitomize the pinnacle of genius, appearing only once in a century. Such individuals progress in their cultivation at a remarkable pace, with their ability to absorb spiritual energy significantly surpassing that of superior roots. Disciples of this caliber are nurtured as potential successors. Almost all the esteemed elders of the various peaks within the Lingjian sect possess extraordinary roots. The emergence of the extraordinary fire root belonging to the woman in the red dress indeed astonished the elders of each peak. The elder of the Liang peak was the first to react, rising from his seat and bowing with a smile to the assembly. "My apologies, esteemed colleagues. It appears that Liang peak is to gain yet another true disciple." The sect master nodded in approval, smiling as he addressed Qin Shidi. "Congratulations on acquiring such a promising talent. You must cultivate her diligently and ensure that her gifts are not squandered." In high spirits, the elder of Liang Peak grinned broadly and replied, "Rest assured, sect master, upon my return, I shall dedicate myself to her careful instruction." The sect master nodded slightly. The elder then gestured to the woman in the red dress, saying, "From this day forth, you shall be the true disciple of Liang Peak. What is your name?" The woman hurriedly stepped forward, performing a formal bow. "Disciple Chu Hongshang, paying my respects to my master." "Chu Hongshang?" The elder of Liang Peak murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. "Hongshang, Hongshang, that name is unsatisfactory. A beautiful maiden like you should not bear such a name. I do not approve. From today onward, you shall be known as Chu Hongyan." Daring not to defy him, she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master, for the bestowed name." Seeing his disciple's exceptional aptitude, as well as her obedience and decorum, the elder of Liang Peak grew increasingly pleased and said with a smile, "Rise and stand behind me." Chu Hongyan promptly stood behind the elder of Liang Peak. The elder, delighted to have acquired such a prodigious disciple, felt immense joy, while the other elders looked upon her with envy. Disciples with extraordinary roots are a rare treasure. Aside from the sect master and a few senior elders, the Lingjian sect boasts only 4 disciples with extraordinary roots. The Lingjian sect boasts a total of 7 majestic peaks, with an average of fewer than 1 exceptional spiritual root disciple per peak. Previously, the Liang Peak had 1 such disciple, and now it has gained another. It is likely that Liang Peak's strength will soon surpass that of the Longsho Peak, where the sect leader resides. Although the other peak elders harbor envy, they find themselves powerless, for this new exceptional disciple possesses a fire spiritual root. Each of the 7 peaks has its unique strengths, yet only Longsho Peak and Liang Peak offer practices suitable for disciples with fire spiritual roots. The sect leader's Longsho Peak is not vying for this disciple. Thus the honor falls solely to Liang Peak. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun felt a surge of anticipation. After several tests conducted on a dozen individuals, he discerned a pattern. The Lingjian sect recruits disciples based on the attributes of their spiritual roots. The 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, correspond to the respective peak elders. When a disciple's attributes align, they are automatically assigned to the elder of the corresponding peak. After numerous evaluations, it became evident that the sect leader had no intention of taking on disciples, remaining unfazed even by the emergence of the exceptional fire spiritual root. It seemed he had resolved not to accept any students, dashing Xiao Yun's dreams of witnessing a fierce competition among the peak elders for his favor. However, he remained undeterred. Judging by the response of the elder from Liang Peak upon the arrival of the exceptional fire spiritual root, it was clear that exceptional qualifications would still garner the attention of the elders. What if he possessed extraordinary talent, surpassing even the exceptional roots? Would the sect leader remain so composed then? The mere thought made Xiao Yun's lips curl into a slight smile. When his turn arrived, he would undoubtedly leave them in awe. Yet, one matter occupied his mind: the absence of the elder associated with the vacant chair. The beautiful woman standing beside the chair appeared indifferent, as if it were none of her concern. Never mind, he thought. Such matters were not for him to ponder at this moment. The testing continued. After evaluating another 10 disciples, 2 more exceptional roots emerged, one of metal and one of earth. Both were accepted as true disciples. The atmosphere in the hall shifted to a peculiar tension with the appearance of these 2 new exceptional roots. Excluding the Longsho Peak and the absent elder, only the Shueiyue Peak and Qingmu Peak had not welcomed any exceptional root disciples. The expressions of the 2 peak elders grew somewhat discomposed. With others receiving exceptional disciples, their own disappointment was palpable. Now, only Xiao Yun remained untested, and the elders of Shueiyue Peak and Qingmu Peak gazed at him with eager anticipation. Under their watchful eyes, Xiao Yun felt a twinge of nerves. It was finally his turn. He could only wonder what exceptional spiritual root he might possess. The elders of Qingmu Peak and Shueiyue Peak seemed even more anxious than he. A fervent hope surged within Xiao Yun, yearning for the revelation of an extraordinary wood spirit root or an exquisite water spirit root. Taking a deep breath, he approached the spirit testing stone and gently placed his hand upon it. In an instant, the stone transformed into a vibrant red, identical to the earlier display witnessed by Chu Hongyan. A surge of joy flooded Xiao Yun's heart, an exceptional fire spirit root. Yet, before he could revel in his elation, the stone's hue shifted once more, unveiling a lush green. Xiao Yun's excitement intensified. An extraordinary wood spirit root. Astonished, he realized he possessed dual spirit roots. Just as he began to savor his fortune, the colors shifted again. The testing stone gleamed a brilliant golden hue. Goodness, an exceptional earth spirit root. Xiao Yun was on the verge of exclaiming in exuberance. But the spectacle was not over. The stone then turned a pristine white and gradually deepened into an inky black. The 5 colors danced and interchanged before his eyes. I possess spirit roots of all 5 elements. This is truly formidable. Indeed, I am the chosen one. The other disciples who had undergone testing stood nearby, their faces etched with astonishment. They could hardly believe that this young man, who had tested last, possessed all 5 spirit roots simultaneously, a truly terrifying revelation. With a sense of pride, Xiao Yun withdrew his hand, directing his gaze towards the master of the sect. A triumphant smile graced his lips, his pride unmistakable. After a prolonged silence, the master furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears you possess mixed spirit roots." Chapter 4. Unworthy of being a servant disciple, a mixed spiritual root? Why does the name sound somewhat trivial when my own extraordinary root deserves a title of utmost excellence? It should rightfully be called a supreme, 5-element spiritual root to match my noble status. Before Xiao Yun could ponder further, the Grandmaster spoke. The disciple below, your spiritual root is rather unique. You are permitted to learn the techniques from all the peaks. Which esteemed elder would you like to become a disciple of? Upon hearing the Grand Master's inquiry, Xiao Yun, with utmost respect, promptly replied, "If possible, I wish to become a disciple of the Grand Master." The Grand Master smiled gently and said, "I have long ceased to accept disciples. You should select one from the other esteemed elders." Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. His unparalleled talent had failed to sway the Grand Master, confirming that he truly no longer took on disciples. Thus, he was left with no choice but to select from the esteemed elders. Scanning the room, he noted that 3 of the 5 elders already had disciples. It seemed unlikely that he would receive significant cultivation if he were to join them. It would be wiser to align himself with one of the 2 elders who had yet to accept a disciple with a supreme spiritual root. Among the 2 elders, one was male and the other female, both of whom were undeniably attractive. Xiao Yun found himself lingering his gaze on the female elder from the Water Moon Peak. Indeed, she was a captivating master. How delightful. It shall be you. However, the elder from the Water Moon Peak, noticing Xiao Yun's gaze, furrowed her brow slightly. Before Xiao Yun could speak, she interjected, "Grandmaster, we at Water Moon Peak only accept female disciples. This disciple is not fated to be with us." The Grandmaster nodded in agreement. "That is only natural. Disciple, have you heard clearly? You may choose from the esteemed elders of the Blazing Sun Peak, Dustless Peak, Greenwood Peak, or Divine Sword Peak." Xiao Yun nodded slowly, feeling a twinge of regret. It was indeed unfortunate that such a beautiful elder could not be his master. Why must she be so rigid? Did she not see his extraordinary talent? Could she not slightly alter her standards for accepting disciples in light of his potential? Just as Xiao Yun contemplated persuading the beautiful elder, a bright voice interrupted the moment. "Master, what is a mixed spiritual root?" The question came from Chu Hongyan, the newly accepted disciple of the Blazing Sun Peak. In a cheerful mood, the elder of the Blazing Sun Peak replied, "Since you have asked, I shall explain. A spiritual root is the innate talent for cultivation, broadly categorized into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A common person possesses all 5 attributes, which is what we refer to as a mixed spiritual root. Though a mixed spiritual root can sense the spiritual energy of the universe, the speed of cultivation is lamentably slow. Typically, one can only advance to the 3rd or 4th level of the qi refining stage before stagnating. In contrast, those with a singular attribute of spiritual root experience rapid cultivation and can progress smoothly all the way to the golden core stage, encountering no bottlenecks along the way. The Lingjin sect, by its principles, does not accept disciples with inferior spiritual roots. However, since he has been chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror and brought here, it would be unreasonable to send him back. If he were to join our Liang Peak, he could at least serve as a humble servant disciple. Do you understand my reasoning? Chu Hongyan nodded slightly, casting a sympathetic glance at Xiao Yun. When Xiao Yun had touched the spirit testing stone, the result had been rather startling, shocking her momentarily. Chu Hongyan had initially thought she had encountered her greatest rival in life, prompting her to inquire. She never anticipated that a disciple with inferior spiritual roots could manifest such power. It seems her only competitors would be the other 2 newcomers with exceptional spiritual roots. Xiao Yun listened intently to the words of the Liang Peak's head, stunned. What? His 5-element spiritual root bore such a flaw? Capable of cultivation only up to the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement. What could he possibly achieve with that? System, are you not going to respond? How long will you feign ignorance? Xiao Yun's calls went unanswered. No system appeared to grant him any advantages. His lips twitched awkwardly. After traveling thousands of miles to reach the Lingjin sect, was he destined to be merely a servant disciple? No, I refuse to accept that. Xiao Yun forcibly managed his expression, forcing a radiant smile. Showing his teeth, he addressed the elder of Qingmu Peak, who had yet to receive an exceptional spiritual root. "Esteemed elder, if I were to join your sect, would it be possible for me to become an outer disciple?" At that moment, Xiao Yun no longer aspired to be a true disciple. Being spared the status of a servant disciple would suffice. The head of Qingmu Peak snorted disdainfully, stating, "Your qualifications are far too lacking. You aren't even worthy of being a servant disciple in our Qingmu Peak. And yet you dare to dream of becoming an outer disciple? Such arrogance." Xiao Yun's expression froze, feeling a burning shame wash over him. To be looked down upon even as a servant was utterly humiliating. Yet, He could not simply retreat in disgrace. Remaining on Lingjian Mountain offered at least a glimmer of hope. Descending the mountain would mean fading into obscurity. Xiao Yun's gaze turned once more to the head of Liang Peak. Accepting the role of a servant disciple was still an option. Perhaps he could cultivate a good relationship with Chu Hongyan, who had entered the sect around the same time, and seek her guidance when she had the chance. Just as Xiao Yun was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the head of Liang Peak wearing an exceedingly grim expression. The head of Liang Peak shot a glare at the head of Qingmu Peak, deeply displeased. He had just indicated that this disciple with inferior roots could serve as a servant disciple. Yet you assert that he is unworthy even of that status in your Qingmu Peak? What did that imply? It was clearly suggesting that your Qingmu Peak holds superiority over our Liang Peak. What is Qingmu Peak to look down upon us so? In truth, the elder of Qingmu Peak held no disdain for Liang Peak. He was merely feeling a bit disgruntled that others had received exceptional disciples while he had not. When it became apparent that Xiao Yun, this disciple with inferior roots, intended to join their Qingmu Peak, his displeasure only deepened. Others have acquired exceptional spiritual roots, while he has brought back a mere mixed root. Is this not a source of ridicule for him? Thus, he declined to approach Xiao Yun. Observing the displeased countenance of the head of Liang Peak, Xiao Yun refrained from further inquiries, wishing to avoid further embarrassment. As he cast his gaze around, he noted that since the head of Qingmu Peak had proclaimed he was unworthy of serving as a minor disciple there, all the heads and elders regarded him with disdain. The implication was unmistakable. Xiao Yun was deemed unworthy to serve under them. To be rejected by Qingmu Peak was hardly a mark of distinction. Xiao Yun felt a deep sense of despair. Had he known, he would have sought to serve as a minor disciple under the head of Liang Peak from the start. Now, he found himself unqualified even for that position. Was he to leave Lingjian Mountain in such a disgraceful manner? No, he refused to lead a life of mediocrity. He yearned for cultivation and immortality. Just as Xiao Yun was enveloped in uncertainty, his eyes suddenly fell upon the vacant chair. A realization struck him. While these heads and elders could dismiss him to his face, the elder associated with that empty chair had not arrived. Surely, he could not reject him from afar. Furthermore, with the words of the sect leader granting him the liberty to choose an elder as his mentor, selecting the elder of the vacant seat seemed prudent. When he eventually returned, even if angered, would he truly cast him down the mountain? It was the command of the sect leader that allowed him this choice. After all, it was not his fault that the elder had been absent to refuse him. The die was cast. Xiao Yun turned to the head of the sect and declared, "Disciple has made a decision. I wish to be taken under the wing of this elder." With that, he turned his gaze toward the empty chair. Chapter 5. Disciple of Xiao Bamboo Peak. The master, with a gentle smile, nodded and remarked, "Although your aptitude may be lacking, you possess a certain cleverness. Thus, you shall be the disciple of Sister Yin from Xiao Bamboo Peak. When she returns from her travels, I shall personally inform her of this matter. When Qing, your master, is away, so you shall take it upon yourself to impart the teachings." The young woman in the blue dress, standing beside an empty chair, stepped forward respectfully and bowed to the master, saying, "Yes, I, Wen Qing, accept the task." Despite being the esteemed and beloved primary disciple of Xiao Bamboo Peak, Wen Qing did not dare defy the master's orders. With the master assigning Xiao Yun to Xiao Bamboo Peak, she knew she could not refuse. The master slowly nodded and concluded, "Very well, let us end our gathering here for today. You may all return." The crowd bowed and departed. As they left, the expressions of the heads of the various peaks towards Xiao Yun bore a hint of mockery. Xiao Yun was perplexed. What is this about? Why the ridicule? You are the heads of your respective peaks. What purpose does it serve to deride a mere novice like me? Just as Xiao Yun was lost in thought, a soft and melodious voice broke through. "Esteemed junior, from this day forth, you are a disciple of Xiao Bamboo Peak. What is your name?" Xiao Yun turned quickly to see that it was the blue-dressed beauty, Wen Qing, who spoke. "Greetings, senior sister. I am Xiao Yun." Wen Qing smiled warmly. "I am Wen Qing, the eldest disciple of our master. You should indeed call me senior sister. Come, let me take you back to Xiao Bamboo Peak." At that moment, Wen Qing had no other thoughts. Since the master had entrusted this junior to her, he was now part of Xiao Bamboo Peak. She held no disdain for Xiao Yun's mixed spirit roots. Rather, she felt that given his poor aptitude, she should offer him more guidance. As Xiao Yun followed Wen Qing out of the grand hall, she casually summoned a bamboo sword, which appeared before them as if conjured from thin air. Wenqing stepped onto the bamboo sword first and beckoned to Xiao Yun. "Come aboard, junior brother." Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. Was this to be a flight upon the sword? He eagerly imitated Wenqing and stepped onto the bamboo sword. It sank slightly before stabilizing in midair. "Hold on tight, junior brother, and do not let go." Wenqing smiled back at Xiao Yun, and he felt as if a spring breeze had washed away his earlier gloom. This senior sister truly lived up to her name, gentle as water. It appeared that he had turned misfortune into fortune. Xiao Yun lightly placed his hands on Wenqing's slender waist, saying, "Senior sister, I am ready." She replied, and the bamboo sword immediately ascended, soaring towards a mountain peak in the east. As this was Xiao Yun's first experience flying on a sword, he felt a tinge of nervousness, daring not to glance down but clinging tightly to Wenqing, his eyes fixed ahead. Wenqing's silhouette was enchanting. Her graceful figure and long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, adorned with a delicate floral hair tie. Xiao Yun had never encountered such a breathtaking silhouette, and before he knew it, he found himself captivated. After a considerable time, he gradually overcame his fear of flying on a sword. The two had arrived at a mountain peak adorned with towering green bamboos. Below, a throng of people was bustling about, and he could vaguely discern dozens of disciples engaged in cutting bamboo. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Yun inquired, "Senior sister, are those individuals down there all disciples of our little bamboo peak?" Wenqing replied softly, "Those are the miscellaneous disciples from the other 6 peaks. Our little bamboo peak is abundant in green rock bamboo, which has many exquisite uses. Disciples from the other peaks come daily to gather some." "I see," Xiao Yun mused. "Then how many true disciples does our little bamboo peak have, and how many outer disciples? Do the miscellaneous disciples have a lot of work to do?" Although his senior sister was approachable, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses. She was a person capable of representing their master and attending meetings with the heads of the 7 peaks. Even if he were to join Little Bamboo Peak, he suspected their encounters would be few and far between. He decided it best to concern himself with the daily tasks he would need to undertake. Wenqing's expression suddenly dimmed, but she managed to force a smile and said, "Master has only accepted me as a disciple for now. With you joining, I finally have a companion." Xiao Yun was overjoyed. This was splendid news. Thus, it meant that even as a miscellaneous disciple, he would only have to attend to the needs of his master and senior sister. His senior sister was such a gentle and beautiful figure. This arrangement was indeed fortuitous. The thought of spending each day in the company of such a warm and lovely senior sister made Xiao Yun feel a surge of excitement. His decision to join Little Bamboo Peak had proven to be exceedingly wise. Now, even if someone offered to exchange a true disciple of the sect leader for him, he would not consider it. Before long, Wenqing led Xiao Yun to the main hall of Little Bamboo Peak. From a distance, he could see the golden plaque inscribed with the words Zhengqing Hall. Wenqing guided the bamboo sword to a halt at the entrance of the hall and introduced, "Here lies the great hall of our Little Bamboo Peak. The back mountain is where my master and I reside, featuring over 100 vacant rooms for you to choose from." As he gazed upon the grand hall, coupled with Wenqing's words, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that Little Bamboo Peak had once thrived with a multitude of inhabitants, but now it had fallen into decline, leaving only the master and disciple behind. "Let us enter the hall. With our master away from the mountain, we need not be overly formal," Wenqing remarked as she entered, followed by Xiao Yun, who performed a simple bow of respect toward the master's seat. Wenqing then took Xiao Yun on a tour of Little Bamboo Peak. After exploring for half a day, they finally completed their tour. Xiao Yun chose a room adjacent to Wenqing's for his residence. She found nothing amiss with this arrangement, as she was the only disciple at Little Bamboo Peak. Living nearby would facilitate their communication and collaboration. Thus, she did not oppose his choice. Subsequently, Wenqing brought Xiao Yun to a tranquil practice room, preparing to impart the entry-level cultivation method to him. Before imparting the technique, Wenqing remarked, "Xiao Shidi, you possess a mixed spiritual root, allowing you to learn any technique. How about I teach you the Bai Hai Chao Xing Ju that my master taught me?" Naturally, Xiao Yun was not one to be picky. The opportunity to learn anything was a blessing. "Thank you, senior sister." Wenqing smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped and captivating. With her gentle and graceful demeanor, Xiao Yun found himself increasingly fond of her. As he spent more time with her, he developed an affectionate sense of home for this small bamboo peak. The name Bai Hai Chao Xing Ju sounds formidable. It is indeed an honor to learn such a profound art, Xiao Yun expressed with a smile. You certainly have a way with words. Let me first enlighten you about the realms of cultivation, she said. Please, do enlighten me, senior sister. In the realm of cultivation, we classify it into 5 stages: qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation, each further divided into 9 levels. In the qi refining stage, one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, strengthening the primordial spirit and cleansing the marrow, enhancing the physical body. Upon reaching perfection, one steps into the foundation establishment stage. At this stage, one can utilize magical treasures and spells. To progress further, one must condense their spiritual energy into the qi, si, and dantian, compressing it to solidify the true essence, which then forms the golden core, leading to the golden core stage. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one transcends the realm of mortals, potentially extending their lifespan to 500 years, with some even living for 1,000. You need not concern yourself with the later stages for now. I am currently at the 5th level of the golden core stage, considered quite skilled among the disciples of the Lingjian sect. A hint of pride flickered across Wen Qing's face as she spoke. Senior sister, you are impressive. May I inquire about your spiritual root and how long it took you to reach the golden core stage? Xiao Yun inquired, subtly flattering her. I am unlike the average individual. I possess an exceptional ice spiritual root, a variant of the water spiritual root, and it took me 15 years to enter the golden core stage. Remarkable, senior sister. To achieve the golden core stage in just 15 years is quite an accomplishment. Xiao Yun thought, uncertain of how the golden core stage was regarded within the Lingjian sect, but eager to flatter nonetheless. Do you know the cultivation levels of our master and the heads of each peak? The heads of the peaks are likely at the nascent soul level. It is rumored that our master has touched upon the divine transformation stage, but the specifics remain a mystery. No one truly knows. Xiao Yun nodded slowly, reflecting on Wen Qing's seemingly gentle nature that concealed such formidable strength. Only one major realm below the peak heads. Truly, she was a master. Was it possible that his mixed spiritual root could only allow him to cultivate to the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining? It was a bitter pill to swallow. Senior sister, I believe I understand now. Are you ready to teach me the Bai Hai Chao Xing Ju? Yes, I shall teach you right away. Chapter 6. It doesn't seem so difficult after all. The level of one's spiritual root merely influences the rate at which one absorbs the ethereal energy of the universe. Even if you, my junior brother, possess a mixed spiritual root, you can still absorb the celestial essence to cleanse your marrow. I completed the 1st layer of the qi refinement stage, drawing in energy within half an hour. As a mixed spiritual root, you may not be as sensitive to the celestial energy. However, do not be disheartened. As long as you follow the incantation I have taught you, remain calm and composed, and contemplate carefully, you will surely discover the ethereal energy around you. After imparting the incantation of the Tide of the Azure Sea to Xiao Yun, Wen Qing patiently shared her insights beside him. Xiao Yun felt a surge of gratitude. What a wonderful senior sister she was. Such an exceptional sister is hard to find. He must not let her efforts go to waste. So what if he has a mixed spiritual root? It merely means he absorbs energy at a slower pace. He set a small goal for himself, to complete the process of drawing energy within 10 days. If he failed, he would wash his sister's clothes for a month, including her intimate garments. Having prepared himself mentally, Xiao Yun silently recited the incantation for the Tide of the Azure Sea. Within moments, he felt enveloped by a warm, gentle energy. It felt strikingly similar to the sensation he experienced when he was carried aloft by the Xiantian treasure at the mountain's foot. Could this be the celestial essence? It seemed not as difficult as his sister had described. Following the guidance of the Tide of the Azure Sea, Xiao Yun began to draw the enveloping energy into his body. In an instant, 36,000 pores across his body opened simultaneously, allowing the ethereal energy to seep in continuously. The 1st layer, energy absorbed, was accomplished. With a hint of bewilderment, Xiao Yun opened his eyes and asked, Sister, did I just successfully draw in the energy? Wen Qing stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had just distinctly sensed the celestial energy surging into Xiao Yun's body. Wasn't he a mixed spiritual root? How could he absorb energy so swiftly? Hadn't it been less than a teacup's worth of time? She had taken a full half hour herself. Back then, Her master had praised her as exceptionally gifted, a prodigy in cultivation. She had been overjoyed. Now, it seemed she had underestimated the potential of others. Sister, what are you daydreaming about? Does this count as drawing in energy? When Xing snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, I suppose it does. This is my first time teaching someone to draw energy, and I'm still uncertain about what constitutes success. Junior brother, try to see if you can continually guide the energy into your body. If you can, then that would confirm it. Oh, let me give it a try. Xiao Yun immediately closed his eyes and re-entered his meditative state. The tide of the azure sea began to circulate, and his pores opened once more, allowing the celestial energy to flow into his body. This time, it was even easier than before, and the rate of absorption was noticeably quicker. Xiao Yun maintained this sensation for approximately 10 minutes before gradually opening his eyes. Senior sister, it seems I can sustain it. When Xing was now entirely convinced that Xiao Yun had indeed succeeded in drawing spiritual energy into his body. Wasn't it said that those with mixed spiritual roots would take at least half a year to achieve this? How could the junior disciple be so swift? Although when Xing found it perplexing, she felt a sense of joy for Xiao Yun. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. So sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I just observed, and your absorption of spiritual energy is quite rapid. At this rate, within a year, you will complete the foundational stage. It took me an entire year to achieve it back then. All thanks to your guidance, senior sister. Moreover, I could never compare to you. If I can succeed in establishing a foundation in 10 years, I will be content. Xiao Yun spoke modestly, but inside, he was overjoyed. From what his senior sister indicated, his cultivation speed seemed comparable to that of a top-tier ice spiritual root. How exhilarating. He had always known he was not simply of mixed roots. He possessed the unparalleled divine root of the 5 elements. Once when Xing confirmed that Xiao Yun could draw energy into his body, she gently continued, Junior brother, you have completed the first step of the qi refinement stage, drawing energy into the body. The next step involves guiding the spiritual power to enhance your physical form. I have already imparted the techniques of the qi refinement phase of the tide of the azure sea to you. Cultivate diligently in this quiet chamber while I step out for a moment. Where are you going, senior sister? Junior brother, with your mixed spiritual roots. Your physical form is not as pure as those with singular roots. Enhancing your body requires substantial spiritual power. I shall procure some foundational elixirs for you from Qingmu Peak, which will facilitate your cultivation. Upon hearing Wen Qing's words, Xiao Yun felt profoundly moved. Unlike the elders of the 7 peaks, who often looked down upon him for his mixed roots, Wen Qing not only patiently instructed him, but also sought to procure elixirs for him. This warmth filled Xiao Yun's heart. If circumstances were different, he could only think of offering himself in gratitude for such kindness. Senior sister, you are truly too good to me. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. There are only the 2 of us disciples on Xiaozhu Peak. If I do not treat you well, whom else should I? Junior brother, do not overthink it. Focus on your cultivation. One day, when you achieve great success and bring glory to our Xiaozhu Peak, earning respect for our master, that will be the greatest reward for me. Rest assured, senior sister. I will strive diligently. Xiao Yun immediately pledged, secretly resolving not to disappoint his senior sister's expectations. Yes, junior brother, cultivate well. I shall return shortly. After Wen Qing departed, Xiao Yun seized the opportunity, fueled by his fervor, to devote himself to cultivation. Once Wen Qing left the quiet chamber, she swiftly took to the skies on her bamboo sword, heading towards Qingmu Peak. The 7 peaks of the Lingjian sect are Dragon Head Peak, Divine Sword Peak, Qingmu Peak, Watermoon Peak, Blazing Sun Peak, Dustless Peak, and Xiaozhu Peak. Except for Dragon Head Peak and Xiaozhu Peak, the other 5 peaks accept disciples based on the 5 elemental spiritual roots, with Qingmu Peak exclusively for those of wood spiritual roots. The cultivation methods practiced here are predominantly of the wood attribute, which is why Qingmu Peak boasts numerous disciples proficient in alchemy. Whenever disciples from other peaks require elixirs, they invariably come to Qingmu Peak to make their purchases. Wen Qing gracefully descended with her bamboo, soared to the entrance of the Baidan Hall, renowned for its elixir sales. Just as she sheathed her sword, a hearty laughter rang out. Ah, is that not junior sister Wen Qing? What occasion brings you to our Baidan Hall today? Have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation and require some elixirs? Wen Qing turned to face the voice, which belonged to Yang Shuhao, the esteemed son of Qingmu Peak's head. Yang Xiuhao was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of elegance. With a warm smile adorning his face, he approached Wenqing with measured steps. Wenqing returned the greeting, saying, "Greetings, senior brother Yang. There is no need for such formalities, junior sister. Your exceptional talent in cultivation renders the use of elixirs unnecessary. It is truly an honor for our Baidan Hall to receive your presence today." Chapter 7. Purchasing Foundation Pills. Senior brother, you jest. In terms of talent, how could I, a mere junior sister, compare to your extraordinary with spiritual root? Yang Xiuhao spoke with utmost courtesy, and Wenqing felt compelled to reciprocate his politeness. Yang Xiuhao laughed heartily, his heart brimming with joy. Wenqing was renowned in the Lingjian sect for her beauty. He had long coveted her allure, but had been thwarted by a lack of opportunity to approach her. Today, encountering her at Qingmu Peak as she sought to purchase pills was the perfect occasion for him to make his move. Junior sister, you are too modest. Who does not know that your exquisite ice spiritual root is a rare gem? Master Yin treats you with such care and affection. I have heard that Master Yin has personally descended the mountain to seek a suitable weapon for you, and has yet to return. He continued, in my opinion, the first prize at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly in 6 months will undoubtedly be yours. At the mention of her master, Wenqing's expression suddenly turned somber. Since entering the Golden Core stage, she had been wielding a bamboo sword crafted from the green rock bamboo abundant at Shaozhu Peak. While it sufficed for her daily training, it fell short in combat. Her master, Yan Qinghui, had gone down the mountain to find her a proper weapon, promising to return within 3 to 6 months. Yet, more than 7 months had passed, and he had yet to reappear. Wenqing's heart was heavy with worry, fearing that her master might encounter danger and fail to return. Daily, she awaited her master atop Shaozhu Peak, spending entire days in anxious anticipation without engaging in her training, her eyes longing for his return. As time wore on, the absence of her master deepened her despair, and she feared that such prolonged worry might give rise to inner demons. The arrival of Xiao Yun provided her with a welcome distraction, easing her burdened heart somewhat. However, as Yang Xiuhao brought up the topic again, concern for her master resurfaced in her mind. With a wry smile, Wenqing responded, "Senior brother Yang, your talent is unparalleled, and with an abundance of pills at your disposal, you are certain to claim victory at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Wenqing wished to end the conversation with Yang Xiuhao. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she turned to head towards Baidan Hall to select pills for Xiao Yun. Yang Xiuhao, unwilling to miss this opportunity to win her favor, hastily followed her. "What pills does junior sister require? Allow me to gift you a few," he offered. Wenqing graciously declined, stating that she would pay with spirit stones for any pills she needed. Seeing her refusal, Yang Xiuhao quickly countered, "Junior sister, you mustn't be so formal. When we refine pills at Qingmu Peak, we often use the green rock bamboo from Shaozhu Peak as fuel, and you have never charged us spirit stones in return. If I were to accept your spirit stones now, would I still be worthy of being called a person?" As Wenqing contemplated, she found some merit in this reasoning. Each peak of the Lingjian sect possesses exclusive resources, and if any peak requires something, they must purchase it with spirit stones. Only their Shaozhu Peak's Lianzu does not incur such costs. Logically, the bamboo from Shaozhu Peak should also require spirit stones, yet her master, Yan Qinghui, regarded such matters with indifference. Furthermore, without any servant disciples to oversee it, the Lianzu remained free of charge. Consequently, Shaozhu Peak stands as the only peak devoid of any economic source. Wenqing's financial situation was rather strained. The thought of Qingmu Peak chopping down so much Lianzu from Shaozhu Peak daily, easily exchanging it for a few foundation-building pills, made her nod in acknowledgement, saying, "Then I shall express my gratitude to Brother Yang." Yang Xiuhao beamed with delight. If Wenqing refused even her own gift, it indicated that he had no chance at all. The moment she accepted a single pill, he would have an excuse to visit Shaozhu Peak and, through frequent encounters, cultivate a bond between them. Yang Xiuhao warmly guided Wenqing into the Baidan Hall. "Sister, take whatever pills you need. There is no need to be polite. I have an abundance of pills here." Wenqing was not one to be avaricious. Her master, Yan Qinghui, often advised her against greed. Opportunities that seem too good to be true usually conceal greater pitfalls. Wenqing always kept her master's words close to her heart. After selecting 10 foundation-building pills, she said to Yang Xiuhao, "Brother Yang, I have chosen the pills. If no spirit stones are required, I shall return to Xiaozhu Peak now. Yang Shuhao furrowed his brow, staring at the foundation-building pills in her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of selection is this? I suggested you take freely, and you chose 10 foundation-building pills? Haven't you already reached the golden core stage? Why do you still need such items? Although these 10 foundation-building pills held some value in spirit stones, Yang Shuhao did not find this small favor sufficient to earn Wenqing's admiration. With this thought, he casually waved his hand, producing a porcelain vial. Sister, you may not understand pharmacology, but the wonders of pills are vast. As you have attained the golden core level, the foundation-building pills hold minimal benefit for you. I possess a vial of Xingyuan Dan, which can assist you in solidifying your golden core and enhancing your primordial spirit, greatly aiding you in the future when you seek to form your nascent soul. Xingyuan Dan was not sold in the Baidan Hall. It was personally concocted by the chief elder of Qingmu Peak to bolster Yang Shuhao's primordial spirit. The herbs used in its preparation are exceedingly rare, and the process is quite arduous, with only one successful batch out of 10 attempts. This underscores the rarity of Xingyuan Dan. To leave a favorable impression on Wenqing, Yang Shuhao was indeed making a significant investment. Wenqing, of course, recognized the value of Xingyuan Dan. Such pills that could enhance the primordial spirit were scarce. Yet she remained unmoved by the offer. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother, but you may have misunderstood. I am not here to procure the elixir for myself, but rather for the junior disciples of our Xiaozhu Peak." The new disciple of Xiaozhu Peak? Are you referring to that mixed spiritual root? Yang Shuhao gazed at Wenqing with evident astonishment. As the son of the head of Qingmu Peak, he was well aware of the recent admission of a mixed spiritual root into Xiaozhu Peak. Upon his father's return from the trial hall, he had been quite irate. While other peaks welcomed exceptional spiritual roots as disciples, their Qingmu Peak had been left with only 3 medium-grade roots, akin to scavenging through refuse. What was most infuriating was that a mixed spiritual root dared to aspire to join their Qingmu Peak, causing him to lose face before the heads of other peaks. After a fit of rage, the head of Qingmu Peak had specifically instructed Yang Shuhao to seize victory at the upcoming 7 Peaks Martial Conference in 6 months, as a means to restore his dignity. At that moment, Yang Shuhao had paid little heed to his father's words. However, upon hearing Wenqing mention that the foundation establishment pill was meant for that mixed spiritual root, he was reminded of the incident. With a puzzled expression, he looked at Wenqing and inquired, "Wenqing, how could a mixed spiritual root, who is even inferior to a mere servant disciple, possess the merit to warrant your personal effort in acquiring a foundation establishment pill for him?" Chapter 8. Arbitrary pricing. Wenqing held no prejudice against Xiao Yun for possessing a mixed spiritual root. Rather, she defended him. Although my junior brother has a mixed spiritual root, he possesses a keen sensitivity to spiritual energy. With the aid of a foundation establishment pill, he will undoubtedly succeed in establishing his foundation. What of it? Being sensitive to spiritual energy does not change the fact that he has a mixed spiritual root. Even if he exerts tenfold effort compared to others, he can only attain the 4th level of qi refinement. Sister, heed my advice. Giving a foundation establishment pill to a disciple with a mixed spiritual root is akin to feeding a dog. A dog with slightly better aptitude could potentially establish its foundation after consuming such pills. To offer one to a disciple with a mixed spiritual root is a gross waste. Yang Shuhao's words were harsh, and Wenqing felt her displeasure rise. What did he mean by saying that giving a foundation establishment pill to a mixed spiritual root disciple was better suited for a dog? Was he implying that Xiao Yun was even inferior to a dog? Even the normally gentle Wenqing could not suppress her frown. Brother Yang, Xiao Shidi is a disciple of our Xiaozhu Peak. By insulting him in such a manner, are you implying that we have no one to defend us? She retorted, "If this reaches the ears of my master, even Elder Yang may find it difficult to protect you." Upon hearing Wenqing invoke her master, Yin Qinghui, Yang Shuhao immediately backed down. Yin Qinghui was renowned within the Lingjian sect for her fierce protection of her disciples and would not tolerate any disrespect towards Xiaozhu Peak. There was an incident involving a true disciple from Longzhou Peak, who, due to a careless remark about Xiaozhu Peak, suffered greatly. Yin Qinghui, in front of the sect leader, had the disciple's legs broken and his cultivation completely destroyed, leaving him bedridden for over 6 months. The sect leader could do nothing to stop it, Since that day, no one dared to speak ill of Xiaozhu Peak again. Yang Shuhao realized that his earlier comment had indeed crossed a line. If Yin Qinghui were to learn of it, his fate would likely mirror that of the Longzhou Peak disciple, regardless of his father's status as the head of Qingmu Peak. Yin Qinghui was known for disregarding even the sect leader's authority. Yang Shuhao hastily tried to appease her, saying, "Sister Wen, please do not take offense. I was merely making a comparison and did not intend to belittle Xiaozhu Peak. You wouldn't report this to Aunt Yin, would you?" Wen Qing, with her gentle disposition and unwillingness to stir up trouble, softened upon seeing Yang Shuhao's change in attitude. "I hope Brother Yang will be more mindful in the future. I shall consider your previous remarks as mere thoughtless words. However, should I hear anything similar again, I will certainly report it to my master upon her return." Yang Shuhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, smiling awkwardly as he replied, "You are right, sister. I will remember your words." Thus, Wen Qing decided not to trouble Yang Shuhao any further. She bowed respectfully to him and turned to leave the Baidan hall. "Wait," Yang Shuhao suddenly called out from behind. Wen Qing turned back to him and inquired, "Does Brother Yang have any further instructions?" Yang Shuhao was not a person with a broad mind. Just moments ago, he felt humiliated after being provoked by Wen Qing's words. Although he harbored feelings for her, he could not tolerate the way she used Yin Qinghui to suppress him. As the son of the foremost disciple of Qingmu Peak, he was accustomed to being pampered and obeyed by those around him. Now, Wen Qing not only disregarded his dignity but also treated his goodwill with indifference, causing his true nature to emerge. Wen Qing, this foundation establishment pill may not be extraordinary, but it is the result of hard work by the disciples of Qingmu Peak. Not to mention the rare herbs consumed, it embodies their dedication. The disciples of Qingmu Peak rely on selling these pills to earn spirit stones for their livelihood. You have taken 10 foundation establishment pills. Do you intend to leave without paying? He sneered. What do you mean? Wen Qing furrowed her brow. Business is business. You take, I sell. Since you have taken 10 foundation establishment pills, you naturally need to pay with spirit stones, Yang Shuhao replied with a mocking smile. Wen Qing frowned and said, Didn't you just say that the disciples of Qingmu Peak need our green rock bamboo from Xiaozhu Peak as fuel for refining pills? These pills are meant to offset the cost of our green rock bamboo. Yang Shuhao scoffed, what a joke. Xiaozhu Peak never charges spirit stones for green rock bamboo. Why should we at Qingmu Peak demand spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Wen Qing finally understood Yang Shuhao's intent. He was retaliating for her earlier use of their master's name against him. He had just claimed to give her the pills freely, only to turn around and demand payment. Now she fully grasped his character. Her master had been right. There truly were no free lunches in this world. Very well. If that is the case, I shall pay with spirit stones. How many spirit stones do you require for these 10 foundation establishment pills? Wen Qing was unwilling to argue further with Yang Shuhao, as she had intended to buy them with spirit stones anyway. It was only because Yang Shuhao had initially offered them for free that she had hesitated. Each foundation establishment pill costs 100 spirit stones. Since you have taken 10, that totals 1,000 spirit stones, Yang Shuhao replied nonchalantly. 100 spirit stones per pill? Brother Yang, have you made a mistake? Though Wen Qing did not typically use pills, she was aware that foundation establishment pills generally cost around 50 spirit stones each. Yang Shuhao sneered. That was the previous price. Recently, Qingmu Peak has discovered that the low pricing has led some disciples to buy the pills without appreciating their value, wasting them recklessly. To prevent this and to cultivate a sense of frugality, the price of foundation establishment pills is now set at 100 spirit stones each. Upon hearing this, Wen Qing realized that Yang Shuhao was deliberately targeting her. However, she found herself at an impasse. If she chose not to buy in spite, her junior would have no foundation establishment pills to consume. Qingmu Peak was the only place within the entire Lingjian sect capable of refining pills, if one desired them. Purchasing from here was the only option. Upon considering that Xiao Yun possesses a mixed spiritual root, it is evident that without the foundation-building elixir, achieving foundational establishment would prove exceedingly difficult. For Xiao Yun's sake, Wen Qing resolutely suppressed her indignation. She examined her treasure pouch, which contained over 500 spirit stones, a sum she had managed to save by foregoing recent cultivation. Wen Qing extracted 500 spirit stones and placed them upon the counter. Here are 500 spirit stones. I wish to purchase 5 foundation-building elixirs. After stating her intent, she returned the 5 elixirs to the counter and departed the 100 elixir pavilion without a backward glance. Observing Wenqing's furious retreat, Yang Shuhao let out a derisive snicker, remarking, "Humph," with a mixed spiritual root. Even consuming 100 foundation-building elixirs would not enable her to establish a foundation. At that moment, a cheerful disciple in charge of the pavilion approached, saying, "Senior brother, by bullying junior sister Wenqing in this manner, she may never regard you again." Yang Shuhao cast a disdainful glance at the disciple, retorting, "You know nothing. Women should not be pampered. The more you indulge them, the more they perceive you as despicable. If softness does not suffice, then I shall employ a firmer approach. I possess ample methods to make her mine." Truly wise words, senior brother. Once you claim victory at the Seven Peaks martial competition, not only will junior sister Wenqing be yours, but all the female disciples of the Spirit Sword sect shall be at your disposal. The disciple chuckled, and Yang Shuhao reveled in the praise, his laughter echoing with pride. Chapter 9. Breakthrough in cultivation. Wenqing soared through the air on her bamboo sword, heading towards the small bamboo peak. Normally gentle, she was now thoroughly exasperated. As she approached the peak, she observed the junior disciples below chopping green rock bamboo, which only intensified her ire. Starting tomorrow, the disciples of Qingmu Peak would come to the small bamboo peak to harvest green rock bamboo for spirit stones, 1 spirit stone per stalk. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to chop. With a huff, Wenqing returned to the training room at the small bamboo peak. Upon entering, she found Xiao Yun diligently immersed in his cultivation. Not wishing to disturb his earnest efforts, she decided to remain silent. After all, she had already procured the foundation-building pills, and there was no rush in consuming them. Calming her tumultuous emotions, she quietly observed Xiao Yun practice. While she awaited his awakening, she kept a protective watch over him. Though the techniques of the Qi refinement stage posed little danger, Wenqing could not shake her concern. She feared that Xiao Yun might inadvertently misalign his energy and harm himself. In the tranquil room, Wenqing silently safeguarded him. As she gazed at Xiao Yun for a while, she suddenly realized that her junior brother was quite handsome. Having been brought to the small bamboo peak by her master since childhood, her interactions with outsiders had been sparse. Situations like sharing a room with a man were virtually non-existent. Consequently, Wenqing found herself utterly naive regarding matters of the opposite sex. After staring at Xiao Yun for quite some time, she inexplicably felt her cheeks warm. Hastily, she collected her thoughts, questioning what was happening. Could it be that her prolonged absence from practice had led to some anomaly in her cultivation? As she focused her mind, the peculiar sensation dissipated instantly. Assuming her lack of training was the cause of her body's odd reaction, she promptly settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. To her astonishment, once she began her practice, she was taken aback by what transpired. The training room, imbued with her Master-S formations, was designed to channel the celestial spirit energy for cultivation. Upon entering a state of meditation, she discovered that an endless stream of spirit energy was surging toward Xiao Yun's body. Even her own attempts to draw in the energy paled in comparison to what he was absorbing. This was an unprecedented experience for Wenqing. Typically, while cultivating with her master in the training room, she had never encountered a shortage of spirit energy. Yet now, it seemed all the energy in the surroundings was being siphoned away by Xiao Yun. This revelation sent a chill down her spine. Fearing that something was amiss with Xiao Yun's cultivation, she hastily roused him from his trance. "Junior brother, wake up. Are you all right?" "Junior brother," Wenqing urged, shaking his shoulders vigorously. Xiao Yun abruptly opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being Wenqing's worried visage. "What is it, senior sister?" he asked, bewildered. Seeing him awake, Wenqing exhaled in relief. "Junior brother, it's good that you're awake. You frightened me. How do you feel? Are you unwell?" Xiao Yun, puzzled by her concern, stretched his limbs and felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. "I feel invigorated, brimming with an inexhaustible energy." Wenqing finally felt reassured, saying, "That's good to hear. It seems my worries were unfounded. But what exactly transpired?" Noticing the worry etched on Wenqing's face, Xiao Yun couldn't help but inquire. "I just returned from Qingmu Peak and saw you diligently cultivating, so I refrained from disturbing you. Later, as I prepared to meditate myself, I realized that the entire energy of the meditation chamber was flowing into your body. With such an immense amount of spiritual energy being infused into you, I feared your body might not withstand it, which is why I aroused you. Now that I see you are well, I can rest easy." Upon hearing Wenqing's explanation, Xiao Yun finally understood the situation. He experienced no discomfort during his cultivation. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It felt immensely pleasurable. He sensed nothing unusual about the external spiritual energy. Sister, was your experience not similar? Wenqing nodded. Of course not. As a top-tier ice spirit root, my absorption rate of spiritual energy is already rapid, but compared to the speed at which you just absorbed it, it is merely a trickle compared to the ocean. A surge of joy filled Xiao Yun's heart. This indeed confirmed that he was not a mixed spirit root. I knew it. As a transmigrator, even without a system, how could I possibly possess a trashy mixed spirit root? Rest assured, sister, I feel unprecedentedly well now. I even feel I could fell a bull with a single punch. Do you truly feel that way? Wenqing asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Yun responded as he threw 2 punches into the air. Having practiced mortal martial arts for 6 months, his movements were quite impressive, accompanied by the sound of whooshing wind from his punches. Surprised, Xiao Yun wondered, is this the wind from my punches? His martial arts mentor had once mentioned that upon reaching the pinnacle of mortal martial arts, one could create a punching wind capable of extinguishing a candle from 5 meters away. Remarkably, after just half a day's practice of the Bihai Chaoxingju, he had already reached the pinnacle of mortal prowess. Indeed, mortal martial arts could not compare to the methods of cultivation. Wenqing appeared even more astonished. Watching Xiao Yun's form as he punched, she sensed he had seemingly surpassed the 2nd level of the qi refinement stage. This cannot be possible. How could one cultivate so rapidly in less than half a day? It took me 10 days to break through to the 2nd level of the qi refinement stage. To validate her thoughts, Wenqing said to Xiao Yun, Junior brother, I see your punches carry significant force. Why don't you strike me once? I wish to ascertain your current level. That might not be appropriate. Xiao Yun hesitated, glancing at his sister, whose slender frame resembled a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. What if he inadvertently harmed her? Moreover, where would he even strike? There's no need to worry, junior brother. I am at the 5th level of the golden course stage. You may strike without hesitation, Wenqing assured him nonchalantly. This is not a matter of cultivation level. Given how well my senior sister treats me, how could I possibly lay a hand on her? Perhaps we should find something else for the test. Xiao Yun remarked with a smile. Wenqing was pleasantly surprised to find that her junior brother held her in such high regard, filling her heart with joy. Smiling, she replied, Your respect for me as your senior sister reflects your commendable character. My care for you has not been in vain. The 500 spirit stones were well spent. You do make a valid point. Let us proceed outside to conduct the test, she continued. What 500 spirit stones? Xiao Yun inquired urgently. The foundation establishment pills your senior sister purchased for you. They cost 500 spirit stones. You must not let me down. You must succeed in your cultivation to vindicate my faith in you. Vindicate? What do you mean by that? Xiao Yun asked, increasingly bewildered. Wenqing, not wishing to transfer her bad mood to Xiao Yun, waved her hand dismissively and said, It's nothing. You need not ask further. As long as you succeed in establishing your foundation, it will be sufficient to vindicate me. Just wait and see who will still look down on our little bamboo peak. Wenqing preferred to keep her thoughts to herself, and Xiao Yun, sensing her reluctance to divulge more, declared, Rest assured, senior sister, I am brimming with confidence. Establishing my foundation will be no problem at all. Yes, I believe in you. Now, let us go and ascertain your current level, Wenqing said, taking Xiao Yun's hand and leading him outside the quiet chamber. As Xiao Yun felt the delicate, gentle grip of her slender hand, a rush of blood surged through him, causing his heart to race, and before he knew it, he found himself outside the quiet chamber. Chapter 10. I haven't yet exerted my full strength when Qing led Xiao Yun to a pile of boulders on the back mountain. Junior brother, our Xiaozhu peak lacks the spirit stones to test the qi refinement stage, but there are alternative methods available for assessment. The qi refinement stage involves channeling qi into the body to enhance one's physical form, and the strength of one's physique can serve as proof of their cultivation level. Generally speaking, a disciple at the 5th layer of qi refinement possesses the strength of 1,000 pounds. That large stone ahead appears to weigh over 300 pounds. Why not attempt to lift it? If you succeed, it will indicate that you have entered the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Xiao Yun nodded, I understand. I shall give it a try. The weight of over 300 pounds was an astronomical figure for Xiao Yun in his previous life. He could not lift even 100 pounds. However, After traversing into this world and training martial arts for half a year, his strength had indeed increased significantly. He had yet to test his exact lifting capabilities, but he estimated he could manage the 300 pounds required to reach the second layer of chi refinement. Approaching the massive stone, Xiao Yun performed a few chest expansions and rotated his neck, preparing to lift the boulder. The stone stood half his height, and he could wrap his arms around it comfortably. Once ready, he grasped the stone firmly, gritted his teeth, and exerted force. To his astonishment, the stone was lifted effortlessly. However, due to the sudden exertion, he stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Wen Qing gasped, fearing Xiao Yun would be crushed under the weight, and rushed forward to assist him. Just then, Xiao Yun steadied himself and, with a broad smile, held the stone aloft. "Sister, is this stone truly 300 pounds? I exerted all my strength to lift it, and nearly toppled over myself." Wen Qing, relieved, also marveled at Xiao Yun's ability to lift the heavy boulder. "What is the matter? Is this stone hollow? How could junior brother lift it so effortlessly? Let me try." As she stepped forward and took the stone from Xiao Yun, she effortlessly cradled it in her hands. The boulder appeared as a mere toy to her. She weighed it in her palm, contemplating its heft. It doesn't seem light. It should indeed weigh around 300 pounds. With a casual flick, she tossed the boulder away and frowned. "Junior brother, have you practiced any earthly martial arts previously?" Xiao Yun stared wide-eyed at Wen Qing, who had so easily thrown the boulder as if it were a mere ball. He was utterly astonished. This scene felt profoundly incongruous. Was this the power of the Golden Core stage? While he could lift the boulder, he could never do so with the same ease as Wen Qing. All along, she had presented herself as a delicate, demure lady. Though aware of her Golden Core cultivation, he had not perceived her as a formidable practitioner. Now, with this unintentional display of strength, she completely overturned his perception of her. Indeed, he must tread carefully in this terrifying world of cultivation. Before me stands a seemingly gentle senior sister, whose strength could easily be underestimated. Upon hearing Wen Qing's inquiry, Xiao Yun quickly responded, "Have you discerned this already, senior sister? Prior to joining the Spirit Sword sect, I had practiced a bit of martial arts." Wen Qing's eyes widened in realization. This explained everything. No wonder her junior brother could effortlessly lift a boulder weighing 300 pounds. If he had indeed studied mundane martial arts, it would not be surprising for him to reach the second level of chi refinement after channeling energy into his body and enhancing his physique. Congratulations, junior brother. You have now attained the second level of chi refinement. I took over 10 days to reach that stage myself, she remarked. This clearly indicated that even with a mixed spirit root, he was capable of cultivation, perhaps even surpassing so-called geniuses in speed. You must not belittle yourself, junior brother. You must strive even harder in the future. That's not a mere mixed spirit root, Xiao Yun chuckled. I possess the legendary super invincible 5 elements divine root. Indeed, you are correct, Wen Qing affirmed. I shall certainly endeavor to cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations, senior sister. Senior sister, I found lifting that boulder rather effortless. May I attempt something else? Wen Qing adopted a stern expression, mimicking her master's teachings, and replied, Junior brother, cultivation requires a gradual approach. One must avoid arrogance and impatience. You have only practiced for a short while, and achieving the second level of chi refinement is already commendable. Do you truly believe you can reach the third level after merely half a day's training? It took me a full month to attain the third level, and I am not boasting about my speed. Rather, I wish to convey that there are no shortcuts in cultivation. One must tread steadily, step by step. Can you comprehend my earnest intentions? Observing Wen Qing's youthful visage juxtaposed with her sage-like demeanor, Xiao Yun struggled to suppress his laughter. However, he maintained his composure, replying earnestly, You are right, senior sister. I was indeed overreaching. If it took you a month to reach the third level, how could I possibly compare? Let us return. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Wen Qing suddenly wondered if her previous remarks had been too severe, potentially undermining his confidence. She wished to console him, yet she hesitated to jeopardize the image of the senior sister she had painstakingly built. Thus, she feigned profundity and said, Very well, we shall return as such. You may feel disgruntled, but if you wish to try, then by all means. Once you encounter difficulties, you will understand that I speak from a place of care. I noticed you stumbled slightly while lifting that 300-pound stone. This time, I shall stand by you to offer support. Should you struggle, I will be there to assist you. So you need not fear injury. Then I thank you in advance, senior sister, Xiao Yun replied with a smile, increasingly entertained by her character. There's no need for thanks. It is my duty as your senior sister, Wenqing said, gesturing towards another towering boulder over 2 meters high in the distance. Why not give that one a try? The stone should weigh over 300 pounds. Junior brother, if you can lift it, you will possess the strength of a third-layer qi refinement practitioner. Remember, if you cannot lift it, do not force yourself. Do not risk injuring your body. Xiao Yun smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I will act within my limits. With that, he approached the massive stone. Wenqing, worried about Xiao Yun's safety, followed closely behind. Drawing from his previous experience, Xiao Yun did not exert all his strength at once. As he embraced the giant stone, he applied a slight force with his arms, causing the stone to gradually lift off the ground. A frown creased Xiao Yun's brow. Why does it still feel so effortless? Could it be that after only a short period of cultivation, I have directly reached the 4th layer of qi refinement? That seems improbable. Senior sister's exceptional ice spirit root took her a month to reach the 3rd layer. Slowly, Xiao Yun raised the stone higher. Wenqing watched him with bated breath, ready to assist at any moment, fearful that Xiao Yun might falter and be struck by the stone. When Xiao Yun lifted the stone above his head, Wenqing urgently urged, Junior brother, quickly put it down. Do not injure yourself. Xiao Yun chuckled. Senior sister, there is no need for concern. I am not yet exerting my full strength. Chapter 11. I can still do squats. Wenqing could hardly believe that Xiao Yun could lift that immense boulder. When he indeed managed to raise it, she was taken aback. She speculated that he must have learned some peculiar martial arts which allowed him to forcibly enhance his physical strength at the expense of his vitality, thus enabling him to lift the stone. Such martial arts were familiar to her. She thought Xiao Yun was merely trying to impress her, his senior sister, to avoid being looked down upon for being a mixed spiritual root. In haste, Wenqing urged Xiao Yun to discard the boulder, feeling regret for having affected his competitive spirit with her previous remarks. After all, he was a mixed spiritual root. If he harmed his body, it would only complicate his future foundation establishment. Junior brother, quickly put down the boulder. Don't injure yourself. Wenqing called out anxiously. Senior sister, I'm fine. I haven't even exerted my full strength. Look, I can still do squats. Xiao Yun cheerfully declared, performing 3 squats while holding the stone above his head. What do you think, senior sister? Did you see that? Wenqing's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. How could this junior brother be so obstinate? Did he really need to prove that his mixed spiritual root was superior to a single spiritual root, even at the cost of his health? At that moment, Wenqing disregarded the potential consequences of her intervention. She could not simply stand by and watch him burn his vitality for the sake of pride. With determination, she pointed her fingers like a sword and used her telekinetic abilities to seize control of the boulder above Xiao Yun's head. The stone soared away from him, landing a distance off. What just happened? Why did the boulder fly on its own? Senior sister, was that you? Xiao Yun asked, astonished as he turned to her. Wenqing, her face stern, approached him and launched into a reprimand. Junior brother, do you realize the severe consequences of forcibly burning your vitality to lift that stone just to show off? Though you are a mixed spiritual root, with diligent practice and some foundation establishment pills from me, there is still hope for you. But now, you recklessly exhaust your body for such a meaningless endeavor, merely to prove your superiority? What if you can lift a 600-pound boulder? If you destroy your essence, you may never be able to establish your foundation in this lifetime. Junior brother, you have truly disappointed me. Wenqing was generally a warm-hearted person and seldom spoke so sternly. Her words were driven by deep affection and concern. As a fellow disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, she did not want Xiao Yun to be looked down upon by others. Moreover, her master, Yin Qingwei, was fiercely competitive and despised any form of disdain directed towards their sect. If Xiao Yun, as a disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, could not even complete his foundation establishment, not only does this reflect poorly on Xiao Yun, but it also brings disgrace to her master, Yin Qingwei. It is for these reasons that Wenqing could not help but reprimand Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was left bewildered by this sudden scolding. What was her senior sister saying? What was this about burning vital energy? Showing off? She had not exerted herself at all, had she? Moreover, why did her senior sister look so endearing when she was angry? With a cheerful smile, Xiao Yun replied, Senior sister, What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. How long will you continue to feign ignorance? Quickly consume this foundation establishment pill, otherwise, you may be left with lingering ailments for the rest of your life. Wen Qing hastily produced a foundation establishment pill, handing one to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun accepted the pill, scrutinizing it carefully. It was a small golden pellet, and even from a distance, one could detect a faint medicinal aroma. Xiao Yun did not rush to consume it. Instead, she held it in her hand and smiled. "Senior sister, I believe you are mistaken. Lifting that stone was truly quite effortless for me. If you don't believe me, just take a look at me. Am I not perfectly fine?" With that, Xiao Yun twirled in place, showcasing her physical condition. Wen Qing, now somewhat perplexed, thought it unusual that there were no outward signs of having burned vital energy, such as an accelerated heartbeat, reddened skin, or rapid breathing. How could Xiao Yun show no symptoms at all? Could it be that her junior brother truly lifted that massive stone using only his own strength? Impossible. Even her master, with her perfect spiritual roots, did not cultivate as swiftly as Xiao Yun. Without hesitation, she reached out and grasped Xiao Yun's wrist, a gentle wave of water spiritual energy probing into his body. His vital energy was stable. Her junior brother was truly unscathed. Xiao Yun, feeling the softness of her palm on his wrist, found himself momentarily entranced. Observing Wen Qing's puzzled expression, he could not help but chuckle. "Senior sister, surely now you must believe that I did not overexert myself?" Wen Qing felt her cheeks flush. Recalling her previous statements, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and rage at herself for having misjudged him. It appears that I misunderstood you, senior sister. I did not anticipate your cultivation speed to be so rapid." With a crimson face and her gaze wandering, she found it too awkward to meet Xiao Yun's eyes. Xiao Yun, inwardly amused by her flustered demeanor, realized that his senior sister had a rather delicate disposition. He understood that he must refrain from saying anything further that might embarrass her, otherwise she might never want to face him again. Feigning seriousness, he said, "Senior sister, I believe I have not yet reached my limit. Could we perhaps attempt to lift something heavier?" Wen Qing looked up at Xiao Yun, astonished, and asked, "Are you being serious? Do you doubt my words, senior sister?" Xiao Yun smiled. Wen Qing's face reddened again as she hastily replied, "Of course I trust you, junior brother. However, there are no heavier stones available here. If we wish to test further, we would need a spirit testing stone, which we do not have at Shao Bamboo Peak." "Then where can we find one?" Xiao Yun inquired. Based on his recent experience of moving the 600-pound boulder, he roughly estimated that his strength must now exceed that of the stone by threefold. At the very least, he possessed a force of 1,800 pounds. Xiao Yun was now eagerly curious to ascertain his current level of prowess. While other peaks had their own merits, the day was waning, so he suggested that his junior disciple rest for the night, and he would lead him there tomorrow. "I must first express my gratitude to my senior sister," Xiao Yun remarked with a smile. "There is no need for such formalities, junior brother. Now that you have reached the third level of qi refinement, you are eligible to learn some martial skills. Tomorrow, I will take you to the scripture pavilion to select some, where there are also spirit testing stones that can accurately measure your current abilities," she replied. "That sounds splendid. I shall defer to my senior sister's arrangements," he responded. At this moment, Wen Qing had emerged from her earlier embarrassment and smiled at Xiao Yun. "Junior brother, your cultivation is still in its infancy, and you are not yet able to fast. What would you like for dinner? I shall prepare it for you." Xiao Yun quickly replied. "How could I trouble my senior sister? Whatever you wish for, I shall make it instead. To be honest, my culinary skills are quite exceptional." Chapter 12. The Gluttonous Little Wildcat for Dinner. Xiao Yun prepared a sumptuous feast comprising 4 dishes and a soup: steamed spirit fish, spicy shredded chicken, vinegar-stirred fairy mushrooms, braised pork ribs, and snow pear and tremella soup. Although these dishes were not particularly complex to prepare, Xiao Yun's culinary skills rivaled those of a state banquet chef. He was quite discerning when it came to food. Prior to his transmigration, he had grown accustomed to cooking every meal himself, as he found takeout unpalatable. This dedication honed his culinary prowess. An amusing incident occurred during this dinner. Wen Qing, who had reached the golden core stage, was actually capable of fasting. However, having spent years in seclusion with her master on the mountain, devoid of entertainment, dining had become her greatest pleasure. After a day of rigorous cultivation, her happiest moments were those spent at the dining table, which cultivated her little gluttonous habit. a trait that persisted even up to her current level of cultivation. Unfortunately, although Yin Qingwei possessed extraordinary skills, her culinary talents were lacking, and Wenqing had yet to taste any truly exquisite dishes. Wenqing's favorite dish was the steamed spirit fish, as it required no elaborate seasoning, allowing the fish's natural flavor to shine. When she witnessed Xiao Yun sprinkling various powders over the fish, her heart ached. Such a fine fish should not be marred by additional ingredients. Yet, out of respect for Xiao Yun, she refrained from interrupting his cooking, reasoning that it would be ungracious to criticize her junior's efforts. Merely having fish to eat was a delight in itself. However, when Xiao Yun presented the finished fish, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, nearly overwhelming her composure. She almost succumbed to her desire to indulge. Fortunately, her formidable willpower held her back. Sitting upright on the stool, her posture rigid, her eyes fixated on the plate of steamed spirit fish, saliva flowed like a river from her mouth. "Junior brother, you needn't continue cooking. Perhaps we should eat the fish before it cools," Wenqing urged, her gaze locked on the delectable dish, addressing Xiao Yun, who was busy preparing the second dish. Xiao Yun, smiling, replied, "I will finish shortly. If you are hungry, feel free to start without me." "Absolutely not. You have worked hard to prepare this meal. How could I begin before you have even sat at the table?" In a valiant effort, Wenqing turned her neck away, refusing to look at the plate of steamed spirit fish, fearing she would be unable to resist the temptation. Though she could divert her gaze, she could not escape the intoxicating scent. The fish was undeniably fragrant, surpassing any she had ever encountered. "Junior brother, I shall return to my room for a moment," Wenqing announced, pulling herself away from the tempting sight. Hearing her words, Xiao Yun, still engrossed in his cooking, assumed she was merely bored and replied, "All right, senior sister. I will call you once I finish." Xiao Yun continued his work, oblivious to the unfolding drama. It was only when he finished preparing the braised pork ribs and set them on the table that he realized the plate of steamed spirit fish had vanished completely. Not just the fish itself, but the plate as well. As Xiao Yun pondered the situation, Wenqing entered, carrying a plate that once held a perfectly steamed spiritual fish. The plate was now devoid of any contents. Xiao Yun regarded Wenqing with a hint of confusion. Her gaze flitted uncertainly, and her expression was somewhat awkward as she stammered, There was a little wild cat on the mountain that looked quite pitiful. It seemed to have gone a long time without food, so I took the liberty of feeding it your fish. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Noting the grease smudged at the corners of Wenqing's mouth, Xiao Yun chose not to confront her. With a gentle smile, he replied, "I didn't realize my senior sister had such a compassionate heart. It's quite all right. The two of us can manage with just 3 dishes and a soup." He continued, "Senior sister, do try my braised ribs." As he placed the dish on the table, Wenqing inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with delight as they fixated on the ribs. Wait, junior brother, may I taste it first?" She stuttered, unable to finish her sentence about waiting for him. Xiao Yun chuckled at her eagerness. "Of course, senior sister, please don't hesitate. If you're hungry, feel free to eat without waiting for me. That won't do. We must eat together. I'll just have a small piece," Wenqing firmly refused. Xiao Yun merely smiled and said nothing more, turning to prepare another dish. Once the stir-fried mushrooms were ready, he turned around only to discover that both Wenqing and the plate of braised ribs had vanished. Just as Xiao Yun felt perplexed, Wenqing returned, holding an empty plate. Junior brother, I didn't expect that little cat had companions. It returned with friends," she explained, her gaze lowered. Cheeks flushed, her voice lacking conviction. A glance at the remnants of rib sauce at the corner of her mouth left Xiao Yun with little choice but to forgive her. Having a kind heart is a virtue. How could I possibly blame you, senior sister? I am, however, concerned that you may spoil those little cats and they might come to our bamboo peak to steal food, he remarked with a smile. "No, that won't happen. I trust they wouldn't do such a thing." Xiao Yun waved the gleaming knife in his hand and grinned. "It's best if they don't. If I catch them, I assure you they won't return, and I might just treat you to cat meat rice." Huh, thank you for the thought, junior brother, Wenqing replied, somewhat awkwardly, while stealing glances at him. How strange. Why does he smile so oddly? Surely he hasn't discovered that I devoured the steamed spiritual fish and braised ribs? If that were the case, my reputation as a senior would be utterly tarnished. Senior sister, please try this dish. Xiao Yun approached with the freshly prepared stir-fried mushrooms, but before he could finish, Wenqing swiftly turned, covering her nose and interrupting, "You've worked hard, junior brother. I'll go chase away the wild cats on the mountain. Once you're done, come to my room and call for me." Without waiting for Xiao Yun to respond, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Outside, Wenqing panted heavily, shaken by fear. Thankfully, she had not caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, or she would have lost control and indulged in further theft. If she devoured all the food, her junior would be left with nothing. "Wenqing, you must exercise restraint. Return to your room and practice." Upon returning to her chamber, Wenqing immediately settled into meditation, striving to banish thoughts of the recent incident. Yet, after sitting for a while, she found it impossible to calm her mind, preoccupied with thoughts of the delectable dishes Xiao Yun might prepare next. After a brief period, she could no longer contain herself and began to pace back and forth in her room. "Why hasn't he, my junior, come to summon me yet? Could he have forgotten about me? If he does not come to fetch me, would it be inappropriate for me to go seek him out?" Just as Wenqing felt as though she had been wandering in her room for an eternity, the door was finally knocked upon. "Sister, are you in there? The meal is prepared and ready to be served." Wenqing swiftly leaped onto her bed, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, resembling a monk in deep meditation. "The door is unlocked. Please enter, junior." Upon entering, Xiao Yun was greeted by the sight of Wenqing meditating. He smiled and said, "Sister, dinner is ready. We may dine now. There's no rush. Allow me to complete this cycle of meditation before we go," Wenqing replied calmly. "Since my sister is still in practice, I shall return the food to the pot to prevent it from cooling and losing its flavor," Xiao Yun said as he turned to leave. Wenqing immediately opened her eyes and declared, "No need. I have completed my meditation. Let us go eat." Chapter 13. What is martial arts? That meal brought an exceptional joy to Wenqing. To her surprise, her junior disciple had prepared yet another dish of steamed spirit fish and braised pork ribs. It seemed he had not discovered her little indulgence. Leaning back in her chair, she playfully patted her slightly protruding belly and exclaimed, "Junior, your cooking is simply exquisite. From now on, the culinary duties of Shaozhu Peak shall rest upon your capable hands." Xiao Yun smiled, responding, "As long as my senior sister enjoys it, that is all that matters. I hope these dishes suit your palate, and if there are areas for improvement, do let me know." Wenqing quickly waved her hand, insisting, "No, not at all. There is absolutely no need for improvement. The flavors are perfectly aligned with my tastes. Just one thing, the portions are a tad scant. It is not quite enough. When our master returns, you must prepare at least 8 dishes." Xiao Yun chuckled bitterly, realizing how hearty his senior sister's appetite was. He had barely sampled each dish, leaving the majority for her. This was a total of 6 dishes, not including the soup. Was it true that in this world, the higher one's cultivation, the greater one's appetite? Well, it's getting late. You should return to your room and rest, junior. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the scripture pavilion to select martial arts techniques and assess your current realm," Wenqing said as they walked back to their quarters. After bidding farewell, Xiao Yun lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep for a long while. He had finally joined the Lingjian sect, and what a beautiful, gentle, and interesting senior sister he had. He wondered what their master was like. He guessed the temperament must be rather eccentric, otherwise, why wouldn't such a grand peak recruit more disciples? Would she make things difficult for him because of his mixed spirit roots? Was his senior sister's personality shaped by their masteress' influence? The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. No, there was no time for sleep. He needed to cultivate. This was not the peaceful world of Earth. This was a harsh realm of cultivation where one could be killed without recourse for mere displeasure. In this world, strength is paramount. Power is the ultimate truth. Although he was not of mixed spirit roots and his cultivation speed was rapid, he could not afford to be complacent. Without sufficient strength, one would always be at the mercy of others. A true man traversing a world of cultivation should never languish beneath others. With this thought, Xiao Yun cast aside any intention of sleep. He exited his room and retraced his steps to the quiet chamber for practice, beginning his qi cultivation. Wenqing, upon returning to her own room, also found sleep elusive. First, she was delighted to have a junior disciple who could cook, ensuring her daily meals would be delightful. Second, she worried about their master, who had been away for so long. Was there some danger that had befallen him? As she tossed and turned, unable to find rest, she suddenly heard movement from the adjacent room, followed by the sound of a door opening. Curiosity piqued. She wondered where her junior disciple could be going at such a late hour. unable to sleep regardless. Wenqing stealthily followed behind Xiao Yun. When she saw him enter the training room to meditate and cultivate, she silently admired him. The junior disciple possesses a mixed spirit root, fully aware that his cultivation journey is fraught with difficulties. It is this very understanding that drives him to forsake sleep and engage in training during the night. Such resilience is indeed commendable, and as his senior sister, it is my duty to assist him diligently. From this day forth, I shall forego the use of spirit stones for my own cultivation, saving those precious resources to procure foundation-building pills for my junior. I must ensure he successfully establishes his foundation, allowing him to stand on equal footing with others. Wenqing quietly observed for a while before discreetly departing. She, too, possessed a strong sense of pride. Aware that her junior disciple feared the scorn of others, she understood his need to practice in secret. Should he discover that his clandestine efforts had been revealed, he would be left with no place to hide his embarrassment. Rather than returning to her chamber for a slumber, Wenqing ascended to the summit of Shao Bamboo Peak. She gazed vacantly in the direction where her master had departed. After a considerable time, it seemed that a realization dawned upon her. With a firm resolve, she whispered to herself, "While my master ventures forth in search of divine weapons, I squander my time in idle meditation. Would it not sadden my master to know this? If my junior, burdened with a mixed spirit root, can exert such effort, what right do I have to be complacent?" With clarity restored, Wenqing cast aside her despondency. She promptly settled into a meditative position atop the mountain, bathing in the silvery moonlight as she earnestly resumed her cultivation. Under the moon's gentle glow, she appeared as a celestial being, ethereal and sacred. The following morning, Wenqing found Xiao Yun in the training hall. "Junior, you're up early to cultivate? Did you forget that we agreed to visit the scripture pavilion today to select martial techniques?" Upon hearing Wenqing's voice, Xiao Yun opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he felt invigorated, devoid of any trace of fatigue. He quickly rose, smiling, and replied, "Sister, you're awake. How could I possibly forget such an important matter? Should we go to the scripture pavilion first, and then have our meal, or eat before we visit?" "Eat?" Wenqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Of course, we should eat first." Recalling the delightful flavors from the previous night, she couldn't help but salivate. Realizing her momentary lapse, she quickly composed herself and said, "I almost forgot. Since you just began cultivating, you are not yet able to fast. Let us have our meal first." Xiao Yun prepared a simple breakfast, and after they finished eating, the two set off for the scripture pavilion on Longsho Peak. As Wenqing mounted her bamboo sword once more, Xiao Yun felt considerably bolder. Gently resting his hand on her slender waist, he inquired, "Sister, could you enlighten me about martial techniques so that I may have a target for selection?" Wenqing nodded in agreement. "It is prudent to inform you beforehand, lest you choose recklessly and acquire techniques ill-suited to you. The term martial techniques refers to the maneuvers employed in combat. While the quality of one's spirit root affects the speed of cultivation, it does not significantly aid in battle. Martial techniques are the true means of engaging in conflict. Even if you possess a mixed spirit root and are at the same realm of chi refinement as others, should you master your martial techniques, you may find that even those with exceptional spirit roots are no match for you. Did you not mention before that once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, one can wield spells? Why not use spells against the enemy?" Xiao Yun inquired hastily. Wenqing nodded and replied, "Indeed, upon attaining the foundation establishment realm, one is capable of employing spells. However, the consumption of spiritual energy for spells is considerable, making martial techniques far more practical overall. Therefore, every disciple of the Lingjian sect, upon entering the chi refinement stage, is permitted to select martial techniques for cultivation. Remember, junior brother, martial techniques and cultivation complement each other. It is imperative that they progress in tandem, as one cannot exist without the other. Otherwise, in combat, having only cultivation without martial techniques is akin to a toothless tiger, able merely to intimidate. Naturally, solely cultivating martial techniques without the foundation of cultivation is equally futile. Possessing sharp teeth without the strength to back them is akin to a small wildcat, capable only of preying on the weak." Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle. "Your analogy is indeed vivid." Wenqing adopted a stern expression, embodying the role of a strict mentor, and said, "Do not interrupt. Let me finish." "Please, go on." "Senior sister," Xiao Yun urged promptly, "martial techniques also possess attributes. The technique you are learning, Bihai Chaoxingju, belongs to the water attribute. Therefore, you should select martial techniques of the water attribute as well, for only in such a harmonious pairing can their full potential be realized. Should you choose a fire attribute martial technique, not only will its effectiveness be diminished, but due to the inherent conflict of attributes, it may even rebound harmfully upon you. Do you comprehend my explanation? Xiao Yun nodded. Your teachings are profound yet easily understood. I grasp it. However, there is one aspect that eludes me, and I would appreciate your clarification. Wen Qing, adopting a masterful demeanor, nodded. Feel free to inquire about anything unclear. Xiao Yun asked, if I were to engage in a contest of martial techniques, employing a water attribute technique against an earth attribute technique, would I not be at a disadvantage? Chapter 14. Do our own people still need to spend money? Wen Qing expressed her admiration for Xiao Yun's ability to pose such a question. Indeed, it is rare to see someone draw inferences from one instance to another. Earth-type techniques do indeed counter our water-type techniques, and when engaging in combat solely through spells, this counteraction becomes even more pronounced. However, the relationship of counteraction between martial skills is not as evident as it is among spells, with the counteracting effect being approximately 10%. This is also the reason why everyone must diligently practice their martial skills. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and asked, is there truly no other way? What if we encounter a cultivator who has the advantage over us? Wen Qing smiled gently and replied, when it comes to a life-and-death struggle, there are certainly ways to prevail. In situations where strength is equal and attributes are entirely countered, victory necessitates the use of magical artifacts. Magical artifacts? Xiao Yun inquired, puzzled. It is too early to discuss magical artifacts with you. Focus on diligently perfecting your martial skills for now, Wen Qing advised. Though she did not elaborate further, Xiao Yun, having read numerous primordial novels in his past life, was not unfamiliar with the term magical artifact and could likely surmise its significance. I see. So I can only choose water-type martial skills, then? Xiao Yun asked with a smile. Of course, as you are learning the tidal waves of the Azure Sea, your spiritual energy manifests solely as water-type. You cannot utilize other martial skills. Wen Qing affirmed, if I were to learn a fire-type technique, could I then practice martial skills that harness both water and fire attributes? Xiao Yun queried. Wen Qing pondered for a moment before responding. In theory, yes, but your spiritual root attribute determines the techniques you can cultivate. It is unlikely that you could learn two techniques simultaneously. Without the support of a technique, mastering martial skills becomes even more challenging. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and remarked, sister, do not forget, I possess a mixed spiritual root. I can learn any technique. Wen Qing was momentarily taken aback before laughing. That is true. I didn't realize that a mixed spiritual root had such advantages. However, I advise you not to overthink it. Mastering a single technique already requires immense effort. There is little energy left for cultivating a second technique. It is best to focus on one rather than spreading yourself too thin. This way, your future achievements will be greater. Xiao Yun wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that expertise requires specialization. One's focus is limited and cannot excel in everything. Yet, this principle applies to ordinary individuals. Can someone with my extraordinary and unparalleled five-element divine roots be compared to an ordinary person? The notion of being a jack of all trades is amusing. Although he thought this, Xiao Yun refrained from voicing it, for he himself was uncertain if he could achieve such feats. The concept of being a jack of all trades sounds easy, but in practice, it is far more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Xiao Yun suddenly lowered his head, lost in thought, gazing at the clouds drifting beneath him. Ascending to the heavens seemed rather simple. Soon, Wen Qing guided Xiao Yun to the Dragon's Head Peak. Upon arriving outside the scripture repository, Wen Qing spent 50 spirit stones to purchase 2 access tokens for the Longzhou Peak's scripture repository. She handed one to Xiao Yun and donned the other herself. It is imperative to wear the token, otherwise, entry into the repository is forbidden. What is this? Xiao Yun inquired, curiously fiddling with the token in his hand. The scripture repository is a sacred place. Do you think entry is permitted without due diligence? Within, formidable formations exist. Without this waste token, should one attempt to sneak into the repository, the formations would activate immediately. Not only do these formations ensnare the intruder, but if they disturb any significant martial arts manuscripts, they could very well be obliterated by the formations. Is it truly that formidable? Xiao Yun marveled. This security measure surpasses that of the Shaolin Temple's scripture repository in the 10 Dragons and 8 Parts. Indeed, it is impressive. After all, it houses all the martial arts of our Lingjian sect. What if someone were to steal them? Wenqing replied, her tone serious. Furthermore, remember that the 50 Spirit Stone token permits only 1 hour within the scripture repository. When time is up, make haste to exit. Once the hour passes, the token becomes void, necessitating a new purchase. Also, no scriptures are allowed to be taken outside. Understand? What? Disciples of the Lingjian sect must purchase tokens with spirit stones? I assumed these tokens were permanent. Xiao Yun exclaimed, surprised. How naive. Longsho Peak thrives on this very exchange of spirit stones. Now, enough dawdling. Let us proceed inside. Wenqing urged. Xiao Yun could not suppress a wry smile. Who would have thought that the realm of cultivation would embody such mundanity? Even disciples of his sect had to spend money to learn martial arts. Upon entering the scripture repository, Xiao Yun soon discovered that it was stratified. His token granted access to the primary level where only basic martial skills could be examined. To ascend to the next tier, not only would one require the requisite cultivation level, but the tokens would also cost significantly more. Why does this seem increasingly mundane? Xiao Yun silently lamented. Initially, the Lingjian sect was not so commercialized. In its early days, the 7 peaks of the sect shared all resources freely. One could use another's resources without distinction. However, as time progressed, conflicts arose, leading to the establishment of a spirit stone purchasing system. To utilize another's resources now required expenditure of spirit stones. The sect was becoming increasingly capitalized, and competition among the peaks ensued. This transformation could not be entirely condemned, as disciples from each peak had indeed accelerated their cultivation progress. In contemporary terms, it was becoming increasingly competitive. For Wenqing, the martial skills on the first level of the repository were no longer useful. Her primary motive for entering was to accompany Xiao Yun. She aimed to assist him in selecting appropriate martial skills, ensuring he did not waste spirit stones on erroneous choices. Additionally, she wished to accompany Xiao Yun to test his spirit stone capabilities and assess his current strength. Wenqing had long been intrigued by this matter. Although her junior brother possessed a mixed spirit root, his repeated displays of extraordinary prowess had piqued her interest further. I will first guide you in selecting martial skills, and then we shall measure your cultivation level, Wenqing stated. All right, I will follow your lead, senior sister. Xiao Yun replied as he accompanied Wenqing to a nearby bookshelf. Wenqing gently spoke. Here lie an array of water attribute martial techniques. Time is rather limited, and you have no opportunity to select each one individually. Allow me to assist you in choosing a volume. Xiao Yun gazed at the densely packed collection of tomes, which numbered at least in the hundreds. If he were to select for himself, even an hour would scarcely suffice to peruse them all. Moreover, as a novice in cultivation, he was entirely ignorant of martial arts. His senior sister, being a formidable master of the Golden Core realm, would undoubtedly make a far more reliable selection than his arbitrary choices. I shall trouble you, senior sister, he said, confidently entrusting the decision to Wenqing. Very well. I shall find something suitable for you, Wenqing replied as she began to search the shelves. With little else to occupy his time, Xiao Yun wandered to a nearby shelf and casually pulled out a book titled The 5 Elements Enigmatic Formation. Noticing that it was not a martial technique, he felt no apprehension about mingling subjects and began to read with ease. Initially, his perusal was rather casual, lacking in earnestness. However, as his understanding of the 5 elements enigmatic formation deepened, Xiao Yun found himself increasingly captivated. He became so engrossed in the text that he failed to notice when Wenqing had finished selecting his martial technique and called out to him. Junior brother, I have chosen a martial technique for you. What do you think of this one? Chapter 15. The gentle water-shattering rock fist. Wenqing raised her hand, performing a martial technique from afar to greet Xiao Yun. To her surprise, she found him standing motionless, engrossed in a book. Frowning slightly, she glanced at the title on the bookshelf where Xiao Yun stood. Formation. This is troubling. Formations are notoriously intricate and profound, with even the words inscribed within possessing an enchanting allure. How could her junior disciple, with merely the cultivation of qi refinement, withstand such a challenge? Could it be that he has become entrapped by the formation's essence? Wenqing hurriedly approached Xiao Yun, softly calling out, Junior brother, junior brother. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, gentle as flowing water. She dared not raise her voice, fearing that if Xiao Yun's mind was ensnared, her abrupt intrusion might lead to his lifelong folly. Upon hearing her call, Xiao Yun closed the book and turned to Wenqing with a smile, asking, "Has my elder sister chosen something for me?" Wenqing, slightly furrowing her brow, inquired, "What are you reading? You seem so engrossed. Did you not hear me calling just now?" Xiao Yun shook the book titled The Five Elements Mysterious Formation in his hand, saying, "It's a fascinating volume on the five elements formation. I became so captivated that I lost track of time." He casually returned the five elements mysterious formation to the shelf and continued, "What martial technique has my sister selected for me?" Seeing that Xiao Yun was unharmed, Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reflection, she realized she had worried unnecessarily. Her junior disciple was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. How could he grasp the intricacies of formations? He could understand the meaning of individual characters, but surely the combination eluded him. "Here, this is the martial technique I chose for you. Have a look and see if it suits you. If not, I can find you something else," Wenqing said, handing him a blue-covered book inscribed with the title Gentle Water, Shattering Rock Fist. "Sounds impressive. Let me take a look." Xiao Yun replied as he began to flip through the pages. This was a water-based fist technique, harmonizing softness and strength, adept in both offense and defense. Indeed remarkable. "Elder sister, I'll take this one. I find it quite satisfactory," Xiao Yun declared with a smile. "Very well, strive to memorize all the content within the hour. I shall wander about, and when the time approaches, I will return to find you." Having come to the scripture pavilion, Wenqing did not wish to squander her spiritual stones, for this token had been purchased with such currency. "Understood, elder sister. You may go," Xiao Yun replied. After Wenqing departed, Xiao Yun began to study Gentle Water Shattering Rock Fist. Within less than a tea's time, he had committed all the techniques and principles to memory. Is that all? This is rather simplistic. The earlier five elements mysterious formation was far more intriguing. He returned Gentle Water Shattering Rock Fist to the shelf and picked up the five elements mysterious formation once again, resuming his perusal. After about half an hour, Xiao Yun closed the book. "Quite interesting. I shall experiment with it at Shao Bamboo Peak." Glancing at the time, he noted that there was still ample time remaining. He then retrieved another book titled Chain Formation and continued his examination. After a brief period, he returned the book to the shelf. The combination of this formation with the five elements illusion array may yield even more remarkable results. I wonder if there are any related texts. Just as Xiao Yun was about to search the bookshelf, Wenqing unexpectedly returned. "Junior brother, what are you looking for? Have you memorized the soft water shattering rock fist?" Xiao Yun replied with a faint smile, "I have memorized it, senior sister." "That's wonderful. Time is of the essence. I shall take you to test your current cultivation level. Afterward, we shall return to Xiaozhu Peak." "All right, senior sister." Xiao Yun cast a reluctant glance at the shelves filled with formations. The two made their way to the vicinity of the spirit testing stone outside the scripture pavilion. To their surprise, a crowd had gathered, buzzing with conversation. "I heard she just joined our Lingjian sect yesterday." "Indeed. Master Qin from Liang Peak must have invested heavily. What kind of miraculous elixir has created this prodigy? Do you think one can cultivate so swiftly solely through pills? She possesses an exceptional fire spirit root." Indeed, geniuses are truly exceptional. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Xiao Yun immediately realized they were speaking of one person, an exceptional fire spirit root, who joined the Lingjian sect yesterday, none other than Chu Hongyan. Following Wenqing, Xiao Yun pushed through the crowd and spotted Chu Hongyan, resplendent in her red attire, radiating even more charisma than the day before. A fiery lotus-shaped red mark had even appeared on her forehead. Beside her stood a dashing young man, handsome and graceful. Xiao Yun did not recognize him. But Wenqing's expression darkened upon seeing him. The last person she wanted to encounter at that moment was Yang Shuhao, the son of the chief of Qingmu Peak. With a broad smile, Yang Shuhao engaged in conversation with Chu Hongyan. "Sister Chu, the effects of this elixir are impressive, aren't they? In just one day, you have successfully ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. I've never consumed such a pill myself. I must say, Master Qin truly values you. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones this elixir is worth?" Chu Hongyan replied coolly, offering a slight nod. "My master treats me exceptionally well. The number of spirit stones spent is not something I need to concern myself with. How my master treats me, I will repay 100-fold in the future." "If Master Qin hears you say this, he will surely be delighted," Yang Shuhao said with a smirk. "Come, Sister Chu, I shall take you to select martial arts techniques. There is no need to trouble you, senior brother Yang. I can choose my techniques myself, said Chu Hongyan, turning to leave. Yang Xiuhao's expression darkened as he coldly retorted. Sister Chu, you must consider carefully. The elixirs you will use for cultivation in the future will all be provided by us at Qingmu Peak. Chu Hongyan paused momentarily and glanced sideways at Yang Xiuhao, saying, And so what? And so what? Rare medicinal materials are becoming increasingly scarce. These elixirs can sometimes be in short supply. Yang Xiuhao replied with a forced smile. S delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her countenance cold and silent. Suddenly, the token hanging at the waists of Xiao Yun and Wenqing flickered to life. Xiao Yun promptly inquired, Senior sister, the token just lit up for a moment. What does this signify? Wenqing elucidated. It indicates that our time remaining in the scripture pavilion is limited. If we wish to stay longer, we must supplement our spirit stones. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to take the test, so we can return to Shaozhu Peak as soon as possible. Xiao Yun declared, pushing through the crowd, exclaiming, Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Wenqing attempted to call out to Xiao Yun, but it was too late. Yang Xiuhao had already noticed them. Upon seeing Wenqing, Yang Xiuhao was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated encountering her here. However, upon noticing Xiao Yun beside her, he quickly realized their purpose. They had come to select martial skills for their junior disciple. A cold sneer formed within Yang Xiuhao's heart. Humph, a mere mixed spiritual root, daring to choose martial techniques. Yet, his expression betrayed none of his disdain, as a smile graced his face. Oh, is this not junior sister Wenqing? What brings you to the scripture pavilion? Upon hearing Yang Xiuhao's greeting, Xiao Yun was momentarily startled and turned to her sister, asking, Senior sister, is he someone you know? Wenqing frowned, replying, a bothersome pest. We need not pay him any heed. From the expression on Wenqing's face, Xiao Yun discerned that this individual was far from being a friend to her sister, and it was likely they were adversaries. An enemy of my senior sister is an enemy of ours. Chapter 16. A good dog does not block the way. Xiao Yun's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he continued to stride forward. Upon reaching Yang Xiuhao, he finally spoke, Make way, make way. A good dog does not obstruct the path. Yang Xiuhao's countenance shifted at these words, and he retorted angrily. What did you say? Do you not possess ears? Did you fail to hear me? Must I repeat myself? Xiao Yun gazed at Yang Xiuhao with a look of bewilderment. Are you seeking death? Yang Xiuhao, accustomed to being treated like a star on Qingmu Peak, found it unprecedented for anyone to address him in such a manner. He immediately raised his hand, intending to strike Xiao Yun. Wenqing interjected sharply, Senior brother Yang, do you wish to bully the weak? If my master learns of this, the consequences will be beyond your reckoning. Yang Xiuhao's hand awkwardly hovered in the air. While he was unafraid of engaging in a physical confrontation with Wenqing, the mention of her master, Yan Xingwei, gave him pause. Yan Xingwei was a figure who showed no deference even to the sect leader. Yang Xiuhao did not believe that his father held more authority than the sect leader. Recognizing that brute force would not suffice, he opted for a more reasoned approach. Wenqing, did you hear what I just said? I am merely administering a lesson on behalf of Master Yan, to prevent him from bringing disgrace upon you of the Little Bamboo Peak in the future. Wenqing coldly replied, The disciples of Little Bamboo Peak will be disciplined by my master. We do not require intervention from the disciples of Qingmu Peak. Or do you claim that the disciples of Qingmu Peak now have the authority to discipline those of Little Bamboo Peak? Of course, that was not my intention. Do not misinterpret my words, junior sister. Yang Xiuhao's expression hardened, and he continued, With so many junior brothers and sisters present as witnesses, I stand here unprovoked. Yet he emerges to insult me. As his senior, am I not entitled to teach him a lesson? Yang Xiuhao's argument was logical, leaving Wenqing momentarily at a loss for a counter. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Xiuhao was indeed a senior, and Xiao Yun's insult was undeniably inappropriate. Seeing that Wenqing was rendered speechless, Yang Xiuhao raised his hand, ready to strike. Xiao Yun quickly interjected, Wait, I did not insult you. Did I specify your name? I do not even know what you are called. I merely stated that a good dog does not block the road. Why must you take it personally? Are you still trying to wriggle out of this? That's adding insult to injury. Yang Xiuhao declared, as his palm flew towards Xiao Yun's cheek. Wenqing, momentarily taken aback, realized too late to intervene. However, Xiao Yun would not simply stand idle and accept the blow. As the slap neared his face, a technique from the gentle water-shattering rock fist flashed through his mind. Instinctively, he executed the move. A wave of fluid, gentle force emanated from Xiao Yun, and with a mere lift of his hand, he firmly caught Yang Shuhao's strike. Following this, Xiao Yun deftly grasped his wrist and, with a forceful tug, sent Yang Shuhao tumbling, his balance lost, as he was flung away by Xiao Yun's strength. In midair, Yang Shuhao executed a graceful somersault, landing elegantly on the ground. Yet, no matter how stylish his maneuver, being cast aside by Xiao Yun was a considerable blow to his pride. As a true disciple of Qingmu Peak, he found himself bested by a mere novice with a mixed spiritual root, resulting in him being unceremoniously flung away. Even though he had managed a flawless 360-degree rotation and a backflip of 3.5 rotations, an impressive feat, it could not conceal the undeniable truth that he had been thrown by an entry-level disciple. Xiao Yun, somewhat astonished, gazed at his own hands, realizing the prowess of the soft water-shattering rock fist. It bore a resemblance to Tai Chi from Earth, both employing soft techniques to overcome strength. However, the soft water-shattering rock fist included even more vigorous moves than Tai Chi. Having successfully landed a hit, Xiao Yun, brimming with pride, remarked, "Dear senior brother, the world is so wondrous, yet you are so irascible. This is quite unbecoming." The onlookers from the Lingjian sect struggled to suppress their laughter at Xiao Yun's words, their faces flushed with the effort. Meanwhile, Wenqing could no longer contain her amusement. Feeling a significant portion of her grievances from yesterday's teasing by Yang Shuhao dissipate. Stepping forward to shield Xiao Yun, Wenqing addressed Yang Shuhao, saying, "Senior brother Yang, my junior has only recently joined Xiaozhu Peak, and his mischievous nature leads him to disregard propriety. I will ensure that our master properly instructs him upon our return, so you need not concern yourself with his affairs. You have already unleashed your hand and vented your anger. If you still feel unsatisfied and wish to spar further, allow me, your junior sister Wenqing, to learn from your esteemed skills." Yang Shuhao seethed inwardly at his own carelessness. Underestimating his opponent due to Xiao Yun's mixed spiritual roots, he had merely intended to deliver a light reprimand. To his dismay, he found himself flung away instead. To be outsmarted by a mere fledgling was an affront he could hardly endure. With so many witnesses present, having failed to subdue Xiao Yun with his initial strike, he felt no inclination to attempt a second one. Engaging in a confrontation with Wenqing could lead to significant embarrassment. Winning would be one thing, but losing would be utterly humiliating. Even if he were victorious, should anything happen to Wenqing, his master, Yan Qinghui, would undoubtedly hold him accountable upon their return. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang Shuhao suppressed his indignation and resolved on a course of action. He sneered, "I merely intended to intimidate this junior brother." Yet he dared to retaliate. How amusing. Truly, a worthy disciple of Xiaozhu Peak. This matter will not end here. I shall report this incident to the esteemed master. I am eager to see how Master Yin will defend you all. Wenqing's expression shifted abruptly, taken aback by Yang Shuhao's audacity to twist the narrative. As a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, even a casual strike from him possessed immense force. If Xiao Yun, being a novice, had been struck solidly, he would likely find himself bettered in for 10 days or more. Yet, after failing to land a blow, Yang Shuhao had the audacity to voice such accusations. His shamelessness knew no bounds. Yang Shuhao's reputation in Wenqing's heart plummeted once again. Naturally, Wenqing was unwilling to acknowledge that Yang Shuhao had cast this aspersion upon her and had no desire to embroil her master, Yan Qinghui, in any trouble. She promptly retorted, "Is it not beneath your dignity, brother Yang, to speak in such a manner? You should know the truth better than anyone. To distort the facts in such a way, are you not afraid of ridicule from our fellow disciples?" Yang Shuhao sneered, "Am I the one distorting the truth? Sister one, the eyes of all present are quite discerning. I did not inflict even a scratch on this junior disciple. Rather, I was the one cast aside. Is that not a fact? Do you truly believe that I, with my golden core cultivation, could be so easily dismissed by a newly initiated disciple? And a disciple at that, who possesses merely a mixed spirit root. If I had not been entirely unprepared and had no intention of harming him, how could I have fallen for his trick?" Upon hearing Yang Shuhao's words, the crowd nodded in agreement, thinking to themselves, "Indeed, Brother Yang is one of the four prodigies of the Lingjian sect, if he truly wished to avoid causing harm. How could a disciple with a mixed spirit root possibly throw him aside? Chapter 17. Would you care to test my green bamboo sword? Brother Yang initially intended merely to intimidate you, yet you have shown such disrespect towards him. Shouldn't you promptly apologize? Indeed, we disciples of the Lingjian sect uphold the values of respecting our teachers and honoring the path. Even if Brother Yang were to discipline you, it would be due to your own transgressions. How could you dare to strike him? I have long heard that a new disciple with mixed spiritual roots has recently joined Shaozhu Peak. It must be you. Poor aptitude is one matter, but your brazen behavior is utterly unacceptable. How can such a person be deemed worthy of being a disciple of our esteemed sect? If other sects were to learn of this, they would surely mock us for lacking worthy disciples. So it is true, he is the newly admitted one with mixed roots. How could our Lingjian sect accept such a disciple? Truly, this is outrageous. Brother Yang's ability to teach him a lesson is a stroke of fortune. How dare he retaliate against him, completely lacking in discernment? The crowd murmured incessantly, all eyes turning towards Xiao Yun. Wen Qing's face flushed with anxiety. She was never one for arguments. At this moment, as everyone criticized Xiao Yun, she wished to defend him but was at a loss for words. All she desired was to whisk Xiao Yun away from this place, not wanting him to hear such slander. Grasping Xiao Yun's wrist, she urged, "Junior brother, let us depart. We need not concern ourselves with them. When Master returns, he will support us." Xiao Yun gently pressed her hand down and replied, "Senior sister, we are still present. They are brazenly distorting the truth. If we simply walk away, they may fabricate even more malicious tales." Upon reflection, Wen Qing agreed. If they left like that, it would imply that their accusations were valid. "Then what do you propose we do?" she inquired softly. "Senior sister, did you not claim to be a formidable practitioner within the Lingjian sect? Why not teach this fellow a lesson?" Wen Qing could not suppress her exasperation. Rolling her eyes at her junior brother, who she thought might suggest a reasonable solution, only to be met with the absurdity of inciting her to violence. "Junior brother, what a ludicrous idea. Setting aside whether I could indeed best Brother Yang, do you expect me to chastise every disciple present?" Xiao Yun chuckled, "Senior sister, do not take my words to heart. I was merely jesting." He surveyed the crowd, his gaze eventually settling on Yang Xiuhao. This fellow appeared rather pretentious. It was surprising that even senior sister lacked confidence against him. Clearly, the ability to withstand his previous strike was sheer luck. Xiao Yun slowly spoke, "Brother Yang, you repeatedly assert that your earlier strike was merely intended to frighten me, without any genuine intent. Yet, my arms still tingle from the impact. Had I not exerted all my strength to defend myself, that blow to my face might have marred my handsome visage." Wen Qing was beside herself with worry, astonished that Xiao Yun could still jest at such a moment. Yang Xiuhao scoffed, "You, a disciple with mixed spiritual roots, have only just joined our Lingjian sect. Have you even completed the process of channeling energy into your body? Can you even sense the spiritual energy? Had it not been for my unintentional hurt, do you really think you could cast me aside?" As Yang Xiuhao uttered these words, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Indeed, he was merely a mixed spirit root. Even a casual slap from him would not be something the other could withstand. How could it be that he was the one cast away? Reflecting on the recent skirmish, his strike had felt akin to a hand striking a surging river, with the force redirected elsewhere. Rather than being flung away by Xiao Yun, it was more accurate to say he had been propelled by his own power. This lad must have learned some techniques of using force against force. It was merely his momentary lapse in vigilance that had led to his predicament. Should such a scenario arise again, he would undoubtedly avoid a similar outcome. Yang Xiuhao silently analyzed the situation, growing increasingly convinced of his reasoning. Xiao Yun chuckled, "Brother Yang, from your words, do you harbor disdain for my mixed spirit root?" Yang Xiuhao let out a cold smile, offering no reply, tacitly acknowledging the sentiment. Present were not only Yang Xiuhao and Wen Qing, who among them would regard him, a mixed spirit root, with any respect? What further nonsense was there to speak? Quickly bow your head and apologize to Brother Yang, seeking his forgiveness. Otherwise, this matter will be reported to the sect leader. And even Elder Yin would be unable to shield you. Indeed, what right does a mixed spirit root have to believe they could withstand a blow from Brother Yang? Spare us the embarrassment. Accepting a mixed spirit root as a local disciple in our Lingjian sect would only invite ridicule from other sections. It was said that the heads of various peaks deemed him unworthy even to serve as a menial disciple, intending to expel him from the mountain. But in the end, the sect leader, seeing the dearth of personnel at Shaozhu Peak, assigned him there. Although Yang Shuhao was a true scoundrel, his father was the esteemed elder of Qingmu Peak, and thus the disciples from various peaks afforded him some measure of respect. Moreover, he was quite the hypocrite, often presenting himself as a modest gentleman, and he enjoyed a relatively favorable reputation within the Lingjian sect. Xiao Yun, having just arrived and being a mixed spirit root without a formidable background, naturally found the crowd siding with Yang Shuhao. When Qing, witnessing the cacophony of disparagement directed at Xiao Yun, could no longer endure, she stepped forward, her voice icy. Silence. When did the disciples of Shaozhu Peak become subject to your judgment? With that, she summoned a green bamboo sword into her grasp. What of my junior brother being a mixed spirit root? What concern is it of yours? What spirit roots do you possess? Is your cultivation speed so remarkable? Whoever believes themselves superior, step forth and challenge me. As her words resonated, the crowd fell into a profound silence. The assembled disciples lowered their heads in unison. None dared to engage in a contest with Wenqing, nor did they possess the strength to do so. Wenqing was one of the 4 foremost disciples in the Lingjian sect, and only 3 could match her prowess among those beneath the elders. Furthermore, Wenqing was not only beautiful but kind-hearted, treating others with warmth. Her reputation within the Lingjian sect was impeccable, making her the goddess in the hearts of many young male disciples. Upon observing that Wenqing was enraged, the assembly fell into a hushed silence. She cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, and upon confirming that no one dared to speak, she sheathed her bamboo sword. Dear junior brothers and sisters, heed my words. When ignorance clouds the truth, it is prudent to refrain from reckless speech. A disciple from the Liang Peak, enamored by Wenqing, quickly interjected with a forced smile. Indeed, senior sister Wen is absolutely right. Our judgments were hasty. Another disciple from the Qingmu Peak scoffed. Senior sister Wen, we understand your concern for this junior brother, but the events unfolded right before our eyes. We all witnessed it firsthand. This junior brother possesses an inferior spiritual root. Does that mean he is beyond reproach? If it were not for senior brother Yang's leniency, how could he have dared to cast him aside? The fact remains that he attacked senior brother Yang, and even if you wish to shield him, we cannot simply turn a blind eye to the truth because of your words. Wenqing's expression darkened, and she raised her bamboo sword once more. What is it? Do you wish to test the metal of my green bamboo sword? Such unreasonable behavior was uncharacteristic for Wenqing. She resorted to it only when left with no alternative. The Qingmu Peak disciple hastily waved his hands. Senior sister Wen, you jest. How could I dare to challenge you? At that moment, Yang Shuhao interjected with a cold snort. Senior sister Wen, if you seek a sparring partner, I am more than willing. There is no need to intimidate these ordinary disciples. Wenqing raised an eyebrow, her voice icy. Senior brother Yang wishes to engage me in combat? Seeing senior sister Wen wield her strength to bully others is something I, as a senior brother, cannot overlook. Yang Shuhao proclaimed with righteous indignation. Chapter 18. Dare to take my punch. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever used force to bully anyone? Wenqing trembled with anger. She wasn't afraid to spar with Yang Shuhao, but the weight of such an accusation was something she could hardly bear. Wasn't that precisely what had just occurred? Yang Shuhao smiled smugly at the flustered Wenqing. Senior brother Yang, if you wish to spar with me, I shall accept without reservation. There is no need to resort to such baseless allegations to tarnish my reputation. The more anxious Wenqing became, the more pleased Yang Shuhao appeared. He replied leisurely, junior sister, whatever you say is fine. If a fight is to ensue, why concern ourselves with such trivial justifications? Wenqing's chest heaved with indignation. It seemed words alone would not suffice, and she would have to resort to action. Senior brother Yang, I shall await you at the arena. With her green bamboo sword in hand, she stormed out. Xiao Yun hurriedly grasped her arm. Senior sister, what are you doing? Is it necessary for you to confront someone like him physically? Let me handle it. Are you foolish, junior brother? Senior brother Yang's cultivation is no less than mine. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him, and you are merely at the early stage of qi refinement. How could you possibly stand a chance? Rest assured, today I will not allow them to bully you. Xiao Yun quickly clarified. No, senior sister, this is such a trivial matter. Why escalate it to a fight? Do not act impulsively. Are you not enraged by their words? Wen Qing looked at Xiao Yun incredulously. Of course, I am angry. But what good does that do? I am, after all, of mixed spiritual roots. They speak the truth, she replied dismissively. And so what if I have mixed roots? Your cultivation speed. Xiao Yun hastily interrupted. Senior sister, please refrain from discussing this. Allow me to handle the situation while you observe. Seeing Xiao Yun's insistence, particularly as the matter originated from him, Wen Qing relented. Very well, junior brother. How do you intend to address this issue? Leave it to me, senior sister. Just watch. With those words, Xiao Yun stepped forward, standing before Yang Shuhao. Senior brother Yang, this was merely a trivial incident. Why make such a fuss? I merely remarked that a good dog does not block the road. And you took offense. Then you sought to physically reprimand me. In self-defense, I was compelled to retaliate, resulting in your fall. You lost face. And now you incite others against me. Is that not the crux of the matter? How did this escalate to my senior sister using force to oppress you? Yang Shuhao's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, You are talking nonsense. It was you who insulted me first and struck afterward. My fellow disciples only spoke a few words. And yet you, Wen Qing junior sister, were ready to resort to violence. The truth is evident, and you need not waste your breath in futile argumentation. Everyone can see clearly. Xiao Yun shook his head and sighed. Let it be, let it be. We are both entrenched in our positions, unable to convince the other. How about this? You believe that I, with my mixed spiritual roots, lack the ability to throw you out. Dare you to stand still and allow me to strike you? If you emerge unscathed, I shall concede that the fault lies with me, and you may dictate the terms as you wish. Should I succeed in overcoming you? Or if you suffer injury, let this matter be forgotten, and let no one speak of today as events. Do you dare to accept? Yang Shuhao could not suppress a series of mocking laughs. Arrogance. You, a mere novice with a mixed spiritual root, cannot even inflict a scratch upon me. Even if I stood idle for an entire day and night while you struck me, you would not be able to harm me in the slightest. And to think that even your senior sister, Wen Qing, unarmed, could not breach my defenses. Xiao Yun was taken aback. What? Is this fellow truly so formidable? Not even my senior sister could penetrate his defenses? How reckless of me. With a slight smile, Xiao Yun continued. I am well aware of your formidable prowess, Senior Yang. As a novice with a mixed spiritual root, I surely cannot contend with you. What I propose is this. Do not employ your techniques. Merely rely on your physical strength to endure my strike. Do you dare? Yang Shuhao frowned slightly, pondering the intentions of this fellow. Even without employing any techniques, my physical body possesses the strength of a perfected body cultivator. A mere chi refinement stage cultivator would be incapable of inflicting harm upon me, let alone him. Even the illustrious Chu Hongyan could not harm me. Could it be that this fellow has some cunning scheme? Yet, what trickery could a mixed spiritual root possess? He cannot wield treasures nor cast spells. Even if he has drawn chi into his body, he would still be unable to inflict harm upon me. The ignorance of this mixed spiritual root regarding strength is truly laughable. Seeing Yang Shuhao hesitate, Xiao Yun quickly inquired, What troubles you, Senior Yang? Surely, you are not unable to withstand a punch from a mere mixed spiritual root. If that is indeed the case, it would be quite normal for me to send you flying. Spare me the deceptive words of merely trying to intimidate me. Yang Shuhao scoffed coldly, regarding Xiao Yun with disdain. A mere mixed spiritual root cannot possibly conjure any tricks. Let it be known, if I withstand your punch, you shall kneel and circle the scripture's pavilion 3 times, barking like a dog 300 times. If you can endure my strike, you may dictate the terms. Xiao Yun replied with a grin. This is your own stipulation. I have not coerced you. Yang Shuhao retorted coldly. I stand by my words. And my fellow seniors can attest to it. Very well, I shall endure this punch. Yang Shuhao declared, stepping forward and puffing out his chest before Xiao Yun. He lightly struck his fist against his chest and said, Come. Xiao Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to himself, This fellow has indeed fallen for my ruse. Believing me to be a mere mixed spiritual root? If this punch does not leave you in disarray, I shall consider it a clean feat. After a night of rigorous cultivation, Xiao Yun could distinctly sense that his body had grown significantly stronger. Although uncertain of the exact extent of his newfound strength, he felt a sensation that it was at least 10-fold greater than when he had lifted the colossal stone yesterday, with a force of 6,000 pounds. Could one not send Yang Shuhao reeling? Even if one could not obliterate him, A mere retreat would strip him of any dignity to continue the engagement. Wenqing furrowed her brow and approached Xiao Yun, whispering, "Junior brother, your recklessness is unfathomable. Is this truly your strategy?" Xiao Yun chuckled, brandishing his fist. "Sister, watch as I avenge you." "Avenge me? You shall only bring humiliation upon yourself." Brother Yang's cultivation at the golden core stage means that even without employing his techniques, his physical resilience is beyond your capacity to effect. Do you truly believe your strength is formidable? You are utterly oblivious to the significance of the golden core realm. Alas, it is my fault for not enlightening you in this regard. Heed my counsel, do not throw that punch. Allow me to handle this matter. Observing Xiao Yun's hesitation to engage, Yang Shuhao could not help but interject, "Are we to fight or not? If not, simply concede and hastily circle the scripture pavilion a few times, barking like a dog to entertain the onlookers." Chapter 19. A punch and spitting blood. The surrounding disciples of the Lingjian sect, who had gathered to watch the spectacle, chimed in unison. "Indeed, are we still fighting? My time in the scripture pavilion is almost up." One scoffed, "I doubt he dares to strike. A mere mixed spirit root thinks he can injure senior brother Yang? It's utterly laughable." Another added, "Isn't it obvious? Do you think we're waiting to see him harm senior brother Yang? I'm merely anticipating his imitation of a barking dog." The crowd resumed their animated chatter. Xiao Yun turned to Wenqing with a subtle smile and remarked, "Sister, I've already spoken my mind. Even if I don't throw this punch, they won't let me off the hook." He continued, "Rather than that, why not let me give it a try?" Wenqing sighed heavily. What to do? Very well, I shall seek out the sect master to plead for you. I cannot allow you to suffer public humiliation." Xiao Yun, touched, replied with a grin, "Thank you, sister. However, I may not necessarily lose." Wenqing shook her head and stepped back. While others may not grasp the disparity between the golden core and qi refinement stages, she certainly did. In her eyes, there was no chance for Xiao Yun to emerge victorious. Nevertheless, she considered that perhaps this experience would serve to humble his proud spirit. Within the Lingjian sect, no matter the conflicts, there was no threat to life. Should he continue with this reckless demeanor outside, her junior brother would inevitably meet a dire fate. Wenqing had already resolved to accompany Xiao Yun to plead with the sect master after his loss. Under no circumstances could she allow him to bark like a dog in the scripture pavilion. How could he uphold his dignity thereafter? Xiao Yun shook his head, loosened his arms, and smiled at Yang Shuhao, saying, "Senior brother Yang, I am about to strike. Should you sustain an injury, do not blame me for being ruthless." Yang Shuhao snorted coldly, thinking to himself, "You believe this mixed spirit root can injure me? Go ahead, just spare me the nonsense." "Very well, I shall not hold back." Xiao Yun appeared nonchalant, but was mentally prepared. He clenched his fists, unleashing the technique of the soft water-shattering rock fist. A surge of immense water spiritual energy coursed through his body, ultimately converging in his fists. "Here comes the punch," Xiao Yun shouted, launching his fist forward. The disciples of the Lingjian sect, observing from behind Yang Shuhao, felt a fierce gust of wind strike their faces painfully. Initially, Yang Shuhao had dismissed Xiao Yun entirely. However, as Xiao Yun's fist flew forth, bearing a subtle ripple of water's spiritual energy, Yang Shuhao realized the gravity of the situation. This blow could not be withstood solely by physical strength. He immediately attempted to circulate his cultivation technique to defend himself, but then recalled the wager he had made with Xiao Yun. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xiao Yun's fist had already reached him. With a dull thud, Xiao Yun's punch connected squarely with Yang Shuhao's abdomen. Yang Shuhao stood frozen in place. The surrounding Lingjian sect disciples erupted into uproarious laughter. This mixed spirit root truly overestimates himself. Senior brother Yang hasn't even flinched. Isn't that redundant? Do you truly believe he can still contend with senior brother Yang? Can he already hear the dogs barking? Not only can he hear the dogs, but he must also crawl 3 laps around the scripture pavilion. Wenqing's expression changed dramatically as she immediately rushed to Xiao Yun's side, taking his hand gently and reassuringly saying, "Junior brother, do not fear. I am here." Xiao Yun, too, was taken aback. Goodness, is this fellow so resilient? He sustained a full-force punch from me and appears utterly unscathed. Am I too weak? Or is the golden core realm too formidable? Just as the crowd clamored for Xiao Yun to prostrate himself and bark like a dog, the bluestone bricks beneath Yang Shuhao emitted a series of cracking sounds. In an instant, the bricks radiated outward in a web-like pattern from where Yang Shuhao stood. The The surrounding crowd fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on Yang Shuhao. Yang Shuhao's complexion turned pale, and suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had exerted every ounce of strength to suppress his injuries, but ultimately, he could no longer contain it. After expelling the blood, Yang Shuhao realized he could no longer maintain the Fade and chose to abandon it, activating the longevity art. A faint green glow enveloped him, and within a few breaths, the internal injuries inflicted by Xiao Yun had healed. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Senior brother Yang had been struck and spat blood by a mere miscellaneous spirit root. This was inconceivable. How could such a thing transpire? What right did a miscellaneous spirit root have to injure a golden core cultivator? Was he truly just a miscellaneous spirit root? Everyone struggled to comprehend the situation. Even Yang Shuhao himself was baffled. Seeing Yang Shuhao cough blood, Xiao Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness, that startled me. I genuinely thought this fellow was invulnerable. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and said, Senior brother Yang, since you've spat blood, there's no need to act cool. Quickly find a place to lie down and rest properly. Let today's events be forgotten. Yang Shuhao's expression fluctuated between green and white. Today, he had stumbled twice against this miscellaneous spirit root. This humiliation was insufferable. How could a mere miscellaneous spirit root injure him? No matter how he pondered, Yang Shuhao could not fathom how Xiao Yun possessed such strength. Meanwhile, Wen Qing was in high spirits, reveling in the fact that Yang Shuhao had been injured by her junior brother. The resentment she had harbored was finally released. Let Yang Shuhao look down on her junior brother. Now he had truly embarrassed himself. A prominent disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, one of the 4 great disciples, had been struck and spat blood by a newly initiated disciple. How would Yang Shuhao ever show his face again? As Yang Shuhao observed Wen Qing laughing joyfully beside him, a sudden thought struck him. Yesterday, Wen Qing had purchased 5 Foundation Establishment pills from Qingshan Peak. Could it be that this fellow had harnessed the energy from the Foundation Establishment pills to deliver that punch? Yang Shuhao inhaled deeply, detecting the unmistakable fragrance of a Foundation Establishment pill emanating from Xiao Yun's embrace. He instantly grasped the situation. This clever lad has relied on the potency of the elixir to best me. No wonder that punch bore the might of the Foundation Establishment stage. With a cold smirk, Yang Shuhao remarked, Junior sister Wenqing, it appears that those 5 Foundation Establishment pills sold to you were rather inexpensive. Are they intended for such waste? Wenqing furrowed her brow and retorted, What are you talking about? The Foundation Establishment pills were purchased with my spirit stones. How I utilize them is my prerogative and none of your concern. She assumed Yang Shuhao was accusing her of carelessly giving the pills to Xiao Yun. With a chilling smile, Yang Shuhao suddenly gestured toward Xiao Yun. A golden pill soared from Xiao Yun's possession, landing directly in Yang Shuhao's grasp. This was the very pill that Wenqing had provided to Xiao Yun yesterday, believing he had exhausted his vitality while lifting stones and needed nourishment. Xiao Yun had not consumed it, nor had Wenqing reclaimed it, so he had kept it on his person. Unexpectedly, Yang Shuhao seized the Foundation Establishment pill with a mere flick of his hand. Xiao Yun, incensed, shouted, Brother Yang, what is the meaning of this? Return the elixir to me. Yang Shuhao held the Foundation Establishment pill aloft and declared loudly, Look here, fellow disciples, what do we have? Chapter 20, Senior Sister. Do not restrain me, it is indeed a Foundation Establishment pill. A disciple from Qingmu Peak immediately recognized the elixir. Yang Shuhao nodded in affirmation, Indeed, it is the Foundation Establishment pill. That individual just now consumed it, harnessing its potent essence to launch a surprise attack upon me, which resulted in my injury. I had wondered how a mere mixed spirit root could possess such formidable strength at the Foundation Establishment stage. It appears he resorted to deceit. The disciples of the Lingjian sect, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder that lad managed to make senior brother Yang spit blood. It was all due to his underhanded tactics. How despicable. He relied on the immense power of the Foundation Establishment pill to inflict harm on senior brother Yang. This young man possesses quite a wicked heart. Had it not been for senior brother Yang's formidable cultivation, that blow could have rendered an ordinary person incapacitated. Xiao Yun was thoroughly amused by Yang Shuhao's vivid imagination. What sort of thought process led him to concoct such an excuse? Pray tell, what is your issue? Are you unable to accept defeat? Xiao Yun inquired. Is it I who cannot accept defeat, or is it you? Relying on the power of a pill to secure victory, truly characteristic of you from Bamboo Peak, Yang Shuhao retorted, exerting a slight pressure on his fingers, instantly reducing the Foundation establishment pill to mere powder. Even if I destroy this pill, I shall not allow it to be used for nefarious purposes, Yang Shuhao declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Upon witnessing the destruction of the pill, Xiao Yun erupted in fury. What madness is this? That was a Foundation establishment pill purchased for me by senior sister Hua with her precious spirit stones. He not only snatched it away but also destroyed it. His anger surged to a boiling point. What do you mean? Yang Shuhao furrowed his brow, perplexed. Although he did not comprehend Xiao Yun's words, he sensed they were far from complimentary. Xiao Yun glared at Yang Shuhao, his voice laced with anger. You shall decipher that meaning at your leisure. Senior sister, do not restrain me. This scoundrel dared to destroy the precious pill you gifted me. I shall confront him. Wen Qing wore a puzzled expression. I am not restraining you. What are you talking about? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's intent to confront Yang Shuhao, she stepped forward to intercede. Junior brother, leave this matter to me. You stand aside. Yang Shuhao unjustly destroyed our pill, and if it escalates to the master's attention, the master will undoubtedly side with us. Yang Shuhao, eager to regain his dignity after stumbling twice, saw Wen Qing's readiness to engage and found it to his liking. With a cold snort, he replied, Do you believe I would fear you? Xiao Yun sighed in relief, quietly standing behind Wen Qing to offer his support. Go for it, senior sister. Teach this scoundrel a lesson. Wen Qing brandished her bamboo sword, her voice resolute. Yang Shuhao, compensate me for the pill, otherwise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yang Shuhao, refusing to back down, brandished a dark green vine whip in his hand. Lack of courtesy? Such bold words. Senior sister, I shall see just how capable you are of being discourteous. Desire the pill? First, defeat the ghostly vine whip in my grasp. Tensions mounted on both sides, and a confrontation seemed imminent. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed. Who is causing a disturbance in the scripture pavilion? Upon hearing this voice, the onlookers trembled in fear, hastily dispersing and feigning interest in martial arts texts. Following the sound, Xiao Yun beheld an elderly man with a white beard approaching slowly. Appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, he donned a simple gray training outfit and exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing him, Wen Qing promptly sheathed her bamboo sword, clasped her hands, and respectfully greeted, Disciple, Wen Qing pays her respects to martial uncle. Yang Shuhao quickly followed suit, withdrawing his rattan whip and bowing, saying, Disciple Yang Shuhao pays his respects to martial uncle. The elderly man surveyed the scene with piercing eyes, his gaze landing on the cracked blue bricks on the ground as he inquired in a stern tone, What transpired here? Yang Shuhao hurriedly stepped forward to explain. In response to martial uncle, it was a new disciple from Shaozhu Peak with a mixed spiritual root who, leveraging the potency of a foundational pill, ambushed me, resulting in the destruction of the bricks. Mixed spiritual root? The elderly man turned his gaze to Xiao Yun, asking, Is he referring to you? Unfamiliar with the elderly man's background, Xiao Yun noted the respect his senior sister showed him and quickly replied, in response to martial uncle, I am indeed the mixed spiritual root he mentioned, but the damage to the bricks cannot be solely attributed to me. Oh, then please elaborate, the elderly man prompted. Xiao Yun continued, There was a minor misunderstanding between Yang's senior brother and me. Subsequently, we made a wager. If he could withstand a punch from me, our grievances would be resolved. However, he could not withstand it and was injured, which led to the damage of the bricks. The elderly man shot a fierce glare at Yang Shuhao, scolding, Incompetent. You cannot even endure a single punch from a mixed spiritual root disciple. What kind of training did your father provide? Yang Shuhao quickly retorted, That was because he ambushed me using the foundational pill's power, and I was not employing any techniques, merely relying on my physical strength to defend myself. Before he could finish, the elderly man interrupted with a cold snort. Humph, a loss is a loss. Why make excuses? As the chief disciple of Qingmu Peak, losing to a mixed spiritual root disciple, yet finding justifications for it, your father must be embarrassed on your behalf. Although Yang Shuhao felt indignant, he could only grit his teeth and nod, saying, Martial uncle, your reprimand is warranted. I was indeed careless. The elderly man continued, Is this trivial matter worth a brawl in the scripture pavilion? When Qing interjected, Martial uncle, it is as follows. Yang senior brother. Feeling disgruntled after losing to Xiao junior brother, falsely accused him of winning through the use of a pill, forcibly seized the pill I had given to Xiao junior brother, and even destroyed it. I insisted on compensation, but Yang senior brother refused, which led to the altercation. The elderly man shot another glare at Yang Shuhao, asking, "Why destroy someone else's pill?" Upon hearing Wenqing's words, Yang Shuhao's expression drastically changed, realizing he had lost his justification. He quickly exclaimed, "Martial uncle, do not listen to her. The events did not transpire as she describes." Yang Shuhao reiterated his previous distorted account, ultimately explaining that it was due to his disciple witnessing junior sister Wenqing indulging their junior brother in the reckless squandering of elixirs. And instead of putting a stop to it, she allowed him to act with impunity that prompted his intervention. "That is not the case, martial uncle," Wenqing interjected, providing a thorough explanation from her perspective to the white-bearded elder. The elder listened in silence, and upon concluding her narrative, he turned his composed gaze toward Xiao Yun. "Step forward," he commanded. Seeing that his senior sister stood obediently, Xiao Yun felt compelled to comply with the elder's directive and approached him without hesitation. The elder grasped Xiao Yun's wrist, channeling a robust earth spiritual force into his body. After a moment of examination, a look of bewilderment crossed the elder's face. Releasing Xiao Yun, he pointed to the nearby spirit testing stone and declared, "Strike the spirit stone with all your might. If you can reach the 7th level of qi refinement or above, I shall take responsibility for today's matter." Xiao Yun nodded in response, understood. Wenqing's expression shifted dramatically. Junior brother Xiao has only practiced for a day. How could he possibly attain the 7th level of qi refinement? She thought to herself, martial uncle has always been fair. How could he side with senior brother Yang today? Yang Shuhao smirked slightly, a cold laughter echoing in his heart. The 7th level of qi refinement? Without the aid of foundational elixirs, achieving even the 2nd level would be miraculous. It seemed that martial uncle was deliberately favoring him, perhaps out of respect for his father. Chapter 21. Foundation establishment. Although the disciples of the Lingjian sect had dispersed, they remained within earshot, eagerly listening to the unfolding events. Upon hearing Master Wu declare that Xiao Yun had attained the 7th level of qi refinement, a wave of perplexity washed over them. The usually fair-minded Master Wu seemed to show favoritism towards Brother Yang, suggesting that the strength of the Qingmu peak had significantly increased, to the point that even Master Wu had been swayed. It would be prudent to cultivate good relations with the disciples of Qingmu Peak henceforth. To announce that a disciple with a mixed spiritual root could achieve the 7th level of qi refinement was tantamount to setting an insurmountable challenge. How could a disciple with a mixed spiritual root possibly reach such a level? Typically, a mixed spiritual root cultivator would only ascend to the 4th level of qi refinement at most. Not only that, but even their own low-grade spiritual root cultivators would need several years to reach the 7th level. Xiao Yun had only joined the Lingjian sect for a single day. There was no conceivable way he could demonstrate the prowess of a 7th level qi refinement practitioner. Even the most promising newcomer, Chu Hongyan, had only reached the 5th level after consuming a premium elixir. Chu Hongyan, who had not strayed far, furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yun with skepticism. 7th level of qi refinement. How could that be possible? Approaching the spirit testing stone, Xiao Yun found the process straightforward. The stone, capable of absorbing spiritual energy, was inscribed with a measurement array. For cultivators below the transformation stage, a full-force strike aimed at the stone would yield an accurate assessment of their current realm. The stone emitted a green light for qi refinement, purple for foundation establishment, yellow for golden core, and red for nascent soul. The stone bore markings from 1 to 9. The light reaching the corresponding mark would confirm the cultivator's current level. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun struck the spirit testing stone with unwavering determination. It felt as though his fist had collided with a cloud, as all his strength was absorbed by the stone. Then, the stone erupted in a brilliant green light, beginning its ascent from the 5th level of qi refinement. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the onlookers as they witnessed the light rise from the 5th level. How could this be? How could a disciple with a mixed spiritual root possibly attain the 5th level? Before they could collect their astonished expressions, the dazzling green light surged forth. 6th level, 7th level. Could he truly reach the 7th level? Why was he so formidable? Chu Hongyan's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. With her premium fire spiritual root and the exceptional elixirs prepared by her master, she had barely reached the 5th level. How could this mixed spiritual root disciple achieve the 7th level? The pale green light did not cease at the 7th level. It continued its ascent. 8th level. The rate of the green light's rise began to slow, yet it persisted in its expansion. 9th level. He had actually attained the 9th level of qi refinement? Was he truly a disciple with a mixed spiritual root? Yang Xiuhao felt as though all hope had evaporated. Had it not been for the words of his father regarding the peculiar spirit root of Zai's Hufeng, he would scarcely have believed that a spirit root of such a nature could possess the prowess of the 9th layer of qi refinement. No, this cannot be true. He must have resorted to deceit. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow slightly. The 9th layer, you say? He had inexplicably ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement overnight. Such a pace of cultivation is astonishingly swift. Yet, why does he persistently feel that his physical form has not yet attained perfection? Just as Xiaoyan assumed he had reached the 9th layer, the spirit testing stone shifted from a verdant glow to emit a faint purple light. Foundation establishment. His junior brother had actually achieved physical refinement and reached the realm of foundation establishment? This is inconceivable, were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes. Wen Qing could hardly believe the evidence before him. His junior brother had only cultivated for a single day. How could he possibly progress at such an extraordinary rate? This was more than 100-fold swifter than his own initial cultivation journey. Everyone present was left in a state of utter disbelief. Is this truly a peculiar spirit root? Could there have been a mistake? How could a spirit root of such nature break through the shackles of the 4th layer of qi refinement to achieve foundation establishment? Yang Xiuhao immediately shouted, "Martial uncle, he is cheating. A spirit root of such a nature cannot possibly possess foundation establishment capabilities. He must be using elixirs to deceive us." The elder with a white beard shot a disapproving glare at Yang Xiuhao and retorted, "I personally examined his body. Am I unaware of any residual medicinal power? Yet, he is a peculiar spirit root. How could he possibly possess foundation establishment? This is impossible." Yang Xiuhao exclaimed loudly, "What is impossible? In this world, there are countless rare and miraculous treasures. Why can't a peculiar spirit root attain foundation establishment? Do not belittle the practitioners of this world with your narrow-minded perspective. Let this incident serve as a lesson for you. Remember, never underestimate anyone in the future." The elder with the white beard then shifted the conversation. "Yang Xiuhao, do you happen to possess any elixirs?" Yang Xiuhao, unsure of the elder's intent, instinctively replied, "Yes. I have a bottle of enhancing essence pills that my father crafted for me." "Hand it over," the elder commanded coldly. Yang Xiuhao respectfully retrieved a porcelain vial from his treasure pouch and presented it. The elder opened the vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating those nearby and lifting their spirits. The elder then tossed a single pill to Xiaoyan, saying, "Take this. It shall serve as compensation for the elixir you lost." He subsequently returned the porcelain vial to Yang Xiuhao. Xiaoyan, overjoyed, quickly reached out to receive the enhancing essence pill, exclaiming, "Thank you, martial uncle." Yang Xiuhao's expression darkened considerably. This was an enhancing essence pill painstakingly crafted by his father, and there were only 3 in total. It was an item that could not even be purchased with spirit stones, and yet one had been taken to compensate a peculiar spirit root. How could he possibly accept this? He hurriedly interjected, "Martial uncle, I merely destroyed a foundation establishment pill, not an enhancing essence pill. If compensation is due, I shall provide him with a foundation establishment pill later. I implore you to reconsider and return my enhancing essence pill." The elderly man with a white beard furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "If I were to slay you, would that merely suffice as compensation by tossing a random golden elixir disciple to your father? How can such matters be equated?" Yang Xiuhao's face bore a look of shock. "What? Are you attempting to instruct me?" The old man retorted icily. "I dare not." Yang Xiuhao quickly bowed his head and clasped his hands in apology. The old man snorted coldly and continued, "This matter shall henceforth be laid to rest. Neither party is permitted to mention it again. Should there be further conflict arising from this incident, it will be dealt with according to the regulations of the Spirit Sword sect." "Yes, disciple obeys." Wen Qing immediately responded with a bow. Xiaoyan followed suit, mimicking her actions. Although Yang Xiuhao felt a deep-seated indignation, grinding his teeth in frustration, he could only lower his head and clasp his fists, saying, "Disciple obeys." The old man nodded and declared, Listen well. Today's events must not be publicized. It is a minor matter to lose face for your senior brother Yang, but it would greatly tarnish the reputation of our spirit sword sect. Yang Shuhao, being one of the 4 prominent disciples, being bloodied by a mirror would not reflect well. The surrounding disciples promptly acknowledged his words. All right, disperse now, do not linger here. The old man then pointed at Wenqing and Xiao Yun, saying, You too. Your waste tokens have been overdue for a quarter of an hour. Go and replenish them with 100 spirit stones before you depart. Chapter 22. Economic Crisis, 100 Spirit Stones? When I first entered, it was merely 100 spirit stones for an hour. To owe just a quarter of an hour and be required to compensate 100? This scripture pavilion is rather unscrupulous, thought Xiao Yun to himself. However, Wenqing displayed no sign of discontent and promptly replied, Yes. After the white-bearded elder turned away, Wenqing finally exhaled in relief. The other disciples of the Spirit Sword sect did not dare to linger any longer and dispersed hastily. Yang Shuhao shot a fierce glare at Wenqing and Xiao Yun before departing in silence, his demeanor dark as a stormy sky. Once everyone had left, Wenqing joyfully approached Xiao Yun. Junior brother, you must safeguard that yuan supplement pill. It is an invaluable treasure for augmenting one's primordial spirit. When you reach the golden core stage, consuming it will greatly benefit your formation of the nascent soul. Is that so? Then didn't senior brother Yang suffer a significant loss? Wenqing's exuberance was palpable, as the previous frustrations had evaporated. Did you not notice his expression? It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Will he seek revenge against us? Xiao Yun inquired, a tinge of concern in his voice. Fear not, since Martial Uncle Wu has spoken. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to retaliate against us. Who exactly is this Martial Uncle Wu? It seems everyone holds him in high regard, Xiao Yun asked. Indeed, Martial Uncle Wu once presided over the discipline hall, known for his integrity and aversion to evil. He was later assigned to oversee the scripture pavilion due to certain events. What events? Xiao Yun queried, curiosity piqued. That is not for you to inquire about. By the way, I must ask you, junior brother, how is it that you have attained the foundation establishment realm? Did you consume some heavenly materials or earthly treasures? Just as Martial Uncle Wu suggested? Xiao Yun shrugged, senior sister. If you ask me, who should I ask? I don't recall consuming anything unusual. Wenqing scrutinized Xiao Yun for a considerable time, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. Senior sister, do you suspect that I am deceiving you? I assure you, I speak only the truth. I trust you would not dare to deceive me. Let us set aside this matter for now. We must leave quickly. If we delay any longer, 100 spirit stones will not suffice. Wenqing took Xiao Yun to the entrance of the scripture pavilion, where they paid the 100 spirit stones before being allowed to exit. To Xiao Yun's surprise, Wenqing was unable to produce even 100 spirit stones. They were permitted to leave only after signing a promissory note. Once outside, Wenqing summoned a bamboo sword and soared directly towards the little bamboo peak with Xiao Yun at her back. As he stood on the bamboo sword, supporting his senior sister's slender waist, his mind wandered back to the scene of her signing the promissory note. She rummaged through her pockets, but could not gather enough spirit stones. Countless disciples of the Spirit Sword sect watched, making the situation exceedingly awkward. Senior sister, is 100 spirit stones a lot? Wenqing's cheeks flushed. I receive a stipend of 300 spirit stones each month. So 100 spirit stones is nothing for me. Is there a stipend? Can I receive one? Xiao Yun inquired eagerly. Certainly. Disciples of the Lingjian sect are all eligible to receive it. Now that you have reached the foundation establishment stage, you may claim 10 spirit stones each month. Merely 10 spirit stones? It dawned on Xiao Yun that the trip to the scripture pavilion with his senior sister was equivalent to a year's worth of his earnings. Coupled with the fines for exceeding the time limit, over a year's salary had vanished in an instant. Recalling that his senior sister had even spent her own money to purchase foundation establishment pills for him, he hurriedly inquired, how many spirit stones is one foundation establishment pill? Upon mentioning the price of the foundation establishment pill, Wenqing's previously cheerful demeanor soured as she recalled the incident with Yang Shuhao, who had hiked up the price to inconvenience her. With a pout, Wenqing remarked, originally, they were 50 spirit stones apiece. But that senior brother Yang charged me 100 spirit stones each. Just thinking about it makes me furious. You know, I almost forgot that the green rock bamboo on Shaozhu Peak cannot be taken for free by the disciples of Qingmu Peak. Come, let us go collect some spirit stones. With that, Wenqing maneuvered her green bamboo sword, altering its course toward the location where the servant disciples were cutting the green rock bamboo. Along the way, Wenqing recounted the details of her encounter with Yang Shuhao to Xiao Yun. After finishing her tale, she cautioned, "I never imagined senior brother Yang would behave in such a manner. In the future, keep your distance from him." Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, was equally incensed. While Wenqing remained oblivious to the nuances of romantic feelings, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of Yang Shuhao's intentions. The audacity of that fellow to covet his senior sister was utterly preposterous, akin to a toad aspiring to feast upon a swan. Had he known of such intentions earlier, he would have aimed that punch squarely at his kidneys. The green rock bamboo must be monetized. They cannot take it for free. Xiao Yun voiced his support for his senior sister. Indeed, if it weren't for our master's aversion to trouble and indifference towards these matters, our Xiaozhu peak wouldn't be in such dire financial straits. The green rock bamboo from our peak is immensely useful. Not a single peak in the Lingjian sect can do without it. Xiao Yun mused, why not utilize this economic resource sooner? As a disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, he had already begun to consider its welfare. Having been taken advantage of for so long, the thought pained him. This was no mere bamboo. It was spirit stones. Before long, Wenqing brought Xiao Yun to a site for harvesting green rock bamboo. The servant disciples here were all clad in the green training garb of Qingmu Peak. Upon noticing Wenqing's arrival, they hastily set aside their work and bowed in unison. "Greetings, senior sister Wenqing." Wenqing waved her hand nonchalantly and asked, "Are you all busy cutting?" A leading servant disciple approached with a smile and replied, "Indeed, we are just about to harvest some green rock bamboo to take back." "What brings you here today, senior sister?" "I am here to." Wenqing had barely finished her sentence when the servant disciple interjected with a smile. "Senior sister Wenqing must also be here to cut green rock bamboo, right? Is there not enough firewood on the mountain? There's no need for you to do the labor yourself. We have already cut the green rock bamboo and divided it into sections. We will deliver it to the mountain for you. In the future, should you require green rock bamboo, just let us know." The humble disciple called out to the others behind him, instructing them to each chop 10 bundles of green rock bamboo to deliver to senior sister Wenqing on the mountain. Upon hearing this, the group of disciples readily agreed. Wenqing enjoyed an excellent reputation within the spirit sword sect. Her demeanor was gentle, her beauty captivating, and she never adopted an arrogant attitude typical of senior sisters, always greeting everyone with a warm smile. Consequently, even the humble disciples held her in great esteem. Upon seeing Wenqing's arrival, they assumed she had come to gather green rock bamboo. However, the leading humble disciple from Qingmu Peak, in a bout of politeness, inadvertently made Wenqing feel embarrassed. As a result, she found it difficult to broach the subject of spirit stones. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at her junior disciple, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun sighed, realizing why the green rock bamboo from the little bamboo peak was free of charge. Given senior sister's disposition, asking for spirit stones now would be more challenging than slaying a beast. One must consider that this entire mountain of green rock bamboo belongs to our little bamboo peak. It is only reasonable to charge others for its collection, and there is no need for embarrassment. Allowing them to benefit for so long was already quite generous. Xiao Yun gently cleared his throat, promptly halting the humble disciples who were preparing to carry the bundled bamboo for winching up the mountain. "Dear brothers, you have misunderstood. My senior sister and I are not here to collect bamboo, but rather to gather spirit stones." "Spirit stones? Where on the mountain are there spirit stones?" The humble disciples looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 23. You think it's expensive. I think it's expensive too. There are no spirit stones on the mountain. But what about the green rock bamboo? My fellow disciples have recklessly harvested a considerable amount of green rock bamboo from our little bamboo peak, severely damaging its ecological environment. Henceforth, anyone wishing to harvest green rock bamboo from this peak must pay a fee. Pay a fee? The servant disciple stared at Xiao Yun in disbelief. They had been harvesting green rock bamboo from Little Bamboo Peak for 7 or 8 years without ever hearing of any such fee. The servant disciple turned to Wenqing and asked, "Sister, who is this junior brother?" Wenqing, her face flushed, lowered her head, feeling a rush of warmth on her cheeks. "He is our newly accepted disciple at Little Bamboo Peak, named Xiao Yun." The servant disciple immediately donned a smiling face. "So it is junior brother Xiao. I have been harvesting green rock bamboo here for 7 or 8 years and have never been charged a fee. Why has this suddenly changed? How dare you say you've enjoyed it free for 7 or 8 years? Previously, we did not charge because we valued the bonds of brotherhood, sharing the same Lingjin sect, and saw no need for division. My master, with her kind heart, hoped to inspire gratitude through this practice. However, over the years, rather than fostering appreciation, other peaks have only intensified their demands, charging fees for everything. And the prices keep rising. We at Little Bamboo Peak have been left with no choice. Without any source of spirit stones, we cannot even afford a modest foundation building pill. Thus, we have decided that from this day forth, the green rock bamboo at Little Bamboo Peak will incur a fee. The servant disciple turned to Wenqing and asked, Sister Wen, is what this junior brother says true? Wenqing stammered for a long while before finally nodding, yes. That single word was hardly louder than the buzz of a mosquito. It was fortunate that everyone present was a cultivator with keen senses. Otherwise, it might have gone unheard. I see. Sister Wen, may I inquire if this is Master Yan's intention? Upon hearing the mention of her master, Wenqing felt a wave of trepidation. Yan Xingwei had gone down the mountain to procure weapons for her, and she had yet to return. This could not possibly have been Master Yan's idea. If her master were to discover her actions, would she scold her? A sense of unease washed over Wenqing. For all these years, her master had never prohibited the harvesting of green rock bamboo at Little Bamboo Peak. Making such a unilateral decision could surely lead to her master's discontent. Realizing this, Wenqing recognized that the decision to charge for the bamboo was indeed a significant matter. She felt it was inappropriate to make such a decision without her master's consent. Just as she contemplated the possibility of dismissing the issue as a mere jest, Xiaoyan spoke up. What? Do you expect my master to personally inform you of this matter? Xiaoyan's face darkened as he spoke coldly. The servant disciple hurriedly apologized. Of course not. I was merely inquiring. Please do not be upset, junior brother. I just wanted to know how much you plan to charge us for the spirit stones. This question left Xiaoyan momentarily speechless. He too was uncertain what an appropriate value for the green rock bamboo should be. Turning to senior sister Wenqing, he found her blushing and subtly signaling him to cease his words. What was happening? Had she changed her mind? This would not do. The charging policy for the green rock bamboo at Shaozhu Peak must be enforced. Or who knows when they would next have the opportunity to study in the scripture pavilion. Since it was impossible to leave the pricing to senior sister, Xiaoyan had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Charging per person 100 spirit stones for an hour. He referenced the pricing at the Longsho Peak scripture pavilion. 100 spirit stones? Are you attempting to rob us? Immediately, a disgruntled servant disciple stood up and shouted loudly. If you find it expensive, I find it even more so. At this price, if you cannot accept it, do not come to Shaozhu Peak to harvest green rock bamboo. Xiaoyan stood his ground. The servant disciple wanted to say more, but was halted by the leading disciple's gesture. Recognizing Xiaoyan's resolute stance, he opted not to continue negotiating with him. Instead, he approached Wenqing with a smile, saying, Senior sister Wenqing, we are merely servant disciples tasked by our seniors to harvest green rock bamboo at Shaozhu Peak, not to mention 100 spirit stones. We cannot even produce a single spirit stone. As for the charges for harvesting green rock bamboo, we need to report back to our senior brother. Once the funds for harvesting green rock bamboo are allocated, we will follow Shaozhu Peak's regulations, 100 spirit stones per hour. What does senior sister think? Wenqing hesitated, unsure whether to agree or disagree. She had not thought it through. In a moment of pique, she had decided to collect fees from the servant disciples of Qingmu Peak. Upon reflection, it made sense. They were merely laborers. Where would they find spirit stones for themselves? Even if they did, it would be the spirit stones allocated from above that would enable them to afford it. If this matter were to reach the ears of Elder Yang at Qingmu Peak, it could escalate significantly. Just as she was about to suggest letting it go, Xiaoyan preemptively agreed. Very well, we will make an exception today. Go back and inform your senior brother Yang Shuhao that in the future, disciples from Qingmu Peak must pay spirit stones to harvest bamboo at Shaozhu Peak. Otherwise, they shall not be permitted to harvest. Thank you, junior brother, for your understanding. Now, please move the bundled green rock bamboo to our storage at Shaozhu Peak. Starting tomorrow, those coming to harvest green rock bamboo must bring spirit stones. Understood. We will deliver the bamboo to Shaozhu Peak immediately. The leading servant disciple commanded. And together with the others, they transported the green rock bamboo to Shaozhu Peak. Once they had departed, Wenqing let out a gentle sigh and said, Junior brother, perhaps we should let it go. From now on, let them harvest the green rock bamboo freely. They are merely following orders. There is no need to make things difficult for them. We have already received a yuan-enhancing pill from senior brother Yang, which is a considerable boon. There is no need to hold a grudge over previous matters. Senior sister, that yuan-enhancing pill was compensation for the foundation establishment pill that senior brother Yang ruined for us. They are two entirely different matters. Have you forgotten how senior brother Yang bullied you when you purchased the foundation establishment pill at Qingmu Peak? Have you forgotten the disdainful faces of those who demanded a promissory note when we could not gather 100 spirit stones at the scripture pavilion? Sister, it is only you and I, the two disciples of Zayas Yufeng, and perhaps we do not yet require much in the way of spirit stones. But what of the future? When our Zayas Yufeng flourishes, can you bear to see our disciples troubled over spirit stones, subjected to the disdain of others? Surely, sister, you do not wish to witness our Zayas Yufeng thrive and prosper? I could never think otherwise. It is undoubtedly for the best that our Zayas Yufeng flourishes. Thus, it is settled. The green rock bamboo will inevitably impose charges in due course. If not now, then later, so why not accumulate some resources for our future junior brothers and sisters? Yet, will our master hold it against us if she finds out? Our master would be pleased, not displeased. After all, we are contributing to the development of Zayas Yufeng. Perhaps she has already contemplated this, but hesitates to voice it due to her modesty. Shouldn't we, as her disciples, share in this burden? But enough of the buts, sister. Let us return to Zayas Yufeng quickly. I shall prepare braised pork for your lunch. Chapter 24. For the freedom of culinary delights upon the eternal snow-capped peaks of the far north, Yan Qingwei has vigilantly awaited for a full 3 months. The time for the Ice Soul Sword to make its grand emergence is nigh, and myriad factions have begun to converge upon this location. Stirred by the whispers of its arrival, Yan Qinghui's gaze, cold and piercing, scrutinizes the multitude of skilled practitioners from both righteous and malevolent paths surrounding her, among whom are several formidable Yuan-Ing stage masters, her competition. All are poised for the unveiling of the Ice Soul Sword, each one coveting its power with fierce determination. Initially, the contenders fought in solitude, yet it seems that some have forged tacit alliances, congregating in groups of 3 or 5. In stark contrast, Yan Qingwei stands alone, a solitary figure atop the snow-laden summit. The Ice Soul Sword is perfectly suited for Qing'er, endowed with an ice spirit root. With such a divine weapon, she is destined to triumph at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. No matter the cost, I must acquire this sword. At that moment, Yan Qingwei felt an inexplicable sensation, as if a tickle at the tip of her nose compelled her to stifle a sneeze. What is amiss? Why is there suddenly a foreboding feeling within me? Could it be that Qing'er has encountered some misfortune at Shaozhou Peak? I have been away for over half a year, and that child must be deeply worried about me. Surely she hasn't ventured out in search of me? No, before my departure, I entrusted Master Zheng to keep an eye on her. She should be safe at Lingjin's sect. I must be overthinking this. It is likely the impending arrival of the Ice Soul Sword that has stirred my unease. At Shaozhou Peak, when Qing is heartily devouring a braised pork knuckle, her mouth slick with grease. Junior brother, this braised knuckle is simply delectable. When master returns, we must ensure she samples your culinary prowess. Xiaoyan silently shakes his head, a sigh escaping his lips. When Qing, taking a hearty bite of the knuckle, suddenly notices her junior brother's apparent discontent, as he has scarcely touched his meal, she quickly chews and swallows. Then, with genuine concern, asks, "Junior brother, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied." Xiaoyan exhales another sigh, shaking his head in response. "Sister, please do not inquire. You cannot assist me. Come now. I am a formidable golden core stage master. There is no issue I cannot resolve," she asserts. "Very well." Xiaoyun appears hesitant, teetering on the brink of revelation. "Speak freely. I am here for you. Any problem can be solved with me by your side." When Qing, in high spirits from her meal, speaks with a light-heartedness that borders on whimsy. "Sister, do you know why my dishes are so extraordinarily delicious?" Xiaoyun asks, shrouded in mystery. "It's the little powders you sprinkle. What do you call them?" "Seasoning," she replies. "Indeed, that is what worries me." Xiaoyun responds with yet another sigh. What is wrong with seasoning? When Qing's concern deepens, now fully engaged in the topic of food, the seasoning requires spirit stones for procurement. As you are aware, I have exhausted the meager supply of seasoning I carried with me. Given the financial state of Shaozhou Peak, without spirit stones, Such delectable meals may soon become a distant memory. Ah, this is unacceptable. Our master has yet to dine. What are you saying? We lack spirit stones. If you do not agree to charge for the green rock bamboo, we shall be left with nothing but bland rations. Xiao Yun sighed deeply once more. Ever since returning to Little Bamboo Peak with Wenqing, she increasingly felt that charging for the green rock bamboo was inappropriate, with their master absent. She could not take matters into her own hands. If they were to charge spirit stones, it would have to wait until their master returned to discuss it. What should we do? Reluctantly, Wenqing placed the delectable pork knuckle back onto the plate. Such delightful dishes may not be available to us in the future. I shall not partake of this knuckle. I shall save it for our master to savor upon his return. Xiao Yun secretly chuckled, though his expression betrayed a deep sorrow. Who knows when our master will return? By the time he does, this braised knuckle will have spoiled. Sister, I must say, mere frugality is of no use. We must also seek to generate income. Why not? For the time being, only charge for the spirit stones from Greenwood Peak? We can set a lower price. That won't do, junior brother. This matter requires our master's authority. I cannot decide. Wenqing replied, her face filled with concern. With our master away, you are the head of Little Bamboo Peak. How can you say it doesn't count? Even if the sect leader inquires, simply explain the situation with Greenwood Peak, and the sect leader will surely not blame you. They dare to sell us foundation-building pills at a high price. Why should we not charge them for the green rock bamboo? Let me think it over. Wenqing still felt it was somewhat improper. What more is there to contemplate? Sister, do you not desire to enjoy braised knuckle daily? Do you not wish for spicy shredded chicken? Do you not long for braised ribs? Sister, I have many signature dishes yet to be made, far surpassing these delectable offerings. Do you not wish to taste them? Even if you do not wish to indulge yourself, should you not want our master to enjoy them? Wenqing instinctively swallowed, her gaze fixated on the pork knuckle on the plate. After a moment, her expression grew resolute as she nodded and declared, very well. For the sake of the braised knuckle, no, for the opportunity for our master to enjoy a fine braised knuckle, I shall heed your counsel. That is the spirit. Xiao Yun clapped the table, then added, I shall draft a fee schedule forthwith. Wait, junior brother. We agreed to only charge Greenwood Peak. We shall not impose fees on others. Wenqing admonished, taking a hearty bite of the knuckle. Rest assured, sister, I have devised a rationale. Greenwood Peak refines pills daily, depleting the green rock bamboo excessively, disrupting the ecological balance of Little Bamboo Peak. If we do not charge spirit stones, the creatures here will struggle to survive. Before long, Xiao Yun presented the prepared fee schedule. Sister, please take a look. Wenqing, having indulged, sat back in her chair, one hand resting on her slightly protruding belly while the other accepted the fee schedule from Xiao Yun. She merely glanced at it before returning it to him. Junior brother, you may proceed as you see fit. I have no objections. Very well. Tomorrow we shall take this fee schedule to collect spirit stones from the disciples of Greenwood Peak. Agreed. Wenqing suddenly recalled something and hastily retrieved a small porcelain vial from her treasure pouch. Ah, dear junior brother. I still have 4 foundation establishment pills that I purchased for you earlier. Although you have already reached the foundation establishment stage, these pills will still prove to be quite beneficial for you. Please, take them. Xiao Yun quickly declined, saying, Senior sister, these are worth 400 spirit stones. I cannot bear to consume them. You should keep them for yourself. Silly junior brother, I have already attained the golden core stage. What need have I for foundation establishment pills? They were originally intended for you. Take them and use one while meditating. It will greatly aid you. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, senior sister. Xiao Yun finally acquiesced, reaching out to accept them. At the same time, he produced a pill from his robe. Senior sister, do you recognize this? Wenqing smiled and replied, Ah, that is a yuan increasing pill. Take good care of it, and it is best to store it in your room. At present, you have no need for such a pill, so there's no point in carrying it with you. It would be a shame to lose it. Xiao Yun chuckled softly and offered the yuan increasing pill to Wenqing, saying, Here, senior sister, please use this yuan increasing pill. Chapter 25. Do you still have spirit stones? Wenqing merely smiled faintly, refraining from accepting the Zeng Yuan Dan. Junior brother, what are you doing? Senior sister, that foundation establishment Dan was purchased with your spirit stones, since it was destroyed by brother Yang. The compensation of this Zeng Yuan Dan rightfully belongs to you. I have unjustly taken 4 foundation establishment Dan from you. If I were to shamelessly claim this Zheng Yuan Dan, it would be rather inconsiderate, he added. Wen Qing chuckled, but the foundation establishment Dan was originally meant for you. Brother Yang took it from you, and Master has given you the Zheng Yuan Dan. Thus, it is yours and should not be taken by me. Oh, senior sister, why should we concern ourselves with such distinctions? What is yours is mine, and besides, I have no use for this Zheng Yuan Dan. Who knows when I will reach the golden core stage? Moreover, with your mixed spiritual roots, it remains uncertain whether you can successfully form a golden core. To let this Zheng Yuan Dan languish in my possession would be a waste, he concluded. Wen Qing's expression turned serious, adopting the demeanor of a senior sister. Junior brother, do not speak such disheartening words. Though you possess mixed spiritual roots, your sensitivity to spiritual energy is remarkable, and you reach the foundation establishment stage in just a day. Such talent should not be belittled. If you utter such self-deprecating remarks again, I shall be quite displeased. Xiao Yun smiled. Indeed, senior sister, your admonition is well taken. However, you must accept this Zheng Yuan Dan. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to focus on my cultivation. I appreciate your sentiment, but I have never relied on medicinal pills during my training. Even if you were to give me this Zheng Yuan Dan, I would not use it. You should keep it and use it when you reach the golden core stage, she replied. Senior sister, please don't. You are so kind to me that I hardly know how to repay you. This rare opportunity to give back is not something I can let slip away, he insisted. In the little bamboo peak, it is just the two of us. If I do not show you kindness, to whom shall I show it? Enough of this. I shall not accept the Zheng Yuan Dan. Wen Qing laughed. If you refuse this Zheng Yuan Dan, I shall only have one way to repay your kindness, Xiao Yun said suddenly, adopting a serious tone. Wen Qing found his earnest demeanor amusing and could not help but ask, what method would that be? The only way I can repay you is to dedicate myself to you, he replied earnestly. Wen Qing burst into laughter, lightly flicking her fingers against his forehead. Very well. Then it is settled. From now on, you must prepare delicious meals for me every day, and you must not go back on your word. Wen Qing, being naive to matters of romance, assumed Xiao Yun was merely jesting and did not dwell on it further. Observing her innocent smile, Xiao Yun understood that she had not taken his words seriously. He silently vowed never to let her endure even the slightest grievance. It seemed that gifting this Zheng Yuan Dan to his senior sister would not come to pass. He resolved to find an opportunity to dissolve the Zheng Yuan Dan into a soup for her to enjoy as a midnight snack. After lunch, Wen Qing and Xiao Yun each retreated to their respective training sessions. Though Xiao Yun had already reached the foundation establishment stage, he remained dedicated to his practice. Xiao Yun felt that his qi refinement stage was not yet perfected, as if his physical body still held potential for enhancement. The cultivation he engaged in last night did not convince him that he had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. To substantiate his thoughts, Xiao Yun continued to absorb and expel spiritual energy to nourish his physical form. He noticed that the increase of water's spiritual power within him was exceedingly sluggish, diminishing to a rate more than 100 times slower than before. Uncertain of the cause, he assumed it was merely a sign that his cultivation had reached its limit, hence the slow growth. Subsequently, he consumed a foundation establishment pill and resumed his practice. At that moment, a transformation occurred within his body. The celestial spiritual energy, upon entering, ceased to convert into water spiritual power. Instead, it transformed into wood, fire, metal, and earth energies, further augmenting his physical form. This transformation astonished Xiao Yun. Could it be that he could continue to fortify his body with these 4 types of spiritual power? He promptly channeled his cultivation technique to assimilate the medicinal effects of the foundation establishment pill. The 4 energies surged through his body, and after half an hour, the effects of the pill began to wane. No matter how he channeled the azure sea tide birth technique, only water spiritual power flowed into him, which no longer modified his body but gradually gathered in his dantian, solidifying his true essence. Xiao Yun immediately halted his cultivation and hastily ingested another foundation establishment pill. The wood, fire, metal, and earth energies re-emerged, relentlessly strengthening his physical form. At this point, Xiao Yun began to comprehend the situation. His azure sea tide birth technique had reached perfection, attaining the foundation establishment stage. However, his body in terms of water attribute had already peaked. Yet, it remained imperfect, still capable of being reinforced by the wood, fire, metal, and earth energies. This predicament left Xiao Yun troubled. There were not enough foundation establishment pills to sustain such enhancement. These were precious spirit stones. Did this mean he had to relinquish the possibility of further strengthening his body and directly use water attribute energy to condense his golden core? While this would expedite the formation of the golden core, it was evidently not the optimal choice. Since his physical form could still advance, there was no reason to abandon that pursuit. He needed to devise a way to learn the techniques of other peaks. It seemed he would have to visit the scripture pavilion again tomorrow. Yet, the last time he left the pavilion, he had incurred debts. Where would he find spirit stones to indulge in further expenditures? Never mind, he decided to put such thoughts aside for now, focusing on absorbing the remaining spiritual energy from the foundation establishment pill. After an afternoon of cultivation, Xiao Yun had completely consumed all 4 foundation establishment pills. His body once again experienced a measure of enhancement. During dinner, he shared his situation with senior sister Wenqing. Upon hearing this, Wenqing was equally astonished. "Junior brother, are you saying your physical form can still be enhanced by absorbing the wood, fire, metal, and earth spiritual energies?" Xiao Yun nodded. "How could this be?" she queried, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "I have never heard of such a phenomenon. If only our master were here, she might understand the reason behind this." Wenqing pondered. "Perhaps it is due to my mixed spiritual roots. My body can absorb energies of 5 different attributes." Xiao Yun articulated his conjecture. This explanation seems to be the only plausible one. Regardless, since the physical body can continue to strengthen, one should not hastily pursue the foundational cultivation techniques. "Junior brother, it would be wise to temporarily refrain from practicing the tides of the Azure Sea technique. Instead, we shall await the perfection of your physical form before embarking on the foundational cultivation." "I share your thoughts, senior sister. May I simultaneously explore the techniques from other peaks?" Xiao Yun inquired. "That might be unfeasible. The techniques of each peak are not disseminated beyond their own disciples." Does the scripture pavilion not possess techniques from other peaks?" "There are indeed some, but they are of a lower grade. Compared to the advanced techniques imparted by our esteemed elders of the Spirit Sword sect, their cultivation speed is considerably inferior. That is of no concern. I am content to practice what is available. My capacity to absorb spiritual energy is quite rapid, and the quality of the techniques matters little, as long as I can assimilate energies of varying attributes. If you feel that way, then I shall accompany you to the scripture pavilion once more tomorrow." "Senior sister, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to broach." "Do speak. Do you still possess any spirit stones?" Chapter 26. Bullying the innocent. If only Wenqing still possessed spirit stones, she would not have resorted to borrowing notes. Her countenance darkened momentarily, but she quickly donned a smile and assured, "You need not worry about the spirit stones. I will find a solution." Xiao Yun nodded, refraining from further comment. As the payment plan for the green rock bamboo had already been established, if necessary, they could collect the spirit stones from the bamboo-cutting disciples of Qingmu Peak tomorrow before visiting the scripture pavilion. There was no rush, as the pavilion would remain. At Qingmu Peak, within the courtyard where Yang Shuhao resided, a true disciple hurriedly entered. Upon reaching the door to the side room, he was met with a series of disorienting gasps. Immediately, he retreated from the courtyard, only re-entering once the sounds had ceased. "Brother Yang, I have urgent news to report," the true disciple whispered at the threshold. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a beautiful female disciple of Qingmu Peak, her hair disheveled and attire askew. She cast a reproachful glare at the messenger before departing from Yang Shuhao's quarters. The true disciple lowered his head in silence, not daring to steal another glance. Moments later, Yang Shuhao's voice resonated from within, "Come in and speak." The true disciple entered the room, promptly bowing in respect. "Greetings, Brother Yang." Yang Shuhao, bare-chested, emerged from the bed and approached the central table, pouring himself a cup of tea. Sipping the beverage, he inquired softly, "What is the matter?" "Not long ago, a servant disciple reported that starting tomorrow, the Shaozhu Peak forbids us from cutting the green rock bamboo. Should we wish to continue, we must submit spirit stones." Yang Shuhao's expression changed dramatically, and the teacup in his hand shattered instantly. "What did you say? We must pay spirit stones to cut the green rock bamboo?" Indeed, it was stated that senior sister Wenqing personally brought the news to the new disciples of Shaozhu Peak. Outrageous. The green rock bamboo of Shaozhu Peak has always been free for us to harvest. By what right do they demand spirit stones? What do the other peaks say? Have they consented? It seems this levy is imposed solely upon Qingmu Peak. The servant disciples from the other peaks are unaware of this matter and have received no such notice. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuhao's previously quelled anger surged anew. Xiaozhu Peak had gone too far. He slammed his fist onto the sandalwood table before him, splintering it into pieces. In a single day, Yang Shuhao felt his dignity, built over decades, shattered completely. He had never before endured such humiliation in his life. Initially, he sought to teach others a lesson, only to be cast aside himself. Then, he had been struck, causing him to spit blood. If only it had been one of the other 3 major disciples of the Lingjian sect, he could have accepted it. But it was merely a newly initiated disciple with a mixed spirit root, in front of so many disciples at the scripture pavilion. He did not know where to hide his face. The ordeal was far from over. He had also lost a precious Xingyuan pill, a treasure unattainable even with spirit stones. His father had toiled painstakingly to refine 3, and now, through sheer misfortune, 1 had been squandered. This was a torment worse than death. Initially, he believed the matter would be resolved today, yet the Xiaozhu Peak remained unrelenting, audaciously demanding spirit stones in exchange for the green rock bamboo. Was this not a blatant act of bullying against the innocent? Did they truly think that Qingmu Peak was a soft fruit to be squeezed at will? Yang Shuhao was seething with rage, obliterating every piece of furniture in his sight. The true disciples, witnessing Yang Shuhao's fury, resembled frightened beasts, daring not to utter a sound, obediently standing at the door awaiting orders. After venting his frustrations, Yang Shuhao gradually regained his composure. With a frigid gaze, he addressed the true disciple at the entrance. Convey this message. If Xiaozhu Peak desires spirit stones, they are to come and demand them from me, Yang Shuhao. Tomorrow, instruct those servant disciples to continue harvesting green rock bamboo from Xiaozhu Peak. But what if the people from Xiaozhu Peak refuse? Inquired the concerned disciple. Those servant disciples may not dare defy the commands of Sister Wenqing from Xiaozhu Peak. Our Qingmu Peak relies on the alchemy. The consumption of green rock bamboo is staggering. Without a replenishment of green rock bamboo, our output of pills will undoubtedly diminish. Is Xiaozhu Peak so vast that there is only one location to harvest green rock bamboo? With so many servant disciples from Qingmu Peak scattered throughout Xiaozhu Peak, can Wenqing truly find them all? Indeed, I shall convey your intentions at once. Yang Shuhao, still fuming, had no desire to linger, and the true disciple hastily departed upon receiving his orders. Yang Shuhao surveyed the chaos strewn across the room, gritting his teeth in fury. Wenqing, and that detestable mixed spirit root. Do you intend to oppose me deliberately? Just wait. I will not rest until I avenge this grievance. As night fell, Xiao Yun had no other cultivation techniques to pursue and thus refrained from further practice. Instead, he immersed himself in studying the 5 elements illusory array. The essence of the array had been firmly etched in his memory, and many of the unclear aspects were illuminated through diligent practice. After a night of study, Xiao Yun felt a profound sense of accomplishment, compelling him to test his newfound knowledge. With all 5 elements present within him, his body suffused with spiritual power, he found that while only his water element had reached the foundation-building stage, he could still tenuously manipulate the other forms of spiritual energy. Rising early, Xiao Yun made his way to the kitchen of Xiaozhu Peak. Employing the principles of the 5 elements illusory array, he arranged a small-scale formation in the vicinity of the kitchen. Due to the limited manipulation of the other elemental energies, this array was far from perfect, with only the water element serving as an adequate focal point. Nevertheless, even in its imperfect state, anyone unfamiliar with array formations would surely become lost within it. Once completed, Xiao Yun personally traversed the array, making improvements to several obvious flaws. Satisfied with the formation, he felt a surge of pride in his work. At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly heard a distant call. "Junior brother, are you in the kitchen? I've searched everywhere for you. Are you preparing breakfast?" The voice of Wenqing grew gradually closer. It was his senior sister. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened. This was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his formation. His senior sister was a formidable master in the Golden Core realm. If he could ensnare her, it would signify that the formation held some merit. Xiao Yun promptly called out from the kitchen, "Senior sister, I'm in the kitchen, preparing something delicious for you. Hurry and come taste it." Upon hearing Xiao Yun's voice, Wenqing's face lit up with delight. "Has my junior brother made something tasty again? How wonderful. Without a second thought, she began to drool as she made her way toward the kitchen. However, when she was still several meters away, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. What is happening? Why do I feel an unsettling premonition? Wenqing furrowed her brow and halted her steps. Yet, upon reflecting that she was in her own quaint bamboo peak, she dismissed the thought of any ill fortune. Surely, it was merely her longing for their master that had caused her mind to wander. Resolute, she stepped into the 5 elements mist formation laid out by Xiao Yun. In the blink of an eye, the kitchen before Wenqing vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of white mist. Chapter 27. The enigmatic formation of the 5 elements. Wenqing immediately became alert. A thief had infiltrated Xiaozhu Peak. She summoned her green bamboo sword, positioning it across her chest, and declared sternly, "Who dares to trespass upon Xiaozhu Peak?" Her voice echoed through the valley, reverberating endlessly. She held her breath and focused intently, assessing her current predicament. The surroundings were enshrouded in thick mist, an expanse of white obscuring her vision. Is this a formation? Wenqing murmured to herself. This was clearly the back mountain of Xiaozhu Peak. How could it be ensnared by a formation? The intruders must have stealthily entered the peak and set up the formation in advance. This is dire. My junior brother is still in the kitchen. He wouldn't be in any danger, would he? Previously, while he was preparing breakfast, their assailants did not strike. But once I appeared, they activated the formation, evidently targeting me. Who could possibly be plotting against me? Wenqing furrowed her brows. Yet she could not discern the identity of her adversary. There was no time to ponder. Her junior brother was likely already in their clutches, and she needed to swiftly devise a way to escape the formation. Junior brother, do not fear. Your elder sister is coming to rescue you. With the green rock sword in hand, Wenqing propelled herself forward with great urgency. She recalled vividly that she was not far from the kitchen. Even with the dense fog, she could break through. First, she needed to reunite with her junior brother. In a blur, she darted forward, covering a distance of several meters in an instant. Yet, she still could not perceive the kitchen's presence. A wave of surprise washed over her. What is happening? She charged onward once more. Her path was unobstructed as she sprinted for dozens of meters, yet she remained ensnared within the fog. Was the entire Xiaozhu Peak ensnared by the formation? Wenqing was taken aback. Concealed in the kitchen, Xiao Yun watched helplessly as her elder sister paced anxiously outside the formation. While Wenqing was trapped within, she worried for Xiao Yun's safety. Was it too cruel of her to use her sister as a test for the formation? However, Xiao Yun quickly reconsidered. Had she informed her sister beforehand, Wenqing might have hesitated to unleash her full power to break the formation out of concern for her dignity. Perhaps she could compensate her sister with some delicious dishes later, and Wenqing would not hold it against her. As Wenqing continued to collide against the formation, desperation gnawed at her heart. Lacking proficiency in formations, the longer she took, the greater the peril for her junior brother. Finding an exit seemed impossible. If so, then she would destroy this grand formation. Wenqing's spiritual energy surged within her, causing the temperature around her to plummet sharply. The frigid ice energy radiated outwards, momentarily halting the swirling mist of the formation. Xiao Yun, hiding in the kitchen, couldn't help but shiver, as if she had been cast into an ice cellar. Bare and exposed. So this is the power of my sister's ice spiritual root? How formidable. Then, they heard Wenqing's resounding voice from outside. Release my junior brother, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my merciless blade. The voice of Wenqing reverberated through the grand formation, yet no one responded. Without a moment's hesitation, she wielded the Xianbing sword technique, enveloping the green bamboo sword in a sheath of frost, transforming it into a gleaming ice blade. The sword light flickered, causing the temperature within the formation to plummet once more. A bone-chilling cold surged forth with devastating force, instantly turning the realm surrounding Wenqing into a world of frost. Sensing the powerful surge of spiritual energy, the 5 elements disorientation formation autonomously shifted into an offensive state. The elemental forces from all directions intertwined, rooted in the essence of water, ceaselessly circulating. A dense fog thickened, and suddenly, numerous vines as thick as arms sprang up from the ground, clawing menacingly towards Wenqing. With a cold snort, Wenqing executed a series of slashes with the green bamboo sword. The seemingly ferocious vines were instantly frozen in place by the sword's gust. With a gentle thrust, The vines shattered into a cascade of ice shards upon the ground. Before Wenqing could catch her breath, flames erupted beneath her feet, quickly engulfing the area in searing fire. She furrowed her brow slightly and swept her sword, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Simultaneously, countless boulders rained down upon her. Wenqing met them with her green bamboo sword, shattering the stones, which transformed into a flurry of gleaming knives that surged toward her. With a swift incantation, for ice walls materialized around her, and the knives collided with the barriers, clattering to the ground. How weak! Wenqing's brows knitted together. Why were her opponent's attacks so feeble? When the vines first appeared, she had felt a sense of grave danger and had exerted her full strength. Yet, she was astonished that a mere gust from her sword could freeze the vines, and with a light poke, they shattered. She had sensed something was amiss. After the fire erupted, she had extinguished it with minimal effort. The boulders and flying knives were nothing but hollow threats, devoid of real destructive power. Could it be that her master had returned? Was this a test of her cultivation? A sudden joy illuminated Wenqing's face. Indeed, the spirit sword sect was heavily fortified. How could intruders enter unnoticed? Her master must have returned. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her, Wenqing knew that since her master sought to test her, she need not worry any longer. She was determined to showcase her progress over the past few months, vowing not to disappoint her master. With this thought in mind, she immediately summoned the full strength of her fifth-layer golden core cultivation. The temperature around her plummeted sharply, and the small bamboo peak kitchen within the formation was swiftly cloaked in frost. Countless icy energies surged toward the green bamboo, sword in her grasp. Xiaoyun felt as if her bones were about to freeze, while her senior sister stood regally in the snowstorm, wielding the green bamboo, sword like an ice goddess. An overwhelming spiritual force radiated outward, transforming the surrounding realm into a world of ice and snow. Xiaoyun sensed that the five elements disorientation formation was on the verge of collapse before the might of this formidable ice energy. This is bad. My senior sister is about to unleash her ultimate move. A profound sense of pressure emanated from the impending strike, and a primal fear of death surged from the depths of Xiaoyun's heart. As Wenqing aimed the green bamboo sword at the kitchen, poised to strike, Xiaoyun urgently called out, "Senior sister, have mercy." Wenqing's icy spiritual power had surged to its zenith. This was her mightiest strike. She harbored no doubts that her master could withstand it. Rather, she feared that her master would find the power of her blow lacking, unworthy of the teachings she had received. Just as Wenqing was about to unleash her sword, the surrounding mist dissipated instantaneously, revealing the kitchen at the foot of the little bamboo peak. Her junior brother stood at the entrance, wide-eyed and waving, "Senior sister, have mercy." The sword intent had already coalesced, and by the time Xiaoyun's words reached Wenqing's ears, it was too late. The formidable sword intent, intertwined with swirling snowflakes, surged toward Xiaoyun. Wenqing was struck with alarm. Where was her master? Why could she not see him? This strike was beyond what her junior brother Xiaoyun could possibly withstand. In this critical moment, Wenqing swiftly reversed her technique, forcefully retracting much of the sword's power. Simultaneously, she exerted all her strength to alter the sword's trajectory. The green bamboo sword, imbued with formidable intent, sliced past Xiaoyun, heading towards the kitchen behind him. Chapter 28. My Buddha jumps over the wall. The kitchen was cleaved in two. A terrifying chasm stretched directly before Wenqing, over 100 meters long and several meters deep. Xiaoyun stood frozen in place, utterly astounded. That earth-shattering sword strike had left him in a state of shock. Had it struck him, he would have likely been reduced to mere ashes. Was this the prowess of the Golden Core realm? Was this truly his senior sister? It was astonishingly formidable. Wenqing quickly sheathed her green bamboo sword and hurried to Xiaoyun, her concern evident as she asked, "Junior brother, are you unhurt?" Xiaoyun mechanically nodded, still haunted by the memory of that fearsome strike. Upon confirming that he was safe, Wenqing adopted a stern demeanor. Assuming the role of a senior sister reprimanding her junior, what on earth happened here? Xiaoyun, unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Wenqing felt a mix of joy and exasperation. She was pleased that Xiaoyun had learned about formations, yet couldn't he help but scold him for engaging in such perilous activities. "Junior brother, you must not act so recklessly in the future. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? If I hadn't managed to rein in my sword, would you even be alive?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Xiaoyun lowered his head and replied, I'm sorry, senior sister. I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. I promise I won't engage in such actions again. Seeing Xiaoyun's sincerity, Wenqing softened her tone. Well, as long as you understand your mistake. I must admit, I am quite surprised that you managed to grasp the formation in such a short time. Our master has said that formations are intricate and difficult to comprehend. It is rare for someone to understand them easily. For you to learn it after merely a brief time in the scripture pavilion is truly remarkable. Senior sister, you flatter me, Xiaoyun replied. It isn't as exaggerated as master described. The formation is quite simple. You are exceptionally clever. If you wish to learn, I'm certain you would master it even more swiftly than I did. Really? The formation is simple? She inquired, intrigued. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have learned it so quickly? Xiaoyun retorted. If that's the case, when we go to the scripture pavilion, I shall also study it. I found myself quite flustered when trapped in the formation earlier. If I had some knowledge of formations, I would not have been so bewildered in the future. With your intelligence, senior sister, you would undoubtedly grasp it at once. Enough with the flattery. I am rather hungry. What have you prepared for breakfast? Seeing that Wenqing was no longer upset with him, Xiaoyun sighed in relief and, with a mysterious smile, said, Today, I have prepared a delectable dish for you, known as Buddha jumps over the wall. Buddha jumps over the wall. What is that? Is it delicious? Wenqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This dish is named thus because the aroma is so enticing that even the Buddha cannot resist jumping over the wall to partake in it. There is a poem that attests to this. When the altar is opened, the savory scent wafts to the neighbors. The Buddha, upon smelling it, abandons his meditation and leaps over the wall. Is it truly that delicious? Hurry, bring it out for me to taste. Wenqing exclaimed, her mouth watering at the thought of the dish's exquisite flavor. Xiaoyun smiled gently, turning to retrieve the Buddha jumps over the wall from the kitchen. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the kitchen, split in two, could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing with a resounding boom, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. Both Wenqing and Xiaoyun were rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Wenqing, her voice tinged with despair, exclaimed, Ah, my Buddha jumps over the wall. On a stone table at the back of Shaozhu Peak, Wenqing was joyfully slurping her noodles. Although she had not tasted the coveted Buddha jumps over the wall, the bowl of meat broth noodles prepared by her junior brother was undeniably exquisite. The most basic ingredients had been transformed into a delightful dish by his skilled hands. Junior brother, once the kitchen is repaired, you must let me savor the flavor of Buddha jumps over the wall, she said. Her contentment evident as she rubbed her slightly swollen belly after devouring 2 large bowls of noodles. Rest assured, senior sister, once the kitchen is restored, I shall prepare delicious meals for you every day, with 6 different dishes at each meal, and not a single repetition throughout the month, Xiaoyun replied, tidying up the bowls and chopsticks they had used. It's a promise. You must not deceive me. Deceive anyone but your senior sister, Wenqing asserted. But it's getting late. Let us head to the bamboo forest to gather spirit stones. Wenqing nodded, rising to summon her green bamboo sword, which hovered gracefully in the air. Very well. After we collect the spirit stones, we shall visit the scripture pavilion to select techniques for you, junior brother. Guiding the bamboo sword, they soared above the bamboo forest of Shaozhu Peak. Strange, where are the disciples of Qingshu Peak? Wenqing furrowed her brow. Could it be that the disciples of Qingshu Peak have not yet arrived? Xiaoyun inquired. They usually show up by this time. Look, the servants from other peaks have already harvested quite a bit of green rock bamboo. Could it be that the disciples of Qingshu Peak are avoiding us because we are collecting their spirit stones? That is a possibility. Although green rock bamboo is resilient and fire-resistant, it is not irreplaceable. Perhaps the disciples of Qingshu Peak truly have decided not to come. What shall we do? If they do not come, how will we acquire spirit stones to enter the scripture pavilion? Wenqing's expression dimmed momentarily before she brightened and said, Do not fret about the spirit stones. I will find a way. Let us head to Longsho Peak first. What plan do you have, senior sister? Xiaoyun asked eagerly. Do not concern yourself. A mere few hundred spirit stones are hardly a challenge for me, Wenqing replied, and with that, she deftly maneuvered her green bamboo sword towards Longsho Peak. Before long, they arrived at Longsho Peak. Senior sister, this isn't the scripture pavilion. Where are we? Xiaoyun gazed at the unfamiliar grand hall, perplexed. This is the treasure hall of Longsho Peak. Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly, Wenqing said, leaving Xiao Yun behind as she entered the hall. Not long after, Wenqing emerged from the treasure hall, a smile brightening her face as she waved a treasure pouch in her hand. We're set, junior brother. We no longer lack spirit stones. Senior sister, where did you acquire those spirit stones? Xiao Yun asked, bewildered by how swiftly she had procured them. You need not worry about that. Now to the sword. Wenqing beckoned, and the green bamboo sword floated before them. As Wenqing remained reticent, Xiao Yun refrained from pressing further and obediently stepped onto the green bamboo sword. Once he steadied himself, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Where had the exquisite floral hair tie that adorned his senior sister's hair vanished to? It had been present upon their arrival. A slight frown creased Xiao Yun's brow as a realization dawned upon him. Instead of directly inquiring, he opted for a more subtle approach. Senior sister, what purpose does the treasure hall serve? It appears quite grand. Wenqing, caught off guard by his question, readily explained. The treasure hall houses magical artifacts crafted by the disciples of Longsho Peak. In due time, when you achieve the golden core stage, you will be able to purchase a magical artifact of your liking here. In that moment, Xiao Yun comprehended the truth. The hair tie was not merely a decorative item, but rather a magical artifact. His senior sister must have sold it for spirit stones. The thought of her sacrificing so much for him filled his heart with a bittersweet mixture of joy and sorrow. Two conflicting emotions clashed within his mind, casting a shadow over his spirits. What merit did he possess to deserve such devotion from her? With a sigh, he quietly inquired, Senior sister, how many spirit stones did you exchange for it? Without hesitation, Wenqing replied, a full 3,000 spirit stones. Now I needn't worry about spirit stones. Surely, that floral hair tie must have been worth more than that. Did they overcharge us at Longsho Peak? Xiao Yun distinctly sensed Wenqing stiffen at his words. Immediately after, she nonchalantly responded, how did you know I exchanged the hair tie for spirit stones, junior brother? Every time you took me flying on the sword, I stood behind you. That hair tie was so beautiful, its sudden disappearance was impossible to overlook. With a smile, Wenqing reassured him, do not overthink it, junior brother. I merely left it temporarily at the treasure hall. Once we acquire more spirit stones, I can redeem it. Xiao Yun could only manage a wry smile, silently resolving to help his senior sister reclaim her hair tie at all costs. Once he achieved greater cultivation, he would repay her manifold for her kindness. Noticing Xiao Yun's prolonged silence, Wenqing, fearing he might dwell on troubling thoughts, initiated conversation, saying, junior brother, once you choose your technique, I shall take you to explore other peaks. Senior sister, I would rather not. After selecting my technique, let us return to Shaozhu Peak, Xiao Yun replied, his mind far from playful distractions. His sole desire was to enhance his strength swiftly, so he could one day do something meaningful for his senior sister. Wenqing smiled and said, you may not be aware, but the rate of spirit energy absorption varies with different techniques at different peaks. My intention in taking you to other peaks is not solely for leisure. You should also experience the varying cultivation environments. Chapter 29. The array is quite challenging. Upon hearing about the ability to swiftly absorb spiritual energy, Xiao Yun became intrigued. Is there more to it? Wenqing smiled and explained, certainly. Take the Liang Peak for instance. At noon, the fire spiritual energy there is at its most abundant. Coupled with the gathering array within Liang Peak, cultivating in the gathering array at noon is equivalent to a day's worth of practice in just 1 hour. Is it truly that remarkable? If such wonders exist, I would certainly like to witness it, Xiao Yun expressed with eagerness. Once you select your cultivation methods, I shall take you to experience it, Wenqing replied as she guided Xiao Yun to the scripture pavilion on Longsho Peak. Wenqing redeemed a promissory note and spent 300 spiritual stones to purchase 2 tokens, one for an hour and another for 2 hours. She handed the 2-hour token to Xiao Yun. You wish to learn 4 cultivation methods, and time is of the essence. 1 hour may not suffice. Stay longer inside. Come, let us select your methods. The two of them re-entered the scripture pavilion. Wenqing was not well versed in other attributes cultivation methods, thus she refrained from choosing for Xiao Yun, instead allowing him to make his own selections while offering suggestions from the sidelines. After approximately 15 minutes, Xiao Yun chose 4 foundational techniques: the fire attribute technique Li Huagong, the wood attribute technique Qing Dan Shu, the earth attribute technique Zhu Ling Xingong, and the metal attribute technique Jian Jing. His objective was to absorb various attributes to endure the qi refinement stage and refine his physique. Hence, he opted for methods that emphasized body strengthening. It was not that they were unwilling to choose techniques with greater potential for growth, but the number of available methods in the scripture pavilion was exceedingly limited, leaving little choice. The Lingjian sect's techniques were imparted by elders, and the scripture pavilion primarily served as a place for martial arts study. The variety of techniques available was already quite remarkable, having assisted Xiao Yun in his selections. When Qing said, "All right, junior brother, your methods have been chosen. You have 2 hours to study them thoroughly without haste. I shall wait for you outside the pavilion." "Thank you, sister," Xiao Yun replied. After Wen Qing left him, she did not rush to exit, but instead approached the bookshelf dedicated to formations. This morning, Xiao Yun had trapped her with a formation, prompting Wen Qing to feel the necessity of learning about them. This way, she would not be flustered when encountering a formation expert in the future. Her junior brother had mentioned that studying formations was quite simple, and with her intelligence, she was confident she would grasp it quickly. She thought to herself, he managed to set up a formation after less than an hour of study in the pavilion. I should not be far behind. Wen Qing held herself to modest expectations. Being at a similar level to her junior brother would suffice. After all, she was a formidable master at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, so she should not fall short of her novice junior brother. Wen Qing selected a formation book at random and began to read it with focused attention. At first, Wen Qing did not take it seriously, but after a while, her brows furrowed in perplexity. What do the words in this book mean? Why can she not comprehend a single sentence? She clearly recognized each character, yet when strung together, they eluded her understanding. Wen Qing placed the formation book back on the shelf, reasoning that it must be too advanced for her. She decided to try a simpler one, the 5 Elements Maze Formation, which her junior had studied. With that thought, she found the book on the shelf. However, after reading just a few lines, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. What is this? Is the 5 Elements Maze Formation really the same as the one her junior had? Why does it differ so much from what he described? This is hardly simple. Gritting her teeth, she persevered for a while longer, feeling as though she were deciphering a celestial scripture. Ultimately, she returned the 5 Elements Maze Formation to its place. After searching through 3 more books without understanding any of them, she suddenly felt an urge to cry. Why was it that her junior could grasp the formation with ease, while she struggled? This formation was far too difficult. It was not simple at all. After poring over 6 or 7 formation books, Wen Qing finally resolved to abandon her efforts. Indeed, as her master had said, formations were obscure and difficult to comprehend, something that ordinary individuals simply could not learn. Her master often praised her intelligence, claiming she was a rare talent. Yet in comparison to her junior, she felt utterly devoid of commendable qualities. After completely giving up on formations, Wen Qing began to explore various martial arts techniques in the scripture pavilion. Even if she did not intend to learn them, it was essential to familiarize herself with them, for as the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun found a secluded spot to study the blazing fire skill, Azure Dance scripture, giant spirit technique, and sword cannon. After about an hour, he had committed the 4 techniques to memory. Although they were not from the Lingjian sect, each possessed unique merits. After returning the 4 texts to their rightful place, Xiao Yun glanced at the time. He still had some time left. Having paid for his access, he could not afford to waste it. Seizing the opportunity, he returned to the formation section and began to delve into several more formation books. He continued his studies until the red light on his waist token illuminated, at which point he reluctantly returned the books. This latest exploration of formations had imparted new insights to him, and he planned to experiment with them upon his return to Little Bamboo Peak. Upon exiting the scripture pavilion, Xiao Yun immediately noticed his senior sister seated cross-legged in a corner of the plaza, engrossed in her cultivation. Her enchanting demeanor captivated the attention of many young disciples passing by the pavilion, some of whom boldly lingered to observe her. For reasons unknown, seeing his senior sister being watched in such a manner filled him with discomfort. He quickly approached a short, stout disciple who was standing nearby, asking, "What are you looking at, my friend?" The stout disciple, startled by the sudden address, turned to find a stranger in Xiao Yun and sighed in relief. "New here, are you?" he replied, tilting his head with an air of seniority. "Indeed, it was merely the 2nd day since I joined the Lingjian sect," Xiao Yun remarked with a smile. "You, my friend, are quite fortunate. Look ahead at that sister who is diligently cultivating. What do you think? Is she not beautiful? Xiao Yun nodded, replying, I see her, and she is indeed stunning. Her beauty is of no concern to you, for she is one of our sect's foremost disciples. Sister Wenqing of Shaozhu Peak. Do not harbor any delusions of grandeur, for Sister Wenqing is a rare gem, possessing the exceptional ice spirit root and a cultivation level of the 5th layer of the Golden Core realm. Male disciples who admire her would circle Longsho Peak thrice. She is not someone of your ordinary stature that you could ever hope to approach, merely gaze from afar and revel in the sight. Is that so? Then who do you believe is worthy of Sister Wenqing? Xiao Yun replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Need you even ask? Naturally, it is I, your esteemed senior brother, boasted the stout disciple, puffing out his chest. You should know that simply catching a glimpse of Sister Wenqing today is a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Let me tell you, Sister Wenqing resides at Shaozhu Peak for extended periods and seldom ventures out. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to meet her? You might find it hard to believe, but even I, your senior brother, see her no more than thrice a year. How truly regrettable, Xiao Yun sighed. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to spend each day in Sister Wenqing's company. The stout disciple wore a look of infatuation, seemingly lost in daydreams of sharing such moments with her. Xiao Yun sighed again, advising, I suggest you abandon such fanciful thoughts. Instead of dreaming, perhaps focus on shedding a few pounds. Gently patting the stout disciple on the shoulder, he shook his head and proceeded towards Sister Wenqing. The stout disciple, taken aback, lowered his voice and called out to Xiao Yun, Hey, what are you doing? Hurry back. Do not disturb Sister Wenqing's cultivation. If she leaves, who knows when we might see her again. Chapter 30. The powerful rotund man disregarding the obstruction of the short and stout senior brother. Xiao Yun strode directly towards Wenqing. His audacious actions rendered the portly senior brother in a state of acute distress. He contemplated stepping forward to halt Xiao Yun, but hesitated, fearing it might disturb Wenqing. Just as he wavered, he noticed that the young disciple had already engaged in conversation with Wenqing. How audacious! How dare he speak to Wenqing? She has awakened. Ah, she is smiling. How beautiful, yet how infuriating. Had I known, I would have approached her first. As the short and stout senior brother wallowed in regret, he suddenly realized that Wenqing and Xiao Yun were gazing in his direction. His heart raced, his mouth went dry, and his mind went blank. Xiao Yun addressed Wenqing, Senior sister, do you know that short and plump senior brother? Wenqing turned her head, momentarily taken aback, before promptly nodding. Of course I know him. He is senior brother Zhong from the Liang Peak, the chief disciple of Liang Peak, and one of the 4 prominent disciples of the Lingjian sect. Just him? Xiao Yun scrutinized the distant, lecherous figure with skepticism. This was evidently a man of questionable character. How could such a person become the chief disciple of Liang Peak, let alone one of the 4 prominent disciples of the Lingjian sect? Before Xiao Yun could ponder further, Wenqing proactively approached the stout senior brother. Greetings, senior brother Zhong, she offered politely. Zhong Tianyan, flustered and unable to articulate his words, hurriedly returned the greeting, stuttering. SS senior sister, what are you doing here? Wenqing smiled. My junior brother is studying techniques in the scripture pavilion, and I am waiting for him to emerge. Junior brother, come here to meet senior brother Zhong. She beckoned to Xiao Yun, who sauntered over with a forced smile, uttering, I am already acquainted with senior brother Zhong. Is that so? Wenqing exclaimed in surprise. Junior brother, you have only been in the Lingjian sect for 2 days. How could you possibly know senior brother Zhong? Just now, we were introduced, Xiao Yun replied, casting a grin at Zhong Tianyan. Right, senior brother? Zhong Tianyan stammered. Why yes. 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 Wenqing offered a gentle smile to Zhong Tianyan, saying, my junior brother and I have matters to attend to, so we shall not trouble you further. Zhong Tianyan, drenched in sweat and trembling, responded, gee good. Good. Wenqing nodded slightly, refraining from further comment as she summoned her green bamboo sword and ascended first. Xiao Yun gently supported Wenqing's waist, casting a triumphant glance at the astonished Zhong Tianyan, senior brother Zhong, until we meet again. Zhong Tianyan's eyes widened in disbelief. As Wenqing soared into the sky on her sword, Zhong Tianyan finally regained his senses, yelling, this little brat dared to touch senior sister Wen's waist. Ah, why? Who on earth is he? Senior sister. Is that stout senior brother Zhong truly as formidable as you claim? A sense of impending danger inexplicably arose within Xiao Yun on the bamboo sword. It is indeed true. The senior sister possesses both beauty and grace, as well as remarkable cultivation skills. Who could possibly resist such charm? Wen Qing smiled and remarked, certainly. Among the younger disciples of the Lingjian sect, Brother Zhong's prowess is indeed among the very best. Is he more formidable than you, senior sister? Xiao Yun inquired. Wen Qing sighed. Brother Zhong practices a fire attribute technique. Even with my advantages in technique, I am no match for him. Is that so? He is truly that formidable? He seems quite the couch potato to me. Xiao Yun exclaimed. What does couch potato mean? Wen Qing asked, her expression one of confusion. It simply implies that he is rather overweight. Xiao Yun casually explained. Do not be misled by Brother Zhong's appearance. He may be stout, but his agility is remarkable. Our master has mentioned that Brother Zhong is exceptionally strong, with virtually no weaknesses, which is why he has gone out to procure weaponry for me. No weaknesses? That cannot be true. Xiao Yun found it hard to believe that such a hefty individual could possess such strength. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. However, there is one weakness, Wen Qing said, unable to suppress a slight smile. What weakness? Brother Zhong, for reasons unknown, tends to stutter when he speaks, which might be considered a flaw. Goodness, that hefty fellow is not stuttering. He is simply nervous around you. Xiao Yun thought to himself, but refrained from voicing these thoughts. He did not wish for Wen Qing to become aware of a strong rival harboring feelings for her. Revealing this would only serve to aid that overweight suitor. Quickly shifting the topic, Xiao Yun asked, Senior sister, where are we headed? This does not appear to be the way back to Shaozhu Peak. Wen Qing replied, we are approaching noon. I intend to take you to Liang Peak first. Since you've just learned the Li Hua Gong, it would be perfect for you to practice in the gathering sun array there. Xiao Yun nodded, engaging in light conversation with his senior sister. Before long, they arrived at the training square of Liang Peak. Soon, a guarding disciple approached them with a friendly greeting. What a rare visitor. Senior sister Wen Qing is here at our training square. Wen Qing smiled and said, I brought my junior brother to experience the gathering sun array of Liang Peak. The guard disciple responded with a grin, your arrival is most timely. Noon is approaching, a time when the fire spiritual energy is at its peak. Senior sister, please pay the spirit stones here. According to the regulations, disciples from outer peaks must pay 100 spirit stones for each hour spent in the gathering sun array at Liang Peak. Wen Qing, clearly aware of this rule, reached for her bag to retrieve the spirit stones. Xiao Yun quickly intervened. Senior sister, you did not mention that we would need to spend spirit stones. If that is the case, we might as well practice at Shaozhu Peak. Wen Qing smiled and reassured him. How could it be the same? You will understand once you enter. I currently have spirit stones, so you need not worry. Unfazed by Xiao Yun's objections, Wen Qing paid 100 spirit stones and acquired a waste token. She handed it to Xiao Yun, saying, your ice spirit root will yield little benefit from training here, so you may enter alone. I shall not accompany you. Having already paid, Xiao Yun had no choice but to accept the token, replying, Sister, once I emerge, we shall return to the Shaozhu Peak and not visit any other peaks. Wen Qing smiled gently. Very well, sister, you have your own plans. Please, do enter and cultivate diligently. Do not squander your time within. Xiao Yun nodded, assuring her, rest assured, sister. With such an expensive ticket, I must ensure I make a worthwhile return. She added, you may head back to Shaozhu Peak without waiting for me. Enough of this chatter, hurry inside. Noon is fast approaching. Xiao Yun nodded, fastening the waist token at her side, and stepped into the gathering sun array of Liang Peak. Chapter 31. The Sun Gathering Array. The entire Sun Gathering Array was established in the training square atop the blazing Sun Peak. Upon entering the grand formation, Xiao Yun immediately sensed a searing heat emanating from the surrounding fire spiritual energy. This sensation of being enveloped by spiritual energy was something Xiao Yun could typically only experience when drawing energy into his body. Now, merely stepping into the formation, he was already engulfed by such a feeling. Indeed, the Sun Gathering Array was extraordinary. Within the array, 500 meditation cushions were arranged for disciples to cultivate their energy. At this moment, the array was filled with practitioners, all focused on their training, striving to absorb the abundant fire spiritual energy around them. Yet, even amidst this throng, the spiritual energy remained plentiful. Xiao Yun cast a glance around, and to his surprise, the central position of the array was unoccupied. Well versed in formations, He understood that the very center was the most advantageous spot. Seizing the opportunity, he made his way to the center and settled down in a meditative posture, ready to cultivate. Time was precious, and he had no desire to squander it. He recalled the cultivation method of the blazing fire technique and began to slowly absorb the fire's spiritual energy within the array according to its prescribed route. The moment Xiao Yun commenced his cultivation, it seemed as if the fire's spiritual energy in the world sensed his presence and surged towards him. He felt an overwhelming torrent of fire's spiritual energy rushing into his body like a mighty river. Within mere breaths, he had already reached the second level of physical refinement in the blazing fire technique. Just as he prepared to continue his cultivation, a sharp voice interrupted him. "Get up. Is this a place for you to sit?" Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes to find a young man, appearing to be around 20, glaring at him with an expression full of anger. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun retorted, "Is this your spot?" The young man snapped back. "What does it matter whose spot it is? This is not a place for you to sit. Move aside, since it isn't your spot. What business is it of yours that I am cultivating here?" If the young man had approached him with civility, perhaps Xiao Yun would have yielded the position. However, the manner in which he spoke was akin to an insolent fool, which immediately displeased Xiao Yun. "I could not care less whose position this is. I purchased my entry ticket. No one informed me of where I could or could not sit before I entered. I have been cultivating here for quite some time. You expect me to vacate this spot on your command? That is simply unreasonable." Seeing that Xiao Yun refused to relent, the young man grew increasingly agitated. "Hey, which esteemed disciple do you belong to? Do you understand the rules? Is this a place you can sit haphazardly?" Xiao Yun chuckled coldly. "I am not one of your blazing sun peak disciples. I know nothing of your rules. What I do know is that I paid with spirit stones to enter. Before I came in, no one told me where I could or could not sit. Since this spot is vacant, I claim it as mine." "Oh, how audacious of you, a mere outer peak disciple, to act so arrogantly here at Blazing Sun Peak. Get up, do you hear me? Or do not blame me for being impolite." Xiao Yun responded coldly. "And what if I refuse to get up? What will you do to me? Will you resort to violence? What has happened to you? You have usurped the position of a true disciple, and striking you is but a light punishment." As the young disciple spoke, he raised his hand, poised to deliver a resounding slap to Xiao Yun's face. The other disciples, engrossed in their own cultivation, halted their practice upon hearing the commotion, turning their gazes toward the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. The young disciple's palm gradually turned crimson, radiating a wave of heat as it hurtled toward Xiao Yun's visage. Xiao Yun discerned that the strike was imbued with martial techniques. Should he refrain from retaliating, a single blow would likely incapacitate even a disciple of foundational cultivation. Xiao Yun leaned back, evading the oncoming strike, and simultaneously unleashed the soft water-shattering rock fist, deftly seizing the young man's wrist. With a powerful thrust of one leg, he delivered a kick to the young man's abdomen. The latter let out a pained cry, crashing onto the ground and careening away, narrowly avoiding colliding with other disciples who had also been practicing. Xiao Yun had not exerted his full strength, thus granting the young man a semblance of dignity. Struggling against the excruciating pain, the young man rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Yun, and shouted, "You dare strike me? If you have the guts, don't flee. Just wait for me." With that, he turned and fled the formation. Xiao Yun cast a cold glance in his direction, disdainfully retorting, "You tell me not to leave, yet you scurry away like a coward." Once the young man departed, the surrounding disciples murmured amongst themselves, occasionally gesturing toward Xiao Yun. Unfazed, he settled onto his mat, resuming his cultivation. Just as he entered a meditative state, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted him, accompanied by distant shouts of, "Sister, it's that kid." Realizing reinforcements were on their way, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by a familiar face. Upon recognizing him, she frowned slightly and coldly remarked, "It's you?" Surprised to encounter her in this place, Xiao Yun smiled and replied, "Indeed, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." The newcomer wore a striking crimson ensemble, her tall figure complemented by porcelain skin, delicate brows, and captivating phoenix-like eyes. Her elegant nose and slightly thin lips exuded a spirited aura, adorned with a lotus-shaped fiery red mark on her forehead. She was none other than Chu Hongyan, the newly accepted true disciple of the Li Wying Peak. Chu Hongyan, taken aback by Xiao Yun's presence, thought to herself, "Isn't he a disciple of the Bamboo Peak? Why is he here at our Li Huaying Peak, especially within the dedicated cultivation formation? What brings you here? Chu Hongyan inquired. What else could I be doing? Naturally, I am cultivating, Xiao Yun replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Practicing fire-related techniques? She asked. Is there any other choice? He responded. I didn't hear the master mention anything about accepting you into Li Huaying Peak. When did this happen? Chu Hongyan was genuinely astonished. Realizing Xiao Yun had joined Li Huaying Peak, she presumed he must have broken through the qi refinement stage, prompting their master to recognize his potential and admit him to their peak, which explained his presence in her designated area. Xiao Yun shot her an exasperated look, asserting, Don't spout nonsense. I have not joined your Li Huaying Peak. I am merely here to cultivate. Do you have any business? If not, please refrain from interrupting my practice, as my time is exceedingly valuable. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's explanation, Chu Hongyan understood and promptly replied, I do have a matter to discuss. The seat you occupy belongs to me, so I kindly ask that you vacate it. Did you write your name on it? Xiao Yun inquired. Chu Hongyan paused for a moment, then asserted, There is no need for my name to be written. This is common knowledge throughout the entire Liang Peak. With a smile, Xiao Yun replied, I apologize. I am not a disciple of Liang Peak and am unaware of such matters. I paid spirit stones to come here to practice. When I paid the spirit stones, there was no mention of designated seating, and when I arrived, this place was unoccupied. I have already claimed this seat, and I must regretfully decline your request to vacate it. At that moment, the young man who had been kicked by Xiao Yun could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Sister, why waste words with him? She has occupied your position. Simply drive him away. Chapter 32. The Quest for the Ticket. Chu Hongyan frowned as she addressed Xiao Yun, remarking on the abundant fire spiritual energy in the area. Even if you do not occupy this position, the fire spiritual energy here is sufficient for your cultivation. Xiao Yun replied with a smile, If that is the case, why do you not choose another spot? Why contend with me for this particular position? Indeed, the ample fire spiritual energy within the gathering yang array was undeniable, yet the energy at the very center was even more refined, allowing for swifter cultivation. Chu Hongyan, possessing exceptional talent, had received explicit instructions from the head of Liang Peak, designating this spot for her cultivation until she completed her qi refinement stage and advanced to the foundation establishment stage. She had no intention of concealing this from Xiao Yun and stated directly, I am studying the advanced technique of Liang Peak. The Liang Fantian Ju. It requires not only a vast amount of fire spiritual energy, but also a higher purity. Among the entire gathering yang array, only this location has the most refined fire spiritual energy. My master specifically instructed that this position belongs to me, and I shall be cultivating here daily. I do not hold it against you for not knowing this, given that you are not a disciple of Liang Peak. However, now that I have clarified the matter, I kindly ask you to vacate the seat. Xiao Yun shook his head and responded, Had you spoken to me before I entered this great array and paid the spirit stones, I would have never contested your position. However, I have already paid the spirit stones and cultivated here for half a day. To claim that this is your spot now is something I cannot accept. Furthermore, Ma Yohua Gong may not be inferior to your Liang Fantian Ju. You require pure fire spiritual energy, but do I not need it as well? A young man who had been kicked by Xiao Yun could not help but interject. Liu Huagong? A technique that can be learned in the scripture pavilion cannot possibly compare to our Liang Peak's methods. Even the fire spiritual energy at the periphery is sufficient for your cultivation. You should just leave. The surrounding disciples of Liang Peak erupted in laughter upon hearing Xiao Yun's technique. Liu Huagong. That trash technique dares to compare with our Liang Peak's methods? Is this fellow here to amuse us? Does that worthless technique truly require the fire spiritual energy from the center of the array? One well-meaning disciple suggested, Brother, your Liu Huagong does not necessitate cultivation at the center. The fire spiritual energy at the periphery is more than adequate for your practice. Please vacate the position for Sister Chu. Indeed, you should step aside. Sister Chu's training time is approaching. There are only brief moments throughout the day when the fire spiritual energy here is at its peak purity. Don't hinder Sister Chu, nor yourself. Everyone is here to cultivate. There is no need for disputes over such trivial matters. The young disciple who had been kicked expressed his anger. I think this fellow will not relent until he faces dire consequences. He clearly does not heed well-intended advice. We should just drive him out without further discussion. Chu Hongyan waved her hand, signaling the young disciple to cease his words. Although she understood that Xiao Yun was merely a mixed spiritual root, she did not wish to create enmity with him. In the scripture pavilion, she witnessed Xiao Yun demonstrating the prowess of a foundational cultivator with a single punch. Even if Xiao Yun had consumed some extraordinary treasures, it was undeniable that he had attained the foundational realm. Chu Hongyan, exercising patience, remarked, "You have heard what everyone has said. Your blazing fire technique does not require refinement here. It can be practiced elsewhere just as effectively." Xiao Yun sneered and replied, "They are your junior disciples. Of course they will speak in your favor." With her brow furrowed, Chu Hongyan realized that noon was fast approaching, and she had no time to dally with Xiao Yun. Seeing that Xiao Yun was impervious to both persuasion and coercion, she couldn't help but state, "Time is of the essence. I will ask you one last time. Will you relinquish this position? If you refuse, what will you do?" "What if I refuse?" Xiao Yun inquired. "If you do not comply, I shall summon my master to remove you," Chu Hongyan replied through gritted teeth, emphasizing the term master with great weight. Upon hearing her mention her master, Xiao Yun thought it prudent to concede. The head of the Liang Peak was not someone he could afford to provoke. If her master were to arrive and truly expel him, it would render his spirit stones wasted. He could not betray the goodwill of his senior sister. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yun smiled and said, "I am not unreasonable. I can certainly yield, yet it cannot be as simple as merely touching lips to lips." "What do you propose?" "What do you mean?" Chu Hongyan asked. Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile, "I invested spirit stones to enter here. Having finally secured such a prime location, how could I simply relinquish it? If you wish for me to vacate, you must purchase my place with spirit stones." Chu Hongyan nodded and said, "Very well. I will have the guarding disciples outside return your spirit stones. You may leave. You are henceforth forbidden from appearing in our Liang Peaks gathering formation." "Are you jesting? I came here to cultivate. Having already paid my spirit stones, you expect me to leave? Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Xiao Yun retorted. "Did you not just say to purchase this spot with spirit stones?" Chu Hongyan glared at him. "Indeed, I arrived first and claimed a favorable position. If you desire it, you must buy it from me." Chu Hongyan's fair complexion flushed with anger. She did not wish to escalate this trivial matter to her master. Moreover, Xiao Yun had a point. He had paid to cultivate here, and since the position was vacant, there was no reason not to allow him to occupy it. "Fine. I will give you 200 spirit stones. Step aside." With noon approaching, Chu Hongyan preferred not to prolong the discussion with Xiao Yun. To her surprise, Xiao Yun had not anticipated her acquiescence. He had prepared himself for a negotiation. Xiao Yun's psychological price point was merely 100 spirit stones. As long as he could earn back the ticket price, it would be delightful to seize a free opportunity for cultivation. Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen reward. Chu Hongyan, indeed a true disciple, effortlessly produced 200 spirit stones upon request. Remembering back to the time in the scripture pavilion when Yang Shuhao mentioned that her master had bestowed upon her some precious elixirs to aid her advancement, it appeared that those words were not mere embellishments. Her master truly dotes on her. The blazing sun peak certainly boasts wealth, especially when compared to their humble bamboo peak, which seems rather impoverished in contrast. The esteemed senior sister had to write an IOU just to take him to the scripture pavilion, and even had to pawn her personal magical artifact. After accepting Chu Hongyan's 200 spirit stones, Xiao Yun dutifully relinquished his seat, seeking a quiet corner to begin his cultivation. Chu Hongyan quickly adjusted her mindset and settled into her designated position, preparing for her own practice, no longer paying attention to Xiao Yun. At that moment, a tremendous surge of fire's spiritual energy cascaded down from above the gathering spirit array. The fire's spiritual energy within the gathering sun array suddenly intensified several-fold. Xiao Yun could not help but marvel at the extraordinary power of the gathering sun array. Such dense fire spiritual energy would surely allow even those with inferior spiritual roots to cultivate at a rate comparable to those with exceptional roots. He promptly closed his eyes and activated the fiery blaze technique to absorb the fire's spiritual energy from the gathering sun array. After circulating the fiery blaze technique for a full cycle, the fire's spiritual energy within the array became restless, surging wildly towards Xiao Yun. Chapter 33. Where has the fire's spiritual energy gone? Xiao Yun, sensing something amiss, fervently began to absorb the dense fire's spiritual energy. As the formidable energy surged into his body, It relentlessly washed over him, elevating his physical limits. After about the span of a tea break, the disciples of Liang Peak, who were practicing within the gathering sun array, gradually recognized that something was awry. Why was the fire spiritual energy within the array rapidly depleting? It was midday, the time when the energy was most abundant. Even under normal circumstances, the spiritual energy in the gathering sun array would not be so scant. Some of the less experienced disciples soon realized they could no longer absorb the fire's spiritual energy here. They emerged from their meditative states, bewildered, and surveyed their surroundings. Initially, they suspected they had faltered in their practice, but upon seeing the equally confused faces around them, they understood that an issue had arisen with the array. What was happening? Why could they no longer sense the fire's spiritual energy? I don't know. I can't sense it either. Could the gathering sun array be malfunctioning? As discussions ensued, even some of the more skilled disciples began to sense the anomaly. Although they could still perceive the fire's spiritual energy, it was entirely beyond their control, and they could not absorb any of it into their bodies. At that moment, apart from the few individuals at the center of the practice area, everyone else had ceased their training. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Xiao Yun, seated in a corner, remained oblivious to the commotion outside, wholly focused on absorbing the fire's spiritual energy from the array. He felt an infinite flow of energy entering his body, continuously enhancing his physique. His cultivation speed surpassed even that in the tranquil chambers of Shaozhu Peak by several folds. After another quarter of an hour, the few individuals at the center of the array also began to sense something amiss. Why was the fire's spiritual energy flowing outward, completely eluding their control, rendering absorption impossible? Upon opening their eyes, they discovered that the others in the practice area had already halted their training. Frowning, the core disciples remarked, "What is happening? I can't absorb any fire spiritual energy. Neither can I. It's all dispersing outward. Has the array as sealing function failed? No. Look over there at that kid practicing the fire technique." Everyone turned to see Xiao Yun still sitting cross-legged, engrossed in his cultivation. A faint red glow emanated from his skin. What was that? Was it fire spiritual energy? Had he siphoned it all away? Could it be that the subtle red light on his skin was indeed fire spiritual energy? The energy had manifested visibly? This was inconceivable. Such a phenomenon was impossible. Even the purest fire spiritual energy within the gathering sun array could not be seen with the naked eye. Seated at the heart of the array, Chu Hongyan sensed an unsettling shift. Why was today's fire spiritual energy so unruly? Despite her utmost efforts, she could barely manage to absorb a scant amount into her body. At the heart of the gathering sun array lies her domain, where all the fire spiritual energy first converges before dispersing into the surroundings. However, today, no matter how she exerted her control, the fire spiritual energy was being siphoned away by the disciples around her. Chu Hongyan felt an increasing sense of alarm as her cultivation speed dwindled to a mere fraction of its usual pace, rendering further efforts futile. Slowly, she opened her eyes, emerging from her meditative state. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed that all the surrounding disciples had ceased their cultivation, pointing and whispering towards a corner. A frown creased Chu Hongyan's brow. What was happening? Why had the disciples stopped their training, and where had the fire spiritual energy gone? Following their gaze, she discovered Xiao Yun in the corner, surrounded by a faint red glow. His body resembled a magnet, drawing all the surrounding fire spiritual energy towards him. Chu Hongyan could distinctly sense the energy continuously flowing in his direction. With a puzzled expression, she approached Xiao Yun. As the disciples noticed Chu Hongyan approaching, they parted to create a path for her. Upon nearing Xiao Yun, she was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming intensity of fire spiritual energy. It was at least 10 times more refined than the energy at the very center of the gathering sun array. Chu Hongyan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. What kind of cultivation technique was Xiao Yun practicing, capable of absorbing such an immense quantity of fire spiritual energy? It was well known that the fire spiritual energy within this array could sustain 500 practitioners. Chu Shiji, is this lad stealing our fire spiritual energy? A disciple exclaimed. Chu Hongyan, her face a picture of astonishment, replied, It appears so. What on earth was happening? Could it be that he was the legendary innate fire spiritual root, capable of absorbing fire spiritual energy at such a rapid pace? Chu Hongyan murmured, No, he is not an innate spiritual root. He possesses a mixed spiritual root. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. A mixed spiritual root? The most inferior type? Even lesser than a low-grade spiritual root? Indeed. How could a mixed spiritual root absorb fire spiritual energy so swiftly? Your exceptional fire spiritual root could never achieve this. Could it, Chu Shiji? Chu Hongyan nodded slowly. Not only was it impossible, but Xiao Yun's speed of absorption far surpassed hers by at least 100-fold. Shiji, are you certain? Is he truly a mixed spiritual root? Another disciple asked. Chu Hongyan replied. The sect master personally verified it. How could there be an error? At that time, our master was present, along with the elders from various sections. None were willing to accept him as a disciple, and he was ultimately assigned to Little Bamboo Peak. If he were not a mixed spiritual root, would the elders of the various peaks have allowed him to go there? A profound silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, a disciple inquired, but why can a mixed spiritual root absorb fire spiritual energy so quickly? Is it due to his cultivation technique? Cultivation technique? What technique? The blazing fire technique. Did he not mention he practices the blazing fire technique? But that is merely an ordinary technique from the scripture pavilion. How could it possibly yield such results? Perhaps he has grasped some of its profound intricacies. Otherwise, what other explanation could there be? Surely, it cannot merely be attributed to his inferior spiritual roots. Indeed, it must be attributed to the fiery arts. Some quick-thinking disciples immediately discerned the implication and stealthily departed from the training square, making their way towards the scripture pavilion at Dragonhead Peak. Those who were slower to react noticed the dwindling number of practitioners in the square, hastily departing as well. From a gathering of 500, only a handful remained. These individuals realized they had tarried too long, and now they would be unable to seize the coveted fiery arts. Some remained skeptical, convinced that Xiao Yun could not be practicing the fiery arts, but rather another technique. They chose to wait here until Xiao Yun awakened, seeking clarity. Chu Hongyan too doubted the purported efficacy of the fiery arts. If it were indeed that powerful, her master would surely have noticed. She speculated that Xiao Yun might have consumed some celestial treasure, as suggested by Elder Wu at the scripture pavilion. A dozen or so individuals surrounded Xiao Yun like bodyguards, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Xiao Yun himself was unaware of how long he had been in his meditative state. He only sensed that the fiery spiritual energy, upon entering his body, ceased to enhance his physical form and gradually converged towards his dantian, prompting him to halt his cultivation. Based on his prior experience with the rising tide of the Azure Sea, he surmised that he had now perfected the mastery of the fiery spiritual energy. Chapter 34. What color is your belly band? Xiao Yun gradually opened his eyes, only to be startled by the scene before him. Dozens of individuals surrounded him, their faces alight with wonder as they scrutinized him like a rare panda in a zoo. Instantly, Xiao Yun straightened his posture and stood up, eyeing the leader, Chu Hongyan, with a wary expression. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Let me tell you, retrieving those 200 spirit stones from me will be more challenging than snatching meat from a dog, he declared defiantly. Do not think you can bully me just because of your numbers. I welcome a one-on-one challenge. Chu Hongyan approached him with a composed expression, causing Xiao Yun to become even more vigilant. Are you coming at me first? He asked. Very well, let us step outside to settle this. But don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Chu Hongyan remained silent for a moment, meticulously examining Xiao Yun from head to toe. She scrutinized him thoroughly, and after what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yun began to feel uneasy under her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be you've taken a liking to me? Although I am aware of my own charm, I must inform you that my heart belongs to another. So do not harbor any delusions, Chu Hongyan. Her expression darkened, and she retorted angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would fancy someone with a mixed spiritual root like you? Xiao Yun gently patted his chest and replied, Well, that's a relief. If you were to cry and plead to marry me, I would truly be at a loss on how to refuse. Chu Hongyan raised her delicate hand to chastise him, but halted midway. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, she lowered her hand. Tell me, what cultivation technique are you practicing? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed by her sudden inquiry. Hadn't he mentioned it before? What does it matter to you? He countered. Chu Hongyan was momentarily taken aback by his response, unsure of how to reply. Since joining the Luyang Peak and becoming the favored disciple of the Grand Elder, she had been treated like a prized jewel by her fellow disciples, who would patiently answer any of her questions. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before. After a brief silence, she regained her composure, recognizing her need for information and thus mustering her patience to continue. I'm merely asking casually, are you truly practicing the fire technique? Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea for profit, and he smiled. Would you like to know? Chu Hongyan nodded. Xiao Yun turned to the eager disciples surrounding them, inquiring, do you wish to know as well? The group instantly nodded enthusiastically. Xiao Yun smacked his lips, feigning a troubled expression. You probing into my private matters puts me in quite a predicament. Chu Hongyan frowned and replied, we simply wish to know what technique you are practicing. We are not asking you to teach us. What is so difficult about that? Xiao Yun smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Hongyan with disdain. If that is the case, then let me ask you, what color is the belly band you are wearing today? His fair face instantly flushed like a crimson cloth, glaring at Xiao Yun and exclaiming, You! How dare you? With an innocent expression, Xiao Yun replied, what is the matter? I merely inquired about the color. I didn't ask you to show it to me. Humiliated by Xiao Yun's teasing in front of so many male disciples, was consumed by rage, raising her palm as if to confront him. Xiao Yun quickly interjected, wait a moment. Don't you want to know what cultivation technique I practice? Upon hearing this, suppressed her fury, halting to ask, what technique do you cultivate? Is it truly the fiery blaze technique? With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yun retorted, is your undergarment genuinely red? I will fight you. Frustrated by the jest, lost control of her anger and soared towards him, unleashing a punch aimed at his chest. Xiao Yun sidestepped effortlessly, chuckling. Now you understand how it feels when someone pries into your privacy, don't you? Silence. I shall end you. Thwarted once more, shouted angrily and charged at Xiao Yun again. Unperturbed, he engaged her using the gentle water-shattering fist. Although had reached the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage, she still paled in comparison to Xiao Yun. With sheer physical strength, he effortlessly parried her assaults. In her blind rage, ignored the vast disparity in their powers, relentlessly attacking Xiao Yun. Both and Xiao Yun had only recently begun their training, merely 2 days in. Despite her successful breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi refinement, aided by medicinal elixirs, her martial skills were lamentably inadequate. Initially, Xiao Yun utilized the gentle water-shattering fist to defend, but after several exchanges, he realized that even with ordinary earthly martial arts, was no match for him. On numerous occasions, he could have taken her life, but refrained at critical moments. After all, they were both disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. Should he slay here, he would undoubtedly meet a similar fate. Unbeknownst to her, was oblivious to Xiao Yun's repeated acts of mercy. Blinded by anger, she only sought to annihilate the rogue before her, disregarding all else. As he fended off her relentless attacks, Xiao Yun spoke, Sister Chu, I understand your current fury. I feel the same. When you inquired about my cultivation technique, I felt precisely as you do now, perhaps even more incensed, yet I restrained myself. Do you comprehend how challenging it was for me? Sister, anger breeds impulsiveness. You are acting quite rashly. Consider the situation, you are not my equal. Be quiet and perish. Frustrated by her inability to land a blow, was nearly driven to madness by Xiao Yun's incessant chatter. Sister, if reason fails, I shall resort to physical means. Xiao Yun declared. Chu Hongyan bit her silver teeth tightly, remaining silent as she attacked with increasing fervor, eager to vanquish Xiao Yun at once. Observing her refusal to heed his advice, Xiao Yun let out a soft sigh. Very well, since my junior sister is unwilling to listen, she shall not blame me. This will turn out to be a painful lesson. In a flash, Xiao Yun evaded Chu Hongyan's strike and swiftly maneuvered behind her. With a palm strike as fluid as water, he unleashed his power directly upon the center of her back. A dull thud echoed as the overwhelming force of his palm sent Chu Hongyan crashing to the ground. Her entire form sprawled upon the earth. Immediately, a surge of tremendous energy surged towards her. Boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. The disciples of the blazing sun peak gasped in alarm. Sister Chu. As the crowd rushed forward to aid Chu Hongyan, the dust began to settle. To their astonishment, she lay unscathed on the ground. The earth around her, within a 2-meter radius, had sunk deeply, as if she were a figurine plucked from a painting, frozen in shock. Xiao Yun chuckled. Junior Sister Chu, I must say, this strike was tempered by our bond as fellow disciples. Do you truly believe your body is sturdier than this ground? Chapter 35. Avenge Senior Sister Chu. Although Chu Hongyan's body remained unscathed, the wounds to her spirit were far more agonizing than death itself. First, she was publicly teased by Xiao Yun, and then she suffered a humiliating defeat. A torrent of grievances surged within her, yet she had no outlet for her despair. She buried her head deeply in her arms, lying motionless on the ground. Senior Sister Chu, Senior Sister Chu. The disciples of Liang Peak hurriedly approached, calling her name with concern. Chu Hongyan remained prostrate, her shoulders trembling intermittently. Before long, soft sobs began to escape her lips. One of the disciples frowned and gently inquired, "What is wrong with Senior Sister Chu? Is she crying?" Indeed, it appears so. At that moment, Xiao Yun was oblivious to the brewing storm. He continued to smile, adhering to his plan, and said, "Junior Sister Chu, please rise. My palm strike was devoid of true power. I merely employed the gentle force of the soft water-crushing rock technique. You were not injured, so there is no need to feign. Can you now understand what I am saying? Inquiring about another's private matters is rather impolite. It puts me in a difficult position when you ask about my cultivation methods. However, I am not entirely unwilling to share. If you could spare a few spirit stones, perhaps I might divulge some information." Xiao Yin did not perceive his cultivation method as a significant secret. His motive for withholding it was merely to extract some spirit stones from the affluent disciples of Liang Peak. The claim of it being personal privacy was merely a pretext for financial gain. The financial situation of Xiaozhu Peak was quite strained, and he intended to seize any opportunity to earn spirit stones, thereby alleviating some of the economic pressure on his senior sister. Just as Xiao Yun anticipated that Chu Hongyan would willingly offer spirit stones to purchase the secret of his technique, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The disciples of Liang Peak suddenly encircled him, their expressions filled with fury as they shouted loudly, "This brat has made Senior Sister Chu cry. We cannot let him escape. Absolutely not. We must avenge Senior Sister Chu. Let us teach this boy a lesson for daring to wreak havoc on Liang Peak and for striking our beloved senior sister." With that, the disciples surged forward, ready to confront Xiao Yun. Dumbfounded, Xiao Yun was at a loss. What is happening? This was not how the script was written. You were supposed to be clamoring to offer spirit stones in exchange for my secrets. How did it come to this? As he surveyed the enraged faces surrounding him, he realized they were ready to fight to the death. Even if he could overpower them, he could not resort to violence. Setting aside the repercussions of defeating these disciples, how could he expect leniency from the head of Liang Peak? Seeing the situation escalate, Xiao Yun dared not linger any longer. Having nearly perfected his cultivation, he sensed the precariousness of his situation and decided to make a hasty retreat. With a nimble leap, he bounded out of the encirclement, sprinting towards the exit of the gathering sun array. Before departing, he couldn't resist casting an accusation back at his pursuers. "You from the Luyang Peak are bullies. First, you pry into my privacy, and when I refuse to speak, you resort to force. I shall seek the master to reason with you." Realizing he intended to flee, they shouted, "Don't let him escape. Stop him." Infuriated, they were determined to capture him, insisting, "We must not let him get away." At the entrance of the gathering sun array, a disciple on guard was fighting off drowsiness, as the task was quite monotonous. Nevertheless, every true disciple was required to take turns here, both to maintain the array's proper functioning and to prevent any disturbances. Although the likelihood of such incidents was minimal, Luyang Peak still stationed true disciples to oversee the area. Just as the disciple was succumbing to slumber, a figure suddenly darted out from the array, followed by a throng of Luyang Peak disciples who came rushing out, shouting, "Stop that boy! Do not let him escape! Senior brother, quickly block that boy ahead!" Instantly awakened, the guarding disciple, though unaware of the unfolding events, responded instinctively to his junior brother's cries. He swiftly propelled himself forward, obstructing Xiao Yun's path. "Halt! Clarify your intentions before leaving. What have you done? Why are your junior brothers pursuing you?" Xiao Yun was unwilling to comply, seeing the expressions of the Luyang Peak disciples behind him. He feared the consequences if captured. Channeling his energy into the soft water-shattering rock fist, he waved forward, declaring, "Step aside, or I cannot guarantee your safety." The guarding disciple scoffed, "You think you can injure me?" Having heard from Wenqing that Xiao Yun was her junior brother, newly arrived at the Shao Bamboo Peak merely 2 days prior to experience the gathering sun array, he dismissed Xiao Yun's threat entirely. As Xiao Yun reached out to push him aside, the disciple's disdain was palpable. He raised his hand, prepared to meet Xiao Yun's advance head-on. Concerned about the potential severity of his blow, He restrained himself, using only 50% of his strength. However, upon contact, he was met with an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward uncontrollably. Mid-air, he was struck with astonishment. Who was this person? His own Golden Core realm strike had been effortlessly repelled? Was it possible that a spy from the demonic sect had infiltrated the Lingjian sect? Though thrown back, he felt no injury. Executing a flip in the air, he quickly regained his footing, summoning a glimmering sword that shone coldly in his grasp. The true disciple hovered gracefully in midair, brandishing his sword and bellowing at Xiao Yun. Where do you come from, you scoundrel? Halt at once, lest my blade show no mercy. Xiao Yun looked up, his heart racing in astonishment. Goodness, this lad can actually fly. He must at least be at the foundation establishment stage. Just as Xiao Yun hesitated, contemplating whether to heed the command and stand still, a striking figure clad in azure glided towards him on a bamboo sword from afar. A surge of joy filled Xiao Yun as he called out, "Sister, I'm over here." When Qing had not strayed far, she was practicing alone in a secluded spot nearby. Hearing the shout from the guarding disciple, she hurried over to investigate. As she descended, she noticed a throng pursuing Xiao Yun. Without delay, Wen Qing landed gracefully before him and inquired softly, "What is happening? What trouble have you stirred this time?" Xiao Yun, feigning innocence, replied, "Why do you say again? I have no idea what has gotten into these people. They asked me about my cultivation method, and when I refused to divulge, they decided to chase me." Wen Qing frowned, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. How can they behave in such a manner? Indeed, I cannot comprehend their brazen audacity," Xiao Yun lamented. Wen Qing nodded slightly, gently grasping Xiao Yun's hand in a gesture of reassurance. "Do not be afraid, my junior brother. As long as I am here, they shall not harm you." Chapter 36. Do not come again. Wen Qing positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Yun, proclaiming, "What transgression has my junior brother committed that compels you to pursue him in such a manner?" A disciple of the true lineage stationed at the formation descended before Wen Qing, sword in hand. "Wen Qing, is he truly your junior brother? Did you not mention that he has only recently joined the Lingjian sect? How could he possibly possess such formidable palm strength?" Wen Qing replied coolly, "My junior brother has indeed entered the foundation establishment stage. Thus, his palm strength is naturally extraordinary. However, I must inquire why you are pursuing him without cause." The stationed disciple, aware of the situation's ambiguity, turned to the disciples behind him. At that moment, other disciples from Liang Peak had also arrived in pursuit. The stationed disciple turned back and queried, "Why are you pursuing the junior brother from Shaozhu Peak?" The disciples from Liang Peak erupted in a cacophony of shouts. "This fellow has bullied Sister Chu within the Juyang formation. Our senior brother seeks to avenge Sister Chu. We cannot allow him to escape. Bind him and take him to our master for punishment. Sister Chu is weeping like a sorrowful figure. We must not let this scoundrel go." Voices clamored in unison, casting blame upon Xiao Yun. Although the stationed disciple was not privy to the full story, he surmised the reason for Liang Peak's disciples' pursuit. He bowed slightly to Wen Qing, stating, "Sister Wen Qing, you have heard the commotion. This junior brother has caused a disturbance within the Juyang formation, and I cannot allow him to leave unscathed." Wen Qing furrowed her brow and turned to Xiao Yun, asking, "What transpired? What did you do inside?" Xiao Yun feigned innocence, replying, "Sister, please do not take their words at face value. The truth is, I was diligently practicing my techniques when they surrounded me, inquiring about my methods. Naturally, I could not divulge my secrets. After all, they pertain to my privacy. Yet, when Chu Hongyan heard my refusal, she initiated an attack upon me. I merely frightened her a little, and as a result, they began to pursue me. That is how it occurred." Wen Qing, upon hearing this, turned to the stationed disciple and remarked, "My junior brother merely wished to keep his practice private, and yet you resort to violence. Is Liang Peak not acting with excessive arrogance?" The stationed disciple frowned, glaring at the disciples from Liang Peak. "Is this truly the case?" The crowd erupted once more. "He lies. It was he who first insulted Sister Chu. Unable to bear such humiliation, she retaliated against him. Indeed, Sister Chu was brought to tears by his actions. He claims it was merely a scare. This matter demands resolution for Sister Chu's sake." Xiao Yun, with a look of disdain, retorted, "How have I insulted her? Was it not she who pried into my privacy, prompting my response regarding hers? A shameless rogue. How dare you utter such words? Sister Chu, being a lady, should not have to endure such indignities." He is not prying into her privacy. He is clearly teasing senior sister Chu. With a hint of curiosity, when Qing inquired of Xiao Yun, "What did you ask her?" Xiao Yun, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and replied, "Oh, it was nothing much, just inquiring about her outfit today." Before Xiao Yun could complete his sentence, a sharp voice interrupted, "Silver thief, cease your chatter." The crowd turned in unison to see Chu Hongyan approaching with a stern expression, her cheeks still marked by remnants of tears. Xiao Yun chuckled, "See, senior sister? I told you she is perfectly fine." The disciples guarding the formation, noticing the arrival of the concerned party, quickly leaned in to ask, "Chu junior sister, what exactly transpired? Is it true, as some of the other disciples claim, that a junior from Shaozhou Peak has been harassing you?" Chu Hongyan clenched her teeth and firmly retorted, "No." "So, it's all a misunderstanding?" The guarding disciple probed further. Chu Hongyan resentfully nodded in affirmation. Although the guarding disciple perceived the distress etched upon her face, he felt it inappropriate to detain Xiao Yun any longer given her words. He politely addressed Wen Qing, "My apologies, senior sister Wen. It seems this is merely a misunderstanding. You may leave." Wen Qing nodded slightly, taking Xiao Yun's hand as they turned to depart. Suddenly, Chu Hongyan's sharp voice rang out, "Wait." Xiao Yun halted and glanced back, asking, "Do you wish to inquire about my cultivation methods? I wouldn't mind sharing, provided you." He intended to suggest a transaction for spirit stones. However, to Chu Hongyan, this sounded entirely different. She assumed he might even be asking about the color of her undergarment that day. With indignation, she snapped, "Silver thief, be silent. Who cares about your cultivation methods? What I must convey is that you are forbidden from stepping into the gathering sun formation of Liang Peak from now on. You shall not return here to cultivate." Furrowing his brows, Xiao Yun countered, "On what grounds? I did not come here for free. I paid with spirit stones." He had aspirations of returning to sell more seats here, using the spirit stones for martial arts studies at the scripture pavilion. How could he be blacklisted? "I have no need for your spirit stones. I do not wish to see you here again," Chu Hongyan declared vehemently. "If you do not wish to see me, simply close your eyes. When I need to practice fire attribute techniques, I will come here." Chu Hongyan, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Xiao Yun, turned her attention back to the guarding disciple. A tumult of emotions stirred within her, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Brother Lu, let him go. He is not to return here." Seeing his junior sister's pitiable demeanor, and recognizing the repeated slurs of silver thief directed at the junior from Shaozhou Peak, the guarding disciple understood that Chu Hongyan must have endured some grievance. Resisting the urge to voice his thoughts, he sighed and said, "Very well. This matter shall be handled by Brother Lu on your behalf." Upon concluding his words, the true disciple guarding the formation addressed Wen Qing, stating, "Sister Wen Qing, I regret to inform you that in the future, our Liang Peak's gathering sun formation will not be accessible to Shaozhou Peak. Should your junior wish to study the fire attribute techniques, he must seek alternatives." Before Wen Qing could respond, Xiao Yun, unable to contain himself, stepped forward from behind her and exclaimed loudly, "On what grounds? Does your behavior truly honor the trust we placed in Liang Peak's gathering sun formation? Refund us." The disciple guarding the formation refrained from debating with Xiao Yun and directly produced 100 spirit stones, handing them to Wen Qing. "Sister Wen Qing, I apologize, but please refrain from visiting in the future." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wen Qing accepted the spirit stones and hurriedly led Xiao Yun away from Liang Peak. As they soared towards Shaozhou Peak atop the bamboo sword, Wen Qing, perplexed, inquired of Xiao Yun, "Junior brother, what exactly transpired between you and junior sister Chu? Why does she refer to you as Silver Thief?" Xiao Yun, with a bitter smile, replied, "Sister, if I were truly a Silver Thief, would they have allowed me to leave? This is a baseless accusation against my integrity. You must not fall for their ruse." Wen Qing pouted slightly, asserting, "Oh really? Where there is smoke, there is fire. I refuse to believe they would falsely accuse you without reason. Alas, it seems you can no longer go to Liang Peak. Senior sister, this is a grave injustice. Do I appear to be that sort of person? I am a paragon of virtue." Wen Qing chuckled softly, responding, "Is that so? I fail to see how you embody such virtue. A true paragon should resemble Brother Zhong from Liang Peak." Xiao Yun was taken aback, hastily retorting, "Sister, do not be deceived by that portly fellow's seemingly honest exterior. He is far from a good person." Wen Qing, puzzled, remarked, "Why do I sense that you harbor some bias against Brother Zhong? He is genuinely quite amiable. That is not bias. I am aware of the true nature behind his hypocritical facade. Just as Xiao Yun spoke, Wen Qing abruptly interrupted. Junior brother, look below. Are those not disciples of Qingmu Peak? They are chopping down our green rock bamboo. Chapter 37. Do you wish to chop the overlord bamboo? Upon hearing Wen Qing's words, Xiao Yun quickly lowered his gaze. Indeed, he spotted a solitary disciple clad in the garb of the Qingmu Peak's miscellaneous disciples, diligently chopping the verdant yin bamboo. It struck him as peculiar that only one individual was present. Why is there but one person? Xiao Yun inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. I wonder if they deem our prices too exorbitant, thus sending merely one disciple. Wen Qing replied, let us descend to investigate. Even if it is just one person, payment must be rendered. A fly's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. With that, Wen Qing deftly maneuvered her green bamboo sword and gracefully landed before the Qingmu Peak disciple. The disciple's expression soured upon seeing Wen Qing, and he nervously bowed, stammering, Wen Qing, senior sister. Wen Qing offered a slight nod and turned her gaze toward Xiao Yun. Asking for spirit stones was not within her capability. Aware of his sister's modesty, Xiao Yun stepped forward and addressed the disciple. Did you relay our conversation to Yang Shuhao yesterday? The disciple's head bobbed vaguely, leaving it unclear whether he was affirming or denying. Assuming he had nodded, Xiao Yun continued, since you have informed Yang Shuhao, and today, the disciples from Qingmu Peak have come to our Shaozhu Peak to harvest the green yin bamboo. This implies your consent to our charges, does it not? The disciple managed a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Yun pressed on. We at Shaozhu Peak are not unreasonable. Indeed, 100 spirit stones per hour is excessive. We have recalibrated our pricing for you Qingmu Peak. It shall be 10 spirit stones per hour or 50 spirit stones for a full day. Given the quantity of green yin bamboo you have chopped, and the time you have spent here, let us settle for a day's work at 50 spirit stones, shall we? Extending his hand towards the disciple, he beckoned, now, hand over the spirit stones. The disciple despaired at the thought of procuring 50 spirit stones, lamenting inwardly, why must misfortune befall me? Encountering senior sister Wen Qing of all people, what could he do? Noticing the disciple's prolonged inactivity and apparent reluctance to produce the spirit stones, Xiao Yun raised his voice sharply. What are you doing? Do you wish to chop the overlord bamboo? Let me make it clear, without the spirit stones, you shall not leave Shaozhu Peak today. With a woeful expression, the disciple turned to Wen Qing and pleaded, senior sister Wen Qing, even if you were to take my life, I could not possibly gather 50 spirit stones. I beseech you, allow me to depart. Wen Qing, moved by his pitiful demeanor, inquired, what is this? Did you not inform Brother Yang about the spirit stone collection for the green yin bamboo at Shaozhu Peak? We did mention it. But Brother Yang insisted that if you seek spirit stones, you should approach him directly, permitting us to chop the bamboo at Shaozhu Peak without regard to your words. He claimed that given the size of Shaozhu Peak, you could not manage it alone, so we need not heed your instructions. How outrageous. This is nothing short of blatant robbery. Xiao Yun exclaimed in indignation. Senior sister, I truly cannot produce the spirit stones. Please let me go. I will transport all the green yin bamboo I have cut to your woodshed at Shaozhu Peak. The Qingmu Peak disciple implored desperately. Wen Qing, feeling somewhat soft-hearted, turned to Xiao Yun and said, Junior brother, they are merely following orders. Even if we press them, they cannot produce the spirit stones. Why don't we let this go? We are not particularly in need of spirit stones at the moment. His words held merit. The vast expanse of Shaozhu Peak was beyond the oversight of just the two of us. The matter of charging for the green rock bamboo lacked the approval of our master, and relying solely on the peak elders to instruct their disciples to voluntarily hand over spirit stones is indeed a daunting task for us to execute. Xiao Yun, feeling a sense of discontent, replied with a serious countenance to the servant disciple, return and inform Yang Shuhao that today's spirit stone must be compensated by Shaozhu Peak, and it should be delivered tomorrow. If we come to collect the spirit stones tomorrow, and you are still empty-handed, the price of the green rock bamboo shall double for Qingmu Peak when they come to Shaozhu Peak. Our Shaozhu Peak stands by our word. The servant disciple promptly responded, Yes, I will certainly relay this to senior brother Yang upon my return. Xiao Yun nodded. Very well, let us consider today as matter settled. Please move the green rock bamboo you have cut to the firewood shed at Shaozhu Peak. Yes, I will do so immediately. After the servant disciple departed, Wenqing could not help but exclaim, "Junior brother, your intimidation tactics are futile. Shaozhu Peak is too vast for us to monitor effectively. We cannot possibly neglect our cultivation every day just to play hide and seek with the servant disciples of Qingmu Peak." Xiaoyan smiled gently and replied, "Sister, you need not worry. I have my own methods. Come, let us wander around Shaozhu Peak and see if the claims of that Qingmu Peak disciple hold true, that their people are indeed scattered throughout Shaozhu Peak." Wenqing controlled the green bamboo sword, soaring with Xiao Yun across Shaozhu Peak. They indeed witnessed numerous disciples from Qingmu Peak scattered about, cutting the green rock bamboo. "Junior brother, it appears to be just as that Qingmu Peak disciple said. Should we descend and collect the spirit stones from them?" Xiaoyan shook his head and replied, "There is no need, sister. It would be useless to go down. They do not possess any spirit stones. The message has already been conveyed to Yang Shuhao. If he does not proactively provide us with spirit stones tomorrow, the price will certainly not remain the same. What exactly do you plan to do?" Wenqing could not restrain her curiosity. "Quite simply, I intend to establish a formation akin to the scripture pavilion of Longsho Peak here at Shaozhu Peak. Should they fail to present spirit stones, they shall find it impossible to set foot on Shaozhu Peak in the future." "A formation?" Wenqing exclaimed in surprise. "Junior brother, do you intend to set up a protective grand formation at Shaozhu Peak?" "Indeed. Isn't this an excellent idea?" Xiaoyan responded with a smile. Wenqing shook her head and chuckled. "Junior brother, it's not that I wish to undermine your confidence, but your 5 elements confounding formation is merely at a novice level. To enshroud the entirety of Shaozhu Peak may be beyond your current capabilities." Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Today, I learned some new formations at the scripture pavilion. I have gained considerable insights. Of course, given my current cultivation level, I lack the spiritual energy to set up a grand formation that encompasses all of Shaozhu Peak. I will need your assistance, sister." Wenqing smiled wryly and shook her head, saying, "To be honest, junior brother, I too have been studying formations in the scripture pavilion today. It is far from as simple as you suggest. Formations are exceedingly complex, and I am not proficient in them. Not to worry, senior sister. All you need to do is draw the foundation of the formation as I instruct, and I shall handle the rest." "Is that feasible?" Wenqing still harbored some doubts. "How can one ascertain without trial? By the way, senior sister, here are 200 spirit stones for you." Xiaoyan handed over the spirit stones he had acquired for Chu Hongyan's seat to Wenqing. "Where on earth did you procure so many spirit stones?" Wenqing gazed at Xiaoyan in disbelief. 200 spirit stones is no trifling sum. Her monthly allowance amounts to merely 300 spirit stones. It is indeed astonishing that Xiaoyan could produce such a substantial amount. Xiaoyan recounted the incident regarding Chu Hongyan's seat to his senior sister, and upon hearing it, Wenqing chuckled and remarked, "No wonder they did not permit you to return. While others expend spirit stones at the Liang Peak for the Gathering Yang formation, you, on the contrary, not only refrained from spending, but even profited." Chapter 38. Our exemplary model Zhong Tianyan returned to Liang Peak, his mind somewhat in a daze. His thoughts were consumed by the image of Xiao Yun supporting Wenqing with a proud expression. Who on earth is that insufferable brat? Does he think he has the right to touch Wenqing's waist? How could I leave for just a few months and find a thief in my own home? This simply will not do. I must investigate thoroughly. Wenqing mentioned that this young man is her junior brother. Has Shaozhu Peak accepted new disciples? How could Master Yin possibly take in a male disciple? Isn't she the one who despises men the most? No matter how hard Zhong Tianyan racked his brain, he could not fathom the situation. Upon returning to Liang Peak, just as he intended to report back to his master, he overheard a group of disciples engaged in fervent discussion. They were speaking of a boy with a paltry spirit root who dared to covet senior sister Chu. Indeed, even if he had consumed heavenly materials and treasures to reach the foundation establishment stage, what of it? Senior sister Chu possesses a top-tier fire spirit root and cultivates at an astonishing pace. Given Master S high regard for her, she might soon surpass brother Zhong in cultivation. That lad certainly has audacity. He even dared to publicly demand senior sister Chu's undergarment. Utterly outrageous. I heard he threatened to snatch it when she refused, leaving her in tears. Zhong Tianyan's eyes lit up. Whom were they speaking of? Our exemplary model. To audaciously request a female disciple's intimate garments in public is beyond brazen. If only I possessed such courage, I wouldn't freeze into silence whenever I see Wenqing. I must meet this person and seek his wisdom on how to remain composed in front of the sister I admire. Adjusting his robe, Zhong Tianyin strode confidently toward the group of disciples. Ahem. The disciples were engrossed in their conversation and had not noticed him, but upon hearing his cough, they turned to look. Recognizing their senior brother, they hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, Brother Zhong. Welcome back from your mission. Zhong Tianyin nodded slightly. No need for formalities. I happened to overhear your discussion regarding a top-tier fire spirit root and senior sister Chu. Who is she? Is she a new disciple of Master? The faces of several disciples turned pale. They had just spoken of Chu Hongyan potentially surpassing Zhong Tianyin, and now he had overheard them. Brother, we were merely speaking idly. Please do not take it to heart, they stammered nervously. Noticing their anxious expressions, Zhong Tianyin waved his hand reassuringly. Do not be afraid. I am merely inquiring. Who exactly is this senior sister Chu? I believe I heard you mention someone was harassing her. This is simply intolerable. I have been away for a few months, and disciples from other peaks dare to bully those from Liang Peak. Seeing that Zhong Tianyin bore no ill will toward them, the other disciples finally relaxed. Brother, you do not understand. That boy is exceedingly arrogant. In front of numerous disciples, he brazenly demanded senior sister Chu's undergarment. It is utterly despicable. Zhong Tianyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he wished to hear. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "What is the matter? Please elaborate." The disciple promptly recounted the tale with animated enthusiasm. Naturally, the narrative had been embellished through numerous retellings, with many versions circulating among the crowd. It was said that Xiao Yun was infatuated with Chu Hongyan to the point of obsession, desperately wishing to join the Liang Peak, only to be rejected by the peak's master due to his inadequate talents. The more Zhong Tianyin listened, the more exhilarated he became. A paragon of our time. I must meet this individual. In comparison, my affection for Sister Wenqing seems trivial. I can hardly bring myself to ask for even her undergarment. Yet I dare to claim I love her. Upon finishing the tale, Zhong Tianyin feigned profundity and asked, "Who is this person? Which peak's disciple possesses such audacity? I shall ensure he receives a lesson. He is a newly accepted disciple of Shaozhu Peak, named Xiao Yun." What? A disciple from Shaozhu Peak? Zhong Tianyin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it truly be him? Is it really he? You must clarify this. Do not slander an innocent soul. Are you certain he is the new disciple from Shaozhu Peak? He asked, his voice low. It was senior sister Wenqing who brought him here. How could there be any mistake? Zhong Tianyin was filled with uncontainable joy. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, a misapprehension resolved. To think that this person harbored feelings for our newly accepted junior sister from Liang Peak, which set his mind at ease. A novice disciple who cannot yet fly with a sword, it is understandable for him to hold on to senior sister Wenqing's waist. Thus, I must make an acquaintance with him. This provides ample reason to visit Shaozhu Peak and, consequently, to meet senior sister Wenqing. Now, how might I forge a friendship with him? An idea struck him. He desires Chu's sister. Perhaps if he is pleased, he might even arrange for me to have a senior sister Wenqing of my own. Heh. The more Zhong Tianyin pondered, the more smug he became, unintentionally breaking into a foolish grin. Senior brother, why are you drooling? A nearby disciple asked, bewildered. Zhong Tianyin quickly regained his composure, wiping away the drool with a hint of embarrassment, and replied earnestly, I have been on missions these past few months, often going without food. Upon returning to Liang Peak, I was reminded of the delicious aroma of the cafeteria's meals, which has left me a bit peckish. All right, you may all disperse. Speak less of Chu's sister in the future to avoid tarnishing her reputation. Yes, the disciples quickly assented, watching as Zhong Tianyin departed. Once Zhong Tianyin was out of earshot, one disciple questioned, hasn't senior brother long been able to fast? Why does he still show interest in food? Being able to fast doesn't mean one must. Have you not seen senior brother's physique? This is just one of his little indulgences, another disciple explained. Zhong Tianyin made his way to the grand hall of Liang Peak, and from a distance, he spotted his master seated in the position of honor. Beside him stood a young woman in a striking red dress, her beauty radiant and her spirit vigorous. Zhong Tianyin did not linger and immediately bowed to the elder of the Liang Peak, saying, Master, your disciple has returned. Upon seeing Zhong Tianyin enter, the esteemed elder Qin Wuyang smiled broadly, asking, You have returned? How did the mission go? Living up to the trust of the sect leader and you, Master. I successfully completed the mission. Over 20 remnants of the dark cult have been vanquished by your disciple, Zhong Tianyin replied. Qin Wuyang nodded in satisfaction, saying, well done. You have worked hard. Just in time for your return, I would like to introduce you to my newly accepted direct disciple, Xu Hongyan. Hongyan, this is your senior brother Zhong. Do greet him. Should you have any uncertainties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek guidance from senior brother Zhong. Xu Hongyan promptly bowed to Zhong Tianyin, saying, greetings, senior brother Zhong. I look forward to your guidance. Zhong Tianyin took a moment to appraise Xu Hongyan and nodded inwardly, thinking, indeed, she is a beauty. Though not as gentle as junior sister Wenqing, she is nonetheless a rare gem. It is no wonder Xiao Shidi from Xiaozhu Peak is infatuated with her. Were it not for my affection for junior sister Wenqing, I might have pursued her as well. Zhong Tianyin quickly returned the greeting, saying, there is no need for formality, junior sister. Since you are a disciple of the master, we are family. Should you require anything from your senior brother, feel free to ask. Elder Qin Wuyang smiled slightly, saying, Tianyin, I have had some new insights that require me to enter seclusion for a while. Hongyan will be under your guidance. Zhong Tianyin felt a surge of joy and promptly replied, yes, master. Good, you two should spend some time together. The future of Liang Peak will belong to both of you, he added. After leaving the grand hall, Zhong Tianyin eagerly inquired, junior sister, since master has entrusted you to me, I shall devote myself to your instruction. May I ask where you reside? I can visit you if needed. Without hesitation, Xu Hongyan replied, I reside in room 16 of block. May I ask where senior brother lives? Zhong Tianyin silently noted her residence and smiled, saying, I reside in room 15 of block B. Senior brother? Isn't that the quarters of the servant disciples? How could you possibly live there? Xu Hongyan asked, her face puzzled. Zhong Tianyin tilted his head towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling a sense of romantic self-indulgence wash over him, replying, it is simply because residing there allows me to be closer to junior sister Wenqing. With a smile, he added, it is nothing. I merely enjoy the liveliness of the place. The quarters in Block A are a bit too quiet for my taste. Xu Hongyan was pleasantly surprised by her senior brother's approachable demeanor. Senior brother, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. May I ask? There is no need for formality. Just speak. Zhong Tianyin encouraged. Do you happen to know about the Liu Huagong? Xu Hongyan asked. Zhong Tianyin smiled slightly, saying, if you were to inquire about other techniques, I might be at a loss. But I am well versed in the Liu Huagong. Xu Hongyan's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, does that mean senior brother is familiar with the unique aspects of Liu Huagong? Have you practiced it? Zhong Tianyin replied with a smile, not at all. It is merely that this tome, The Art of Fiery Flames, was procured from the hands of a nefarious figure of the demonic sect. I have perused it several times and discovered its unique insights. Upon hearing this, Xu Hongyan's expression dimmed momentarily. Then she inquired eagerly, brother, could you elucidate the principles of the Fiery Flames technique for me? Why not? However, this is not the appropriate setting for such a discussion. Perhaps we could retire to your chamber instead? Without a second thought, Xu Hongyan nodded in agreement, of course. Chapter 39. The Midnight Visit of Zhong Tianyin in the Dead of Night. Zhong Tianyin made his way to Qingmu Peak, where Yang Xuhao resided. Yang Xuhao was comfortably reclined on his bed, attended to by two female disciples of Qingmu Peak. Clad in delicate gauze, their beauty was captivating. One leaned against Yang Xuhao, holding a wine jug and cup, while the other fed him fresh grapes, one by one. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Brother Yang, I have something to report. Yang Xuhao shot an irritated glance towards the door and called out, what is it? If it's not important, do not disturb me. The voice from outside responded, today, the miscellaneous disciples who went to Xiaozhu Peak to gather the green rock bamboo have returned with a message for you from the disciples of Xiaozhu Peak. The mere mention of Xiaozhu Peak ignited an inexplicable anger within Yang Xuhao. He brusquely shoved aside the two female disciples, instructing, you two, leave for now. The young women quickly donned their clothes and hurried out of Yang Xuhao's quarters. Before long, a true disciple entered the room, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Brother Yang. Yang Xuhao, sitting at the edge of his bed, regarded the disciple with a serious expression and inquired, what message does Xiaozhu Peak have for me? The disciple replied, brother. Junior brother Xiao Yun of Xiaozhu Peak has sent word through the miscellaneous disciples that they have revised the charging standards for the green rock bamboo. They demand 10 spirit stones for each hour, and 50 spirit stones for a full day, requesting that you make up today's spirit stones. If they do not receive them by tomorrow, the price for our Qingmu Peak disciples to gather green rock bamboo will double. Yang Shuhao let out a cold laugh. How many of their miscellaneous disciples have been warned? We sent 50, and only one has encountered Sister Wenqing. So, they have only identified one of our Qingmu Peak disciples? It seems so, the disciple confirmed. Ignore them. We will go to Shaozhu Peak to gather green rock bamboo, as usual tomorrow. I am curious to see what they will do if we do not pay them spirit stones. Understood. I will relay your message. As the Qingmu Peak disciple prepared to leave, Yang Shuhao suddenly called out, Wait, convey my words. If we encounter anyone from Shaozhu Peak again, and they demand spirit stones, tell them this, spirit stones will not be given. If Shaozhu Peak truly lacks spirit stones, they may assist our miscellaneous disciples in gathering green rock bamboo at their stated price of 10 spirit stones for each hour of work. Yes, I will pass that on. After the disciple exited Yang Shuhao's room, a smirk crept across Yang Shuhao's lips as he chuckled. I shall not give you spirit stones. What can you do about it? Not only will I refuse, but I will also delight in vexing you. At Shaozhu Peak, Xiaoyan looked at Wenqing, who appeared weary, with concern. Sister, please eat more. You have worked hard today. Wenqing forced a smile and replied, Junior brother, I am a bit tired. I will return to rest now. With a sigh, Xiaoyan nodded, Very well, sister. Please take care of yourself. From now on, let us only draw one formation base each day. Wenqing let out a bitter laugh and remarked, If we only draw one array base each day, when will our grand formation be completed? We cannot exhaust ourselves to the point of collapse. Ever since Xiao Yun resolved to establish a protective formation for Shaozhu Peak, he and Wenqing had diligently begun their preparations. Shaozhu Peak is vast, and to envelop the entire mountain with a single formation, 365 array bases must be established. Each base requires an immense infusion of spiritual energy to ensure the formation's potency upon completion. Only when all 365 bases are drawn can the formation become self-sustaining, drawing upon the spiritual energy of the universe to replenish its own needs. Xiao Yun miscalculated the energy expenditure required for the protective formation. The formation manual stated that array bases necessitate substantial spiritual power. He had somewhat misconstrued the magnitude of substantial, and, relying on his foundation-building cultivation, he attempted to draw the array bases forcefully. As a result, completing a single base nearly drained him completely. Consequently, Wenqing took it upon himself to shoulder this laborious task. In the span of one afternoon, Wenqing managed to draw 5 array bases. Even with his golden elixir stage cultivation at the 5th level, he found himself utterly spent. His body weakened to the extent that he could not even fly with his sword, and ultimately, Xiao Yun had to carry him back to Shaozhu Peak. Upon their return, Xiao Yun prepared 8 dishes to help restore his elder sister's strength. However, the usually gluttonous Wenqing lacked the appetite to eat, taking only a few bites from each dish before retreating to rest. At that moment, shouts suddenly echoed from outside Shaozhu Peak. Is Junior Brother Xiao here? Is Junior Brother Xiao present? The voice grew closer, though it sounded somewhat indistinct. Wenqing, puzzled, inquired, Junior Brother, is someone calling for you? Xiaoyan heard it too, and nodded. It seems so. Do you have friends at the Lingjian sect? It's already dark. Why would someone come looking for you at this hour? Wenqing asked, her brow furrowed. Xiaoyan replied, Sister, I just joined the Lingjian sect 2 days ago. Where would I find friends? I don't even know who is calling. He felt more perplexed than Wenqing, but thought the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Let us go see, Wenqing insisted, dragging her weary body alongside Xiao Yun toward the source of the sound. They arrived at the main hall of Shaozhu Peak, only to see a short, stout figure standing outside. Xiao Yun felt a jolt of recognition. It was none other than Zhong Tianyin, the senior brother from Liang Peak. Why had this fellow come to Shaozhu Peak? Was it possible that Chu Hongyan had reported something to him, and he was here to settle the score? Wenqing furrowed her brow in confusion. Senior brother Zhong? Upon hearing her voice, Zhong Tianyin involuntarily shuddered, slowly turning around with a stiff demeanor, stuttering, Sister. Sister. You are here too? Wenqing stepped forward, leading Xiao Yun in a respectful greeting. We meet again, Senior Brother Zhong. Is there something you wish to discuss with Junior Brother Xiao at this late hour? Just as Zhong Tianyin was about to respond, he caught sight of Wenqing's pallid complexion, and his expression changed dramatically. Junior sister, Why do you look so exhausted? Wenqing asked with a gentle smile. It is merely a result of excessive expenditure of spiritual energy. There is no need for concern, senior brother Zhong. Here, take this gathering spirit pill. It will help you recover, Zhong Tianyan said, producing a white porcelain vial and pouring out a pale yellow pill to offer to Wenqing. The fragrance of the pill invigorated Xiao Yun from a distance, replenishing his drained spiritual energy. Wenqing graciously declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. But this gathering spirit pill is far too precious for me to accept. You often undertake perilous missions and require such restorative pills. It is best that you keep it for yourself. I shall be fine after a night's rest." Zhong Tianyan felt his heart race and sweat profusely. Was junior sister Wen genuinely concerned for him? Ah, how fortunate he was that she cared for his well-being, even at the expense of her own health. Junior sister, please don't be so polite. I insist you take it. I have more, he stammered. Wenqing attempted to refuse again, but Xiao Yun interjected, taking the pill from Zhong Tianyan. Sister, Zhong is one of us. There is no need for formality. Please heed his advice and take the pill. Wenqing frowned slightly, her tone reproachful. Junior brother, quickly return the gathering spirit pill to senior brother. Do you understand how rare it is? Senior brother faces life-threatening dangers while on his missions. When his spiritual energy wanes, this pill is essential for his survival. We cannot accept such a valuable item. Xiao Yun replied, Sister, this is senior brother's heartfelt intention. If you do not take it, he will not take it back. Will you, senior brother? Xiao Yun was indifferent to whether this pill was a life-saving remedy for Zhong Tianyan. His sister was in dire need of replenishing her spiritual energy. If something were to happen to her, he would be far from concerned about Zhong's fate. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Zhong Tianyan quickly added, Yes, yes. If junior sister doesn't take it, I want to take it back. We are all comrades. There is no need for formality. Wenqing still looked troubled, prompting Xiao Yun to urge, Sister, stop overthinking it. Quickly take the pill, then rest well. Senior brother and I have matters to discuss. Yes, yes. I need to speak with Xiao. Junior brother, about something. Under the persuasion of Xiao Yun and Zhong Tianyan, Wenqing finally accepted the gathering spirit pill. She respectfully expressed her gratitude to Zhong Tianyan, saying, Thank you, senior brother Zhong. I will repay this kindness in the future. And no, it's unnecessary. We are all family. No need to be so formal, Zhong Tianyan replied, his smile reminiscent of an innocent child. Wenqing chose not to say anything further. Sometimes, words hold little significance, and what truly matters is action. Even if Zhong Tianyan did not expect her to repay this kindness, she would keep it in her heart, intending to return the favor at an opportune moment. Then I shall not disturb senior brother Zhong and junior brother Xiao any longer, Wenqing remarked before departing from the Zhongqing Hall and returning to her chamber to rest. Once she vanished from sight, Zhong Tianyan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Yun and playfully punched him in the chest, exclaiming, You little rascal, you're quite impressive. Chapter 40. No, I can't afford it. Upon witnessing Zhong Tianyan's sudden ambush, Xiao Yun instinctively attempted to evade. However, before he could react fully, a fist struck his chest. Fortunately, Zhong Tianyan had not exerted much force, and Xiao Yun sustained no serious injury. Nonetheless, he was taken aback. Was this rotund figure employing martial skills? Despite the apparent sluggishness of his movements, why could he not escape? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yun inquired, What do you mean, brother Zhong? Zhong Tianyan wrapped his arm around Xiao Yun's neck, revealing a mischievous grin. What do I mean? I am well aware of your situation with Chu Shimi. Xiao Yun attempted to retreat once more, but, akin to the previous instance, despite Zhong Tianyan's seemingly slow actions, he found himself unable to evade and was firmly embraced. Was this hefty fellow here to exact revenge for Chu Hongyan? Goodness, was it necessary? I have done nothing to her. You, the esteemed senior brother of the Liang Peak, would resort to violence against a mere novice disciple? This is quite unbecoming of your status. Or does he intend to use this pretext to eliminate me, his romantic rival? Prematurely? This insufferable fat man certainly harbors a petty spirit. Feigning calm, Xiao Yun forced a smile and said, So, brother Zhong has come regarding Chu Shimi? Zhong Tianyan shook his head with a grin, not solely for Chu Shimi, but also for our matters. This rotund figure was not entirely disingenuous. He exhibited slightly more self-awareness than Yang Shuhao. With a cold chuckle, Xiao Yun responded, Is that so? Then how do you propose to resolve this matter? Since the other party had broached the subject candidly, Xiao Yun decided not to conceal his thoughts. He doubted Zhong Tianyan would dare to act against him on Shaozhu Peak. What can I think of? Naturally, I intend to facilitate your wishes, Zhong Tianyan replied cheerfully. Facilitate me? How so? Xiao Yun questioned, perplexed. Did this fellow not harbor affections for senior sister Wenqing? Could it be that he was so overwhelmed by my charm that he felt compelled to withdraw? Perhaps this rotund man possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Zhong Tianyan suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Having traveled such a distance, you would have me stand here and converse? Is there anything to eat? I rushed here immediately after completing my business and have yet to dine. Xiao Yun sighed in resignation. He had prepared 8 dishes that evening. Senior sister had barely touched them, and it would be a pity to waste them. Since this hefty senior brother was willing to step aside with such self-awareness, he might as well indulge him. Consider it feeding a pig. The two of them, shoulders linked, made their way to the kitchen. Along the way, Zhong Tianyan remarked with a smile, Xiao Shidi, I have been deeply concerned about your situation. You must repay me well. My situation? What are you referring to? Xiao Yun was baffled by the fat man's words. Oh, what is this? So bold in front of Chu Shimi, yet shy before your senior brother? Zhong Tianyan teased. Brother, what on earth are you talking about? Zhong Tianyan winked at Xiao Yun, still pretending, are we? I did not come empty-handed today. I brought you a gift. Is that so? As I observe you, it feels akin to a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a hen, harboring ill intentions. Xiao Yun silently scoffed inwardly, maintaining a facade of calmness, and replied with a smile, Brother, you are too courteous. What necessity is there to bring anything when visiting Shaozhu Peak? Heh, do not let my current demeanor deceive you. Once I unveil the gifts I have prepared, you will undoubtedly be compelled to express your gratitude on the spot. While conversing, the two had already arrived at the kitchen. Before they could step inside, Zhong Tianyan suddenly halted, lifting his nose to catch a whiff. What is that aroma? It smells delightful. Before Xiao Yun could utter a word, Zhong Tianyan swiftly darted into the kitchen. Inside, exclamations of astonishment escaped Zhong Tianyan's lips. Wow, so many delectable dishes. What a treat. Xiao Yun stepped into the kitchen only to find Zhong Tianyan indulging heartily. Delicious, oh, exquisite. Such delightful fare surely deserves fine wine. With that, Zhong Tianyan waved his hand, and 2 large jars of wine appeared on the dining table. He casually removed the seal from one of the jars, tilting his head back to take a few generous swigs, then turned to Xiao Yun, saying, Brother Xiao, do not just stand there, come join me. This is a century-old vintage. Come, taste it. Xiao Yun chuckled and shook his head. No, I cannot afford it. Cannot afford it? What do you mean? Zhong Tianyan asked, perplexed. It means nothing. Brother, enjoy your meal. I am content to watch, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Seeing that Xiao Yun was unwilling to partake, Zhong Tianyan did not wish to press the matter further. He had never encountered such delectable cuisine and found it difficult to share with Xiao Yun. After a while, Zhong Tianyan cleared the table of all the dishes. Leaning back in his chair, one hand resting on his round belly as he sighed. I am full, truly full. It has been ages since I have eaten so heartily. It was simply exquisite. Only then did Xiao Yun approach Zhong Tianyan with a grin, inquiring, Brother, were you satisfied with your meal? Zhong Tianyan nodded, satisfied, immensely satisfied. In all my travels, I have yet to encounter such delightful fare. Xiao Yun smiled and replied, as long as you are satisfied. The total comes to 200 spirit stones. Now that you are full, it is time to settle the bill. Zhong Tianyan sprang up from his chair, astonished. What? You invite me to dine and still expect payment in spirit stones? Who said I invited you to a meal? I merely invited you to sit down. I did not anticipate your impolite behavior of diving straight into the food. This meal was specially prepared by a chef I summoned from the capital, intended for Sister Wenqing. Given her frail condition, she deserves something nourishing to restore her strength. She did not even get to partake before you devoured it all. Do you not feel any pangs of conscience? Is 200 spirit stones too much to ask? Zhong Tianyan was rendered speechless. Upon realizing the meal was specifically for Wenqing, guilt washed over him. He had always known of her fondness for gourmet food, and after hearing Xiao Yun's words, he promptly produced 500 spirit stones and placed them on the table. Brother Xiao, ignorance is no excuse. Here are 500 spirit stones. Please have that chef prepare 2 more feasts for Sister Wenqing. Consider it my treat. Xiao Yun paused momentarily, taken aback by the wealth displayed by the rotund man. Xiao Yun calmly accepted the spirit stones, then, with a troubled expression, nodded and said, "Very well, it seems there is no other choice. I wonder if 500 spirit stones will suffice to invite that renowned chef from the capital once more. What does that mean? Wasn't that feast prepared for 200 spirit stones? Indeed, it was 200 spirit stones, but that was the price I secured a year ago. One must understand that such exquisite cuisine is not crafted by just any chef. Reservations are essential to savor his dishes. There are countless patrons across the realm eager to engage his services, and I have heard that the waiting list extends to 3 years hence. I cannot say whether 500 spirit stones will be sufficient to secure a place at his table." With a long sigh, Xiao Yun lamented, "Alas. If it truly comes to that, we shall have to wait 3 years before we can invite him again." Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianyin immediately grew anxious. "How can that be? Senior Sister Wenqing is so fond of his cooking. We cannot wait 3 years. Junior brother, tell me, where can I find him? I shall bring him here by force. He must cook, whether he desires to or not." Xiao Yun scoffed lightly. "Brother Zhong, you underestimate him. This individual possesses an arrogant and defiant temperament. If approached with gentle words, there may be room for negotiation, but should you resort to force, he would rather perish than acquiesce to your demands. What are we to do then? Is there truly no other alternative?" Zhong Tianyin inquired hastily. Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he replied, "There are options, albeit they require a significant expenditure of spirit stones." Chapter 41. Driven solely by affection, Zhong Tianyin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "The flower spirit stone? Xiao Shidi, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? Such an arrogant and unrestrained chef would agree to prepare a meal for you in advance for just a few spirit stones?" Xiao Yun shook his head with a sigh. "Of course not. What I mean is that the flower spirit stone is used to secure an appointment for those waiting in line. Because this chef's culinary skills are exceptional, some individuals have resorted to scalping. These people are truly detestable, and it is precisely due to their increasing numbers that securing an appointment with that chef has become even more challenging." "Scalpers? What does that mean? I fail to comprehend." Zhong Tianyin asked. "They are the ones who specifically make reservations and then sell their spots to let others skip the queue," Xiao Yun explained. Only then did Zhong Tianyin nod, albeit with skepticism. "How many spirit stones do they typically demand to sell their spots?" Xiao Yun sighed again. 10 times the price. 2,000 spirit stones. 2,000 spirit stones? Is this a joke? With that amount, one could procure a fine weapon." Zhong Tianyin exclaimed. "Is 2,000 spirit stones too exorbitant for you? Even if you wish to part with that sum, you would still need to consider others' opinions. At one point, someone offered me 3,000 spirit stones for my spot, yet I refused, simply to treat senior sister to a meal. And now, it has all been consumed by you." A hint of shame crossed Zhong Tianyin's face as he gritted his teeth and declared, "I owe an apology to junior sister Wenqing. Such delectable cuisine is indeed rare, and I shall provide the 2,000 spirit stones." As he spoke, Zhong Tianyin awkwardly retrieved his treasure bag, rummaging for quite some time, only to gather just over 1,900 spirit stones. Observing his pained expression, Xiao couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. While silently collecting the spirit stones, Xiao Yun spoke solemnly. "Brother, if you cannot muster the full 2,000, do not trouble yourself. The remainder shall be covered by me. It is getting late. You should return." Zhong Tianyin expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Shidi. I shall come to visit again another day." With a resigned shake of his head, he began to depart. Halfway through, he suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit. He had almost left without addressing the matter at hand. He quickly turned to Xiao Yun and said, "I almost forgot. I came to find you for an important reason today." Xiao Yun's heart tightened. What could this rotund fellow be up to? After all this time, he still had the audacity to confront me? Maintaining his composure, Xiao Yun replied, "Oh? What else does brother wish to discuss?" Zhong Tianyin smiled mysteriously. "It pertains to something you have long desired." As he spoke, Zhong Tianyin pulled out a piece of red fabric from his bosom, holding it tightly in his hand. "Shidi, do you see what this is?" Xiao Yun, perplexed, asked. "What is this? A handkerchief?" With a flick of his wrist, Zhong Tianyin revealed a red belly band adorned with a vibrant peony. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Brother, what are you doing? I didn't realize you had a penchant for collecting such items." Zhong Tianyin chuckled as he approached Xiao Yun, playfully delivering a light punch to his chest. "Stop pretending. I am well aware of your intentions. Haven't you always wanted this belly band belonging to junior sister Chu Hongyan? I have brought it to you. What do you think? Is it not generous? Xiao Yun was completely bewildered. I did not. I never asked for this. When did I desire such a thing? The corners of Xiao Yun's mouth involuntarily twitched. Senior brother, who did you hear this from? Oh, does it even matter? The entire Liang Peak is already aware that you expressed your affections amid the gathering sun array, asking for a belly band, and even made junior sister Chu cry. Was that true? Senior brother, I truly admire your audacity. Do you possess some special training method? Would you be willing to teach me? As long as you can make me less nervous in front of junior sister Wenqing, I will agree to anything you ask and assist you in winning over junior sister Chu. How does that sound? You wish to pursue senior sister Wenqing? I think you're akin to Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror, ugly in appearance but harboring beautiful thoughts. Just as Xiao Yun was about to refuse, an idea suddenly struck him. With a flash of inspiration, Xiao Yun promptly declared, I possess no courage. I am merely driven by a heart full of love. Zhong Tianyan's body trembled, as if he had received a profound revelation. Was it that he did not love deeply enough? If he were to be in Xiao Yun's position, he would never utter such words. He understood that should he act in such a manner, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Spirit Sword sect. He was unwilling to be a fool for the sake of Wenqing. Zhong Tianyan shook his head and sighed. I never imagined that junior brother Xiao would be so infatuated, willing to forsake his pride in pursuit of his beloved. I cannot compare with you in this regard. Xiao Yun's face flushed with embarrassment and with a bold facade. He said, since you have bestowed upon me such a grand gift, it is only right that I return the favor. I wonder if senior brother Zhong might be interested in something belonging to senior sister Wenqing? Zhong Tianyan's eyes brightened as he eagerly replied, I am indeed interested. Can junior brother Xiao help me acquire it? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, gently touching his nose as he replied, currently, our little bamboo peak is in the process of establishing a protective mountain array, requiring a powerful expert to lay the foundation. If senior brother Zhong could assist us in completing the protective array within half a month, I could perhaps lend a hand. Zhong Tianyan, possessing some knowledge of formations, immediately displayed a troubled expression upon hearing it was a protective array. A protective mountain array demands an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. It would be impossible for me to complete it alone in half a month. Is that so? Then it seems that acquiring senior sister Wenqing's belongings might be. Xiao Yun sighed, leaving the thought unspoken. Zhong Tianyan furrowed his brow. Junior brother Xiao, perhaps you could request something else? The protective mountain array is simply too taxing on spiritual energy, and I am unable to manage it alone. Xiao Yun shook his head. Since senior brother Zhong finds it so challenging, let it be. Junior sister and I can complete it ourselves. Wait, are you saying that junior sister Wenqing is also busy setting up the protective mountain array? Zhong Tianyan inquired hastily. Indeed. Did you not notice how exhausted my senior sister appears? She is worn out from the array setup. Thus, if I assist, I would be able to be near junior sister Wenqing day and night. Xiao Yun's head swayed vaguely, making it unclear whether he was nodding or shaking his head. Zhong Tianyan clenched his teeth and struck the table emphatically, declaring, very well. I am willing to assist you in setting up the protective formation for Zai's Yufeng. My motivation is solely to relieve junior sister Wenqing from her burdens. Thank you so very much, brother Zhong. I shall inform senior sister Wenqing of this news tomorrow. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Zhong Tianyan chuckled awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. We are all part of the same family. It is only right to help. Then I shall not keep you any longer, brother Zhong. Please gather at our Zai's Yufeng Zhongqing Hall tomorrow morning, Xiao Yun said. All right, I shall take my leave now. I will be here punctually at the hour of Qin tomorrow, Zhong Tianyan responded, turning to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he inquired about the matter concerning junior sister Wenqing's personal belongings. Xiao Yun laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, brother. Once the protective formation is established, I will certainly assist with that matter. Zhong Tianyan's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, then we have a deal. No backing out. Junior brother Xiao, I find myself increasingly fond of you, haha. Farewell. He laughed heartily as he exited. No need to see you off. Xiao Yun called after him, grinning like a cunning old fox. Chapter 42. Your preferences are merely unconventional. After Zhong Tianyan departed, Xiao Yun prepared to tidy up the remnants of the meal on the table. At that moment, He suddenly noticed a red belly band resting on the surface. Is this Chu Hongyin's? Xiaoyun furrowed his brow slightly. For reasons unknown, he found himself instinctively reaching for the red garment. Then, as if possessed by an unseen force, he brought it closer to his nose and inhaled. It had an unexpectedly pleasant fragrance, he remarked to himself. Suddenly, a gentle voice called from the doorway. Junior brother, the food isn't cold, is it? Brother Zhong's elixir truly works wonders. My spiritual energy has fully recovered. As she spoke, a striking figure clad in a delicate shade of blue entered the kitchen. If I don't finish the meal prepared by my junior brother, I simply cannot sleep. However, before she could complete her sentence, her body froze. Her gaze fixated on Xiaoyun, who was holding the belly band close to his nose. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Xiaoyun stiffly turned his head, his eyes wide in terror as he met the astonished gaze of senior sister Wenqing. Their eyes locked, time seemed to stand still. Neither moved nor spoke. Engulfed in an awkward stillness. Moments stretched into an eternity, until Wenqing finally lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I apologize, junior brother. I did not mean to intrude. I saw nothing. I shall return to my room to rest. With that, she turned and vanished from sight. Xiaoyun hastily called out, Senior sister, please let me explain. It is not as you think. Upon returning to her room, Wenqing immediately locked the door. Leaning against it as she gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed. What did I just witness? I never imagined my junior brother harbored such peculiar preferences. After catching her breath, she hurried to her wardrobe, checking her intimate garments. Finding them all intact, she finally relaxed, neatly folding her clothing and placing it back in the wardrobe. Wenqing still felt uneasy. She added several seals to her drawer for added security, feeling somewhat reassured. The following morning, Xiaoyun arrived at the Zhongqing Hall, his eyes heavy with dark circles. Not only had he struggled to sleep well the previous night, but he had also been unable to practice his techniques. Every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by senior sister Wenqing's shocked expression. This is disastrous. She must think I am some sort of pervert. The virtuous image I painstakingly built has been shattered in an instant. Xiaoyun lamented silently. As he spiraled into his thoughts, Wenqing timidly approached the Zhongqing Hall. Upon seeing Xiaoyun's haggard appearance, her heart softened. Xiaoyun quickly moved to her side, saying, Senior sister, please allow me to explain. Wenqing interrupted him, saying, Junior brother, you need not elaborate. I pondered all night and have come to understand. Everyone has their own preferences, which are beyond our control. Much like my fondness for delectable food that I cannot resist. Your tastes are simply a bit unconventional. It is nothing to be embarrassed about. As long as you do not cause any distress to others, even if you possess such peculiar interests, senior sister will not harbor any prejudice against you. Wenqing's words undoubtedly granted Xiaoyun a considerable degree of respect. If Xiaoyun were truly a deviant, he might be moved to tears at this moment. However, Xiaoyun is not a deviant. He wishes to clarify any misunderstandings with senior sister and hastily explains, Senior sister, it is not as you think. That belongs to brother Zhong. I merely picked it up out of curiosity. Xiaoyun promptly shifts the blame to Zhong Tianyan. Really? Wenqing gazes at Xiaoyun with suspicion. To prove his innocence, Xiaoyun immediately raises 3 fingers and exclaims loudly, I swear to the heavens. That object absolutely belongs to brother Zhong. Wenqing lets out a sigh of relief. If her junior were indeed a deviant, she would feel quite apprehensive. I see now, I misunderstood my junior. At that moment, a cheerful voice emanates from outside the hall. Xiao junior brother, I heard you calling my name from afar. What is this about something I brought? Are you referring to the gift I gave you last night? I knew you would like it. So I've brought you another one today, one that senior sister Chu has worn. As the words fell, Zhong Tianyan's figure appeared at the main hall of Shao Bamboo Peak. The instant he stepped into the hall, he spotted Wenqing standing there. Zhong Tianyan's body shuddered, and he stammered, Sister, you are here too. Wenqing frowned, her expression darkening to its utmost. She had heard Zhong Tianyan's words all too clearly. Forcing herself to maintain composure, she replied coolly, Brother Zhong has arrived. I shall not interrupt your conversation. I will take my leave now. With that, Wenqing hurriedly exited the hall. Xiaoyun stared in despair at Zhong Tianyan, his mouth agape. After a long pause, Xiaoyun suddenly lunged at Zhong Tianyan, wrapping his arms around Zhong Tianyan's neck in a chokehold, shouting, Are you doing this on purpose? Zhong Tianyan was bewildered by Xiaoyun's sudden outburst. He believed his earlier comments were sufficiently discreet. Even if Wen Qing had heard them, she would not grasp their meaning. Unperturbed by Xiao Yun's grip, Zhong Tianyin cheerfully produced a pink belly band from his pocket, waving it in the air. "Look what I brought you, Xiao Junior brother. I will kill you, you perverted fiend." Xiao Yun roared in fury. Meanwhile, at Liang Peak, Chu Hongyan returned to her residence after a morning of martial training. After a brief cleansing of her body, she set about changing her clothes. Upon reaching her wardrobe to seek her favorite fitted garment, she was astonished to find it missing. "How peculiar! Where have my clothes gone? When did they disappear?" Chu Hongyan pondered in bewilderment. At Xiao Bamboo Peak, in the main hall, Zhong Tianyin casually shook off the excess flesh on his body, causing Xiao Yun to be flung aside. Nonchalantly, Zhong Tianyin inquired, "Why did Sister Wen leave? Wasn't she supposed to assist in drafting the foundation for the mountain protection array?" Xiao Yun did not slay Zhong Tianyin and felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This rotund fellow possessed formidable cultivation and an impenetrable defense, rendering any attempts to breach it utterly futile. Realizing that words were of little consequence at this juncture, Xiao Yun retorted with irritation, "My senior sister is upset that you devoured her delicacies. I have no desire to see you." Zhong Tianyin, taken aback, hastily grasped Xiao Yun's hand and implored, "Junior brother, please, summon that esteemed chef from the capital to prepare another feast for my sister." Xiao Yun, filled with disdain, forcefully extricated himself from Zhong Tianyin's grip and scoffed, "Do you think I do not wish to? I have already made arrangements. Just wait." Nonetheless, "I must apologize to senior sister Wen Qing. It was truly unintentional last night," Zhong Tianyin declared as he began to head towards the back mountain of Xiaozhu Peak. Xiao Yun quickly intercepted him, saying, "Let it be. You can barely utter a word in her presence. How can you apologize? She flees at the mere sight of you. Allow me to speak a few kind words on your behalf." Zhong Tianyin promptly expressed his gratitude. Yes, junior brother, please speak favorably of me." As he spoke, he thrust a pink belly band into Xiao Yun's hands. Xiao Yun could not suppress a roll of his eyes, yet he accepted it nonetheless, musing to himself, "You foolish fat man. It would be remiss of me not to extract every ounce of effort from you for the gift you have prepared. Come now, accompany me to draw the protective mountain formation," Xiao Yun commanded Zhong Tianyin, akin to a foreman directing a laborer. Zhong Tianyin obediently followed. Chapter 43. The Unspeakable Burden of Senior Brother Zhong. Senior Brother Zhong, are you capable of completing this task? How can you take a break after merely drawing 3 foundation points? Xiao Yun crossed her arms over her chest, casting an exasperated glance at Zhong Tianyin. 3 is insufficient? Do you have any idea how much spiritual energy these 3 foundation points require? I can't go on. I need to rest. If I continue, I might perish." Zhong Tianyin declared, disregarding Xiao Yun's discontent, as he plopped down onto the ground, resolutely refusing to continue his work. Xiao Yun furrowed her brow slightly and suddenly exclaimed, "Senior sister Wen Qing, what brings you here?" Zhong Tianyin shivered involuntarily and quickly sprang to his feet, adjusting his attire in preparation for drawing the 4th foundation point. As he pretended to ready himself, he furtively glanced back, only to find Xiao Yun's ambiguous expression, with no sign of Wen Qing in sight. Fuming, Zhong Tianyin abandoned his task, glaring at Xiao Yun. "You dare to play tricks on me? Do you not acknowledge your senior brother? It appears I must teach you a lesson on behalf of junior sister Wen Qing." Xiao Yun's eyes widened in surprise as she looked over Zhong Tianyin's shoulder and exclaimed, "Senior sister, how did you arrive?" Zhong Tianyin sneered without turning around. "You wish to deceive me again? Today, you shall learn the consequences of tricking your senior brother." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to reprimand Xiao Yun. At that moment, a gentle voice floated from behind, "Senior brother Zhong, what are you planning to do?" Zhong Tianyin froze, slowly turning to reveal a most ungraceful smile as he stammered, Sister, you are here?" Without waiting for Wen Qing's response, Xiao Yun interjected, "Sister, please do not be angry. Senior brother Zhong did not mean it last night." "Senior brother, I shall assist you in explaining this to sister," Xiao Yun added, turning back to Zhong Tianyin. Grateful, Zhong Tianyin nodded at Xiao Yun. Yes, that sounds wonderful." Wen Qing looked at Xiao Yun with a puzzled expression. "Sister, what is it that you wish to discuss? What do you mean it was not intentional? Why is senior brother Zhong helping us draw the foundation for the protective mountain array?" she inquired with confusion. "Well, sister, It is like this. Upon hearing that we at Shaozhu Peak are preparing to establish the protective mountain array, senior brother Zhong became quite interested and insisted on participating. Initially, I was reluctant, but he assured me that he could complete the array in half a month, which is why I reluctantly allowed him to join in. Henceforth, you need not concern yourself with the laborious task of drawing foundation points. Senior brother Zhong will handle it himself. By himself? Wenqing asked, astonished. Even for senior brother Zhong, completing the protective mountain array alone within half a month is no small feat, having experienced firsthand the exhausting nature of drawing foundation points the previous day. She found it hard to fathom that Zhong Tianyin could achieve this alone. Zhong Shixiang has expressed his approval, thus we ought to place our trust in him. Furthermore, I have learned an intriguing detail. Zhong Shixiang's stutter has not always been a constant affliction. Xiao Yun remarked with utmost seriousness. Is that so? No wonder I found him quite articulate when I stood behind him just now. Wenqing nodded in agreement. Xiao Yun sighed, explaining, Zhong Shixiang stutters in the presence of beautiful young ladies. The more exquisite the girl, the more pronounced his stutter becomes. The revelation dawned on Wenqing. Indeed, hence Zhong Shixiang harbors a distaste for mingling with women, particularly those of striking beauty. However, due to his seniority, he finds it difficult to voice this openly. Now that he has graciously consented to assist us in crafting the protective formation for Shaozhu Peak, it would be wise for you, senior sister, to avoid appearing before him for the time being. After listening, Wenqing nodded in understanding. I comprehend now. Zhong Shixiang has his own unspoken struggles. I shall refrain from seeing him henceforth. Xiao Yun chuckled. Yes, it is best if you keep your distance. He asked me to convey his apologies. This situation is not his desire. Wenqing replied, it's quite all right. I can empathize with him. In that case, I shall return to my cultivation. As Wenqing turned to leave, Xiao Yun hastily called after her. Wait, senior sister. I will inform Zhong Shixiang. I shall accompany you back. What? Are you not joining Zhong Shixiang in laying the foundation for the protective formation? Xiao Yun responded. Zhong Shixiang, as he mentioned to you, possesses no weaknesses. He is thoroughly adept at formations. The moment I mention my intentions, he comprehends my plans without needing my assistance at his side. A sense of unease suddenly washed over Wenqing, yet she could not articulate her thoughts. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Very well, I will wait for you here. Xiao Yun cheerfully returned to the formation's foundation. Zhong Tianyin, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, paced anxiously around the formation base. Upon seeing Xiao Yun return, he hurried over. Xiao Shidi, how did it go? Has junior sister Wenqing forgiven me? Xiao Yun sighed. I suppose she has. But she still prefers not to see you. If she wishes not to see me, how is that forgiveness? Zhong Tianyin protested immediately. Xiao Yun's expression turned stern. Her reluctance to see you stems from her modesty. She expressed a desire to join me in preparing lunch as a gesture of gratitude for your assistance with the protective formation. If she were truly angry, would she invite you to dine with her? Zhong Tianyin's eyes brightened, and he inquired eagerly, is that true? Of course it is. Why would I deceive you? Splendid. The thought of Wenqing personally preparing lunch for me fills me with such joy. Zhong Tianyin beamed with delight. Xiao Yun, increasingly repulsed, urged, enough, enough. You should promptly lay the formation base here. Do not betray my senior sister's trust. What will you say if she inquires about how many bases you have completed during lunch? Merely 3. Zhong Tianyin smiled slightly, an unparalleled pride radiating from him. Fear not. I shall not disappoint junior sister Wenqing. Very well, I shall first accompany my senior sister to prepare lunch. I will call for you later, so do your best. Xiao Yun instructed. Zhong Tianyin waved his hand and replied, go ahead, I will manage here. After bidding farewell to Zhong Tianyin, Xiao Yun found Wenqing in the bamboo grove. All right, senior sister, let us return. By the way, before we head back, let us take a stroll around Shaozhu Peak and see if any disciples from Qingmu Peak have come to harvest the green rock bamboo. Wenqing nodded in agreement. Summoning her green bamboo sword, she carried Xiao Yun as they searched for the figures of the Qingmu Peak's servant disciples atop Shaozhu Peak. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Yun spotted a Qingmu Peak disciple diligently chopping the green rock bamboo. Senior sister, over there. Wenqing nodded slightly and immediately maneuvered the green bamboo sword to descend before the Qingmu Peak disciple. Xiao Yun was the first to leap down from the sword, maintaining a serious expression as he addressed the Qingmu Peak disciple. You are certainly aware of our Shaozhu Peak's regulations, yes? Present the spirit stones. The Qingmu Peak disciple, rather unceremoniously, lifted his chin and replied, I'm afraid not. Our senior brother Yang has stated that spirit stones will not be given to you. If your Shaozhu Peak truly lacks spirit stones, you may assist us in chopping the green rock bamboo, and we will offer you 10 spirit stones for an hour's work. Chapter 44. I did not intend to kill him. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yun emitted a cold, disdainful laugh. Did Yang Shuhao truly utter such a statement? The disciple from Qingmu Peak declared proudly, Indeed, our senior brother Yang instructed us to continue harvesting the green rock bamboo daily, disregarding your presence. Xiao Yun nodded, remarking, this impudent fellow has clearly dismissed my warnings. He continued, You are merely a menial disciple. I shall not trouble you further. Depart now, and do not let me lay eyes on you again. He gestured dismissively for the menial disciple to leave. However, the Qingmu Peak disciple did not retreat. Instead, he sneered. You think I will leave just because you say so? Senior brother Yang commanded us to cut the green rock bamboo here, unconcerned with you. Xiao Yun, suppressing his ire, replied, Surely, if you wish to harvest the bamboo, you should wait until we have vacated the area. After all, this is the territory of our little bamboo peak. Is it not rather audacious to defy us so openly? The Qingmu Peak disciple raised his chin defiantly, regarding Xiao Yun with disdain as he proclaimed, I am a disciple of Qingmu Peak, and heed only senior brother Yang's words. Who are you to command me? Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he asked in a low, serious tone, Are you implying that you do not intend to pay the spirit stones? Nor are you prepared to leave? With a mocking laugh, the menial disciple retorted, Why should I leave? The bamboo of Little Bamboo Peak has always been fair game. As for your desire for spirit stones, you may work as our menial laborers, assisting us in harvesting the green rock bamboo. We shall reward you with 10 spirit stones for each hour of your toil. Xiao Yun, infuriated, delivered a powerful punch to the disciple's chest. The latter let out a pained scream as he was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep pit over 30 meters long and half a meter deep, scattering the nearby green rock bamboo. After the confrontation, Xiao Yun exhaled deeply, performing a calming gesture, muttering to himself, The world is so wondrous. Yet I find myself so irascible. This cannot be good. When Qing, alarmed, leapt down from her green bamboo sword and rushed to Xiao Yun's side, her face etched with concern. Junior brother, are you unscathed? Did you sustain any injuries? Xiao Yun smiled faintly. I am fine, merely my fist feels a bit restless. And I wish to strike him again. When Qing shot him a disapproving glance, Why are you so impulsive? Why resort to violence? That fellow speaks nonsense. Hitting him is for his own good. With his manner of speaking, he is bound to be beaten senseless one day. When Qing cast a worried glance at the motionless Qingmu Peak disciple in the distance. What if you have truly harmed him? What will we do if Qingmu Peak seeks vengeance? Xiao Yun frowned slightly and nodded. Indeed, what if he returns to Qingmu Peak to report us? Sister, may I borrow your green bamboo sword? What do you intend to do with it? She inquired. To ensure his heart is pierced, thus guaranteeing his silence about today's events. Only the dead can keep our secret. Wen Qing stared at Xiao Yun in shock. As soon as Xiao Yun finished speaking, the disciple from Qingmu Peak scrambled to his feet and fled downhill with all his might, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wen Qing furrowed her brows and immediately exclaimed, Junior brother, he is not dead. He is running away. We must pursue him swiftly. Pursue? Why should we? Xiao Yun asked. Puzzled. Didn't you say you wanted to kill him? What if he escapes and reveals what happened today? Goodness, sister, I was merely trying to frighten him. To deter them from recklessly coming to our Shaozhu Peak to cut down the green bamboo. Did you actually think I intended to kill him? Xiao Yun looked at Wen Qing in disbelief. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wen Qing fidgeted with the hem of her garment. I thought you were serious. Truthfully, I never intended to kill him. I just wanted to bring him back for an explanation. Xiao Yun remained silent, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Wen Qing. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly insisted, Junior brother, I truly did not mean to kill him. Xiao Yun merely smiled without responding. You must believe me. I absolutely harbor no such thoughts. Xiao Yun continued to wear a mischievous grin. I can swear, I had no intention of killing him. Above the Lingjian sect, on the green bamboo sword, Xiao Yun tugged at Wen Qing's sleeve, chuckling, Sister, I believe you. You certainly did not intend to harm him. Wen Qing pouted, ignoring Xiao Yun. Sister, I genuinely trust you. I was only joking. Still, Wen Qing remained unresponsive. Sister, I can assure you, I have always believed in you. Humph. Finally, Wen Qing turned to glance at Xiao Yun and said, if you dare jest with me again, I will ignore you henceforth. Indeed, indeed. I shall never provoke you again. But where are we headed now? Xiao Yun quickly changed the subject. Wen Qing then resumed her gentle demeanor, saying, now that you have reached the foundation establishment stage, it is time for you to acquire a weapon. I will take you to the Divine Sword Peak. It will also be a good opportunity for you to practice your sword techniques. Does the Divine Sword Peak have a training array similar to the Gathering Sun Array at Liang Peak? Xiao Yun inquired. Though not identical, it is quite similar. The gold element spiritual energy within is significantly more abundant than outside, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Will it require spiritual stones? If it does, then it may not be necessary, as I can cultivate just as well at Xiaozhu Peak, Xiao Yun replied. Aware of how hard Wen Qing worked for her spiritual stones and wanting to conserve resources as much as possible. Moreover, given Xiao Yun's cultivation speed, reaching the foundation establishment stage with other attributes techniques was not a daunting task, even at Xiaozhu Peak. Our primary purpose is to help you select a weapon. Any cultivation will be incidental. Rest assured, I have ample spiritual stones, Wen Qing replied, disregarding Xiao Yun's concerns, as she flew him toward the Divine Sword Peak. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Sword Tomb on the back mountain of Divine Sword Peak. A disciple from the Sword Tomb approached. Greetings. Sister Wen Qing. Wen Qing nodded and said, I brought my junior brother to select a sword. How many spiritual stones are required to enter the Sword Tomb? The disciple of the Divine Sword Peak chuckled and said, 2,000 spirit stones. Wen Qing slightly furrowed her brows, taken aback by the exorbitant price. My junior brother has just reached the first level of the foundation establishment stage and possesses limited strength. He is unable to select any quality weapon. Is there any possibility for a discount? The disciple of the Divine Sword Peak smiled and replied, I apologize, esteemed sister. But entry into our Divine Sword Peak Sword Tomb is not contingent upon one's cultivation level. Even if you were to enter, it would still require 2,000 spirit stones. Although this junior brother's cultivation is somewhat lacking, if he possesses profound fortune, he may very well choose an exceptional sword. Furthermore, allow me to share a secret with you. Dear sister, the dragon-slaying sword within the Sword Tomb has recently displayed signs of awakening, seemingly seeking a master. Perhaps it could be claimed by this junior brother. Is that true? The dragon-slaying sword is choosing a master? Wen Qing inquired with curiosity. The disciple of the Divine Sword Peak laughed and said, indeed. Many disciples from other peaks, upon hearing this news, have been lingering in the Sword Tomb. Currently, the Sword Tomb is teeming with people, as everyone hopes to lay claim to the dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 45. Only a fool would enter, is it true? Then let us hasten inside. Wen Qing remarked as she retrieved her treasure pouch, preparing to pay the spiritual stones. Xiao Yun quickly intervened, saying, Sister, even if we enter, it is not guaranteed that we will obtain the dragon-slaying sword. 2,000 spiritual stones is excessively steep. Perhaps we should reconsider. Wen Qing gently brushed aside Xiao Yun's hand and replied, even if you do not acquire the dragon-slaying sword, there are other weapons within the Sword Tomb for you to choose from. While 2,000 spiritual stones may seem exorbitant, if you were to obtain the dragon-slaying sword, it would be worth far more than that. Indeed, even 2 million spiritual stones would pale in comparison. Xiao Yun, perplexed, inquired, Sister, what is the significance of the dragon-slaying sword that it commands such a price? If it is truly as remarkable as you claim, why is it housed in the Sword Tomb? Xiao Yun had always been skeptical of fortuitous occurrences, believing that many suffered great losses due to their avarice for trivial gains. Wen Qing smiled softly and explained, Dear junior brother, as you are newly inducted into the Lingjian sect, you may not be aware that the dragon-slaying sword was the personal blade of the previous grandmaster of the Divine Sword Peak. It is a divine weapon with sentience, and in all of the divine continent, only a handful of such sentient weapons exist. The last grandmaster wielded this sword to strike fear into the hearts of the demonic cult, single-handedly battling thousands of their minions for 7 days and nights, ultimately perishing due to exhaustion of spiritual energy, while the dragon-slaying sword, heavily wounded, returned to the Divine Sword Peak. Since then, it has awaited a new master within the Sword Tomb, yet for 5 centuries, no one has been able to draw it forth, not even the current grandmaster. Now, the dragon-slaying sword stirs restlessly, Perhaps it is time for it to choose a new master. If by chance you are selected, you shall no longer need to worry about weapons, she added. Xiao Yun grew increasingly skeptical, pondering why he would be any different from those who had failed to claim the sword over the past 500 years. Nearby disciples of the Divine Sword Peak urged him on. Sister Wenqing is correct. Should you manage to acquire the dragon-slaying sword, 2,000 spiritual stones would be but a pittance. Even 20 million spiritual stones would not suffice to purchase it. The sword's unusual activity presents a rare opportunity. If you possess the fortune, perhaps it will be yours. Xiao Yun scoffed, thinking, if it were truly that simple, it would have been taken long ago. Xiao Yun spoke. Dear senior brother, I do not dare to hope for the dragon-slaying sword. I merely wish to visit the sword tomb and practice some metal-based techniques. I shall not take any sword from the tomb. Would 200 spirit stones suffice for entry? Upon hearing this, the disciple from the Divine Sword Peak immediately darkened his expression and coldly replied, No, whether you take a sword or not, the fee remains 2,000 spirit stones. You may enter or not. It is entirely your choice. But be warned, once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. It won't be long before the sword tomb is filled to capacity, and you may find it impossible to enter. Xiao Yun scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? 2,000 spirit stones? Only a simpleton would agree to that. Just then, Wenqing produced 2,000 spirit stones and handed them to the disciple from the Divine Sword Peak, saying, Here are 2,000 spirit stones. Allow my junior brother to enter. The disciple, upon counting the spirit stones, immediately donned a smile and remarked, Sister Wenqing, are you not entering? Perhaps the dragon-slaying sword might be claimed by you. Wenqing shook her head with a smile. There is no need for me to enter. My master is already out searching for divine weapons on my behalf. The disciple from the Divine Sword Peak shook his head regretfully. What a pity. If Sister Wenqing were to obtain the dragon-slaying sword, she would surely excel among the 7 peaks. Wenqing smiled silently. The disciple then turned to Xiao Yun and urged, Junior brother, you should hurry inside. This is a grand opportunity for you. Xiao Yun looked at Wenqing with a resigned expression and asked, Sister, why spend such unnecessary money? If I fail to obtain the dragon-slaying sword, would that not be a great loss? Wenqing replied cheerfully, It is of no consequence. We still possess spirit stones. Should we acquire the dragon-slaying sword, it would indeed be a significant gain. Even if we do not succeed, selecting other weapons within the sword tomb would not be a bad outcome. Xiao Yun forced a smile, contemplating how optimistic his sister was. Was this forced endeavor truly without risk? He retrieved a bag from his waist and handed it to Wenqing, saying, Sister, please take this. Wenqing accepted it with curiosity, asking, What is this? Spirit stones given by Brother Zhong as tuition for learning how to set up the mountain-protecting formation, Xiao Yun explained. Wenqing opened the bag with a puzzled expression, and indeed, it contained a considerable amount of spirit stones, at least 17 or 18. So many spirit stones? Brother Zhong gave you all this? She exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yun chuckled. What is this amount? Sister, do you comprehend how intricate it is to set up a mountain-protecting formation? Allowing him to learn at our bamboo peak is already a concession. Quickly, secure the spirit stones. All right, Wenqing nodded, tucking the spirit stones away. Though she sensed something was amiss with her junior brother's words, upon reflection, she found no fault in them. She had perused formation books in the scripture pavilion. Yet even the simplest formations had left her bewildered. It was indeed a rare opportunity to learn through practical experience. Sister, I am entering now, Xiao Yun declared. Oh, I await you outside. Even if you cannot procure the dragon-slaying sword, make sure to select a weapon of commendable quality. Wenqing advised. I shall do my utmost. Xiao Yun replied, cold sweat trickling down his brow. If there truly were any exceptional items, would they be cast into the sword tomb? His senior sister was indeed adept at her role. The sword tomb at Divine Sword Peak is a vast cavern. At its very heart lies the core of the sword tomb, known as the sword pool. It is aptly named, for it is filled with an innumerable array of swords, resembling a pond brimming with blades. A cursory glance reveals that there must be at least 10,000 swords within. Upon entering, Xiao Yun discovered that the cavern was indeed teeming with people. Thousands encircled the sword pool, whispering eagerly amongst themselves, their eyes alight with anticipation. Some diligent disciples were seated cross-legged on the ground, engrossed in their cultivation. As Xiao Yun navigated through the throng, drawing closer to the sword pool, He was immediately enveloped by a potent aura of golden energy. He nodded inwardly, impressed. Indeed, the metallic spiritual energy here rivals that of the gathering sun array at fierce sun peak. If he could cultivate in this environment, the golden energy within him would surely reach its zenith in no time. Chapter 46. Cultivating the sword cannon. Xiao Yun situated himself in a cross-legged position near the sword pool. There was no urgency in seeking a suitable weapon. For the time being, he resolved to perfect his mastery of the gold attribute cultivation technique. As he activated the sword cannon, an incessant stream of gold attribute spiritual energy surged into his body from within the sword tomb. The method of cultivating the sword cannon diverges slightly from that of other techniques. While it also involves drawing spiritual energy into the body, the sword cannon incorporates an additional dimension, invoking sword chi into the body. When drawing gold attribute spiritual energy, it is advantageous to synergize this with sword chi, refining the physical form in the process. As the body is honed by sword chi, it becomes increasingly formidable. However, invoking sword chi into the body is an inherently perilous endeavor. It is not strictly necessary. One can still cultivate the sword cannon effectively without it. Upon reaching the foundational realm, one can naturally cultivate a personal sword chi within their body. By utilizing one's own sword chi to temper the physique, one can achieve results akin to invoking sword chi during the chi refining phase, albeit at a greater expenditure of time. Xiao Yun remained undeterred by the potential dangers of infusing sword chi into his being, directly absorbing the gold attribute spiritual energy while simultaneously invoking the sword chi from the sword tomb to refine his body. Having already perfected the chi refining stages of the ocean tide technique and the fiery blaze technique, his physical form was already several times more robust than that of an ordinary practitioner at the chi refining stage. As the sword chi entered his body, he merely felt a slight tingling sensation. At the opposite end of the sword pool, a middle-aged man addressed a young disciple beside him, saying, "Junior brother, you must be vigilant. When the dragon-slaying sword trembles, the entire sword tomb will be suffused with exceptionally pure gold attribute spiritual energy. You must seize every fleeting moment to absorb the gold attribute energy within, understood?" The young disciple nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes, senior brother, I will do my utmost." The middle-aged man continued, "I have heard that Shu Hongyin from the Rising Sun Peak has reached the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage. You must not fall short of her." The young disciple slightly nodded, determination surging within him. He resolved to seize this opportunity during the dragon-slaying sword's tremor to break through to the 5th layer of Qi refining. He absolutely could not allow himself to be weaker than Shu Hongyin. He was among the same cohort of disciples chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror and was one of the 3 with exceptional spiritual roots. His name was Kuan Lingfeng, and he had been accepted as a direct disciple by the head of the Divine Sword Peak. While Chu Hongyin had access to miraculous elixirs to enhance her cultivation, he would have the assistance of the gold spiritual energy emanating from the dragon-slaying sword. As one of the 3 with exceptional spiritual roots, he could not permit himself to be outdone by a woman. He vowed to be the foremost among the younger generation of disciples. "Senior brother, with so many people in the sword tomb, won't they compete with me for the gold spiritual energy?" Kuan Lingfeng inquired with some concern. The middle-aged man chuckled reassuringly. "Do not worry, junior brother. Most of these individuals are disciples from other peaks, drawn here solely to claim the dragon-slaying sword. They are not here to cultivate. Little do they know that the tremor of the dragon-slaying sword is not a matter of choosing a master, but rather a means to obliterate those worthless weapons within the sword tomb. Even if someone were to covet the golden spiritual energy from you, without the secret techniques passed down by our master, they would merely absorb the damaged weapon's metallic essence, which cannot compare to the primordial golden energy emitted by the dragon-slaying sword. There is no need for you to worry, junior brother. Simply focus on absorbing the golden spiritual energy." Indeed, Kuan Lingfeng's face brightened with joy. He ceased his inquiries, adjusted his breathing, and entered a state of cultivation. An unending stream of golden spiritual energy flowed into Kuan Lingfeng's body, continuously refining his flesh. Xiao Yun, harnessing the sword aura from the sword tomb, progressed rapidly in his cultivation. In less than half an hour, he had already elevated his mastery of the sword cannon to the 4th level. Just as he prepared to continue absorbing the golden spiritual energy and sword aura from within the sword tomb, an unusual occurrence took place in the sword pool. A long sword, positioned at the very center of the sword pool, suddenly soared into the air, levitating in the midst of the chamber. The surrounding disciples displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. The dragon-slaying sword has appeared. Is it seeking a master? How exhilarating! Will the dragon-slaying sword choose me as its master? You must be dreaming. Such a divine weapon would undoubtedly choose me. Nonsense. As a disciple of the Blaze Sun Peak, you are unworthy of the dragon-slaying sword from our divine sword peak. It would choose only among our own. Amidst the lively banter, a middle-aged man standing beside Kuan Lingfeng promptly commanded, "Lingfeng, prepare to absorb the primordial golden power of the dragon-slaying sword." Kuan Lingfeng nodded gently and fervently activated his cultivation technique. At that moment, the dragon-slaying sword in midair erupted with a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. All the weapons within the sword pool trembled in response to the resonance. With a sharp clang, a long sword could not withstand the tremors and shattered into two pieces. Following that, the sounds of breaking swords echoed one after another, as over half of the thousands of long swords in the sword tomb were instantaneously destroyed. A piercing metallic aura emanated from the shattered swords. The dragon-slaying sword emitted another roar. The golden energy released by the broken swords surged toward the dragon-slaying sword, which then returned to its central position in the sword pool. The onlookers were left bewildered. What transpired? Has the dragon-slaying sword concluded its search for a master? It seems so. Evidently, it did not find a suitable candidate. Alas, I had little hope to begin with, but now I am utterly disheartened. Any sword that remained intact amidst the resonance of the dragon-slaying sword is still a remarkable weapon. Selecting one from here would not be a bad choice. The gathered disciples, having failed to earn the favor of the dragon-slaying sword, began to sift through the remaining weapons in the sword pool. Lingfeng, how much of the primordial golden power from the dragon-slaying sword have you absorbed? The middle-aged man inquired softly. Kuan Lingfeng, looking perplexed, replied, "Senior brother, why do I not sense any primordial golden power?" Not sensing any? That is impossible. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed in concern. Upon entering a meditative state, he immediately sensed the surrounding metallic spiritual energy converging towards a single direction. No wonder Ling Feng could not perceive the primordial gold energy. It had been siphoned away by another. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the source of the flowing metallic spiritual energy. There, he beheld a young disciple sitting cross-legged in deep cultivation, surrounded by an extraordinary abundance of metallic spiritual energy. "Master, what on earth is happening?" Kuan Lingfeng inquired, perplexed. The middle-aged man pointed towards the distance where Xiao Yun was situated, stating, "Your fortune has been seized by him." Kuan Lingfeng was taken aback, incredulous that someone would dare to usurp his opportunity. Who could it possibly be? Following his master's gesture, he looked in that direction and discovered it was a young disciple he had never seen at the Divine Sword Peak, yet he bore a hint of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, Kuan Lingfeng instantly recognized him. It was that boy who had joined the Lingjian sect alongside him, the one with the neglected mixed spiritual roots. Why was he here? What right did he have to claim his fortune? Chapter 47. Is a sword also competing with me for spiritual energy? At this moment, Xiaoyan found himself somewhat perplexed. Just moments ago, he had been absorbing gold-attributed spiritual energy to cultivate the sword cannon. Suddenly, he sensed an immense and pure wave of gold-attributed spiritual energy surging into his body. Unlike the gold-attributed spiritual energy he had absorbed earlier, this influx was astonishingly pure. In just a few breaths, it propelled him from the 4th to the 6th level of qi refinement. Upon sensing the transformation of the spiritual energy within the sword tomb, Xiao Yun immediately channeled the sword cannon with all his might, fervently absorbing this exquisite gold-attributed spiritual energy. Before long, he had completely depleted this source of pure energy. Yet, he felt a lingering desire for more. Having experienced such unadulterated gold-attributed spiritual energy, he found himself rather disinterested in the ordinary kind. He attempted to trace the source of this exquisite gold energy and soon discovered it emanated from a sword. However, the amount of gold energy radiating from the sword was alarmingly minimal, almost non-existent. A spark of inspiration struck Xiao Yun, and he activated the sword cannon, employing its technique to absorb the gold-attributed spiritual energy from the sword. Initially, it was merely a casual experiment, but to his astonishment, he was indeed able to draw gold energy from the blade. Elated, He devoted himself fully to the task, drawing forth the spiritual energy with fervor. At first, a continuous flow of pure gold energy emanated from the sword, which Xiao Yun greedily absorbed, steadily enhancing his cultivation of the sword cannon. However, as time passed, he noticed that the sword seemed to resist his efforts, pulling back the gold energy he had extracted. It was as if they were engaged in a tug-of-war, each vying for the pure gold-attributed spiritual energy. Due to his distance, Xiao Yun could not seize the sword, and all extracted gold energy was reclaimed by it. Frowning with confusion, he thought, "How peculiar. A mere sword dares to contest me for spiritual energy?" Xiao Yun withdrew from his meditative state and stood to observe that the number of individuals in the sword tomb had diminished significantly, with most now sifting through the sword pool for their desired weapons. He slowly rose and made his way toward the sword radiating gold-attributed spiritual energy, which was embedded at the very center of the pool. As he approached, the crowd initially perceived no wrongdoing in his actions. However, when they realized he was heading directly for the dragon-slaying sword, disciples from the Divine Sword Peak hurriedly cautioned him. "Do not approach. The area surrounding the dragon-slaying sword is saturated with potent gold energy. It could harm you." Unbeknownst to him, the warning was directed at him. Yet he continued unabated towards the dragon-slaying sword. Before long, he arrived in close proximity to the legendary blade, and the disciples of Divine Sword Peak gaped in disbelief. How could this be? Why was he able to disregard the formidable gold energy enveloping the dragon-slaying sword? That was genuine sword energy, and one could not approach without the cultivation level of a golden core. Could it be that this young man is actually a senior brother at the golden core stage? Yet, why had he never been seen before? The middle-aged man standing beside Kuan Lingfeng gaped in astonishment, his expression reflecting disbelief. Why? How could he enter the forbidden grounds of the dragon-slaying sword? Who exactly is he? Which peak does he represent as a true disciple? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Kuan Lingfeng spoke up. "Senior brother, I know him. He is a new disciple who joined with me. He possesses a mixed spirit root and is affiliated with the Shaozhu Peak, thus not a true disciple at all." The middle-aged man's expression grew even more incredulous. A mixed spirit root? A new disciple? How is that possible? If he truly has a mixed spirit root, then he lacks even the foundation establishment cultivation. How could he withstand the violent sword energy surrounding the dragon-slaying sword? Suddenly, Kuan Lingfeng exclaimed, "Senior brother, it seems he is attempting to draw the dragon-slaying sword. This is bad. Has he lost his mind to dare to pull the dragon-slaying sword?" The middle-aged man immediately shouted, "Stop! Without the dragon-slaying sword recognizing you as its master, touching it will lead to your demise." Despite the urgency of his call, Xiao Yun remained oblivious, continuing his walk through the sword pool, feeling countless sword energies penetrating his body. Though there was a slight sting, he sustained no significant harm. Instead, these sword energies incessantly tempered his physique, enhancing his sword cultivation to new heights. Approaching the center, he directly grasped the hilt of the dragon-slaying sword. The metallic spiritual energy emanating from the sword enveloped him. "I've got you. Let us see how you, a mere sword, can compete with me for spiritual energy." Xiao Yun murmured to himself, then exerted a gentle force. The dragon-slaying sword was drawn from the sword pool. The surrounding disciples, who were selecting their weapons, gaped in disbelief, as if they were about to swallow a duck egg. "What? This kid has drawn the dragon-slaying sword? No, it cannot be. Has the dragon-slaying sword truly recognized its master? I refuse to accept this outcome. It can be drawn just like that? Wasn't it said that the dragon-slaying sword should not be casually touched?" The middle-aged man beside Kuan Lingfeng was about to intervene to save Xiao Yun. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yun draw the dragon-slaying sword, he stood frozen in shock. The dragon-slaying sword has recognized its master? Who is this young man? Could he be the reincarnation of the former Grandmaster of the Divine Sword Peak? He understood the dragon-slaying sword far too well. The dragon-slaying sword possesses a spirit, and the Grandmaster of the Divine Sword Peak had once communicated with it. The sword had indicated that unless its previous master were to be reborn, it would not bond with anyone else. Thus, it was placed in the sword tomb. Every weapon forged daily at the Divine Sword Peak is stored in the sword tomb for the dragon-slaying sword to absorb sword energy and enhance itself. The dragon-slaying sword requires the destruction of weapons to generate the violent golden aura. At the moment the dragon-slaying sword emitted its sword energy, The explosive elemental golden power was precisely what the disciples of the divine sword peak yearned for. The dragon-slaying sword and the divine sword peak had coexisted harmoniously, each benefiting from the other until now. Yet now, the dragon-slaying sword has been unsheathed by someone, which is utterly astonishing. The dragon-slaying sword possesses a proud and solitary temperament. Unless one is favored by it, no one can approach within a 5-zhang radius. To forcefully draw near would surely result in being harmed by its sword aura. The first thought of the middle-aged man was that the previous master of Longsho Peak had been reincarnated. In the moment Xiao Yun grasped the dragon-slaying sword, he felt an unparalleled sharpness of sword aura penetrating into his body. With a physique twice as formidable as the average person, Xiao Yun endured the onslaught of this sword aura and resolutely channeled the sword cannon. A tremendous suction force directly extracted the primordial gold energy from the dragon-slaying sword. As the primordial gold energy entered his body, a wave of refreshing sensation coursed through Xiao Yun, even alleviating the pain caused by the sword aura. Overcome with delight, he could not help but exclaim, "Ah, what is happening to that lad? He seems to be reveling in it." Another remarked, "Isn't he supposed to be shredded to pieces by the sword aura of the dragon-slaying sword? What in the world is going on?" The pure primordial gold energy continually transformed Xiao Yun's body, while his mastery of the sword cannon surged as if propelled by a rocket. In just a few breaths, Xiao Yun ascended from the 6th to the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 48. The dragon-slaying sword. A sudden brilliance enveloped the dragon-slaying sword, emanating an overwhelming force of primordial gold energy. The intact swords surrounding the sword pool began to vibrate ominously. Moments later, they shattered into countless fragments. Xiao Yun felt the sword in his grasp radiating an unparalleled essence of gold attribute spiritual energy, while numerous sword qi penetrated into his body. Contrary to the expectation of being harmed by the sword qi, Xiao Yun, due to the influence of the sword classic, not only remained unscathed but also harnessed the sword qi to strengthen his physical form. The gold attribute spiritual power emanating from the dragon-slaying sword was entirely absorbed into his being. Xiao Yun resembled an insatiable sponge, eternally thirsty for water. Regardless of how much gold attribute spiritual energy the dragon-slaying sword released, he accepted it all. At times, the sword did not release enough energy, prompting Xiao Yun to actively draw from the sword's essence. All the disciples in the sword tomb were left speechless at this astonishing sight. The swords in the sword pool lay shattered. Standing amidst the mountainous debris of swords, Xiao Yun held the dragon-slaying sword aloft, radiating a dazzling white light as if he were the deity of swords. Qi Refinement Stage 9. Qi Refinement Stage Completion. Foundation Establishment. While Xiao Yun continuously siphoned the spiritual energy from the dragon-slaying sword, a tender child's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Stop. You need not absorb any more. Just consider it my defeat." Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and murmured, "Who is speaking?" "It's me, you fool." The childish voice replied once more. Who are you calling a fool? If you dare, show yourself. Don't think I want to strike you just because you're a child." Xiao Yun retorted sternly. "I'm right in your hand, and you can't even find me. Aren't you the fool?" The child's voice remarked playfully. "In my hand?" Xiao Yun looked down, finding nothing but the cold, glimmering sword. Could it be the sword spirit? A jolt of realization struck him, and he whispered, "Are you the dragon-slaying sword? Since you know my name, yet dare to be so disrespectful, release me at once. Stop absorbing." The dragon-slaying sword demanded angrily. "So you are the dragon-slaying sword. This gold attribute spiritual energy originates from you, then? No wonder." Xiao Yun smiled. "From this day forth, you shall be my sword." "Humph. Who would want to be your sword? You, a mere child without even reaching the golden core realm, dare to claim me as your master?" The dragon-slaying sword scoffed. "Oh, you dare to speak to your master in such a manner? It seems you need to be properly disciplined." With that, Xiao Yun activated the sword classic, fervently absorbing the primordial gold energy contained within the dragon-slaying sword. The sword quickly pleaded, "Stop. Please, no more. I've only just regained my current state. If you keep this up, all my centuries of effort will be for naught." Xiao Yun coldly replied, "Now you know who the boss is, don't you? Do you know what to call me?" The dragon-slaying sword, sounding forlorn, said, "Master." After the master called out, Xiao Yun suddenly sensed something burrowing into his consciousness. He and the dragon-slaying sword became one, their minds in perfect harmony, as if they were a single entity. Satisfied with this newfound connection, Xiao Yun ceased to channel the sword scripture and began to examine the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The sword measured 3 feet 6 inches, its hilt a deep black, while the blade shimmered a jade-like hue, cold as autumn water, exuding a formidable sharpness. What a magnificent sword! The 2,000 spirit stones were well spent. Elated, Xiao Yun grasped the dragon-slaying sword and prepared to exit the sword tomb. With the cultivation method of the sword scripture now perfected and having acquired the legendary dragon-slaying sword, he was eager to share this wonderful news with his senior sister. However, after taking a few steps, 2 figures suddenly blocked Xiao Yun's path. It was Kuan Lingfeng and his senior brother. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, recognizing Kuan Lingfeng, as they were both chosen by the Xiantian treasure mirror. Kuan Lingfeng, like Chu Hongyan, was a true disciple of exceptional spiritual roots. "Why are you obstructing my way?" Xiao Yun inquired. Kuan Lingfeng's expression darkened, remaining silent, while the middle-aged man beside him said with a smile, "Junior brother, I must ask you to return the dragon-slaying sword to its rightful place." "Why?" Xiao Yun asked, perplexed. "Because the dragon-slaying sword belongs to our divine sword peak, and disciples from other peaks are not permitted to take it away. If you wish to select a suitable weapon, I can escort you to our divine sword peak's armory to choose a few items, but I must insist that you leave the dragon-slaying sword here." Xiao Yun frowned and replied, "I have no interest in your armory. I only desire this dragon-slaying sword." The middle-aged man replied coolly, "I am not negotiating with you. I am informing you. The dragon-slaying sword is the companion sword of the former head of our divine sword peak, a treasure that must not be taken from the sword tomb." "That's absurd." When I entered, the senior brother outside did not say the same. He claimed that as long as one has great fortune, one might take the dragon-slaying sword. "Now that it is mine, do you expect us to deny it?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly, offering no rebuttal, and continued, "Release the dragon-slaying sword, and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to take it by force." Though Xiao Yun understood that he was in a precarious position, must he resign himself to fate? Could there not be a moment of gain? With a cold laugh, he said, "We are all disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. Must we truly be so unreasonable?" The middle-aged man remained silent, prompting Kuan Lingfeng to speak. "Junior brother Xiao Yun, though I am unaware of the method you employed to wield the dragon-slaying sword, it is undeniably not something you are entitled to. Furthermore, a mere mortal, regardless of possessing the sword, cannot unleash its full potential. Rather than risk having it taken from you in the future, it would be wiser for it to remain with our divine sword peak. My senior brother has already stated, should you relinquish the dragon-slaying sword, our armory has plenty of superior weapons for you to choose from." Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh, gazing at Kuan Lingfeng. "Do not refer to me as your junior. It remains uncertain who among us holds that title. Moreover, I must inform you that the dragon-slaying sword is firmly in my possession today, a matter we agreed upon prior to entering the sword tomb. It was stated that as long as one's fortune is profound, one could claim the dragon-slaying sword. Now that I have acquired it, do you wish to retract your word? I assure you, that is not an option." Kuan Lingfeng furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. "Xiao Yun, do not provoke me. Do you wish to engage in conflict with my senior? Allow me to enlighten you. My senior is at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage, and slaying you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Not only my senior, but even I, would find it a trivial task to deal with someone of your meager spiritual roots." Xiao Yun replied coldly, "Very well, then, do attempt to kill me. I refuse to believe that the sword peak would stoop so low." A middle-aged man sighed. "Were it any other weapon, I would let you take it without issue. But the dragon-slaying sword is the treasured artifact of our sword peak. It is absolutely impossible for you to carry it out of the sword tomb. Release it at once." Suddenly, the middle-aged man roared, his voice piercing through the air like a sharp blade aimed directly at Xiao Yun's heart. Chapter 49. The dragon-slaying sword unleashes its power. Xiao Yun was caught entirely off guard. He never anticipated that the senior from the divine sword peak would launch an attack without so much as a warning. A razor-sharp sword energy surged directly towards his chest. Suddenly, a youthful voice resounded within Xiao Yun's consciousness, a mere parlor trick. Almost instantaneously, he felt a significant portion of his metallic spiritual energy dissipate. The dragon-slaying sword emitted a blinding white light. A resounding clang echoed throughout the sword tomb as Xiao Yun, gripping the dragon-slaying sword, crossed it against his chest to deflect the incoming assault. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not expected his formidable sword energy to be thwarted. His recent strike had been executed without restraint, intended to pierce Xiao Yun's heart. Although the sword energy was as fine as a hair and not lethal, it could surely confine Xiao Yun to his bed for half a year. He was astonished that his full-force attack was effortlessly neutralized by the newcomer. The brilliance of the dragon-slaying sword intensified. Xiao Yun sensed his spiritual energy swiftly waning. Since the other party had chosen to engage him, he felt no obligation to uphold any camaraderie. With a cold expression, he proclaimed, "Esteemed senior, are you testing the sharpness of my dragon-slaying sword?" The middle-aged man sneered. "And if I am?" Xiao Yun raised the dragon-slaying sword high and declared loudly, "Fellow brothers and sisters within the sword tomb, I beseech you to witness this. I harbor no intention of conflict with the seniors from the divine sword peak. Yet, the senior here, lacking any sense of shame, seeks to force me to relinquish the dragon-slaying sword simply because I have obtained it. He even resorted to violence against me, a mere new disciple. I was left with no choice but to retaliate. Should this matter reach the ears of the Grand Master, I ask you all to testify on my behalf regarding today's events." The other disciples from various peaks within the sword tomb were already displeased. Had they not come to the divine sword peak precisely to acquire the dragon-slaying sword? Who would spend 2,000 spirit stones for this purpose otherwise? Now that the sword had been taken, the divine sword peak attempted to deny their claim. Although they felt envy and jealousy towards Xiao Yun for obtaining the divine sword, they were infuriated by the underhanded tactics employed by the divine sword peak. Imagine if it were they who had acquired the dragon-slaying sword. Would the divine sword peak seek to reclaim it then? Were they to be treated like fools? They might be naive, but they certainly did not wish to be regarded as brainless sheep. The sword tomb erupted in uproar. How shameless of the divine sword peak! Indeed, since the dragon-slaying sword has recognized its master, it should rightfully be allowed to be taken. What kind of ability is it to bully the weak? Junior brother, which peak do you belong to? Let your master come to advocate for you. Rest assured, should this escalate to the Grand Master, I will be the first to stand up for you. How many years did it take me to save those 2,000 spirit stones? And now you tell me it was all a scam? Indeed, take the dragon-slaying sword away. Let us see if he dares to act against you." Amidst the fervent indignation of the crowd, they rallied in support of Xiao Yun. The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully and bellowed, "Silence!" The dragon-slaying sword did not choose him. He forcibly wrenched it away. As a core disciple of the divine sword peak, the man was acutely aware that the notion of the dragon-slaying sword selecting its master was merely a fabrication. There was no truth to it. He could not possibly accept that the sword had chosen Xiao Yun. How dare you utter such nonsense? The dragon-slaying sword is surrounded by sword energy within a 5-foot radius, making it impossible to approach. This junior brother was able to enter and draw the sword. That signifies its recognition of him as its master. Indeed, since the dragon-slaying sword has acknowledged its master, you should not contest this. Allow him to depart. Take the sword and pay him no mind. The middle-aged man shouted fiercely, "Silence! I have stated it clearly." He forcibly seized the dragon-slaying sword. It was not a matter of choice. "Speak further, and you shall find yourselves enemies of the divine sword peak." With that proclamation, the man unleashed his full strength. The audience felt their eardrums throb painfully, their bodies losing balance as they collapsed to the ground. His power had quelled the entire assembly. The disciples present were mostly at the 5th level of foundation establishment, utterly no match for him. All were filled with rage, yet silenced, glaring at the middle-aged man. Had their gazes been lethal, he would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Seeing that no one dared to speak, the middle-aged man's gaze returned to Xiao Yun. "I shall say this once more. Return the dragon-slaying sword," he declared coldly. Xiao Yun replied with a sneer, "And what if I refuse? Then do not blame me." The middle-aged man retorted, summoning a glimmering blade to his hand without a moment's hesitation. He lunged directly at Xiao Yun's wrist, where he held the dragon-slaying sword. In Xiao Yun's sea of consciousness, a youthful voice coldly remarked, "How dare this scrap of metal challenge me?" The dragon-slaying sword suddenly blazed with radiant white light, illuminating the entire sword mound as brightly as day. The disciples within the mound felt a sharp pain in their eyes, hastily shutting them as tears streamed down their cheeks. The gold element spiritual energy within Xiao Yun was instantly drained away. As the two swords clashed, The middle-aged man's blade was severed as easily as cutting through tofu. The dragon-slaying sword, undeterred, surged forward to strike directly at the man's chest. A scream pierced the air as he was sent hurtling backwards, his fate uncertain. Suddenly, a dragon-like sword cry resonated. At the center of the sword pool, a bluish-white sheath erupted from the earth, landing in Xiao Yun's grasp. Without a backward glance, he sheathed the sword and departed the sword mount. The radiant light of the dragon-slaying sword faded. After a considerable time, the other disciples within the sword mound finally opened their eyes, immediately searching for Xiao Yun's figure, only to find that he had vanished. Meanwhile, the once arrogant disciple of the divine sword peak now lay amidst the sword pool, his chest stained with a large patch of crimson blood. At this moment, Kuan Lingfeng finally realized the gravity of the situation and hurried to the side of the middle-aged man, assisting him to rise. The man's complexion was ashen, and a gaping wound, measuring half a meter in length, was relentlessly oozing blood from his chest. Flesh was torn, revealing the stark white bones that had been severed in two. The cut in the ribcage, made by the Zhanlong sword, was smooth and even, causing the blood that dripped upon it to swiftly slide away. Kuan Lingfeng felt as though the world was spinning around him, and he let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Senior brother!" Xiao Yun emerged from the sword tomb, wielding the Zhanlong sword. Wen Qing awaited him at the entrance, and upon seeing him with the prized sword, she approached with a smile. "You're out so soon? What divine weapon have you chosen, junior brother?" "Let me see." Xiao Yun raised the Zhanlong sword with a grin. "Senior sister, we've recouped our 2,000 spirit stones. This sword I hold is the treasured artifact of the divine sword peak, the Zhanlong sword." Wen Qing shot him a playful glare, chiding, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you genuinely believe that simply picking up a sword makes it the Zhanlong sword? If it were that easy to acquire, it would cease to be the Zhanlong sword. Did you not have any hope that I could claim the Zhanlong sword from the start, senior sister?" Xiao Yun replied with a wry smile. "To say there was no such hope would be disingenuous. Yet I am aware it is an improbable feat. Do not lose heart, junior brother. It is nearly impossible for anyone to take the Zhanlong sword. Merely selecting a sword from the sword tomb is already a significant achievement." Wen Qing reassured him with a smile. Xiao Yun, feeling helpless, insisted, "Senior sister, this truly is the Zhanlong sword. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself." Chapter 50. The fabled dragon-slaying sword. With a look of skepticism, Wen Qing gazed at Xiao Yun and inquired, "Is this truly the dragon-slaying sword?" "Of course. Would I dare to deceive you, senior sister?" Xiao Yun replied, as he extended the dragon-slaying sword towards her. Just as Wen Qing reached out to accept it, an invisible sword aura suddenly lashed out, piercing her palm. She winced at the sharp pain and immediately withdrew her hand. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao Yun hastily asked, "Senior sister, what happened?" Furrowing her brow and cradling her injured hand, Wen Qing explained, "It felt as though a sword aura struck my palm just now. Thankfully, I managed to dissipate it in time. Otherwise, I might have sustained an injury." Xiao Yun frowned and questioned, "Is the dragon-slaying sword playing tricks on you?" From within the sea of consciousness, the dragon-slaying sword emitted a childish voice, declaring, "A mere girl of the Golden Core realm dares to lay hands on me? Should this happen again, I shall surely pierce her palm." "How audacious! You are in no position to boast. This is senior sister Wen Qing. Encountering her is akin to encountering me. She is also your master. Do you understand?" Xiao Yun retorted angrily. The dragon-slaying sword huffed in disdain, stating, "In this world, one must have both beginnings and endings. Otherwise, they are no hero. How could the illustrious dragon-slaying sword have two masters?" "Well said. I shall absorb your essence." Xiao Yun swiftly initiated the sword scripture, drawing forth the primordial golden energy contained within the dragon-slaying sword. "Ah, stop. I concede. Was it not enough for me to admit my fault?" The dragon-slaying sword cried out, its innocent voice pleading. Xiao Yun ceased his practice, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, "That is more like it. A true hero is one who can bend and yield. Now, go and pay your respects to senior sister Wen Qing." With a tone of grievance, the dragon-slaying sword replied, "How dare you treat me this way? Who gave you the audacity? Still defiant, are you? I shall absorb more." Xiao Yun's expression darkened. The dragon-slaying sword quickly yielded, saying, "Master, please, do not absorb any more. I was merely concerned about losing face and wanted to put on a show." Xiao Yun coldly snorted, "You may act in front of others, but beware when it comes to me. I will drain you dry. All right, understood, master. The dragon-slaying sword quickly acquiesced. Curious, Wenqing listened to Xiao Yun's one-sided conversation and asked, Junior brother, who are you speaking to? Xiao Yun promptly replied, Oh, it is the spirit of the dragon-slaying sword. It was the one that attacked you just now. That was merely its instinctive response. Please do not take offense, senior sister. Now, it should no longer be resistant towards you. Senior sister, why not give the dragon-slaying sword a try? Wenqing regarded Xiao Yun with a hint of doubt, pondering whether he had truly acquired the dragon-slaying sword. Could the white and azure long sword in his hand be the treasured sword of the divine sword peak? Surely not. Wenqing extended her hand once more to accept the dragon-slaying sword that Xiao Yun offered, and this time, she encountered no sword aura attack. As she grasped the dragon-slaying sword, she curiously examined the weapon. Though it appeared light and ethereal, it bore a significant weight in her hand. With both hands, she gripped the hilt and the scabbard, gently pulling. The dragon-slaying sword was unsheathed. A dazzling white light shimmered along the sword's blade, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. Wenqing could not help but exclaim, Is this truly the dragon-slaying sword? How did you come by it, junior brother? Xiao Yun replied with a smile. I simply walked over and casually drew it. Wenqing's face lit up with joy. Indeed, junior brother, you are truly blessed to have acquired the dragon-slaying sword. How many would envy you for this? Come, junior brother, today I am elated, and to celebrate your acquisition of this divine weapon, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Seeing his senior sister's happiness, Xiao Yun's mood also brightened considerably. It would be disingenuous to say he was not upset about what had transpired at the sword mount. He had no intention of burdening Wenqing with his discontent. Upon hearing that she wished to treat him, he eagerly asked, Are you taking me down the mountain, senior sister? No, I'm taking you to sample the culinary skills of Sister Chu Ting from Shueiyue Peak. Wenqing replied with a smile. Sister Chu Ting from Shueiyue Peak? Is she a close friend of yours? Does she cook exceptionally well? Xiao Yun inquired hastily. Not exactly a friend. Sister Chu Ting has gained a reputation for her exquisite cooking and runs a private kitchen at Shueiyue Peak. It is renowned for the finest cuisine in our Lingjian sect, and even I have only been taken there on my birthday by our master, Wenqing explained. Today, since you have obtained the dragon-slaying sword, a momentous occasion indeed. I am delighted to make an exception and take you to taste her fare. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun understood that dining at Sister Chu Ting's private kitchen would likely require spiritual stones. However, seeing Wenqing's enthusiasm, he did not wish to dampen her spirits and nodded appreciatively. Thank you, senior sister. No need for such formalities. You have brought honor to our Shaozhu Peak, and that is the greatest gratitude you can offer me. Now, let us proceed to Shueiyue Peak. Wenqing returned the dragon-slaying sword to Xiao Yun, summoned her green bamboo sword with a wave, and Xiao Yun quickly interjected, Senior sister, would you like to try flying with the dragon-slaying sword? Certainly. If I can test the treasured sword of Shinsword Peak, I would be thrilled. However, I fear the dragon-slaying sword possesses its own spirit and may not easily yield to my command. Wenqing expressed her concern. Xiao Yun reassured her, Do not worry. Senior sister, I have already communicated with the sword spirit. You are its second master. Really? Wenqing's eyes sparkled. She had heard tales of the dragon-slaying sword's renown countless times. How could she not be excited to experience it firsthand? Of course, if you doubt me, a trial will reveal the truth. Xiao Yun promptly handed her the dragon-slaying sword. After a moment's hesitation, Wenqing reached out to take it, invoking the sword flight technique. The dragon-slaying sword emitted a dragon-like roar as it soared from its sheath, coming to a steady halt before her. A thrill of excitement danced across Wenqing's face as she swiftly mounted the sword, with Xiao Yun following closely behind. Once Xiao Yun found his footing, Wenqing announced, Junior brother, hold steady. We shall take off now. Xiao Yun gently supported Wenqing's waist and said, How many times have I flown with my sister on a sword? There is no need for reminders. I am already steady. No sooner had Xiao Yun finished speaking than the dragon-slaying sword surged forward, transforming into a streak of light that soared skyward. Xiao Yun's body swayed, and he nearly fell from the sword. Fortunately, Wenqing seemed to have anticipated this and swiftly grasped Xiao Yun, allowing him to regain his balance. Goodness, why is it so fast? Is the dragon-slaying sword deliberately trying to throw me off? Yet, upon seeing his sister's face brimming with excitement, Xiao Yun understood. This was indeed the proper way to fly on a sword. Previously, Wenqing had controlled the green bamboo sword, which was merely a common green rock bamboo from Little Bamboo Peak. It was hardly a divine weapon, barely qualifying as a blade. The speed of flying with the green rock bamboo was akin to riding a bicycle. The dragon-slaying sword, however, was incomparable to the green bamboo sword. Its velocity exceeded that of the latter by more than 100-fold. The dragon-slaying sword shot through the air like a white lightning bolt, howling as it flew from Divine Sword Peak to Watermoon Peak. In just a few breaths, the two arrived at the foot of Watermoon Peak. Wenqing felt a lingering desire for more, yet she had to retract the dragon-slaying sword and return it to Xiao Yun. That was truly incredible. The dragon-slaying sword is indeed unmatched. Noticing that his sister was still yearning for more, Xiao Yun smiled and suggested, "After we finish our meal, how about you take me for a breeze on the dragon-slaying sword around Lingjin sect? It would allow me to appreciate the full grandeur of Lingjin Mountain." Xiao Yun's proposal resonated perfectly with Wenqing's thoughts, and she immediately replied, "Absolutely. With the dragon-slaying sword, we can explore the entire Lingjin Mountain in less than half an hour." As they conversed, Xiao Yun and Wenqing made their way toward the private kitchen at Watermoon Peak. Along the way, Xiao Yun had an odd feeling that he had forgotten something. "Oh well, it didn't matter. Let us eat first." Meanwhile, on Little Bamboo Peak, Zhong Tianyan was sweating profusely as he inscribed the formation base, his mind wandering with thoughts. "I wonder what delicious meal Sister Wen will prepare for me today. To sample her culinary skills would make all my toil here worthwhile. The mere thought of dining with Sister Wen fills me with excitement." With renewed vigor, Zhong Tianyan immersed himself further into his work. Chapter 51. "Waiter, please pack." Wenqing, somewhat disheartened, set down her chopsticks with a sigh. "In the past, during my idle moments, I always yearned for my birthday to arrive swiftly, so I could dine here with Senior Sister Chu Ting. Yet now that I have finally tasted the food, I find it rather mediocre. It pales in comparison to what Junior Brother prepares. Had I known, we might as well have celebrated back at Shaozhu Peak and saved ourselves 500 spirit stones." Xiao Yun shared her sentiments as he surveyed the table laden with exquisite dishes. He had harbored considerable expectations based on Wenqing's extravagant descriptions, but upon tasting the fare, he found it unremarkable. Although the flavors were decent, they lacked the depth present in Xiao Yun's own culinary creations. This was primarily due to the dishes here being served in their purest form, devoid of the embellishments that spices offer. The experience lacked the sensory stimulation one might anticipate. In his previous life, many sought the essence of the food itself. However, without the enhancement of seasonings, the ingredients did not prove as delightful as one might imagine. Even the most exquisite ingredients could benefit from a touch of seasoning to elevate their taste. Wenqing and Xiao Yun had ordered 5 dishes and a soup, spending a hefty 500 spirit stones, which left Xiao Yun feeling a pang of regret. After they had indulged in their meal, an important thought struck him. Zhong Tianyan was still waiting for them at Shaozhu Peak. He had excused himself under the pretense of preparing lunch for his senior sister, and now he had completely forgotten about it. Setting down his chopsticks, Xiao Yun turned to Wenqing and asked, "Senior sister, are you finished?" Wenqing nodded yes. "Let us go. I will show you around Lingjin Mountain." "All right, but we can't forget that senior brother Zhong hasn't eaten yet. Let's pack up the leftover dishes for him," Xiao Yun suggested. Wenqing glanced at the remnants on the table, looking a bit hesitant. Should we really give these to senior brother Zhong? It feels a bit inappropriate." Despite the food not meeting their expectations, it was still palatable. They had consumed most of the meal, leaving only a small amount behind. Xiao Yun smiled reassuringly. "It's fine. If we combine these dishes, we can make a decent serving. I can add a little touch back home to make it suitable for senior brother." Wenqing, feeling slightly embarrassed, relented. "Well, if you say so. Waiter, please pack this up." At Xinjian Peak, within the Sword Pavilion, the chief disciple Xie Jingfeng was deep in meditation when he was abruptly interrupted by hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. "Master, a grave situation has arisen." Hani, the chief disciple of Xinjian Peak, rushed in, visibly flustered. Without lifting his gaze, Xie Jingfeng replied coolly, "What is the matter? Has a demon sect infiltrated our Lingjin sect?" As he spoke, the 100 swords displayed on the racks within the room trembled in unison, as if yearning to unsheath themselves and engage in battle against the demon forces. Hani quickly shook his head and said, "No, master. It is a matter far graver than an attack by the demonic sect upon the Lingjin sect. There has been an incident in the Sword Tomb." Senior brother Lu De has been grievously wounded within, his chest pierced by a sword, and his life hangs by a thread. Xie Jingfeng remained with his eyes closed, coldly responding, useless, lacking in skill, you reap what you sow. Which of your senior uncle's disciples is responsible for this? The myriad swords within the sword pavilion abruptly ceased their tumult, returning to a serene stillness. Replying to Master, it was the disciple of Uncle Yan from Shaozhu Peak who did this. Xie Jingfeng remarked, so it was that child Wenqing? It is understandable that Lu De could not match her. Yet, Wenqing has always been gentle and has never quarreled with her peers. What could you have done to provoke her so fiercely that she would resort to such violence on the divine sword peak, striking with such merciless intent? Master is mistaken. Junior sister Wenqing would never act in such a manner. It was the new disciple, Xiao Yun, from Shaozhu Peak, who did this. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Xie Jingfeng's previously impassive face. He abruptly opened his eyes, and it seemed as though a radiant sword light emanated from them, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. A new disciple from Shaozhu Peak? That mixed spirit root? He queried, filled with confusion. Indeed, Master. It is that disciple with the mixed spirit root, Han Yi replied, lowering his head. To have one's abdomen split open by a mere novice of mixed spirit roots is a disgrace to our divine sword peak. Even if Lu De were slain, how could I face Uncle Yan from Shaozhu Peak to seek justice? The esteemed true disciple of the divine sword peak, bested by a fledgling with mixed spirit roots. Better for him to be dead than live on and bring shame upon us. Xie Jingfeng closed his eyes once more, choosing to disregard Han Yi. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Han Yi's forehead like rain. He had initially intended to seize upon Lu Da's injury to inform Master about the matter of the dragon-slaying sword being taken, but seeing Master's demeanor, it seemed he had no inclination to inquire further. Gathering his courage, Han Yi continued, Master, there is another grave matter I must report to you. Xie Jingfeng, with a hint of annoyance in his tone, urged, speak quickly. The dragon-slaying sword has been taken from the sword tomb. Han Yi whispered. What? Xie Jingfeng exclaimed, rising to his feet in a sudden fury. The 100 flying swords within the pavilion trembled in unison, some even emitting a resonant humming sound, as if eager to accompany Xie Jingfeng in battle. With a swift motion, a clear, melodic sword chant resonated through the sword pavilion as the Jinghong sword was drawn from its sheath, transforming into a stream of light that flew into Xie Jingfeng's grasp. In a flash, he appeared before Han Yi, demanding angrily, which demonic sect intruder has infiltrated our divine sword peak to steal the dragon-slaying sword? In what direction did they flee? Why was this not reported sooner? Having never witnessed Master in such a rage, Han Yi felt his body weaken, sweat pouring down like rain. Trembling, he replied, no, it was not the work of the demonic sect. It was Xiao Yun from Shaozhu Peak who took it. Xie Jingfeng felt as if struck by lightning, instinctively taking a step back, his face a canvas of disbelief as he gazed at Han Yi. What did you say? Repeat that. Who has taken the dragon-slaying sword? It is the disciple from Zai's Hufeng, Xiao Yun. That wretched spirit root? Xie Jingfeng sought confirmation once more. Indeed, it is he, Han Yi replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Xie Jingfeng fell into a moment of silence, then urgently inquired, is he a spy from the demonic sect? How could he infiltrate our Xinjian peak and seize our dragon-slaying sword? Where did he escape to? In his naivety, he had never anticipated that a spy from the demonic sect could brazenly mingle among the true masters and leaders of the Lingjian sect. If word of this incident were to spread, it would be an unparalleled disgrace for the Lingjian sect. Han Yi swallowed hard, cautiously explaining, he has not escaped. Currently, junior sister Wenqing from Zai's Hufeng is wielding the dragon-slaying sword, joyfully soaring through the skies above the Lingjian sect with Xiao Yun. Xie Jingfeng was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Chapter 52. Misunderstandings within misunderstandings. Upon hearing that the dragon-slaying sword was now in Wenqing's possession, Xie Jingfeng suppressed his astonishment and patiently inquired, pray tell, what transpired? Explain it all from the beginning. Han Yi hastily recounted how Xiao Yun had taken the dragon-slaying sword from the sword tomb, detailing how Lu De attempted to intervene, only to be injured by Xiao Yun wielding the sword. Xie Jingfeng listened in silence, his expression grave. After a considerable pause, he waved his hand, and the Jinghong sword returned to its place on the sword rack. Instantly, The 100 swords within the sword pavilion ceased their tremors. Xie Jingfeng's countenance was as still as a stagnant pool. Han tentatively spoke, "Master, the dragon-slaying sword is Master Ye's treasured weapon and the pride of our divine sword peak. We cannot allow the people of Shaozhou Peak to take it from us." "Do you think I am unaware of this?" Xie Jingfeng retorted angrily. It was a thoughtless remark. Han quickly lowered his head in apology. "I merely hope that Master can reclaim the dragon-slaying sword before others speak ill of us." "Reclaim it? How do you propose I do that? Should I, the esteemed head of Divine Sword Peak, personally approach a mere novice disciple to demand it back?" Xie Jingfeng fumed. Han quickly responded, "If only Master would give his consent, I would willingly go to Shaozhou Peak to request it from Sister Wenqing." After a moment of contemplation, Xie Jingfeng sighed. "Very well. If they were truly willing to return the dragon-slaying sword, there would have been no need for such a commotion in the sword tomb. To seek the sword at Shaozhou Peak would only invite humiliation. If we fail to retrieve it, our divine sword peak's reputation will be irreparably tarnished. But Master, shall we simply let this matter rest? Allow them to take the dragon-slaying sword without consequence?" Xie Jingfeng sighed again. "Let us wait for Sister Yan's return. Though she can be rather domineering, she is not unreasonable. When she returns, I shall clarify the situation with her, and I trust she will return the dragon-slaying sword. Enough. You may depart. I shall handle this matter as I see fit. There is no need for your concern." "Yes, Master." Han bowed respectfully and exited the sword pavilion. Xie Jingfeng furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, what unknown means did he employ to make the dragon-slaying sword so obedient? Above the Lingjian sect, Wenqing and Xiao Yun soared through the skies on their swords, reveling in their newfound freedom. The blinding white light radiating from the dragon-slaying sword captivated the disciples of each peak within the sect. From the most esteemed disciples to the humble servant disciples, all were entranced by the brilliant white arc in the sky. Which elder is flying above? I do not know. It's moving too swiftly to discern. Perhaps it's a senior brother or uncle who has emerged from seclusion, testing their cultivation. Did you see that sword light? It is truly dazzling. I envy them so. I wonder when I shall reach such heights. You might as well give up on that dream. Such speed in sword flight requires at least the cultivation of the nascent soul. Wenqing and Xiao Yun's casual actions not only stirred the disciples of various peaks, but also ignited their imaginations. Even the elders and the heads of various peaks were captivated by their actions. Is that the aura of the dragon-slaying sword? It appears that Elder Xie has finally gained the acknowledgement of the dragon-slaying sword. Let us proceed to the conference hall of the Tontian Peak. I am certain Elder Xie can hardly wait to flaunt his achievement. The heads of all peaks, along with the elders, believed that it was Xie Jingfeng who had received the recognition of the dragon-slaying sword, and they all took to the skies on their swords, heading to the conference hall at Longzhou Peak. Before long, the hall was bustling with people. The heads of the peaks were seated in their designated places, with a multitude of elders below. After waiting for quite some time, without a sign of Xie Jingfeng, a sense of dissatisfaction began to ripple through the crowd. What does he mean by this? Is it not merely the acknowledgement of the dragon-slaying sword? Why must we wait so long for him? The head of the Liang Peak could no longer contain his impatience and broke the silence with a complaint. The abbess of Shueiyue Peak scoffed, saying, "After being dormant for so many years, the dragon-slaying sword has finally acknowledged Elder Xie. Naturally, he might be a bit carried away with joy." The head of Qingmu Peak sighed. "That may be so, but it hardly justifies making us wait this long. It has already been half an hour." The head of Liang Peak exclaimed in anger, "Indeed, this is utterly disrespectful. With such a disposition, even if he has gained the acknowledgement of the dragon-slaying sword, his cultivation cannot advance any further." The head of Wuchen Peak smiled faintly. Elder Xie has finally fulfilled his long-held aspiration. It is only natural for him to be overly joyous. We should show some understanding. Is half an hour not enough understanding? If he does not come down soon, I might as well leave, grumbled the elder from Liang Peak. Observing the intent of the crowd to depart, the master of the sect spoke up. Elder Xie is not the kind of person to act in such a manner. His behavior today is indeed somewhat inappropriate. Lu Shidi, would you kindly take the trouble to fetch Elder Xie? Just let him know we are all waiting for him. Elder Lu complied and promptly left the conference hall, soaring towards the white rainbow above the Lingjian sect. Shortly thereafter, Elder Lu hurried back, his expression somewhat peculiar. The master of the sect, noticing Lu's solitary return, asked in confusion Lu Shidi. Why is Elder Xia not with you? Elder Lu's face revealed embarrassment as he struggled to articulate the situation. He was the elder who had originally welcomed Xiao Yun and others into the Lingjian sect. Upon realizing that it was not the head of Xinjian Peak soaring above, but rather Wenqing and Xiao Yun, he understood that the heads and elders had been misled. The master of the sect, observing Lu's strange demeanor, frowned and inquired, "What is the matter, Lu Shidi?" Elder Lu managed an awkward smile and replied, "To report to you, Master Brother, it is not Elder Xia wielding the dragon-slaying sword, but rather Sister Yan's eldest disciple from Shaozhu Peak, Wenqing." Even the master of the sect, known for his composure, changed countenance upon hearing this revelation. The expressions on the faces of the other heads and elders were even more varied, some astonished, some incredulous, and others delighting in the misfortune. It was truly difficult to believe that the treasured dragon-slaying sword of Xinjian Peak had been taken by a disciple from Shaozhu Peak. The master of the sect swiftly regained his composure, his demeanor as tranquil as an ancient well. He remarked softly, "Why did you not bring them down, Junior Brother Lu?" To clarify the situation, Elder Lu's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "I had intended to summon them. But the dragon-slaying sword moved with such swiftness that it brushed past me in an instant. I could not pursue it further." Upon hearing this, the elders of the various peaks found themselves in a state of bemusement. Here were the esteemed elders of the Lingjian sect, unable to match the speed of a mere disciple. It was uncertain whether to rejoice at the prospect of the sect's promising future or to lament their own inadequacies. The master of the sect nodded slightly and said, "It appears this is a misunderstanding. The dragon-slaying sword of the Divine Sword Peak has been taken by junior sister Yan's disciple, Wenqing. It is unfortunate that junior sister Yan spent over half a year searching for a divine weapon for this child, only to discover that her fortune lies within our Lingjian sect." He continued, "Now that we understand the situation, all of you, fellow disciples, may return to your respective peaks." The heads of the peaks and the elders took their leave, their emotions quite complex as they departed. With Wenqing's exceptional talent now complemented by the dragon-slaying sword, she was undoubtedly poised to claim the top position in the upcoming Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Contemplating this, the elders found themselves devoid of any inclination to mock the Divine Sword Peak. They resolved to ensure that their disciples intensified their training upon returning, determined not to be outshone by the lesser-known Bamboo Peak during the assembly. Chapter 53. The heartfelt lunch. Wenqing soared through the skies above the Lingjian sect, wielding the dragon-slaying sword for a full hour before returning, content, to Shaozhu Peak, where the afternoon was drawing near. Xiao Yun hurriedly prepared a couple of dishes and a soup from the leftover food in the kitchen before placing them in a food container to deliver to Zhong Tianyan. When Xiao Yun beheld Zhong Tianyan once more, he was utterly taken aback. Had he not witnessed the transformation with his own eyes, he would have found it difficult to believe that one could undergo such a drastic change within half a day. Zhong Tianyan's complexion was ashen, his eyes sunken and rimmed with darkness, and his once plump figure had shrunk significantly. If he had weighed 300 pounds before, he now seemed to weigh approximately 250. Yet, even in this state, he was diligently sketching the formation base, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yun's arrival. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yun cleared his throat gently and announced, "Brother Zhong, it's time to eat." Zhong Tianyan turned his head slowly, appearing somewhat dazed. "Oh, let me finish this formation base first." After a brief wait, Zhong Tianyan completed his drawing. 17 formation bases at last. Where is junior sister Wenqing? I must share this news with her. She will surely praise me upon hearing it. Zhong Tianyan chuckled foolishly to himself. 17 formation bases? Xiao Yun was astounded by the number. Previously, senior sister Wenqing had expended all her spiritual energy to draw merely 5. This hefty fellow had managed to complete 17 in just one morning. Zhong Tianyan's prowess was indeed remarkable, in terms of spiritual energy alone. He had outclassed senior sister Wenqing completely. Seeing Zhong Tianyan's exhausted demeanor, Xiao Yun felt a pang of sympathy. However, he quickly reminded himself that a rival is still an adversary. Showing mercy to an enemy is tantamount to cruelty to oneself. He was merely a tool for completing the protective mountain formation, and there was no need for compassion. Moreover, in just half a day's time, Zhong Tianyan had shed nearly 50 pounds. He ought to be thanking Xiao Yun for aiding his weight loss journey. With this realization, Xiao Yun felt a great deal better and approached Zhong Tianyan with a smile. carrying the food container. Brother Zhong, you've worked hard. Senior sister Wenqing is currently not inclined to see you, but I will convey the news of your 17 formation bases to her. Zhong Tianyan's expression darkened, and he was ready to erupt in anger. She doesn't wish to see me? How can that be? All my efforts in drawing these formation bases were for her sake. To make her forgive me and bring her some joy? No, I must find junior sister Wenqing and personally apologize. With that, he attempted to stride towards Xiaozhu Peak. Xiao Yun swiftly grasped Zhong Tianyan's wrist, urging him to reconsider. Brother, do not act impulsively. If you go to find senior sister Wenqing like this, she may never acknowledge you again. Zhong Tianyan halted, turning back to Xiao Yun, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Indeed, the complexities of a woman's heart eluded him. Since senior sister did not wish to see him, rushing in unannounced would only serve to further upset her, wouldn't it? I cannot simply remain idle while my junior sister harbors resentment towards me. Who claims that my senior sister is angry with you? Her reluctance to meet you is merely a reflection of a girl's modesty. I firmly believe that once our senior brother completes the protective formation of the Xiaozhu Peak, my senior sister will undoubtedly express her gratitude to you in person. Zhong Tianyan gazed at Xiao Yun with evident skepticism and inquired, is that truly the case? I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving our senior brother. With a long sigh, Xiao Yun replied, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to our senior brother. Yet I never imagined he would think so poorly of me. Just look at what I have brought for you. What have you brought? Zhong Tianyan asked. Xiao Yun pushed forward a food box, saying, this is a meal personally prepared by senior sister Wenqing. We have been laboring since morning to complete these dishes. If I hadn't spoken favorably on your behalf, would she have put in such effort for you? Zhong Tianyan, who had previously appeared dejected, suddenly perked up. He snatched the food box from Xiao Yun's hands and cradled it in his arms, rubbing the lid with his pale face, his expression one of rapture and delight, as if he were holding the very essence of Wenqing herself. Is this the heartwarming lunch prepared by my junior sister? Oh, I can sense her affection for me emanating from this box. Junior sister, junior sister. Xiao Yun, witnessing his bizarre demeanor, felt a wave of nausea wash over him and promptly interrupted his unsettling behavior, saying, Senior brother Zhong, let us eat quickly before the dishes grow cold. They will be unpalatable otherwise. Reluctantly, Zhong Tianyan set the food box down and carefully opened it, a rich aroma wafting into the air. Wow, what exquisite dishes. Did my junior sister truly prepare all of this? Zhong Tianyan gazed at Xiao Yun with eager anticipation. Xiao Yun, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, indeed, to create these dishes. My senior sister and I gathered a number of rare ingredients. Impatiently, Zhong Tianyan began to extract the food from the box. However, upon seeing the two dishes and a soup before him, his brow furrowed in confusion. How peculiar, what are these dishes? I have never seen anything like them before. Coughing lightly, Xiao Yun clarified, the first dish is a specialty often prepared by chefs in the capital, steamed fish head with chopped chili. Do not be deceived by its appearance. Despite being merely a fish head, it is extraordinarily delectable. With a hint of doubt, Zhong Tianyan glanced at Xiao Yun and remarked, it seems to me that this resembles leftovers. Who would prepare a dish solely using fish heads? Well then, if you doubt the dish, you need not eat it. I shall take it back and enjoy it myself, Xiao Yun said, feigning an intention to retrieve the fish head from in front of Zhong Tianyan. In a flash, Zhong Tianyan struck Xiao Yun's outstretched hand and exclaimed, this is a dish meticulously prepared by junior sister Wenqing for me. You shall not lay a finger on it. With that, he picked up his chopsticks, tore into the fish head, and placed a piece of fish meat into his mouth. This is exquisite. I can truly taste my junior sister's profound affection for me within this fish head. Zhong Tianyan closed his eyes tightly, a look of sheer delight adorning his face. Now, do you believe that I, your junior, have not deceived you? Xiao Yun inquired with a smile. And what might this second dish be? Zhong Tianyan asked, pointing at another plate before him. This dish is known as Shangjing Wanduan, a signature creation of the renowned chefs from the capital. It is crafted by blending 5 of the most exquisite ingredients, simmered in succession for 3 hours to achieve its perfection. This dish encapsulates the original flavors of the 5 precious ingredients, harmonized into a unique mlang. It can be deemed a culinary masterpiece. It took my senior sister and me a full 2 hours just to procure the ingredients, so please, do indulge. Zhong Tianyan was utterly enchanted by Xiao Yun's enthusiastic persuasion. Is that truly the case? My junior sister has gone to such lengths for me. Let me taste it. Chapter 54. Array within an array. Zhong Tianyan placed a piece of celestial mushroom into his mouth, instantly emitting a sound of exquisite delight. Ah, the flavor is simply divine. One can discern that this is undoubtedly the most tender and freshest celestial mushroom crafted. My junior sister is truly kind to me. Brother, now you understand that my sister is not actually angry with you, right? If she were truly upset, how could she possibly go to such lengths to prepare such a complex dish for you? Zhong Tianyan nodded vigorously, saying, Indeed, Xiao Shidi, you are correct. Just moments ago, I had my doubts. It was my fault, brother. Pray tell me, what is this soup made from? Xiao Yin smiled gently and replied, This is even more impressive. It is concocted from the bones of spirit fish, celestial chicken, and wild boar, 3 kinds of exquisite game, paired with 4 types of spiritual vegetables. From the selection of ingredients to the simmering, it took my sister and me 4 hours in total. Brother, do taste it. Zhong Tianyan became increasingly excited, cautiously lifting the bowl of soup. With his eyes closed in reverence, he took a sip. His demeanor resembled that of a person in prayer rather than merely savoring soup. Ah, the taste is exquisite and the ingredients are of the highest quality. Zhong Tianyan gently set down the bowl, tears streaming down his cheeks. Xiaoyan could not help but ask, Brother, what troubles you? Are you crying? Zhong Tianyan took a deep breath and murmured, It is just so delicious, so thoughtfully prepared. Why is my junior sister so kind to me? How can I respond to her affection? Xiaoyan stifled his laughter, yearning to reveal to Zhong Tianyan that these dishes were merely leftovers from his private dining with Wenqing at Shuiwa Peak. Reason restrained Xiao Yun from speaking out. Brother Zhong, if you wish to repay my sister, please hasten to complete the mountain protecting formation for Shaozhu Peak. This is what Sister Wenqing desires most at present. Zhong Tianyan rose, wiping away his tears, and gazed towards the summit of Shaozhu Peak, declaring, Please convey to Sister Wenqing that the mountain protecting formation for Shaozhu Peak will be completed within 5 days. Xiao Yun felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a facade of composure as he replied, That would be a great favor from you, brother. Sister will surely be overjoyed to hear this. Perhaps, in addition to thanking you in person, she will invite you to dinner at Shaozhu Peak. Really, is that true? Zhong Tianyan exclaimed with delight. Though I cannot guarantee it completely, I believe there is a 70 to 80% chance. Zhong Tianyan clenched his fists, as if he had resolved upon something momentous. Very well. From this moment on, do not disturb me, Shidi. I comprehend your needs regarding the mountain protecting formation. Within 5 days, I shall deliver a complete formation for Shaozhu Peak. Xiao Yin could not have wished for more in response to Zhong Tianyan's request. He promptly replied, Excellent. To avoid hindering Brother Zhong in arranging the formation, I shall refrain from bothering you in the coming days. Zhong Tianyan nodded, adopting an elder brother's demeanor, and waved to Xiao Yun, saying, Hasten away. Once I have relished the heartfelt lunch prepared by junior sister Wenqing, I shall devote myself entirely to delineating the array foundation. At that time, I must not be disturbed in the slightest. Xiao Yun nodded and smiled, replying, I wish you a swift completion of the mountain protecting formation, and we shall await your good news, along with junior sister Wenqing. After parting ways with Zhong Tianyan, Xiao Yun made his way to the other side of the bamboo grove, where he found his senior sister, Wenqing. Upon seeing Xiao Yun return, Wenqing hurriedly approached and inquired, Junior brother, how did it go? Did senior brother, Zhong, find our leftovers unpalatable? Xiao Yun chuckled, Rest assured, senior sister. After my careful preparation, senior brother Zhong could hardly tell the difference. With a sigh of relief, Wenqing responded, That is indeed good to hear. She then pondered aloud. If senior brother Zhong is to arrange the mountain protecting formation for us, why must we still draw the array foundations ourselves? If all the foundations are laid out according to his design, wouldn't he also know how to dismantle our mountain protecting formation? In that case, it would lose its significance. The foundations laid by senior brother Zhong are merely the bones of our formation. We must provide the flesh and blood ourselves. Senior sister, the next few days will require your diligence. Wenqing nodded with a smile. It's all for the benefit of Little Bamboo Peak. No need to speak of hardship. Xiao Yun remarked. Senior brother Zhong stated that we must complete the foundations within 5 days. We must also hasten our efforts. 5 days. How is that possible? Can senior brother really finish the foundations in such a short time? Wenqing expressed her astonishment. She had first-hand experience of the challenges involved in drawing the foundations for the mountain-protecting formation and found it hard to fathom how Zhong Tianyin could accomplish the task of delineating 360 foundations in just 5 days. Since senior brother has made such a declaration, we should trust him, Wenqing affirmed. Very well, let us also strive to do our best. Xiao Yun planned to employ a linked array concept, establishing 360 smaller formations based on the mountain-protecting formation. Each of these smaller formations would interlock, yet remain independent. This intricate scheme was the result of extensive calculations that Xiao Yun had conducted. Once the formations were in place, he was confident that unless brute force was employed, even the sect leader would find it impossible to step onto Little Bamboo Peak. With the foundations drawn by Zhong Tianyin, Xiao Yun found it considerably easier to superimpose the smaller formations upon them, utilizing the inherent spiritual energy of the existing foundations for their arrangement. As Xiao Yun and Wenqing engaged in conversation while laying out the formations, they felt no fatigue. Rather, time seemed to fly by. During the process of arranging the formations, they encountered several disciples from Qingmu Peak. For those with a good attitude, Xiao Yun did not trouble them, merely advising them not to return in the future before sending them away. For those with a poor demeanor, he was less accommodating, administering a beating followed by a threat to scare them off. Thus, for days past, Xiao Yun and Wenqing spent their days setting up formations on Shao Bamboo Peak and returned to their respective practices at night. Over the course of 4 days, Xiao Yun gradually perfected his other attributes techniques. His physique, honed through 5 different methods, became exponentially stronger than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. When the final technique reached completion, the 5 types of spiritual energy within him began to intertwine. Wood nurtures fire, fire generates earth, earth begets metal, metal produces water, and water fosters wood. The 5 energies nourished and cultivated one another, exhibiting an exhilarating vitality. Even without actively cultivating, these energies steadily grew within his dantian. Astonishingly, despite merely being at the first layer of foundation establishment, Xiao Yun's spiritual power rivaled that of Wenqing, who was at the 5th layer of golden core. Senior sister, why haven't we seen anyone from Qingmu Peak these past few days? Are they truly not coming to harvest the green rock bamboo anymore? Wenqing shot Xiao Yun an exasperated glance and replied, how can you even ask that? How many disciples from Qingmu Peak have you injured these days? With your ferocity, who would dare to approach Shao Bamboo Peak? Xiao Yun feigned innocence. Isn't it their fault for ignoring warnings? I clearly told them that if they returned, I would break their legs. They insisted on testing my limits. Wenqing sighed. Now that the disciples from Qingmu Peak no longer come to cut the green rock bamboo, what is the purpose of our grand formation? Just as Xiao Yun was about to respond, he suddenly heard a murmur of voices. He quickly gestured for Wenqing to be silent. Shu, senior sister, listen. Chapter 55. Surprising and unexpected. Wenqing observed Xiao Yun's serious demeanor, seemingly devoid of jest, and immediately held her breath, attentively listening. However, after a prolonged moment, apart from the rustling of the green rock bamboo swayed by the wind, she discerned no other sound. Yet, noticing Xiao Yun's grave expression, Wenqing understood he must have perceived something significant. A silent sigh escaped her, as the senior sister. She found herself outdone by this junior brother. Xiao Yun's mastery of the 5 cultivation methods was not concealed from Wenqing. From the moment she learned of this, she realized her junior brother was far from an ordinary spiritual root. She began to observe Xiao Yun with increasing diligence. The more she scrutinized him, the more astounded she became. His spiritual power was astonishing, possessing a strength comparable to that of a 5th-level golden core practitioner even at the first stage of foundation establishment. His physical prowess was equally remarkable, permitting him to overpower her effortlessly without employing any techniques. Moreover, his senses far surpassed those of others. Even with her own 5th-level golden core enhancement, Wenqing found her perceptive abilities lacking in comparison to Xiao Yun's. This revelation struck a disheartening blow to Wenqing. Often hailed as a genius by her master and fellow disciples, she now faced the unsettling reality that this newly initiated junior brother had surpassed her. It was inevitable that her mindset would waver. Fortunately, Wenqing's disposition was not inclined towards competition. She quickly recalibrated her thoughts, feeling genuine happiness for Xiao Yun, and by extension, for her master. She often mused that upon her master's return, witnessing her having taken in such a remarkably talented disciple would surely earn her praise. Under their collective efforts, the Xiaozhu peak would undoubtedly flourish. Noticing Xiao Yun's increasingly troubled expression, Wen Qing inquired with concern, "Junior brother, what have you heard?" Xiao Yun let out a heavy snort, replying, "I wondered why I hadn't seen any disciples from Qingmu Peak lately. Turns out it was for this reason." "What do you mean?" Wen Qing promptly asked. "Senior sister, follow me, and you will soon understand." With that, Xiao Yun took her hand and briskly led her outside the bamboo grove. Soon, they approached the edge of the grove, their pace slowing. Through the gaps in the bamboo, Wen Qing glimpsed over 20 disciples clad in the garb of Qingmu Peak, busily counting the green rock bamboo. Opposite them stood the miscellaneous disciples from the other 4 peaks. One disciple from Qingmu Peak, holding a pouch, poured out a pile of spirit stones with a smile, saying, "Thank you, fellow disciples. This is today's labor fee. Please count it." The leading disciple from Longsho Peak accepted the spirit stones with a grin, exclaiming, "What's there to count? We've collaborated so many times. Can we not trust the senior brother's credibility? Moreover, we will be working together daily from now on." The Qingmu Peak disciple nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed. We will require your assistance with the green rock bamboo from Qingmu Peak moving forward." The disciple from Liang Peak chuckled, remarking, "It's merely a trivial matter. Sister Wenqing from Xiaozhu Peak is truly overbearing, forbidding you from Qingmu Peak to cut the Lianzu. How can she presume to impose such restrictions? It's utterly unreasonable. And that new addition from Xiaozhu Peak with his mixed roots, resorting to violence. What barbarity! Rest assured, when Master Yin returns, Master Yang will surely advocate for your right to continue harvesting the Lianzu." A disciple from Qingmu Peak sighed, "Alas, Sister Wenqing was never this way before. It is that savage mixed root who has led her astray. I've heard he has been harassing Sister Chu at Liang Peak. Is there any truth to that?" "Indeed. The entire Liang Peak is aware of it. His audacity knows no bounds. He should take a good look at himself. How can a mere mixed root dare to pursue Sister Chu Hongyan? He is nothing but a brute. How could he commit such acts under the open sky? If he must, it should not be in front of so many witnesses. And to think he even stole the dragon-slaying sword from Xinjian Peak. Is that so? I heard it was Sister Wenqing who took it. How could such a mixed root possess that capability? True enough, now that Sister Wenqing has been led astray by him. They are indeed 2 of a kind. This is what they call one who associates with vermilion will turn red, and one who associates with ink will turn black. I sincerely hope Master Yin returns soon to expel this mixed root from our Lingjian sect, cleansing our ranks." Indeed, indeed. The idle disciples from various peaks engaged in conversation while trading, gossiping about Xiao Yun. Ever since Xiao Yun had confronted the disciples of Qingmu Peak, they had ceased their incursions into Xiaozhu Peak for Lianzu. They altered their strategy, opting to purchase from the miscellaneous disciples of other peaks using spirit stones. These disciples, who toiled for a month only to earn a meager 5 spirit stones, could hardly refuse such an opportunity to earn extra. The 2 parties quickly struck a deal and began cooperating. However, they did not foresee being caught by Xiao Yun today. Every word they spoke was overheard by Xiao Yun and Wenqing. Wenqing felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. She was a person who valued her reputation and cared deeply about others' opinions. She never expected to hear such disparaging remarks about herself. The sense of injustice nearly brought her to tears. Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he struggled to contain his wrath. He had shown mercy by not demanding spirit stones from the other peaks for cutting Lianzu. Yet these individuals not only failed to express gratitude, but also turned the Lianzu of Xiaozhu Peak into a commodity. Not only did they take advantage of Xiaozhu Peak, but they also spoke ill of his sister. Could they truly slander her? They did not stop at disparaging her. They included Xiao Yun in their insults. Such audacity was akin to courting death. It was indeed true what they say, the kind-hearted are often bullied, and the noble steeds are often ridden. Xiao Yun had resolved to take action. From this day forth, all disciples of the peak shall be required to present spirit stones upon their arrival at Xiaozhu Peak to harvest the verdant rock bamboo. Should they fail to comply, none shall be permitted to carry away even a single stalk of Xiaozhu Peak's bamboo. No, not even a mere leaf. With a dark expression, Xiao Yun emerged from the bamboo grove alongside Wen Qing. "Ah, my dear junior brothers, engaged in conversation, are we?" Xiao Yun's sudden voice startled the assembly. A servant disciple from Qingmu Peak turned to see Xiao Yun and immediately felt his legs weaken with fear. He exclaimed, It's you, Xiao Yun. This was the very individual whom Xiao Yun had once sent flying with a single punch, who had vowed to pierce his heart with a green bamboo sword. In that disciple's mind, Xiao Yun had left an indelible shadow. Thus, upon encountering him again, he was as though he had seen a specter. Xiao Yun, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Indeed, it is I. So what do you think? Surprised, are we?" Chapter 56. Do you dare to accept our spirit stones? As Xiao Yun observed the trembling expression on the face of the servant disciple from Qingmu Peak, his heart felt as if it might leap from his throat. The disciple took several steps back, his voice quavering as he stammered, What do you intend to do?" We did not cut the green rock bamboo on Xiaozhu Peak." Xiao Yun let out a cold snort. "Humph. If you did not harvest the green rock bamboo from our Xiaozhu Peak, then pray tell, from where did those green rock bamboos behind you come?" Summoning his courage, the Qingmu Peak disciple retorted, What does it matter to you? In any case, those green rock bamboos were not harvested by disciples of Qingmu Peak. With a resonant clang, the Zhanlong sword erupted from its sheath on Xiao Yun's back, its menacing brilliance nearly blinding everyone present. Holding the Zhanlong sword aloft, Xiao Yun pointed it at the Qingmu Peak disciple and declared, "Surrender all your spirit stones, and I may spare your life. Should you even utter a single word of defiance, know that the Zhanlong sword is not so forgiving." Suddenly, the sword blazed with a radiant light, its clear, ringing note echoing like the roar of a dragon throughout the heavens. The Qingmu Peak disciple collapsed to the ground, terror etched across his face as he stuttered, "A Zhanlong sword?" The renown of the Zhanlong sword was as thunderous as it was widespread. Even these servant disciples were aware of this treasure of the divine sword peak. They had heard tales of it being taken by Xiao Yun, yet upon witnessing its formidable presence today, they were utterly cowed. "I will comply." The disciple hastily produced all the spirit stones he had clutched to his chest, laying them upon the ground. Xiao Yun frowned in discontent. Before him lay only 3 spirit stones. Casting a sweeping gaze at the other Qingmu Peak disciples, he commanded, "You all, surrender your spirit stones as well." Many among them had previously felt the sting of Xiao Yun's wrath and were well aware of his ruthless nature. He was a man of his word. Now caught red-handed for secretly purchasing green rock bamboo, and having been overheard speaking ill of him, they realized that if they did not relinquish their spirit stones, they might not leave Xiaozhu Peak on their own 2 feet today. One by one, the Qingmu Peak servant disciples emptied their pockets of spirit stones. Xiao Yun took a cursory glance. Although each individual contributed but a few, collectively they amassed over 100 spirit stones. Just as he was about to issue a warning for them to depart, a discordant voice pierced the air. "Brother Xiao, how is what you are doing any different from robbery?" It had long been rumored that Xiao Yun conducted himself with brazen arrogance, akin to a barbarian. Seeing it firsthand, one could conclude that the tales had not exaggerated but rather understated his demeanor. Xiao Yun cast a cold gaze toward the source of the voice, a young female disciple clad in the garments of Shuiwei Peak. She scrutinized him with a mocking air, her eyes glinting with disdain. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and replied icily, "What? Do you wish to stand up for them?" The woman proudly proclaimed, "The green rock bamboo of Qingmu Peak was sold to them by us from several other peaks. They did not cut the bamboo. On what grounds do you demand spirit stones from them?" Xiao Yun responded with a cold laugh, "I am well aware that you sold it to them without your reminder. Listen carefully, everyone. From this moment forth, anyone wishing to cut the green rock bamboo from Xiaozhu Peak must submit spirit stones. 10 spirit stones for an hour of cutting. 50 spirit stones for a whole day. Now, hand over all the spirit stones you possess. Consider it the fee for today's bamboo cutting." The expression of the female disciple darkened as she retorted sharply, "How dare you collect our spirit stones?" Xiao Yun replied, "How dare you cut the green rock bamboo of Xiaozhu Peak? I am unperturbed by your status. I only recognize spirit stones, not individuals. Even if your master were to arrive, you shall not leave today without submitting spirit stones." The woman's face flushed with indignation as she turned to the other disciples. "Speak up. Are you truly going to give him spirit stones?" A disciple from Liang Peak stepped forward, asserting, "Xiao Yun, we are here on the master's orders to cut the green rock bamboo. What right do you have to collect spirit stones?" Another chimed in, "Yes. What authority do you have? We will not pay. Let us see what he can do." In an instant, Xiao Yun moved and stood before the female disciple. Before she could react, a resounding slap echoed as Xiao Yun struck her face. She covered her cheek, staring at him in disbelief, and exclaimed, "You dare hit me? Who gave you the audacity?" "I am." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yun's hand struck again. The female disciple was met with a series of slaps, over a dozen in total, until she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yun withdrew his hand, surveying her now swollen cheeks and the blood trickling from her lips. She lay on the ground, weeping helplessly. Xiao Yun remarked coolly, "Now do you comprehend what I am capable of? Out of respect for our shared sect, I shall not kill you. However, if you think you can leave without submitting spirit stones, I am eager to see who possesses that capability." He scanned the crowd with a chilling gaze, and none of the disciples dared to meet his eyes. Turning to the Liang Peak disciple who had spoken earlier, he commanded, "Hand over the spirit stones." The disciple hesitated but, upon glancing at the fallen female disciple, ultimately gritted his teeth and placed the spirit stones on the ground. "He has submitted. What about the rest of you?" Xiao Yun inquired, directing his attention to the others. Realizing that resistance was futile, they surrendered their spirit stones, placing them on the ground. All while senior sister Wenqing observed coldly from the side. Xiao Yun, now satisfied, spoke in a calm tone. "Originally, the meager amount of spirit stones you provided would scarcely cover the expenses for harvesting the green rock bamboo. However, I, Xiao Yun, am not one to act with unreasonable cruelty. Given your ignorance of the local customs, I chose to overlook this matter in light of our shared sect affiliation. Remember this well. In the future, when you come to Shao Bamboo Peak to gather green rock bamboo, ensure you bring sufficient spirit stones. Do you understand?" The attending disciples, who were merely errand boys, lowered their heads in silence, not daring to respond. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and shouted with anger, "I asked if you understood." The crowd hastily replied, "We understand." "Then be gone," Xiao Yun commanded, and the group of errand disciples, not daring to linger, departed in a dejected manner. As the disciples from Shuiwe Peak left, they did not forget to assist the female disciple whom Xiao Yun had struck down. Once everyone had vacated the area, Xiao Yun turned to the quiet Wenqing beside him and said, "Senior sister, they are, after all, our fellow sect members. I could not bring myself to truly harm them. I merely took a small portion of their spirit stones and let them go. You do not hold it against me for being lenient, do you?" Wenqing responded with a perplexed expression. Chapter 57. Zhao Xiaowan's backing Wenqing and Xiao Yun were together picking up the scattered spirit stones from the ground. As they collected them, Wenqing couldn't help but remark, "Junior brother, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to brazenly provoke the other 7 peaks like this? They will undoubtedly report this incident to their respective elders upon returning. What will happen when they come seeking you?" Xiao Yun chuckled, "Do not worry, senior sister. Would the esteemed elders of the peaks truly hold a grudge against me, a mere novice? If they wish to confront someone, it will surely be you." Wenqing rolled her eyes in mock anger. "Oh really? You even scheme against your senior sister. Do you have no sense of conscience?" For some reason, Xiao Yun delighted in witnessing his senior sister's indignant expressions. Yet, when she genuinely became upset, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "I was merely jesting, senior sister. I only requested a few spirit stones from them. I did not truly impose any harm. It is only natural for them to seek spirit stones from the green rock bamboo of our Shao Bamboo Peak. If they harbor resentment, they would simply consult our master, not trouble us disciples. Furthermore," he continued, "by tonight, our protective formation will be complete. Whether the elders can even enter our Shao Bamboo Peak remains to be seen." With Xiao Yun's reassurances, Wenqing felt significantly more at ease. Is this formation truly so formidable? I cannot perceive its power at all. That is because the formation has yet to be activated. Once senior brother Zhong finishes the last foundational drawing, the formation will coalesce, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The over 300 minor formations we have laid out will then be set into motion. At that point, without my personally crafted access talisman, no one shall enter our Shao Bamboo Peak. Casting a glance at the intricately carved wooden talisman hanging at her waist, Wenqing skeptically inquired, "Is it truly as impressive as you say, junior brother? If you do not believe me, senior sister, you may remove the talisman when the time comes and venture into the formation yourself." Wenqing pouted, "I shall not seek unnecessary hardship. However, I do have faith in you, junior brother. You are an unparalleled cultivation prodigy. In your presence, all so-called geniuses would pale in comparison. What others cannot achieve, you can." Suddenly receiving such praise from Wenqing, Xiao Yun felt a bit bashful, his face flushing. Senior sister, why do you say such things all of a sudden? I'm feeling shy. Wen Qing stifled a laugh. You shy? I always thought you were unfamiliar with the very concept of shyness. After the group of miscellaneous disciples had distanced themselves 10 miles from Shao Bamboo Peak, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. A disciple from Liang Peak voiced his dissatisfaction first, that Xiao Yun is exceedingly overbearing, to have seized our spirit stones. I must report this to our master upon returning. A disciple from Shuiwei Peak chimed in. Indeed, we must inform our master of this incident. Senior sister must not suffer in silence. Discontent had long brewed among the disciples of Qingmu Peak regarding Xiao Yun's actions. Precisely, we must ensure that Xiao Yun from Shao Bamboo Peak pays the price he deserves. The green rock bamboo is a communal possession. What justifies the collection of spirit stones? The disciples of the Divine Sword Peak are also indignant. First, Xiao Yun seized our dragon-slaying sword, and now he occupies the green rock bamboo. This matter will not be left unresolved. My master will inevitably seek an explanation from Master Yin. A disciple from the Wuchan Peak sighed, turning to his fellow from the Dragon Head Peak, and inquired, Brother, what do you suggest? The Dragon Head Peak disciple shook his head slightly, replying, Of course, we must report this matter to the master. We cannot truly bring spirit stones to cut down the green rock bamboo, can we? The Wuchan Peak disciple nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us hasten back to inform them. The group of miscellaneous disciples dispersed, each returning to their respective peaks. The female disciple from the Shuiwei Peak who had been struck did not follow the others back to her peak. Instead, she joined the disciples from Wuchan Peak on their way there. Her eyes glimmered with a vengeful light as she silently gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly, Xiao Yun. How dare you strike me? You will pay for this. I will not let you off so easily. I shall report this to Brother Su, and see if you can remain so arrogant before him. The presence of the Shuiwei Peak disciple at Wuchan Peak did not strike the Wuchan disciples as unusual. Naturally, having been struck by Xiao Yun, she would seek out Yu Su at Wuchan Peak. This Shuiwei Peak disciple is named Zhao Xiaohuan, who joined the Lingjian sect alongside Yu Su. Initially, she was a maidservant in Yu Su's household of humble status. However, as she matured, not only did her figure become curvaceous, but her beauty also became striking. Furthermore, having spent her childhood as a servant, she adeptly learned to gauge people's emotions and act accordingly. Through several fortuitous encounters, she and Yu Su became acquainted, developed a bond, and fell in love. Yu Su, born into affluence and possessing a simple nature, believed he had found true love. He was utterly devoted to Zhao Xiaohuan, disregarding his parents' objections, and insisted on marrying her. However, after joining the Lingjian sect, this matter was put on hold. At one point, due to Zhao Xiaohuan, Yu Su nearly relinquished his status as a true disciple of the Lingjian sect. At that time, he was discovered to possess an exceptional earth spirit root, and was accepted as a true disciple by the head of Wuchan Peak. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaohuan was not as fortunate. Although her qualifications were adequate, the number of recruits for the Lingjian sect had already reached its limit, and she was not selected. In his desire to be with her, Yu Su immediately expressed his intent to withdraw from the Lingjian sect to be with Zhao Xiaohuan for life. Wuchan Peak, having rare and exceptional talent among its disciples, did not wish to lose him over this trivial matter. Thus, they made an exception and allowed Zhao Xiaohuan to join the Lingjian sect as a miscellaneous disciple at Shuiwei Peak. Yu Su's remarkable aptitude and rapid progress in cultivation soon made him stand out among the true disciples, and within a decade, he had reached the first level of the Golden Course stage. Among the younger generation of Wuchan Peak disciples, Yu Su's strength ranked among the top 3. Zhao Xiaohuan, benefiting from her association with Yu Su, also thrived among the miscellaneous disciples. During her time at Yu Su's residence, she took advantage of his affection to frequently bully the servants. Upon arriving at the Lingjian sect, rather than tempering her behavior, she grew increasingly audacious. She often wielded the title of Yu Su's fiancée to intimidate the newly inducted disciples at Shuiwei Peak. All the menial tasks assigned to her at Shuiwei Peak were delegated to others, allowing her to enjoy a life more comfortable than that of ordinary disciples. Accustomed to her lofty position, she was unable to swallow the humiliation of being struck by Xiao Yun today. She was determined to make Xiao Yun pay a heavy price for this affront. Zhao Xiaohuan covered her swollen face with a scarf and, with the ease of familiarity, made her way to Wuchan Peak. Upon reaching Wuchen Peak, she headed directly for Yusu's quarters. Since she visited frequently, the disciples at Wuchen Peak did not impede her, but greeted her warmly. Zhao Jr. sister, here to see Brother Yu again? Brother Yu is truly fortunate to have such a beautiful confidant like you. After a few days, Zhao Jr. sister seems even more radiant. Having grown accustomed to such flattery, Zhao Xiaohuan would usually banter with them, exchanging playful words. However, today she lacked the inclination for such frivolities and merely nodded in acknowledgement before hastening to Yusu's room. Yusu was engrossed in his cultivation when he suddenly heard the sound of the door being pushed open. He immediately recognized it was Zhao Xiaohuan, for no one else dared to enter his room without knocking. He quickly ceased his practice and, with a face alight with excitement, welcomed her. Huan Mei, you've come. It's been so many days since you last visited. I've missed you dearly. Brother Su, you must stand up for me. Chapter 58. Come. Follow me to Shaozhu Peak. As Zhao Xiaohuan entered the room, she immediately threw herself into Yusu's embrace, bursting into tears. Yusu held her close, and seeing her so heartbroken made his own heart feel as though it were shattering. He hurriedly asked, Sister Huan, what has happened? Has someone at Shueiyue Peak bullied you? Whatever grievances you have, tell me, and I shall stand up for you. Without uttering a word, Zhao Xiaohuan continued to weep. Each delicate sob pierced Yusu's heart like a needle, stirring a torrent of blood within him, and clenching his fists tightly. He felt an overwhelming urge to smash Wuchen Peak to pieces. Sister Huan, please tell me, who has wronged you? Are you trying to drive me mad? Yusu sighed repeatedly. After exhausting herself with tears, Zhao Xiaohuan finally spoke softly. Brother Su, no one has bullied me. Please do not overthink. I simply missed you so much that I could hardly bear it. Now that I see you, I am content. I shall return to Shueiyue Peak now. With determination, Zhao Xiaohuan freed herself from Yusu's embrace and walked towards the door without looking back. Yusu grasped her wrist and implored, Sister Huan, why are you leaving so soon? It has been so many days since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. Allow me to truly see you. Zhao Xiaohuan halted, her head bowed as she sobbed. I am sorry, Brother Su, but I cannot face you now. You would surely find me unworthy. Yusu smiled indulgently. What nonsense. No matter how you change, I could never find you lacking. Come, Sister Huan, let me hold you. With that, he gently drew her into his arms once more. Zhao Xiaohuan offered no resistance and melted into his embrace, burying her face in his chest, whispering, Brother Su, I beg you, please do not unveil my veil. Yusu chuckled lightly. What is this? Are you still shy before me? Zhao Xiaohuan did not respond, instead burying her face deeper. Yusu, with a gentle smile, reached to lift her veil. The moment his fingers brushed against it, Zhao Xiaohuan's body trembled violently. Grasping his hand tightly, through tear-blurred eyes, she pleaded, Brother Su, please. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yusu swiftly unveiled Zhao Xiaohuan's face. The sight of her swollen cheeks struck him dumb. His face flushed instantaneously, his breath quickened, and his chest heaved violently. Zhao Xiaohuan sensed his body stiffen, evidently straining to maintain his composure. In a flurry, she snatched the veil back and covered her face again, her voice soft as she apologized. I am sorry, Brother Su, for allowing you to see me like this. It is all my fault. I shall return to Shueiyue Peak now. Yusu's eyes turned crimson, his voice low and intense as he asked, Who did this to you? Tears welled up in Zhao Xiaohuan's eyes as she shook her head. It is not as you think. I simply fell by accident. How absurd. At this point, do you still wish to deceive me? It is clear that such a fall could not have resulted in these injuries. You have clearly been assaulted. Huan Mei, you always choose to conceal your grievances within your heart, enduring all suffering in silence, always considering my feelings and never wishing to burden me. But do you not realize that the more you do this, the more it pains me? If I cannot protect the woman I cherish, what kind of man am I? What use is my pursuit of immortality or enlightenment? I might as well perish. Yusu, filled with indignation, turned away, pretending to disregard Zhao Xiaohuan. She quickly embraced him tightly, sobbing, I'm sorry, Brother Su. I'm so sorry. I never expected that you would love me more than yourself. But the person who harmed me is not someone to be trifled with, and I do not wish for you to suffer because of me. Yusu gently caressed Zhao Xiaohuan's back and softly replied, Huan Mei, I understand your concern for me, but I cannot stand idly by while you endure injustice. Rest assured, I have recently made significant progress in my cultivation. Even if it is brother Zhong Tianyan from the Liang Peak who has bullied you, I will seek justice for you. Zhao Xiaohuan held on to Yu Su tightly, remaining silent. Yu Su stamped his foot in frustration and urged, Huanmei, please tell me, who exactly has wronged you? If you do not speak, I will immediately end my life before you. As he said this, Yu Su pushed Zhao Xiaohuan away, beckoning for the sword resting on the rack, which flew into his hand. He drew the sword and pressed it against his neck, declaring, if I cannot avenge you, I would rather die. Zhao Xiaohuan quickly grasped his wrist with both hands, crying out, Brother Su, do not do this. I will tell you. I will tell you. Is that not enough? Yu Su sheathed the sword and said, speak, junior sister, who is responsible? Zhao Xiaohuan sighed deeply and recounted how she had been cutting green bamboo on the Shaozhu Peak, only to have her spirit stones seized by Xiao Yunqi, resulting in a slap to her face. She embellished the tale, portraying Xiao Yun as barbaric and unreasonable, and depicted herself as a weak, pitiful, and helpless little lamb. Upon hearing this, Yu Su exclaimed in anger, a mere novice disciple, behaving so outrageously. Was senior sister Wenqing merely a bystander? Zhao Xiaohuan sighed softly. Senior sister Wenqing has long since allied herself with him. How could she possibly discipline Xiao Yun on my behalf, as a mere servant disciple? I have heard that Xiao Yun has recently acquired the dragon-slaying sword and even gifted it to senior sister Wenqing, who was overjoyed and has been exceptionally protective of him. Yu Su nodded, saying, I have heard some whispers about this matter. I did not expect senior sister Wenqing to be so mercenary. Zhao Xiaohuan sighed again. After all, it is the dragon-slaying sword, the treasured artifact of the divine sword peak. Who could resist its allure? Not only to possess it, but even to hold it for a day would render my life devoid of regrets. Yu Su let out a cold snort and declared, what is the dragon-slaying sword? Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I shall certainly find an even more formidable divine weapon for Sister Huan. If Xiao Yun dares to bully you with that sword, then he mustn't blame me for using my golden core cultivation to teach him a lesson. Come, let us go to Shaozhu Peak and settle the score with him. Zhao Xiaohuan hurriedly grasped Yu Su's arm and implored, Brother Su, perhaps we should reconsider. Shaozhu Peak is not solely home to Xiao Yun. There is also senior sister Wenqing. And so what? Yu Su retorted, I once held senior sister Wenqing in high regard for her integrity and amiability, willingly addressing her as sister. Yet now that I see her true colors, what does she still represent as a sister? It would be one thing if she merely refrained from aiding Xiao Yun, but should she dare to intervene, I shall teach her a lesson as well. Come, let us proceed to Shaozhu Peak. Without further discussion, Yu Su seized Zhao Xiaohuan's wrist and burst through the door. The long sword had long been hovering outside, and the two leapt onto it, soaring towards Shaozhu Peak with a swift whoosh. Zhao Xiaohuan wrapped her arms around Yu Su from behind, pressing tightly against his back, a malicious smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 59, Xiao Yun. Come out. On the verdant peaks of Shaozhu, Xiao Yun and his senior sister, Wenqing, were diligently collaborating to inscribe an intricate formation. This marked the 350th foundational base, and senior brother Zhong was likely nearing the completion of the last base for the protective mountain array. Wenqing remarked while channeling her spiritual energy into the formation. As Xiao Yun completed the final stroke of the array, he cast a glance into the depths of Shaozhu, nodding in affirmation. It appears the protective array will be completed by tonight at the latest. In the midst of their conversation, an enraged roar reverberated through the air above Shaozhu. Xiao Yun, come out this instant. If you have any courage, stop hiding and face me. Wenqing furrowed her brow upon hearing the call. Junior brother, it seems someone is looking for you. Xiao Yun nodded in acknowledgement. I heard. The visitor does not come with good intentions. Stay here. I shall see what this is about. Wenqing promptly summoned her green bamboo sword, preparing to ascend above Shaozhu for a better view. Xiao Yun quickly interjected, Sister, wait. It is likely that the other disciples from the 6 peaks, whom I just drove away, have come seeking reinforcements. I caused this trouble. I cannot let you deal with the aftermath. I will lure him down and ascertain his intentions. Wenqing gazed warily at the sky above Shaozhu. Are you sure you can handle this? The opponent is formidable, at least at the golden core level. I fear you may come to harm. Let me negotiate with him. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. If I truly cannot handle it, then it would not be too late for you to step in. As he spoke, the Zhanlong sword unsheathed from his back, emanating a brilliant white light that soared into the heavens. The sword's aura was immediately perceived by Yusu, who was hovering above Xiaozhu. Zhao Xiaohuan, standing behind him, exclaimed, "Brother Su, that is the sword radiance of the Zhanlong sword." Xiao Yun is positioned there. Yusu snorted disdainfully. "This wretch dares to summon me. Humph. Does he truly believe that wielding the Zhanlong sword makes him invincible? Today, I shall make that scoundrel Xiao Yun understand the consequences of bullying you." With that, Yusu swiftly propelled his flying sword towards Xiao Yun's location. Wen Qing looked up at the sky, noticing a dark figure rapidly approaching. "Junior brother, he is coming. If he speaks reasonably, we may grant him some face. If not, he shall soon learn that Xiaozhu is not a place where just anyone can run amok." Before long, Yusu, accompanied by Zhao Xiaohuan, landed before Xiao Yun. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaohuan, Xiao Yun immediately grasped the situation. She had sought assistance. With a stoic expression, Xiao Yun addressed Yusu. "Were you the one making such a ruckus above Xiaozhu?" Yusu did not respond directly. Instead, he glared at Xiao Yun and demanded, "You are Xiao Yun?" "Indeed, I am. And you are?" "Wuchen Peak, Yusu." Wen Qing swiftly tugged at the hem of Xiao Yun's robe, whispering urgently, "Junior brother, be cautious. This Yusu is a rising star from Wuchen Peak. It is said that he has already reached the golden core stage, making him one of the top experts there." Xiao Yun gave a gentle nod, indicating his understanding. He scrutinized Yusu, noting that the latter was quite presentable, tall, with long limbs, and possessing striking features. Compared to himself, he was merely 5 levels shy of perfection. Xiao Yun remarked nonchalantly, "Yusu, I haven't heard of you. What brings you to our Xiao Bamboo Peak? What is your intention? I ask you, did you strike Huan Mei?" Yusu shifted slightly, revealing Zhao Xiaohuan, who, upon catching Xiao Yun's icy gaze, instinctively retreated behind him. Sensing her movement, Yusu tenderly grasped her hand, reassuringly stating, "Do not be afraid, Huan Mei. I am here. He dares not harm you." Xiao Yun scoffed. "I was the one who struck her. What of it? Do you dare question my actions? Huan Mei bears no grudge against you. By what right do you strike her? If you cannot provide a justifiable reason today, I shall ensure you experience the taste of being wronged. I thought you might hastily resort to violence, but since you seem willing to reason, let us converse." The woman behind you not only refused to pay spiritual stones for the green rock bamboo of Xiao Bamboo Peak, but also incited others to stir trouble. Thus, I deemed it necessary to teach her a lesson. Is that justification sufficient? Yusu, upon hearing Xiao Yun's account, realized it closely mirrored Zhao Xiaohuan's version. Confirming her honesty, he retorted angrily, "Insufficient. The green rock bamboo of Xiao Bamboo Peak has never demanded spiritual stones. You, however, robbed the disciples of Qingmu Peak, and Huan Mei merely attempted to dissuade you with a few words. Your actions are nothing short of brazen injustice. Xiao Yun, I grant you a chance for redemption. Kneel before Huan Mei and apologize, allowing her to return those slaps. If you do this, I will overlook the matter." Xiao Yun chuckled coldly. "Is that so? And what if I refuse to comply? Then do not blame me for utilizing my strength against you." After all this talk, it seems we are destined to fight. Had I known, I would not have wasted my breath, Xiao Yun sighed. "Very well, since a confrontation is inevitable, let us cease the chatter and test my current abilities against you." In recent days, Xiao Yun had discovered that although he was merely at the first level of foundation establishment, his reserves of spiritual energy were not inferior to that of his senior sister. Their sparring sessions had always been cautious, as Wen Qing feared he could not withstand her golden core stage prowess. Likewise, Xiao Yun was concerned that the Dragon Slayer's sword might inadvertently harm her. Thus he had held back. Now, a fool had presented himself, allowing Xiao Yun the opportunity to gauge his strength. Yusu snorted, "Just as Huan Mei described, you are proud and brutish, no different from a beast. In that case, do not hold me responsible." With that, Yusu brandished his sword, preparing to engage Xiao Yun in combat. Wen Qing immediately positioned herself in front of Xiao Yun, interjecting, "Wait." Yusu frowned, coldly demanding, "What? Are you truly going to protect this brute, senior sister Wen Qing?" Wen Qing sighed and said, "My junior brother's actions in striking someone are indeed inappropriate. I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Might we consider resolving this matter in light of my standing? I can assure you that henceforth, this junior sister may come to Xiaozhu Peak to harvest the green rock bamboo without any charge of spirit stones." Yusu coldly chuckled and retorted, "Sister Wen, your words flow so effortlessly. Is it truly so simple to let this matter go?" Does my sister Huan's slap go unaccounted for? Furthermore, the green rock bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak requires no spirit stones at all. How is this an apology? Regardless, I shall ensure that this little wretch receives his due punishment today. Wen Qing wished to offer further explanation, but Xiao Yun quickly interjected, saying, Sister, it is futile to reason with someone like him. If he insists on resorting to violence, I shall indulge him. Wen Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, cast a glance at Xiao Yun and ultimately nodded, saying, Be cautious, junior brother. If things become too much, do not hesitate to call for me. I will come to your aid immediately. Xiao Yun expressed his gratitude with a glance towards Wen Qing, saying, Thank you for your concern, sister. I do not regard him as a threat. Wen Qing silently sighed and stepped aside. Ever since this junior brother joined Xiaozhu Peak, she had distinctly sensed an increase in troubles for their sect. Chapter 60. Daring to disturb my formation, Xiao Yun cast a cold gaze at Yu Su and stepped forward, beckoning him with a gesture. Come, let me see what you're truly capable of. Yu Su, with his sword crossed over his chest, retorted angrily, Draw your dragon-slaying sword, lest you find yourself unable to even unsheath it when the time comes. Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, You are not worthy of me drawing my sword. This statement was not born out of arrogance. Rather, Xiao Yun feared that the sheer power of the dragon-slaying sword might inadvertently lead to his demise. Back in the sword tomb, he had once cleaved a disciple of the divine sword Peak, rendering the man unconscious. Although he feigned indifference at the time, he was deeply concerned. Had that disciple perished, the head of the divine sword Peak would undoubtedly seek retribution. While the spirit sword sect had few rules, harming fellow disciples was strictly forbidden. It was only in recent days, with no one seeking him out, that Xiao Yun found solace, presuming that the senior brother had survived. Since then, he had refrained from wielding the dragon-slaying sword, only brandishing it to intimidate. Should the moment arise when he truly needed to draw it, it would signify a fight to the death. Unbeknownst to Yu Su, Xiao Yun's reluctance stemmed from the fear of causing his harm. Instead, he believed Xiao Yun regarded him with disdain. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, You ignorant beast, I shall teach you a lesson today. With that, Yu Su thrust his sword into the ground and charged at Xiao Yun. Watching this unfold from behind, Zhao Xiaohuan felt a surge of excitement. Her eyes glared fiercely at Xiao Yun as she thought, At last, the moment has come. Xiao Yun, you dared to strike me, and now, you will see that a mere servant disciple can summon the aid of a golden core expert. It's your own fault for underestimating me and pushing me to this point. Today, you shall taste my wrath. Once my brother subdued you, I shall deliver 100 slaps to quell my anger. No, not only slaps, you will kneel before me and lick my feet. As Yu Su noted Xiao Yun's reluctance to draw his weapon, he too abandoned the idea of using his sword. He had merely come to avenge his sister's grievances, not to take a life. Were it not for the notorious reputation of the dragon-slaying sword, he would never have drawn it against a novice with a mere mediocre spirit root. As a practitioner of the second layer of golden core, it would be a source of ridicule among his peers to resort to arms against someone so inexperienced. Yu Su advanced toward Xiao Yun with his palms poised for an attack, unleashing his full strength. His powerful palm aimed directly for Xiao Yun's face, and Yu Su believed that this strike would be a sure victory, certain to leave Xiao Yun severely injured. However, just as his hand was about to connect, it suddenly halted. A hand reached out from the side, grasping his wrist. It was Xiao Yun's hand. Although it appeared frail and weak to Yu Su, it felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering him utterly immovable. As Yu Su was about to summon his inner strength to resist, Xiao Yun sneered coldly and swiftly delivered a palm strike to Yu Su's face. The force of this blow generated a gust that sent nearby clusters of green bamboo sprawling aside. Yu Su was propelled several meters away, yet he did not fall. Instead, he twirled midair before stabilizing his form. Floating above the ground, a trickle of blood graced the corner of his mouth as he gazed incredulously at Xiao Yun. Why? How could a mere novice disciple possess such formidable power? That strike had actually injured him? Zhao Xiaohuan stood there, utterly stunned. How could this be? Her brother, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, had been struck down by a single slap? What manner of sorcery was this Xiao Yun employing? Was he not just an unremarkable disciple with a mixed spiritual root? Why was he so powerful? Did her brother show mercy? Zhao Xiaohuan quickly called out, Brother Su, do not harbor pity for such a person. If you show him leniency, he will not be courteous in return. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaohuan's words, Yusu felt a flush of heat on his cheeks. He had not shown any mercy. He had indeed been sent flying by that slap. Xiaoyun glanced at Yusu and sighed. Is this truly your strength? How utterly feeble. Yusu was consumed by rage. Being struck in the face in front of Zhao Xiaohuan was the greatest humiliation of his life. Anger clouded his judgment, stripping away his reservations. He bellowed, Xiaoyun, you have sought your own demise. As he spoke, golden light enveloped him. A dense force of earth element energy surrounded his body, causing the ground to tremble ominously. The soil beneath began to shift, slowly rising into the air. Countless green bamboos were uprooted, gathering towards the heavens. This was Yusu's most powerful technique, the Mount Tai seal. With spiritual power, he transformed earth and stone into towering peaks to crush his foes. Simple, brutal, yet remarkably effective. The Mount Tai seal. Brother Su is unleashing his ultimate move. Zhao Xiaohuan's face brightened with delight. When her brother had first attained the Golden Core stage, he had used the Mount Tai seal to slay a ferocious beast. Xiaoyun, no matter how formidable, could not surpass a beast. Just wait to be turned into a pulp. Wenqing's expression also grew grave as she slowly drew her green bamboo sword, ready to support Xiaoyun at a moment's notice. Observing the earth and stones rising, she recognized the very foundation of the formation that she and Xiaoyun had just established. Suddenly, Xiaoyun erupted in fury. How dare you ruin the formation I've painstakingly crafted? You are finished. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself like a meteor toward Yusu. Yusu's face twisted in a sinister grin as he scoffed. You overestimate yourself. Unable even to fly with the wind, yet you dare to charge in recklessly? With a flick of his mind, a massive stone, 2 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Xiaoyun. This boulder, augmented by Yusu's spiritual power, would be lethal to an ordinary Foundation establishment disciple. Xiaoyun regarded the immense boulder with utter indifference. The formidable water's spiritual energy coursed through his entire being, and he unleashed the most potent technique of the soft water-shattered rock fist. The water falls and the stone penetrates. With a single fingertip, he struck the surface of the colossal stone, shattering it into fragments in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyun found himself standing before Yusu, caught off guard. Yusu had not anticipated that Xiaoyun could close the distance so swiftly and was just about to hastily defend himself when Xiaoyun delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. This move, named the water cannot be reclaimed, transformed the abundant water spiritual energy into an unstoppable force, sending Yusu plummeting from midair. Like a shooting star, he crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit approximately 2 meters in diameter and stirring up a cloud of dust. As Xiaoyun descended beside Wenqing, he grinned and asked, Senior sister, was that kick not impressive? Wenqing shot him a disapproving glance and replied, Do not celebrate too soon. He has not yet conceded. Do you truly believe that defeating a Golden Core cultivator is so simple? Xiaoyun frowned slightly and turned to see. Indeed, Yusu had risen once more. His body was enveloped in a layer of yellow earth elements, forming a suit of spiritual armor. With a grim expression, Yusu slowly emerged from the pit and glared at Xiaoyun, saying, Very well. They say you are a neglected mixed spiritual root, but it appears you have been feigning ignorance. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, he summoned the long sword previously embedded in the ground into his grasp. Xiaoyun, today I shall show you. Before Yusu could finish his sentence, Xiaoyun suddenly appeared before him, and a fist loomed larger in his vision. Yusu felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him breathless. Before he could react, the fist had already struck his face. Chapter 61. Dare you deceive me? Yusu fell backward, crashing once more into the dirt pit. Just as he was about to rise, a shadow enveloped him. An onslaught of fists rained down upon him, rendering Yusu as defenseless as a punching bag. The earth trembled with thunderous roars, and countless fragments of stone were sent soaring into the air. The protective armor of spiritual energy surrounding Yusu quivered incessantly, teetering on the brink of shattering. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Xiaoyun, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Who exactly is he? Can such formidable strength truly emanate from a mere novice disciple? Though his spiritual energy seemed muddled and impure, resembling that of someone in the early stages of Foundation establishment, how could his fists overwhelm even my earth armor? Is this simply the might of his physical form? No, if this continues, my spiritual armor will break, and he will surely kill me. Yusu's golden core trembled violently within him. Drawing upon the power of his burning golden core, he forced himself to rise and retaliate. The earth armor, now cracked, instantly restored itself, radiating a brilliant golden light. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Oh, you still possess some tricks? The golden core realm is indeed remarkable." With renewed excitement, Xiao Yun felt emboldened, knowing that since his opponent still had strength left, he could unleash his full might without fear of fatal repercussions. The 5 types of spiritual energy within Xiao Yun began to intertwine. Once unified, the power of his soft water-shattering rock fist surged anew. With a single punch, Xiao Yun struck Yusu squarely in the chest. The combination of his formidable physique and the enhancement of the 5 elemental energies unleashed a full display of his combat prowess. Yusu's earth armor, fortified by the burning of his golden core, withstood only one blow before it was utterly shattered. Before Yusu could fully comprehend his dire situation, a second punch followed swiftly. His complexion turned pale, and despair settled within him. Could it be that the armor, ignited by the burning of his golden core, was obliterated by a single strike? What terrifying strength is this? In that moment, a singular thought consumed Yusu's mind. I am doomed. Desperate. He closed his eyes, realizing that without the protection of his earth armor, he could not withstand this punch. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, a clear voice rang out, "Junior brother, stop." Wen Qing intervened at a critical moment, halting Xiao Yun's assault. Xiao Yun's fist was a mere 0.001 centimeters from Yusu's face as he turned, confusion etched across his features. "Senior sister? What is it?" "I was enjoying myself." With a sigh, Wen Qing replied, "Junior brother Yusu has already been defeated. If you land that blow, he will lose his life." "Impossible. This fellow can take a beating." Xiao Yun protested. "His protective spell has already been shattered. He cannot withstand your next attack." "Enough, junior brother, let this matter end here." Though Xiao Yun felt somewhat unsatisfied, he reluctantly retracted his fist upon hearing his sister's words. Yusu, having narrowly escaped death, was drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Yun placed a foot on Yusu's chest and coldly stated, "You have disrupted the array foundation that senior sister and I painstakingly established. What do you propose we do about this?" Yusu had been thoroughly subdued, completely stripped of his previous arrogance. He timidly inquired, What do you want to do?" "What to do?" Naturally, it was to compensate with spirit stones. Xiao Yun coldly regarded Yusu and replied. Upon hearing that it was merely a demand for spirit stones, Yusu felt a wave of relief wash over him. How much do you want?" "How much?" Xiao Yun scrutinized Yusu, his heart in a state of turmoil. What would be an appropriate amount? 200? 500? Or perhaps 1,000? What if he asked for too much, and Yusu was unable to provide it, only to return and inform the head of Wuchen Peak? With a stern expression, Xiao Yun declared, "You decide. I will only grant you one opportunity. If the spirit stones you offer do not meet my satisfaction, do not blame me for loosening your bones." As Xiao Yun spoke, he cracked his knuckles, exuding an aura of intimidation. Yusu had never faced a beating in his life. His journey at the Lingjian sect had been smooth sailing until now. After being soundly thrashed by Xiao Yun, he felt a shadow cast upon his heart. Trembling, he cautiously reached into his robe and pulled out a treasure pouch, presenting it to Xiao Yun. "This is all I have. If you are still not satisfied, I can borrow some more from my senior brothers." Xiao Yun snorted coldly and accepted the treasure pouch. Upon opening it and taking a glance inside, his eyes nearly bulged out. How could this young man possess such wealth? This pouch contained no fewer than 5,000 spirit stones. The magical artifact of his senior sister had only sold for 3,000. How could he casually offer 5,000? Truly, it was infuriating how some people were so fortunate. Xiao Yun discreetly tucked away the treasure pouch and removed his foot from Yusu's chest. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should you dare to cause trouble at our Shaozhu Peak again, it won't be so easy. Now leave." Yusu dared not utter a word. He picked up the long sword from the ground and, in a dejected manner, approached Zhao Xiaowan. He lacked the courage to speak to her. Silently grasping her hand as they prepared to depart, Zhao Xiaowan's expression was one of deep dismay. She had never anticipated that Xiao Yun would surpass her brother in strength. As she witnessed Xiao Yun's imposing demeanor while he pummeled Yusu in the pit, her heart raced uncontrollably. She had never encountered such a fierce man before. The visceral impact of each punch left her trembling in fright. It was only when Yusu grasped her hand that she regained her senses, lowering her head to follow him. Initially, they had come to confront Xiao Yun, yet not only had he failed to be reprimanded, but Yusu had also been beaten and compelled to pay Xiao Yun with a pouch of spirit stones. The sense of defeat in her heart was overwhelming. She could not have imagined Yusu would prove so ineffectual. He often boasted of his prowess, yet when it came to a real fight, he lost so swiftly, unable to even contend with a newly initiated cultivator of inferior roots. Just as they were about to turn and leave, Xiao Yun's icy voice rang out, "Stop!" Both Yusu and Zhao Xiaohuan froze in place, their bodies rigid. Yusu stiffly turned his neck to glance back at Xiao Yun and asked, "What? What else do you want?" Xiao Yun disregarded Yusu and stepped forward a few paces to stand before Zhao Xiaohuan. "You came to our little bamboo peak to stir up trouble, and you think you can just walk away unscathed?" In Xiao Yun's presence, Zhao Xiaohuan resembled a rabbit ensnared by a tiger, too frightened to utter a sound. Trembling, she stammered, "Su Gu has already compensated you with spirit stones, hasn't he? That was merely compensation for the damage he caused to my array with my senior sister. I have yet to settle the score with you for the chaos you incited here. Why, yes, I apologize. It was my fault, and I promise I will never do it again." Zhao Xiaohuan hurriedly offered her apologies to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh, saying, "If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the discipline hall? What do you want then?" Zhao Xiaohuan's heart raced, fearing that Xiao Yun would not let her off easily. "What do I want?" Xiao Yun scoffed. "Naturally, I want spirit stones. Hand over all the spirit stones you possess." After extorting 5,000 spirit stones from Yusu, Xiao Yun suddenly perceived a lucrative opportunity. Given Yusu's wealth, the women accompanying him were likely not of inferior quality. Upon hearing that she would only need to compensate with spirit stones, Zhao Xiaohuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, I will give you the spirit stones." Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaohuan produced a pouch and handed it to Xiao Yun. The pouch was bulging, seemingly containing more spirit stones than those in Yusu's possession. Xiao Yun's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly accepted it. However, upon opening it, his expression soured, resembling that of a donkey. "Do you dare to play me for a fool? 10 spirit stones to dismiss a beggar?" Chapter 62. Punishment of Zhao Xiaohuan. Zhao Xiaohuan gazed at Xiao Yun in utter terror, hastily explaining, I am not deceiving you. I possess only this handful of spirit stones. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Your boyfriend is exceedingly wealthy, and yet you claim to be without spirit stones?" Xiao Yun, filled with rage, hurled the pouch of spirit stones to the ground. "It seems I must impart upon you an unforgettable lesson today." As she spoke, Xiao Yun grasped the dragon-slaying sword firmly, raising it before Zhao Xiaohuan. "Do you know what this is?" Zhao Xiaohuan's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. I know, the dragon-slaying sword. That is good to hear. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Provide me with a satisfactory number, or else." Xiao Yun left the threat unspoken, allowing Zhao Xiaohuan's imagination to run wild. Having witnessed Xiao Yun's true strength, Zhao Xiaohuan dared not defy her. In desperation, she clutched Yusu's hand, pleading, "Brother Su, save me." Yusu's expression shifted to one of profound discomfort. He quickly shook off Zhao Xiaohuan's grip, distancing himself from her. "Huanmei, this is a matter between you and junior brother Xiao. I cannot assist you." Dizzy and disoriented, Zhao Xiaohuan felt as if the world was spinning, nearly collapsing from the overwhelming realization. She had once believed that Yusu would risk his life for her, but in this critical moment, he was only concerned for his own safety. She had overestimated her standing in Yusu's heart, as well as his integrity. With no spirit stones to offer, tears streamed down her face as she gazed sorrowfully at Xiao Yun. "I truly have no spirit stones left. I beg you, spare me." Xiao Yun furrowed her brow, taken aback by the revelation that this woman was as impoverished as those from their own Xiao Bamboo Peak. This predicament left Xiao Yun in a quandary. While she could not extract any spirit stones, allowing Zhao Xiaohuan to leave would render her previous declarations meaningless. With a stern countenance, Xiao Yun slowly unsheathed the dragon-slaying sword. The blade shimmered, its blinding light reflecting in Zhao Xiaohuan's eyes like a death warrant from the depths of hell. Zhao Xiaohuan's tears fell freely as she stepped closer. Grasping Xiao Yun's arm in desperation, "I am sorry. I shall never dare again. Please do not kill me. I implore you. Do not take my life." Xiao Yun snorted coldly, flicking her sleeve. which sent Zhao Xiaohuan sprawling backward. Just as Xiao Yun hesitated on how to proceed, a sudden, resonant humming filled the air throughout Shao Bamboo Peak. Not far behind her, a column of light shot skyward, while simultaneously, other areas of the peak erupted in radiant luminescence. 360 beams ascended into the heavens, merging with the central column of light. As the beams converged, they began to spread outward, enveloping Shao Bamboo Peak entirely in a brilliant white glow. Soon after, the radiance dissipated, vanishing without a trace, as if the events that had just transpired were nothing but a figment of imagination. A look of delight spread across Xiao Yun's face as he swiftly turned to Wenqing and exclaimed, "Senior sister, it is Brother Zhong who has completed the final array base." Wenqing, equally elated, responded with a smile, "I never anticipated Brother Zhong would act with such swiftness. In just 4.5 days, he has successfully arranged the protective formation for Little Bamboo Peak." At this moment, Xiao Yun's thoughts were entirely consumed by the protective formation, leaving him no time to regard Zhao Xiaohuan. He mused that a minor lesson would suffice, as there was no need to quarrel with a mere servant disciple. Having come to this conclusion, Xiao Yun adopted a stern expression, providing himself a path of descent. He addressed Zhao Xiaohuan, "Consider yourselves fortunate. The protective formation for Little Bamboo Peak has just been completed, and today marks a momentous occasion for us. I shall spare your life for now." Zhao Xiaohuan hastily expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your mercy." "Thank you." Xiao Yun, maintaining his serious demeanor, replied, "Do not be too hasty in your thanks. While the death penalty may be avoided, the living punishment remains inevitable. If you do not learn your lesson, you will not remember." With that, he raised the dragon-slaying sword and struck Zhao Xiaohuan's back forcefully with the sword's spine. Unprepared for the blow, she felt a sharp pain and could not help but emit a cry of anguish. Xiao Yun continued his onslaught, delivering a series of strikes, and only ceased after a dozen or so had been administered. Upon observing Zhao Xiaohuan, Xiao Yun coldly commanded, "Leave now, and remember the rules of Little Bamboo Peak." As he struck her, Zhao Xiaohuan felt each blow resonate deep within her soul, causing her to tremble with pain. Simultaneously, it awakened haunting memories of her childhood. An orphan, she had endured a harrowing existence before being sold into the household of Yusu, spending her early years in the hands of human traffickers. Those times were the most agonizing of her life. Burdened with innumerable chores, and failing to meet expectations resulted in merciless beatings from the traffickers. Being young and frail, she could hardly fulfill the tasks assigned to her, and she was often beaten to the brink of death. Gradually, however, she became accustomed to the pain. The more the traffickers struck her, the more exhilarated she felt. Though the pain was excruciating, she found herself strangely unafraid, even developing a peculiar anticipation for the beatings. At times, she would intentionally neglect her chores just to provoke punishment. Not long after she had acclimatized to the beatings, she was sold to Yusu's household. While she still performed menial tasks daily, the absence of violence transformed her life. Even when she erred, the housekeeper would merely scold her. Over time, she forgot the thrill of pain. Yet, just moments ago, that buried memory within her soul had been reignited by Xiao Yun. Perhaps due to years of dormancy, she felt a heightened exhilaration this time. Though her legs trembled and she struggled to remain upright, she found herself wishing for Xiao Yun to continue, yearning for his punishment to intensify. Breathless, a mad smile spread across her face. Once again, Zhao Xiaohuan's words left Xiao Yun utterly bewildered. Xiao Yun thought to herself, "What does this woman mean? Is she challenging me? Does she believe I lack the courage to retaliate?" Zhao Xiaohuan's expression grew increasingly frenzied. "Come on. Do I fear you? If a confrontation is what you seek, I have yet to encounter someone who makes such a demand. You invited this fight. If you find yourself bettered in tomorrow, do not hold me accountable." Zhao Xiaohuan's gaze flickered as she retorted, "Impossible." Xiao Yun felt a twinge of unease at Zhao Xiaohuan's erratic demeanor. Could it be that she has lost her sanity due to some mental strain? That is hardly my concern. Stealing a glance at Zhao Xiaohuan's back, Xiao Yun noticed what appeared to be blood seeping through. The dragon-slaying sword, which she had just raised, was lowered once more as she muttered under her breath, "What a lunatic! Hurry and leave our Little Bamboo Peak." Disappointed, Zhao Xiaohuan was about to plead with Xiao Yun to continue when a distant cry suddenly pierced the air. "Help!" Chapter 63. Brother. You have grown thin. Everyone turned their heads to see a lean figure rushing towards them at an astonishing speed, arriving in an instant. Behind him trailed an overwhelming barrage of fireballs, boulders, flying daggers, ice blades, and wooden clubs, darkening the sky as they hurtled forward with alarming velocity. The newcomer shouted, "Wenqing, sister, flee. The mountain protection array is malfunctioning." Xiao Yun recognized the voice and realized that this gaunt man was none other than Zhong Tianyan, whom he had not seen for several days. "Brother, you have grown thin. Where has that hefty figure of over 300 pounds gone? How could you have lost so much weight in just 5 short days?" If the situation had not been so dire, Xiao Yun would have seized the opportunity to inquire further. Wenqing furrowed her brow and promptly summoned her green bamboo sword, disregarding the circumstances. She immediately confronted the oncoming fireballs, boulders, and daggers. Simultaneously, she called out, "I will block these spells. You all must leave this place at once." Zhong Tianyin shouted urgently, "Sister, no. These spells are not ordinary. Their power is formidable and cannot be countered. Quickly, take cover." As he spoke, he attempted to turn back to rescue Wenqing. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. The myriad of spells bypassed Wenqing and surged directly towards Zhong Tianyin, Xiao Yun, and Zhao Xiaowan. In the blink of an eye, they were upon them. Just as Xiao Yun prepared to evade, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Xiaowan, her face ashen, collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yun cursed inwardly. "Damn! If you must perish, do so elsewhere. Dying on my Xiao Bamboo Peak is unacceptable." In this critical moment, Xiao Yun disregarded his own ability to withstand the onslaught of spells. He turned and grasped Zhao Xiaowan's wrist, pulling her up from the ground. "If you wish to live, do not move recklessly." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the storm of spells descended upon them. Realizing he could not evade in time, Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and sheltered Zhao Xiaowan in his embrace. With his formidable physique, he braced himself against the deluge of magic. Fireballs, boulders, daggers, ice blades, and wooden clubs rained down upon him like a tempest. Xiao Yun clenched his teeth, the 5 types of spiritual energy within him surging wildly to assist in withstanding the oncoming assault. Despite the relentless barrage of spells striking him, he remained steadfast, unmoving. Wenqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried out, "Junior brother." She was about to rush in to help. Zhong Tianyin quickly grabbed her, exclaiming, "Sister, do not. This is no ordinary magic. It is a lethal formation created by the mountain protection array. Once ensnared within, even you would not escape." Wenqing, consumed by desperation, flung Zhong Tianyin aside and declared loudly, "Do not stop me. My junior brother is still inside." Exhausted from days of exertion, Zhong Tianyin found himself too weak to restrain her. With a swift motion, he was thrown to the ground. Wenqing, wielding her green bamboo sword, charged forward resolutely. "Junior brother, I have come to rescue you." With a flourish of her long sword, Wenqing summoned walls of ice that materialized out of thin air. Just as she plunged into the tempest of spells, the intricately engraved token hanging at her waist suddenly illuminated. In an instant, the previous chaotic array of lethal magic dissipated as if it had never existed. Had it not been for the ravaged green bamboo forest and the pockmarked ground bearing testament to the turmoil, one might have thought the magical siege was merely a figment of imagination. Confused and with little time to ponder, Wenqing rushed to Xiao Yun's side, her voice laced with urgency. "Junior brother, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Despite Xiao Yun's robust physique, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the mountain-protecting array. His endurance relied solely on a reservoir of elemental energy within him. Now that the deadly array had vanished, that vital energy was swiftly depleted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering Zhao Xiaohuan's face in the process. With a long exhale, Xiao Yun released Zhao Xiaohuan and managed a faint smile at Wenqing. "Sister, I am fine. Thanks to your timely intervention, I was on the brink of demise." Zhao Xiaohuan, still in shock from the blood that adorned her face, instinctively opened her mouth, wishing to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. The warm essence of Xiao Yun's blood awakened her senses. In that moment, he had seemed like a celestial savior, shielding her during her direst hour. When the barrage of spells rained down, she had believed her end was nigh. Little did she anticipate that it would be Xiao Yun who would come to her rescue in such a life-or-death moment. Nestled in Xiao Yun's embrace, she felt as if she were sheltered in the safest harbor, impervious to the raging storm outside. An inexplicable affection began to bloom within her heart. Xiao, brother Xiao, are you truly unscathed? Zhao Xiaohuan, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden shyness wash over her. Her gaze lowered as she whispered her inquiry. Get lost. Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for you, I could have easily evaded that. Xiao Yun retorted angrily, delivering a forceful kick to Zhao Xiaohuan. Had it not been for this troublesome woman, he would not have endured such a brutal beating, though he had initially hesitated to save her. The gravity of her demise on their small bamboo peak would have escalated matters significantly. Even with justifiable reasoning, he and his sister would likely face severe repercussions. Zhao Xiaohuan was knocked to the ground, yet instead of feeling anger, she found herself almost yearning for Xiao Yun to strike her again. Wen Qing glanced at the fallen Zhao Xiaohuan and sighed softly. Junior brother, since you are unharmed, do not hold her accountable. Brother Zhong has stated that the issue lies with our mountain-protecting array. She, too, is a victim. At the mention of the protective formation, Xiao Yun's fury surged anew. He glared at Zhong Tianyin, who lay sprawled on the ground. What have you done? How did you allow such a deadly array to manifest? Zhong Tianyin looked equally aggrieved and quickly replied, This is not my fault. The array malfunctioned. After I completed the final arrangement of the grand formation, it became a self-sustaining entity, marking the successful culmination of the protective mountain array. I was just about to ascend to the little bamboo peak to seek you out when, not far along my path, I encountered a wooden box inscribed with a demand for 10 spirit stones, threatening that failure to comply would result in my entrapment within the formation. Having meticulously crafted this array, I possessed an intimate understanding of its workings and thus dismissed the notion of relinquishing spirit stones. Ignoring the box, I continued my ascent, only for the array to activate spontaneously behind me, initially engulfing me in a maze. After considerable effort, I managed to extricate myself from the labyrinth, only to find another wooden box halfway up the mountain, this time demanding 50 spirit stones with the ominous warning that I would bear the consequences of noncompliance. At that moment, I suspected something was amiss with the array and intended to inspect the foundational elements. However, before I could proceed far, a fireball came hurtling towards me. The fireball was not particularly powerful, and I easily intercepted it. Yet another box materialized, again demanding spirit stones. It became evident to me that the formation was indeed malfunctioning. I began methodically examining the array's foundation, encountering sporadic boxes that continued to request spirit stones, while the spells attacking me grew increasingly fierce. Initially, I could withstand the onslaught, but as the barrage intensified and multiplied, I found myself with no choice but to evade. In the midst of my flight, I fortuitously stumbled upon you. Upon hearing my tale, Xiao Yun was left utterly despondent, exclaiming in frustration, Why can't you simply comply with the wooden box's demands for spirit stones? Chapter 64, Brother Xiao. I am willing. Zhong Tianyin, with a look of confusion, inquired, What purpose do the spirit stones serve? Can simply handing them over resolve the issues with the Great Formation? Xiao Yun sighed, realizing he had not adequately forewarned Zhong Tianyin about the matter. Consequently, Zhong Tianyin inadvertently activated the formation. The protective array set by their Shaozhu Peak was originally designed to collect spirit stones. If one honestly surrendered their spirit stones, the protective array would automatically mark them. Within a specified duration, the marked individual would be granted free access to Shaozhu Peak. Failure to submit the spirit stones would initially result in a warning. However, as time progressed, they would face attacks that would intensify, alongside the emergence of new boxes that provided opportunities for individuals within the formation to offer spirit stones. This was the green rock bamboo charging array specifically established by Xiao Yun for Shaozhu Peak. Reflecting upon it now, he recognized certain flaws within the formation. Once caught in an inescapable assault, even those wishing to submit spirit stones would find themselves bereft of time. The array required further refinement. Resigned, Xiao Yun waved his hand and said, Let us discuss this further once we reach Shaozhu Peak. Fortunately, there had been no casualties, so he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Suddenly, Wen Qing spoke up, Brother Zhong, you have become quite thin. I almost failed to recognize you upon our first meeting. Zhong Tianyin, startled, stammered, SS sister. Thank you for your concern. I. Unable to endure his labored speech any longer, Xiao Yun interjected, All right, enough with the stuttering. We'll have a private conversation later to spare you from being tongue-tied in front of my senior sister. Zhong Tianyin cast a reproachful glare at Xiao Yun. How could he admit in front of Wenqing that he was so overwhelmed by her presence that he could hardly speak? Such a confession would surely reveal his affections for her. Oh dear, the anxiety. What would Wenqing think of him? Would she ever comprehend the depth of his feelings? Blushing and fidgeting, Zhong Tianyin glanced at Wenqing, only to find that she did not appear angry. Instead, her gaze seemed imbued with a touch of concern. His heart raced with excitement. Did Wenqing perhaps accept him? How wonderful! Wenqing observed Zhong Tianyin's disjointed speech with a pang of sympathy. Poor brother Zhong. Afflicted with this inherent flaw that rendered him tongue-tied in the presence of beautiful women, one wondered if it could ever be remedied. If not, it seemed he might never find a companion for life. Perhaps it would be best for her to avoid seeing him. Wenqing discreetly pulled Xiao Yun aside and whispered, "Junior brother, considering brother Zhong's condition, do you think my presence here might upset him? Should I leave for now?" Xiao Yun nodded. "I'm surprised you remembered this matter, senior sister. Indeed, it may be wise for you to depart. I will attend to brother Zhong." "Very well. I shall return now. However, could you kindly heat up the leftover lunch for us, senior sister? After all, brother Zhong has worked so hard these past few days. It would be nice to treat him to a meal before he departs." Wenqing frowned slightly and said, "The leftover food from lunch? That doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Perhaps I should go to Watermoon Peak and purchase 4 dishes from Sister Chu Ting instead. Buying so much from Watermoon Peak would be quite costly. Senior sister, just changing our large plate to exquisite small dishes will suffice. Brother Zhong cannot consume much anyway." Wenqing looked at Xiao Yun with a doubtful expression and asked, "Really? Brother Zhong won't be particular about it, will he?" "Rest assured, with me around, he certainly won't." Wenqing glanced at Zhong Tianyin with some concern and sighed. "Very well. I shall prepare it now." She bid farewell to Zhong Tianyin and headed back to Little Bamboo Peak. Once Wenqing had walked far away, Zhong Tianyin hurriedly approached Xiao Yun and inquired, "Why did Sister Wen leave? What were you whispering about for so long?" Xiao Yun examined Zhong Tianyin with a shaking head and sighed. "Brother, you look thinner. What have you been through these past few days? Stop wasting time with me." I asked why Sister Wen left and why she is ignoring me. I helped her complete the mountain protection formation. Shouldn't she be grateful? Xiao Yun chuckled heartily. Wrapping an arm around Zhong Tianyin's shoulder, "Look at how anxious you are. We can discuss this on our way." The two of them, arms linked, made their way towards Little Bamboo Peak. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaowan hurriedly caught up, calling out, Xiao Yun, senior brother." Xiao Yun frowned slightly, turning his back to Zhao Xiaowan and slowly asked, "What is it?" Thank you. Thank you for risking your life to save me." Xiao Yun snorted coldly. "Don't you know that great kindness should not go unacknowledged? If you truly wish to show your gratitude, then offer something tangible." "Tangible?" Zhao Xiaowan, not a fool, realized that Xiao Yun was asking for a favor. But what could she possibly offer him? Senior brother Xiao Yun is immensely powerful. Even brother Su is no match for him. I certainly cannot guide him in cultivation. As for weaponry, he possesses the dragon-slaying sword, a divine weapon that he has no need for. And as for spirit stones, there is no way someone as talented as senior brother Xiao Yun would lack them. The sect must be nurturing him extensively. If it weren't for the sect providing him with ample spirit stones for cultivation, how could he have progressed so swiftly? After much contemplation, Zhao Xiaowan concluded that she could offer him nothing at all. Yet, Xiao Yun was so straightforward in demanding a favor. What could he possibly want? Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she realized what she might offer Xiao Yun. Could it be that senior brother Xiao Yun has feelings for her? It is said that even heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of beautiful women. It is not impossible that he could be moved by her beauty. No wonder he risked his life to save her. This all makes sense now. But why does senior brother Xiao Yun treat her with such harshness, both hitting and scolding her? Could it be that his preferences differ from those of ordinary people? As Zhao Xiaowan pondered, an inexplicable excitement welled up within her. Blushing, she lowered her gaze and replied, "I understand your meaning, brother Xiao, and I am willing." Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhao Xiaowan in confusion. Did this woman truly comprehend, or was it merely an act? If she understood, then she should provide a figure. How many spirit stones did she intend to offer in gratitude? What did her willingness signify? Xiao Yun, feeling disinterested, dismissed the thought. How many spirit stones could a mere outer disciple possibly possess? 50? Perhaps 100? After witnessing the lavish expenditure of Yusu, Xiao Yun found such amounts rather unimpressive. With an air of impatience, he waved his hand and said, "If you understand, then be gone." Zhao Xiaowan respectfully bowed and turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Yun recalled something and hastily called out to her, "Wait a moment." Zhao Xiaowan halted her steps and turned back, bowing as she inquired, "Is there anything else, Brother Xiao?" Chapter 65. Because of love, Xiao Yun suddenly recalled that the protective formation of Zai's Hufeng had been completed. Zhao Xiaohuan and Yu Su had been thoroughly stripped of their spiritual stones by him. Without these stones, the protective formation would not permit their exit. Thus, he called out to Zhao Xiaohuan. Xiao Yun casually snapped a green rock bamboo, breaking off a small segment, upon which he inscribed a complex array before tossing it to Zhao Xiaohuan. "With this token, the great formation of Zai's Hufeng will not harm you. Inform your junior brothers and sisters that from now on, when harvesting green rock bamboo, they must bring spiritual stones." Zhao Xiaohuan respectfully accepted the bamboo token, replying, "Yes, I will certainly convey your words, Senior Brother Xiao." Xiao Yun nodded gravely and said, "You may leave." He paid no further attention to Zhao Xiaohuan and Yu Su, proceeding directly toward the summit of Zai's Hufeng with Zhong Tianyan. Once Xiao Yun had distanced himself, Yu Su approached Zhao Xiaohuan with a concerned expression, inquiring, "Sister Huan, are you all right? Are you injured?" Zhao Xiaohuan shook her head. Yu Su continued, "That detestable Xiao Yun, I shall not let him go unpunished. Rest assured, Sister Huan, I will take vengeance for you sooner or later. How dare he strike you with the dragon-slaying sword? Let me see where he hurt you. Does it ache? I have some ointment. I can apply it for you." Zhao Xiaohuan waved her hand to stop Yu Su from advancing. "Brother Su, there's no need." "How can there be no need? I see blood seeping through your back." Yu Su insisted, stepping closer to remove Zhao Xiaohuan's clothing. Zhao Xiaohuan instinctively darted aside like a startled rabbit. "Brother Su, I insist there's no need. It's better for us to maintain some distance from now on." Yu Su, bewildered, asked, "What is the matter, Sister Huan? What do you mean by that?" Zhao Xiaohuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "Brother Su, you simply do not understand, for you are too innocent. Many things need not be explicitly stated. Come, let me escort you safely away from the protective formation of Zai's Hufeng. Consider it my repayment for your care over these past years." On the path up Zai's Hufeng, Zhong Tianyan eagerly pressed Xiao Yun for details. "What did junior sister Wen say to you? Why did she leave on her own?" Xiao Yun smiled mysteriously. "Brother Zhong, do you know where senior sister Wen has gone?" "How could I possibly know? Stop teasing and tell me." "To express her gratitude for your efforts these past few days, senior sister Wen has personally cooked dinner for you. Tonight, you are in for a treat." Zhong Tianyan's eyes brightened, his face alight with joy. "Really? Junior sister Wen is preparing dinner for me herself? Is there any doubt? Why would I deceive my senior brother? You will understand once we reach the mountain." Zhong Tianyan exclaimed, hugging Xiao Yun excitedly and bouncing with joy. "This is wonderful. Junior sister Wenqing is truly considerate of me." The source of Zhong Tianyan's elation lay in another aspect. He reflected on how, just moments ago at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yun had disclosed in front of Wenqing that he became tongue-tied in her presence. This clearly indicated to Wenqing that Zhong Tianyan harbored feelings for her. If she was still willing to prepare dinner for him, it would signify not only her lack of opposition but even her tacit approval of his affections. How could he not feel jubilant? Xiao Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes, quickly reining in the exuberant Zhong Tianyan. All right, it's just a meal. You're overjoyed for nothing. But I must ask, why have you become so gaunt? You're nothing but skin and bones. One might think you've been drained by some creature." Zhong Tianyan chuckled nonchalantly. "This is my unique method. The excess weight was merely a result of my surplus spiritual energy. Now that my energy has depleted, naturally, I've lost weight. You need not worry about me, junior brother. A couple of days of rest, and I shall regain my strength." "Who is worrying about you? I'm merely curious." Xiao Yun retorted. "So that's how you convert spiritual energy into this form of storage? No wonder this hefty fellow possesses such immense spiritual power. He employs this method." As they ascended the mountain, Xiao Yun recounted the situation of the Shaozhu Peak's Grand Formation. After hearing this, Zhong Tianyan realized that the protective formation was encircled by 360 smaller formations. No wonder he had sensed something unusual about it. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that the primary function of this elaborate protective formation was merely to impose fees on the green rock bamboo. This was something he found hard to accept, It felt akin to using a flying sword to swat a mosquito, an overblown response. As they conversed, Xiaoyan suddenly inquired, "Senior brother, I find it puzzling why you are so infatuated with senior sister Wenqing. Isn't that obvious? It's love." Zhong Tianyin replied, his face radiating infatuation. "What nonsense. I believe you are merely lusting after my sister's beauty." "How base." Xiaoyan laughed lightly, choosing not to argue further. Zhong Tianyin frowned in discontent. "What is it? Why are you laughing? Do you find my words amusing?" Xiaoyan replied with a smile, "Senior brother, you have hardly met my sister more than a few times. To claim it as love strains my belief. I suspect you are merely attracted to her beauty." Zhong Tianyin scoffed, looking at Xiaoyan with disdain. "Do you think I am like you, who would flirt with every pretty face? My feelings for junior sister Wenqing are genuine." Xiaoyan regarded Zhong Tianyin with a similarly scornful gaze. "Then pray tell, how is it that the two of you share true love?" Zhong Tianyin took a deep breath, lifting his gaze to the sky at a 45-degree angle. Lost in a reverie, after a considerable pause, he began to speak. "That year, I was 11, and my junior sister, Wenqing, was 10. Our first encounter took place in the private kitchen of senior sister Tuting." Xiaoyan couldn't help but roll his eyes, inwardly scoffing. "Does your master know how infatuated you are?" Zhong Tianyin continued to immerse himself in his memories. Speaking with fervor, "I will never forget the sight of junior sister Wenqing walking towards me, carrying a plate brimming with spiritual crabs. At that moment, she radiated light, a spectrum of colors, as if she were an angel approaching me. That plate of spiritual crabs was a divine gift bestowed upon me. From that instant, I could never forget junior sister Wenqing." "Is it truly that significant? Just a plate of spiritual crabs?" Xiaoyan remarked with a hint of disdain. "To you, it may be merely a dish, but to me, it represented a gift, a blessing, a manifestation of love. It was a rebirth. Without that plate of crabs, I might have perished from hunger." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Xiaoyan questioned. "You do not understand. I had arranged with my master to dine there. And in anticipation of that meal, I had not eaten a morsel the day before, feeling weak with each step. Ultimately, my master forgot our agreement in his fervor for cultivation. I waited there, famished, for a full 4 hours. Just as I was on the verge of fainting from hunger, junior sister Wenqing appeared. Do you comprehend that feeling of salvation and despair? She entered my world like a savior, not only rescuing my life, but also redeeming my soul. From that moment on, I knew that my heart could hold no one but junior sister Wenqing." Xiaoyan remained unimpressed by his tale, retorting with a sarcastic remark. "You were only 11. Were you truly that mature? What do you know? The emotions of childhood are the purest, but as we grow, all feelings become tainted." Zhong Tianyin sighed softly. "I advise you to relinquish your hopes. It seems that senior sister Wenqing does not harbor those sentiments for you. You're mistaken. How could that be? You must realize that junior sister Wenqing loved spiritual crabs as a child. She would rather go without than not share them with me. Do you understand what that signifies?" "I do not know. Perhaps senior sister Wenqing merely saw that you were hungry and acted out of kindness. She is generous to everyone." "No, I am different. That was spiritual crab, her favorite dish. I observed that at the table shared with Uncle Yen, there were a total of 8 dishes. Yet she chose to give me her beloved spiritual crab. It is certainly not as simple as you suggest. Moreover, did you not see that even after reaching the golden core stage, she still cooked for me? And you say she has no feelings for me?" Xiaoyan was tempted to reveal that it was merely leftover food from their lunch, reheated in a smaller dish. However, he restrained himself, letting out a sigh and replying, "If it brings you joy, then so be it." Zhong Tianyin suddenly recalled something and wrapped his arms around Xiaoyan, chuckling mischievously. "Did you not mention before that as long as I complete the mountain protection formation, I would receive Sister Wenqing's personal belongings?" He. Chapter 66. An exquisite dinner. Upon hearing Zhong Tianyin mention this, Xiaoyan merely smiled faintly and replied, "Oh, you mean that? Of course, I shall assist you, junior brother." Zhong Tianyin was overjoyed, gently patting Xiaoyan on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Good brother, I knew I had not misjudged you. When can you procure it for me? Once the task is accomplished, I shall assist you in acquiring something related to Sister Chu Hongyan." Xiaoyan swiftly halted Zhong Tianyin's inappropriate thoughts, saying, "Hold on. Could you refrain from involving me in such peculiar matters?" With a mischievous grin, Zhong Tianyin elbowed Xiaoyan playfully, "Still pretending with me, are you? Are you reluctant for me to approach Sister Chu Hongyan's quarters?" I understand. Unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to trouble you with this, Xiaoyun said, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. What are you talking about, brother? I truly do not comprehend. Zhong Tianyan chuckled. Fine, you may continue your charade. Just inform me when you can obtain Sister Wenqing's personal belongings. Xiaoyun nodded earnestly, stating, taking without permission is tantamount to theft. As a disciple of the Lingjin sect, I would never engage in such actions. If you wish for Sister Wenqing's personal items, you must retrieve them yourself. Zhong Tianyan's expression instantly soured. What do you mean, junior brother? If I could procure them myself, why would I need your assistance? I cannot even enter Sister Wenqing's chambers. Xiaoyun suddenly grinned. To acquire my sister's personal items, one need not necessarily go to her quarters. They can be found elsewhere. Zhong Tianyan immediately grew anxious. What? There are other places? Where? How could Sister Wenqing's personal items be found outside? Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. At the Baibao Hall on Longsho Peak. The hairpin that Sister Wenqing wears is there. If you desire it, you may go take a look. The hairpin that Sister Wenqing possesses is in the Baibao Hall. Such a valuable item cannot possibly be there. Moreover, the personal belongings I referred to are not this kind of thing. Feigning confusion, Xiaoyun inquired, what do you mean by personal belongings, Brother Zhong? If they are not precious items, I could assist you in asking Sister Wenqing for them. Zhong Tianyan opened his mouth, attempting to articulate a response, but no words escaped. Surely, he could not request Xiaoyun to ask Sister Wenqing for something as intimate as a bellyband? Well, it's nothing. I recall that hairpin was a treasure given to her by Master Yin on Sister Wenqing's birthday. Such a precious item. How could she possibly place it in the Baibao Hall? With a sigh, Xiaoyun remarked, what other reason could there be? Lack of funds. You affluent fellows cannot fathom the struggles we face on Shaozhu Peak. Unlike your peaks, which have avenues for earning spirit stones, we have no source of income. Even a trip to the scripture pavilion with my sister requires a promissory note. Is that so? Zhong Tianyan exclaimed in astonishment. As the senior brother of Liang Peak, he had never lacked for spirit stones. The notion of needing to write a promissory note was something he had never even considered. Would I deceive you? Do you now comprehend the heartfelt intentions behind my and my senior sister's establishment of this mountain protection formation? If we do not devise some means to reclaim spiritual stones, both my senior sister and I may very well starve. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Tianyan acknowledged the wisdom in this assertion, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is imperative that Shaozhu Peak finds a way to generate spiritual stones. Instituting a fee for the green rock bamboo is undoubtedly necessary. I never imagined that junior sister Wenqing faced such difficulties. Had she not been driven to desperation, she surely would not have pawned the treasured artifact gifted by Master Yin at the treasure pavilion. Now that I am aware of this matter, I cannot remain idle. Please inform junior sister Wenqing not to worry. I shall retrieve her hairpin tomorrow. Previously, Zhong Tianyan had regarded the mountain protection formation as a mere tool for charging fees with disdain. However, upon learning of Shaozhu Peak's current predicament, he swiftly shifted his perspective. Is that true? Then I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, senior brother Zhong, on behalf of junior sister Wenqing. She will be very pleased to hear this. Expressed Xiaoyun. Zhong Tianyan replied with a proud smile. If it brings joy to junior sister Wenqing, then what is this little effort of mine? As Xiaoyun and Zhong Tianyan conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the kitchen of Shaozhu Peak. The table was already set with chopsticks and plates, adorned with 8 exquisite dishes, each so meticulously crafted that it was almost astonishing. These dishes occupied merely the center of tiny plates, insufficient for even a single bite. Evidently unaccustomed to such a sight, Zhong Tianyan was rendered speechless. Xiaoyun feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, senior sister has truly outdone herself. I am immensely touched." Zhong Tianyan inquired, "What do you mean by that? How can you not see it, senior brother? Just look at this array of dishes. Each one is so exquisitely prepared. To create 8 dishes of such finesse requires an extraordinary amount of thought and effort. Any private chef can prepare a large platter of a single dish. Yet junior sister Wenqing has managed to create just this tiny portion, which shows her dedication far surpasses that of whipping up a full platter." Initially, Zhong Tianyan had thought that Shaozhu Peak was deliberately neglecting him, but after hearing Xiaoyun's explanation, he suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, crafting such small portions is no trivial feat. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhong Tianyin felt tears welling in his eyes. For junior sister wishing to exert herself, so for my sake. I am unworthy of such affection. Where is she? I must personally express my gratitude. He hurriedly searched for Wenqing. Xiao Yun waved her hand dismissively, saying, enough searching. If she wished to see you, she would have already been here waiting. She is likely too shy to face you. Let us eat. Do not let her efforts go to waste. After the meal, you ought to return to your own Liang Peak. It has been quite some time since you last visited. After reflecting on Xiao Yun's words, Zhong Tianyin found them reasonable and ceased his search, sitting down to savor the dinner prepared by Wenqing. Upon finishing the meal, he felt immensely satisfied and rose to take his leave, with Xiao Yun personally seeing him off. After returning to the kitchen, he gathered the pots, bowls, and utensils to prepare dinner for himself and his senior sister, Wenqing. The meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup. Once everything was ready, Xiao Yun went to call Wenqing to join him for dinner. While they were eating, Xiao Yun couldn't help but ask, senior sister, do you remember where we first met Brother Zhong when we were young? Wenqing smiled and replied, of course I remember. It was in Sister Chu Ting's private kitchen. Brother Zhong was so hungry that he nearly toppled from his chair. Oh, I heard that you offered Brother Zhong a plate of your favorite spirit crabs, Xiao Yun remarked. Wenqing chuckled. Indeed, that did happen. Looking back, I find it quite regrettable. If it weren't for my stomach ache that day, I would never have given that plate of spirit crabs to Brother Zhong. It was Master who insisted I give them to him, believing that I wouldn't enjoy the other dishes with the spirit crabs on the table. Xiao Yun suddenly understood and nodded. So that's how it was. I knew it. Wenqing, puzzled, asked, Junior brother, what do you know? Xiao Yun quickly waved his hand, saying, nothing, nothing at all. But senior sister, you must remember that Brother Zhong has a hidden ailment. If you can avoid appearing before him, you should. I am well aware of that. Wenqing replied with a smile. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun and Wenqing enjoyed their meal, the other 6 peaks of the Lingjian sect were in an uproar. As all the peak leaders had learned of the news that the green rock bamboo of Shaozhou Peak would be charging fees. Chapter 67. The attitudes of each peak. The head of Shuiwei Peak, Master Jingzhen, furrowed her brow as she listened to her disciples' reports. Once they concluded, she inquired, is that mixed spirit root disciple truly so unruly and unreasonable? Reporting to Master, the servant disciple Zhao Xiaohuan was struck, leaving her cheeks swollen and bruised. And the swelling has yet to subside. Master Jingzhen spoke slowly, bring Zhao Xiaohuan to me. Before long, Zhao Xiaohuan was escorted to the grand hall by the true disciples of Shuiwei Peak. With a stern countenance, Master Jingzhen instructed Zhao Xiaohuan, remove your veil. Zhao Xiaohuan, not daring to defy Master Jingzhen's command, promptly unveiled her face. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaohuan's inflamed cheeks, Master Jingzhen slammed her palm onto the side table, creating a resounding crash as the table shattered into pieces. Through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, very well. Yin Qingwei, indeed, like master, like disciple. I shan't stoop to the level of the younger generation. We shall settle our accounts upon your return. With a wave of her hand, she declared, I am aware of this matter. You may all leave. I shall take it upon myself to resolve your issues. With that, Master Jingzhen rose and exited the hall. Yes, we bid farewell to our master. The disciples responded in unison, bowing deeply. Zhao Xiaohuan then realized the purpose of her summons and wished to defend Xiao Yun. But Master Jingzhen had already departed. Elder Gu Shi, the head of Wuchen Peak, observed Yusu kneeling on the ground and could not help but ask, is it truly Xiao Yun who has extorted you? Yes, the disciple has had 5,000 spirit stones taken from him. How could a mere mixed spirit root possibly be your match? Elder Gu Shi questioned in confusion. The disciple replied, I am also unaware. I implore you, master, to take charge of this matter. Yusu hastily bowed his head. Elder Gu Shi sighed. You approached him, yet were outmatched. How can I assist you? When your master Yin returns, I shall ensure she provides you with justice. The head of Liang Peak, known for his fiery temper, erupted upon hearing from his disciples that the green rock bamboo of Shaozhou Peak demanded spirit stones. This is outrageous. Summon your elder brother at once. During the wait for Zhong Tianyin, Qin Wuyan commanded, tomorrow, you shall return to Shaozhou Peak, and I will instruct your elder brother to accompany you. If Shaozhou Peak refuses to accept spirit stones, that is one thing. But if they dare to collect them, let your elder brother Zhong teach them a lesson. Furthermore, ensure you retrieve double the spirit stones that were taken from you. Hearing Qin Wuyang's words, The disciples of Liang Peak breathed a sigh of relief. With Zhong Tianyan accompanying them, they felt assured of their success. Soon, Zhong Tianyan arrived at the Grand Hall of Liang Peak. Upon seeing Zhong Tianyan, who appeared as thin as a bamboo stalk, Qin Wuyang spoke in a deep voice. What has happened? How did you come to be in this state? Zhong Tianyan bowed and smiled. Master need not worry. I merely experienced significant depletion of spiritual energy in recent days. A couple of days' rest will suffice. Qin Wuyang nodded and remarked, although I have entrusted you with the guidance of your junior sister, you must not neglect your own health. Even if you can endure the strain, how can Chu Hongyan, with her limited cultivation, accompany you in such arduous training? Standing beside Qin Wuyang, Chu Hongyan softly interjected, Master, I have not seen senior brother Zhong for 5 days. Each day I seek him, but he is always absent. Senior brother Zhong's fatigue does not stem from instructing disciples. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyang's expression darkened, resembling that of a disgruntled donkey, as he glared fiercely at Zhong Tianyan and demanded, Where have you been these past few days? Zhong Tianyan quickly offered a smile, explaining, I went to Shaozhu Peak to assist junior sister winching and setting up the protective array. The array is now complete, Master. Do not worry. I will diligently guide junior sister Hongyan from now on. Foolish. Do you have the luxury to help Shaozhu Peak with their protective array? Do you realize that our disciples from Liang Peak must expend spirit stones to harvest green rock bamboo from Shaozhu Peak? Zhong Tianyan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I understand. But there is no source of spirit stones at Shaozhu Peak. My assistance in establishing the protective array was meant to earn spirit stones. You. Qin Wuyang was nearly rendered unconscious with fury. How could he have produced such a treacherous disciple? Although angered, he recognized that they all belonged to the Lingjin sect, and mutual assistance was to be expected. Unable to prohibit his future assistance to Shaozhu Peak, Qin Wuyang could only seethe. You must be quite idle. Capable of arranging protective arrays, are you? Very well, starting tomorrow, within 3 days, you will set up 10 gathering yang arrays for Liang Peak. Within 10 days, you will also create a protective array for Liang Peak. No assistance allowed. You must do it alone. If you fail, you will be punished to contemplate in solitude at the back mountain of Liang Peak for 10 years, without achieving the Yuanying stage, and you shall not leave the mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tianyan immediately knelt before Qin Wuyang, pleading, Master, even in my prime, I could not accomplish the task of arranging 10 gathering yang arrays in 3 days. I beseech you to retract your command. Qin Wuyang coldly huffed and addressed the other disciples. Take him away. I do not wish to see him again. Yes. 2 senior disciples from Liang Peak promptly stepped forward, escorting Zhong Tianyan out of the hall. Zhong Tianyan cried out desperately, Master, please retract your order. This is an impossible task. Master. After Zhong Tianyan was dragged away, Qin Wuyang, the head of Liang Peak, sighed, Very well. The protective array set up by your senior brother is something you cannot escape from. For now, refrain from harvesting bamboo at Shaozhu Peak. They are not targeting us at Liang Peak. Let us first see what the other peaks have to say. After hearing his disciples' report, Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Divine Sword Peak, coldly remarked that Xiao Yun not only took our dragon-slaying sword, but has the audacity to threaten our disciples with it. This is utterly outrageous. Do not fear him. Tomorrow you shall continue to harvest green rock bamboo, as usual. Let us see what he dares to do. Master, that Xiao Yun is exceedingly brutal. I fear for the safety of the disciples. Today, a servant disciple from Shueiyue Peak was slapped more than a dozen times by Xiao Yun simply for refusing to pay spirit stones. Is that indeed the case? Inquired the head of Xinjian Peak. Yes, I dare not conceal the truth. It is indeed so. The head of Xinjian Peak, Xie Jingfeng, nodded and said, Very well. I had no intention of quarreling with the junior, but he has gone too far. Tomorrow, when you go to Shaozhu Peak to cut the green rock bamboo, summon your 3rd, 5th, and 6th senior brothers. Should Xiao Yun dare to act against you, do not hesitate to teach him a proper lesson. Yes, with the protection of our senior brothers, Xiao Yun will surely think twice before demanding our spirit stones again. The head of Xinjian Peak, Xie Jingfeng, nodded in agreement. All right, you may leave now. At Qingmu Peak, Yang Shuhao was furious, his hair bristling with anger. You, Xiao Yun, I have already shown you enough leniency by allowing the servant disciples to refrain from cutting green rock bamboo at Shaozhu Peak and instead purchase it from disciples of other peaks. Yet you still dare to provoke me. You are truly insatiable. Tomorrow, I shall personally accompany you to Shaozhu Peak, and I shall see if Xiao Yun dares to demand spirit stones from me." The disciples of Qingmu Peak quickly responded, "With Brother Yang accompanying us, surely Xiao Yun will not dare to be arrogant." Yang Shuhao let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with a venomous glint. "If Xiao Yun dares to act brazenly tomorrow, he will pay for the grievances endured by Shaozhu Peak in recent days." Chapter 68. The arrival at Divine Sword Peak at Longzhou Peak, where the esteemed leader of the Lingjian sect resides, upon receiving a report from his disciples. The master merely remarked, "Since Shaozhu Peak has established this regulation, if you persist in cutting their green rock bamboos, you shall adhere to their rules." The disciples from Longzhou Peak hastily protested, "But master, for so many years, the green rock bamboos of Shaozhu Peak have always been cut without restriction. Why must we now pay spirit stones?" The master sighed. "Didn't our own scripture pavilion at Longzhou Peak once operate without the need for spirit stones?" "Very well. I am aware of this matter. You may leave now." The disciples, unwilling to defy their master's wishes, retreated accordingly. The master shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, "Has even Shaozhu Peak succumbed to this?" The competition among the peaks of the Lingjian sect has grown increasingly fierce. Although the disciples' cultivation progresses rapidly, the camaraderie among them has diminished considerably. One wonders whether this state of the Lingjian sect is a blessing or a curse. The following day, the three senior brothers from Divine Sword Peak, accompanied by a group of miscellaneous disciples, arrived at the foot of Shaozhu Peak. Before they could enter the bamboo grove, they noticed a sign standing outside the forest. It read, "Forbidden area of Shaozhu Peak. Unauthorized personnel keep out. There are formations within. Any trespassers shall bear the consequences." Beside this sign was a box with the inscription, "To cut the green rock bamboo, deposit spirit stones here. 10 spirit stones for each person per hour." The leading miscellaneous disciple of Divine Sword Peak inquired, "Senior brother, what should we do? Should we pay the spirit stones?" The third senior brother scoffed. "Since when did our junior sister Wenqing become proficient in formations? This is merely a scare tactic. Moreover, with our sixth junior brother here, even if there truly is a formation, we need not worry." The sixth junior brother, having observed the surroundings during the battle, nodded and stated, "This mountain-protecting formation is called the Wenqi Hunyuan Formation. It is not particularly formidable. It is merely a large array based on immense spiritual power. As long as we understand the principle, we can enter and exit with ease. Follow me, brothers and sisters." The third senior brother grinned. "Did you hear that? Let us enter the formation. I am curious to see whether that Xiao Yun dares to collect our spirit stones." As the group from Divine Sword Peak took a few steps forward, they were immediately enveloped in mist. The miscellaneous disciples panicked, their voices rising in chaos. The sixth junior brother quickly commanded, "Everyone remain calm. Hold on to each other's shoulders and follow me closely. I will lead you out of this maze." With his words, the anxious crowd regained their composure. All joined together, holding onto each other's shoulders as they followed the sixth junior brother. Before long, the fog indeed dissipated, and they emerged from the maze. The sixth junior brother smiled triumphantly. "We are out. Now let us cut the green rock bamboos right here." At that moment, the miscellaneous disciples were overwhelmed with admiration for the sixth junior brother, showering him with praise. "How impressive! In such dense fog, where nothing was visible, he effortlessly guided us out." Indeed, I was initially taken aback, but fortunately, sixth senior brother arrived just in time. With him around, no matter how formidable the formation, it would be effortlessly dismantled. Indeed, sixth senior brother's mastery of formations is unparalleled. No grand array can ensnare us. Feeling thoroughly pleased after easily breaking the formation, he chuckled. "The array of Little Bamboo Peak is rather trivial. I can dismantle it with a mere flick of my wrist." However, he acknowledged that setting up such a formation requires considerable spiritual energy, and out of respect for the effort put into its construction, it would be unkind to destroy it. Immediately, a disciple of the lower ranks objected. "Sixth senior brother, you must not think this way. If you can indeed dismantle this grand array, you would be performing a great service. Consider it, you cannot accompany us to cut the green rock bamboo every day, can you? If we do not destroy this formation, we be trapped in a maze upon our return." Third senior brother nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this grand array serves no purpose." Sixth junior brother, "If you can obliterate it, then do so." It will save us all from future troubles. After contemplating, sixth senior brother found the reasoning sound and nodded. Very well. I shall proceed to dismantle its foundation. Once the foundation is destroyed, the grand array will dissipate. As soon as he spoke, a wooden box suddenly floated towards them from a distance, inscribed with a demand for prompt submission of spirit stones, or they would face an attack from the grand array. Third senior brother laughed heartily and kicked the approaching wooden box away. With sixth junior brother here, you think we fear your grand array? How dare you demand spirit stones from us? The box lay motionless on the ground after being kicked aside. The surrounding disciples burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This wretched box is merely a trickster. It deserves to be smashed. Indeed, let us destroy it. I shall assist in dismantling it." Just as a lower-ranked disciple was about to step forward, sixth senior brother suddenly commanded, "Hold on." The disciple, puzzled, turned to ask, "What is it, sixth senior brother?" With a furrowed brow, sixth senior brother fell silent. He had not sensed any fluctuations from the grand array moments ago. Why had this box floated towards them? And this array did not possess such a function? Let us refrain from touching the box for now. I shall first dismantle the foundation of the array, he finally declared after a moment of contemplation. With sixth senior brother's words, the others had no further objections. After cursing the box a few times, they resumed their task of cutting the green rock bamboo. Just then, a dozen fireballs suddenly descended from the sky, precisely matching their number. The fireballs hurtled towards them with a fierce roar. Third senior brother quickly shouted, "Be cautious, we are under ambush." The lower-ranked disciples, seeing the fireballs approaching, panicked and scrambled to retreat. Third senior brother, sword drawn, charged forward. His blade flashed like a rainbow, dispersing the fireballs with a few swift strokes. After extinguishing the fireballs, he landed gracefully and reassured the crowd. "There is no need for alarm. With me here, you shall be safe." The lower-ranked disciples immediately cheered. Third senior brother is magnificent. Those few sword strikes were so impressive. With both third and sixth senior brothers here, we have nothing to fear. The third senior brother smiled gently and addressed the crowd. "Do not panic in the face of adversity. With myself, the fifth junior brother, and the sixth junior brother here, you shall encounter no harm." The throng of servant disciples erupted in cheers, boasting a few words of praise for their senior brother before eagerly commencing the felling of the green rock bamboo. The third senior brother stealthily approached the sixth junior brother and inquired, "What is the matter, junior brother?" The sixth junior brother shook his head and replied, "I did not sense any fluctuations from the primordial harmony formation just now. It is possible that there are further formations within it, which complicates matters. I must take a look at the formation space." "Very well, you should go quickly." Just as the sixth junior brother was about to depart, the servant disciples' axes had already struck the green rock bamboo, the sound of thuds resounding incessantly. Suddenly, the sixth junior brother's expression changed dramatically, and he urgently shouted, "Stop at once." Chapter 69. The next wave of assault grows stronger as a multitude of servant disciples swung their axes against the verdant rock bamboo. The sixth junior brother suddenly sensed a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within the grand formation. A certain function of the array had been triggered. He promptly voiced a warning, but it was too late. Suddenly, the sky was filled with an overwhelming number of colossal fireballs, each several times larger than those before. These fireballs hung in the firmament like hundreds of miniature suns. The third junior brother, witnessing this alarming sight, felt a jolt of fear. He was uncertain if he could shield against the barrage of countless fireballs descending upon them. Hastily, he approached the sixth junior brother and inquired, "What is happening?" The sixth junior brother shook his head, replying, "It seems a certain aspect of the grand formation has been activated. The specifics elude me at the moment. What shall we do? With so many fireball spells, we cannot possibly ensure the safety of all disciples on our own." Just then, the fifth junior brother, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Look, another box is flying in." The group fixed their gaze upon the box, which bore the inscription, "Supplementary spirit stones required. You have 10 breaths to consider." The sixth junior brother urged, "Quickly, cast spirit stones into the box. This may be the mechanism to dispel the spell attack." Upon hearing this, the third junior brother rushed to the box, retrieving his treasure pouch and hastily tossing in handfuls of spirit stones. After depositing a full 1,000 spirit stones, the fireballs in the sky gradually dispersed, and the box containing the stones vanished without a trace. With the crisis averted, the group collectively exhaled in relief. The third junior brother approached the sixth junior brother with a hint of dissatisfaction. What happened? Did you not say breaking this formation would be simple? Why did it still require my spirit stones? The sixth junior brother's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he quickly explained, breaking the formation also takes time. I could not thoroughly analyze it in such haste. However, rest assured, I will locate the foundation of the array and, once it is dismantled, I shall ensure your spirit stones are returned. The third junior brother nodded. That is more like it. Go ahead, we shall await your return here. The sixth junior brother smiled. Indeed, I shall set off at once. By the way, I sensed a few clusters of spiritual energy marks emanating from the box, indicating that we have gained the array's recognition. Feel free to continue chopping the verdant rock bamboo without concern. Why speak of the verdant rock bamboo? The pressing matter is to recover my 1,000 spirit stones. The third junior brother exclaimed in anger. Meanwhile, on Jiansword Peak, efforts were underway to dismantle the formation. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Xiuhao from Qingmu Peak had already arrived with his companions. They too observed the warning sign at the mountain's base. Forbidden area of Shaozhu Peak. Entry prohibited for outsiders. The internal array is set, and those who trespass shall bear the consequences. Yang Xiuhao meticulously sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy within Shaozhu Peak and snorted disdainfully. A Qi Hunyuan array? Such a formation is truly embarrassing to deploy. A servant disciple from Qingmu Peak asked, Senior brother, there is a wooden box requesting our spirit stones. Yang Xiuhao coldly replied, Pay it no mind. It is merely a Qi Hunyuan array. I shall lead you all inside. Soon, I will lead you into the bamboo grove, where you shall cut the verdant green bamboo at your own discretion while I dismantle this wretched formation. The disciples of Qingmu Peak echoed in flattery, Senior brother. You are truly remarkable, having discerned the intricacies of the great formation of Little Bamboo Peak at a mere glance. With you by our side, what is that Xiao Yun but a trifling nuisance? If he dares to emerge today to collect spirit stones, we shall ensure he receives a proper lesson. As the chatter ensued, Yang Xiuhao felt a swell of pride and remarked nonchalantly, Enough of this idle talk. Follow me into the formation. Yang Xiuhao swiftly led his subordinates through the maze. Similar to the disciples of Xinjian Peak, Yang Xiuhao did not offer any spirit stones, and soon they were beset by icy blades. He scoffed at the assault of the formation, effortlessly warding it off. However, to his astonishment, the onslaught intensified. He managed to hold his ground for a time, but as the barrage of spells multiplied, Yang Xiuhao found it increasingly difficult to maintain his defense. If he were alone, he could withstand the assault for much longer, but safeguarding the numerous miscellaneous disciples surrounding him proved to be quite the challenge. Reluctantly, Yang Xiuhao was compelled to cast spirit stones into a wooden box. After investing over 1,500 spirit stones, the attack finally ceased. Filled with resentment and fury, Yang Xiuhao lamented his circumstances. He had originally come to confront Xiao Yun, but instead, he found himself parting with over 1,000 spirit stones without even encountering his foe. This bitter loss left him feeling quite disgruntled. Xiao Yun, just you wait. I shall dismantle your abominable formation, he vowed silently, distancing himself from the miscellaneous disciples of Qingmu Peak in search of the formation's foundation. As he journeyed toward the foundation, a wooden sign appeared before him. Warning, Forbidden Area of Little Bamboo Peak. Enter at your own risk. Yang Xiuhao chuckled coldly. Who are you trying to scare? I have already acquired the mark of the Qi Hunyuan formation. My path within the Great Formation is now unobstructed. Ignoring the sign's warning, he boldly ventured deeper into Little Bamboo Peak. After a few steps, a box suddenly materialized before him, inscribed with a message. If you cannot endure, cast spirit stones within. Yang Xiuhao furrowed his brow, pondering its meaning. Before he could contemplate further, a thick fog enveloped the bamboo grove, obscuring everything but the dilapidated wooden box before him. Is this a chain formation? His brow furrowed in concentration as he unleashed his spiritual energy in search of an exit. Upon locating a potential escape, he wasted no time and promptly made his way toward it. Yet, as he took 2 steps, a tempest of icy blades appeared out of thin air, their sharp edges gleaming ominously as they surged toward him. In the blink of an eye, the blades erupted forth, descending upon him like a torrential downpour. Yang Xiuhao summoned his spiritual energy, brandishing his sword with all his might to repel the onslaught of icy blades. In no time, he successfully deflected them all. Sighing in relief, he clenched his teeth and muttered, How despicable. To lay an ambush within an ambush. Once I dismantle your foundation, we shall see how you continue to harm others. As Yang Shuhao was about to advance, the decrepit wooden box before him began to tremble violently. If you cannot endure, cast spirit stones within. The next wave of assault will be even more formidable. Yang Shuhao's expression shifted dramatically as a realization dawned upon him. He glanced upwards, and indeed, not only were weapons suspended in the sky, but there were also dozens of colossal boulders looming ominously. The formation offered Yang Shuhao no respite. The boulders and ice blades descended simultaneously. This time, it was not merely the addition of the boulders. Even the potency of the ice blades surpassed that of the previous encounter. Yang Shuhao was forced to retreat in disarray. Yet, the ice blades and boulders relentlessly pursued him, akin to a relentless parasite, and no matter how swift his movements, these spells could track his every step. Gritting his teeth, Yang Shuhao unleashed a fierce torrent of spiritual energy from his golden core. The surrounding green rock bamboo surged forth, stimulated by his energy, enveloping him in layers like an egg. Sheltered beneath the protective embrace of the green rock bamboo, Yang Shuhao could hear the continuous, thunderous impacts from outside. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. After what felt like half a tea's worth of time, the magical onslaught gradually subsided. Before he could dispel his own spells, a tattered box erupted from the ground beneath him, inscribed with the words, "If you cannot endure, cast spirit stones within." The next wave of assault will be even more formidable. Chapter 70. The embarrassment of Yang Shuhao. In a fit of rage, Yang Shuhao struck the wooden box before him, reducing it to splinters. Was it merely a 5 elements killing formation combined with a chi fusion array? What was so remarkable about it? Did they truly believe they had devised an extraordinary formation? Watch as I dismantle your pathetic array. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Shuhao shattered the protective shell formed by the green rock bamboo and emerged from within. Once outside, he unsheathed his sword and plunged it into the ground. The spiritual energy within his golden core surged violently. The soil within 100 meters around him cracked open, giving birth to thick, thorny vines that swiftly grew toward the sky. In mere moments, these vines obscured the heavens. Each one was as thick as 2 men embracing. With a thunderous shout, Yang Shuhao commanded, "Destroy it." At his behest, the vines extended outward like soldiers responding to orders. Along their path, all the green rock bamboo was ruthlessly crushed, and the earth continued to upheave. Centered around Yang Shuhao, the small bamboo peak was violently ravaged, transforming into a desolate wasteland in the blink of an eye. Yang Shuhao snorted coldly, declaring, "No matter how formidable the formation, it is utterly useless in the face of absolute strength. I have uprooted half of your bamboo peak. Let us see how your array can withstand this." At that moment, the area within a few hundred meters of Yang Shuhao was devoid of anything but the towering vines. Just as he prepared to advance further, a dozen beams of white light suddenly shot up from the small bamboo peak. These lights converged at a single point before surging toward Yang Shuhao's position. A continuous stream of spiritual energy flowed toward him, instantaneously immobilizing the colossal vines he controlled. Without any warning, the vines ignited simultaneously, transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. Yang Shuhao's heart trembled. What was the source of such immense fire spiritual energy? How could the formation on the small bamboo peak harbor such pure fire essence? Standing amidst the inferno, he had no time to ponder. This was no place to linger. He immediately summoned his flying sword to flee. However, just as he ascended on his sword, a dozen fire dragons emerged from the sea of flames, blocking his escape. These dragons roared furiously as they barreled toward him. The might of these fire dragons was incomparable to the initial fireballs. Yang Shuhao hastily swung his sword in defense. But as soon as the blade made contact with the dragon's head, an overwhelming force sent him crashing back to the ground. The searing fire dragons singed away most of Yang Shuhao's hair, and his clothes were charred to tatters. He resembled a wretched figure emerging from the depths of a cauldron, utterly disheveled. At that moment, he could no longer afford to care for his appearance. After being slammed into the ground, he rolled over and sprang back to his feet, determined to flee once more. The fire dragons pursued him relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his golden core to its utmost limits. The long sword in hand was thrust violently into the ground, causing the earth to tremble as countless vines surged forth from the depths below. This time, the emerging tendrils were unlike those before. They were slender, no thicker than a child's arm, and their hue was a deep black, reminiscent of steel. Once these vines emerged, they swiftly coalesced into a protective sphere, encasing Yang Shuhao within. Sheltered by the vines, Yang Shuhao gasped for breath, listening to the ferocious sounds of impact from the fire dragon and the tendrils outside. Each tremor felt like a heavy hammer striking against his chest. He was uncertain whether the vines he had summoned could withstand the onslaught of the fire dragon. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself devoid of options. What a wretched formation this was, possessing such formidable power. How could he possibly escape this inferno? Huddled within the ghostly vines, Yang Shuhao felt utterly helpless. Gradually, he sensed a wave of heat emanating from the tendrils. He realized that his spell was nearing its limit. With a deep sigh, he shakily retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe. This was the elixir of immortality crafted by his father. Just a single grain would unleash all of his bodily potential, allowing even a golden core cultivator to unleash the power of a nascent soul. The consequence of consuming this pill, however, was the irrevocable severance of his path to immortality, forever losing the ability to cultivate. Although the elixir could awaken one's latent abilities, it did so at the cost of damaging one's spiritual roots. Once the roots were compromised, the sensation of spiritual energy would be lost entirely. Originally, this elixir was meant as a life-saving measure, to be employed only in dire circumstances. He never anticipated it would come to this. Regret was futile now, for the vines could not endure much longer. If they were to break, he would surely perish beneath the fire dragons. Yang Shuhao did not wish to meet his end. Even if he could no longer cultivate, he yearned to survive. With a gentle pull, he removed the cork from the porcelain vial, releasing a pungent medicinal aroma. After much hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and poured the elixir into his mouth. Xiao Yun, once I break free from this formation, I will seek vengeance. Yang Shuhao vowed silently. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, it transformed into a surge of liquid vitality. At that instant, a wooden chest suddenly floated up from beneath the ground. The surface of the chest was riddled with cracks. Clearly the very box Yang Shuhao had shattered with a single strike. Miraculously, it had been reassembled by some unknown means. The inscription remained legible. If you cannot hold on, cast in a spirit stone. The next wave of assault will be even stronger. Upon seeing the chest, Yang Shuhao felt no trace of anger. It was as if he had discovered a final lifeline. He clutched the chest to his chest, fearing it might vanish. He first spat the elixir back into the porcelain vial, then immediately retrieved his treasure bag, stuffing the chest with spirit stones in haste. Yang Shuhao found the task of inserting spirit stones into the box rather tedious. So he decided to simply open the mouth of his treasure bag and pour its contents directly into the wooden chest. One by one, the spirit stones cascaded into the chest like a flowing stream, which seemed to possess an insatiable appetite, absorbing every stone that came its way. Eventually, Yang Shuhao had emptied his treasure bag of all its delicacies, yet the chest showed no sign of retreat. He had deposited no fewer than 20,000 spirit stones, his entire fortune, into the chest, and it appeared to remain unsatisfied. In exasperation, Yang Shuhao exclaimed, "I have no more spirit stones. Not a single one left." As if it understood his plight, the chest slowly began to sink into the ground. The moment it vanished, Yang Shuhao felt a mark etched upon his body, bestowed by the chest. With a sigh of relief, he realized that this mark would likely ensure his safety. Sensing the rapid dissipation of the fiery spiritual energy surrounding him, he dispelled the ghost vine technique. Indeed, the sea of flames had vanished. Drawing his sword from the ground, Yang Shuhao trudged back, dejected, much like a defeated rooster. The thought of destroying the Zayas Hufing formation was now utterly absent from his mind. Even if it had crossed his thoughts, he would need to return for more spirit stones before attempting such a feat. This expedition to Zayas Hufing had dealt a significant blow to Yang Shuhao's spirits. As he wandered back in a daze, he soon heard a cacophony of voices. Shortly thereafter, someone shouted, "Look over there. Something is coming this way." Chapter 71. The elixir of immortality. The humble disciples of the divine sword Peak were diligently chopping green rock bamboo. Upon hearing the shouts of their companions, they turned their gazes towards the direction indicated. There, they beheld a shadowy humanoid figure staggering towards them. What manner of creature was this? It resembled a wild man, or perhaps a mutated beast. Regardless of its true nature, capturing it was imperative. the leading disciple. The third senior brother promptly drew his long sword and advanced to seize the enigmatic figure. Yang Shuhao, upon hearing their conversation, suddenly realized that in his current state, he could not afford to be recognized. If his identity were unveiled, his illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished on the small bamboo peak. As the disciples of Divine Sword Peak charged forward with fervor, he dared not retaliate. Revealing his powers would inevitably expose his identity. With his head bowed, he turned and fled without a word. The disciples of Divine Sword Peak were instantly alarmed. The wild man was attempting to escape. Capture him. Do not let him get away. He might be a rare beast. Who would have thought such a creature lurked within small bamboo peak? They must apprehend it for thorough examination. The third senior brother brandished his sword with pride, assuring his fellow disciples, "Fear not, my brothers. I shall not allow this creature to slip through our fingers." He was eager to determine whether the creature's legs were swifter than his flying sword. With a sharp command, the long sword flew from his grasp, transforming into a streak of white light that pursued Yang Shuhao. Possessing a cultivation of the third layer of the Golden Core realm, the third senior brother was among the elite disciples of the Spirit Sword sect. At that moment, Yang Shuhao, having exhausted himself and unwilling to employ spells or magical artifacts for defense, stood no chance against him. The flying sword soared over Yang Shuhao's head, aiming directly for his neck. The blade radiated a menacing chill, compelling Yang Shuhao to halt in his tracks. Seeing Yang Shuhao cornered, the disciples erupted in excited cries. "The wild man has stopped. Quickly, let us seize him. Do not let him escape." They all drew their long swords and surrounded Yang Shuhao. As they approached, they discerned the creature more clearly. One whispered, "It does not appear to be a wild man." Another added, "I see it too. It seems to be a person, albeit with singed clothing, hair, and a charred face. Who could this be, and how did they come to look this way?" The third senior brother furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the soot-covered figure. Something about this person seemed familiar, yet with their head bowed and face obscured, recognition eluded him. Holding his sword at the ready, he stepped closer, eyeing Yang Shuhao warily. "Who are you? What brings you to Small Bamboo Peak? How did you come to be in this state?" With his head lowered, Yang Shuhao rasped, "Zheng Rue, it is I? Please, have your junior disciples disperse." Zheng Rue was taken aback when he heard someone call his name. Did this person recognize him? As he scrutinized the individual before him, he quickly discerned the reason for the man's bashfulness. He wished to conceal his true identity from others. It was understandable. No one would want to be seen in such a disheveled state. Without hesitation, Zheng Rue instructed his disciples, "Everyone, disperse now and return to your tasks of harvesting the green rock bamboo." "Brother, who is this person?" one disciple inquired. "Indeed, how did he end up like this? Is he also a disciple of our Spirit Sword sect?" Zheng Rue cast a stern glance at the two inquisitive disciples. "You two are far too talkative. Go back to your work at once." Chastened by Zheng Rue's glare, the disciples retracted their necks, suppressing their curiosity, and obediently departed. As they left, they glanced back multiple times, eager to discern the identity of the enigmatic figure before them. Once the area was clear, Zheng Rue turned to the man and asked, "Esteemed brother, with everyone gone, may I finally learn who you are?" Yang Shuhao lifted his head to meet Zheng Rue's gaze and replied, "It is I." Zheng Rue furrowed his brow, studying Yang Shuhao intently. After a moment, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "You are Brother Yang from the Greenwood Peak." Yang Shuhao nodded solemnly, affirming, "Indeed, it is I. What happened to you? Who is responsible for this?" Zheng Rue inquired, his concern evident. Given the circumstances, Yang Shuhao felt compelled to be forthright with Zheng Rue, for he hoped the latter would keep his predicament a secret. Thus, he offered a half-truth. The protective formation of the Little Bamboo Peak possesses formidable offensive spells. Only by paying spirit stones can one be spared from their assault. I, wishing to test the strength of these spells without offering the stones, ended up in this unfortunate state. Zheng Rue gazed at Yang Shuhao in astonishment. To have forced Brother Yang into such a predicament, this protective formation must truly be powerful. As he spoke, concern for his sixth disciple began to well up within him. Yang Shuhao scoffed lightly. "While this protective formation is indeed formidable, I managed to break through it and neutralize the majority of its offensive spells. If you encounter it, you should not face any overwhelming attacks." "Ah, I see. I must express my gratitude to you, Brother Yang. To be candid, My sixth disciple is also about to test the might of this formation. Since you have preemptively dismantled the offensive spells, he should find it considerably easier. Yang Shuhao nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. He then produced a porcelain vial from his robe and tossed it to Zheng Rue. Zheng Rue caught it, a look of confusion crossing his face. Brother Yang, what does this mean? Yang Shuhao replied, this vial contains the life-death elixir, capable of unlocking a person's potential, allowing a golden core cultivator to temporarily possess the strength of a nascent soul practitioner. Consider this vial a gift and do not acknowledge my presence, if you understand my meaning. Zheng Rue comprehended fully. Yang Shuhao wished to ensure that no one would discover his disheveled state. Zheng Rue quickly smiled and said, Brother Yang, you are too courteous. If you have any requests, simply let me know. There is no need to present such a precious elixir. Yang Shuhao replied nonchalantly, there is no need for formality. Just keep it for yourself. With that, Yang Shuhao elegantly turned and departed, omitting to mention the side effects of the everlasting elixir to Zheng Rue. Overjoyed with the elixir he had received, Zheng Rue carefully stored it away before rejoining the main group. A throng of disciples surrounded him, chattering eagerly. Brother, who is that dark-skinned fellow? How does he know you? What happened to him? He looks as if he has crawled out of a fiery pit. Having accepted the item from Yang Shuhao, Zheng Rue felt compelled to keep the secret. He adopted a serious demeanor and replied, do not inquire further. He is a senior member of our spirit sword sect. As he spoke, Zheng Rue cast his gaze deeper into the Shaozhu Peak, wondering why his sixth junior brother had not yet returned. Could it be that he had encountered some peril? The more he pondered, the more unease settled within him. If Yang Shuhao was left in such a dire state by the formation, his sixth junior brother, whose cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, would likely struggle to withstand any danger. With these thoughts in mind, Zheng Rue commanded, stay here and behave yourselves. I shall check on my sixth junior brother and see what has delayed his return. Observing this, his fifth senior brother quickly intervened, saying, Brother, you are unfamiliar with the formation. Wandering recklessly within it could be hazardous. However, emboldened by the elixir gifted by Yang Shuhao, Zheng Rue waved his hand dismissively and declared, it is of no concern. I will simply take a stroll. Should anything seem amiss, I will retreat. Chapter 72. The God of Wealth on the summit of the Bamboo Peak, when Qing, brimming with excitement, hurriedly entered the training room to awaken the meditating Xiao Yun. Junior brother, you must come out and see. There are countless spirit stones outside. Emerging from his cultivation state, Xiao Yun couldn't help but tease Wen Qing, who appeared utterly ecstatic as if she had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Senior sister, if you continue like this, your reputation will surely crumble. How many spirit stones could there possibly be to elicit such joy? Unfazed by Xiao Yun's playful sarcasm, Wen Qing exclaimed, there are so many. They're piled up in the teleportation array outside. I have never seen this many spirit stones before. Xiao Yun remained skeptical, thinking to himself that no amount could compare to the compensation given by Yu Su. Even if disciples from other peaks were to come to Bamboo Peak to harvest the green rock bamboo, they would hardly collect more than 1,000 spirit stones. Though he harbored these thoughts, he concealed them, not wishing to dampen Wen Qing's enthusiasm. With a smile, Xiao Yun replied, is that so? Then take me to see. Are we no longer going to worry about spirit stones in the future? Wen Qing nodded vigorously. Within 3 to 5 years, we shall have no need to fret over spirit stones. Eagerly, she pulled Xiao Yun toward the teleportation array outside the mountain. Upon witnessing the vast accumulation of spirit stones, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. How can there be so many? This must amount to at least 20 or 30,000. Who is so wealthy as to bestow such a fortune upon Bamboo Peak? No wonder senior sister was so elated. This truly was no trivial sum. Xiao Yun's mind raced, contemplating the possibility that someone might have attempted to forcibly invade Bamboo Peak and encountered the defensive formation, using spirit stones to halt its assault. Wen Qing, cheerfully patting Xiao Yun's shoulder, remarked, Junior brother, you're quite insightful. This protective formation had only been activated for a day, and we've already accumulated so many spirit stones. We are certainly destined for prosperity. Xiao Yun chuckled, Senior sister. Let us discover which god of wealth has graced us with such a bounty. With that, he took the lead, descending toward the base of Bamboo Peak, with Wen Qing following closely behind. Sixth junior brother, are you capable or not? I can hardly withstand this. Zheng Rue relentlessly swung his long sword, trying to fend off the relentless onslaught of ice blades. Yet, these ice shards seemed inexhaustible. For every one that was severed, another appeared, their numbers and power only increasing. The sixth junior brother furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he paced pensively around the foundation of the protective formation. Although he recognized it as a primordial unity formation, it also incorporated several other formations he could not comprehend. The amalgamation of diverse formations had created a flawless composite array. Zheng Rui shouted in frustration, "Sixth junior brother, hurry up. How much longer will you dawdle?" Hearing Zheng Rui's urgings, the sixth junior brother cast him a resigned glance and replied, "Senior brother, I cannot break this formation in the short term. We should retreat for now." "Retreat? To where? Where can we find spirit stones to retreat?" The sixth junior brother's cheeks flushed. In order to test the array's functionality, he had repeatedly attacked the array's base, triggering its defensive mechanisms. Each time, he had to offer spirit stones to halt those assaults. After several rounds of testing, the sixth junior brother was thoroughly convinced that this grand array was beyond his ability to dismantle. "Senior brother, it's all right, don't panic. I have found a way out. Follow me this way." The sixth junior brother dashed towards the south. Zheng Rui gritted his teeth, fiercely unleashing several sword energies to block the icy blades before hurriedly following him. Just as they had taken a few steps, a wooden box suddenly appeared before them. The box bore the inscription, "If you cannot endure, throw spirit stones inside. The next wave of attacks will be even stronger." Upon seeing this box, Zheng Rui cursed vehemently. Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be the way out? How could there be such a thing? The sixth junior brother, blushing with embarrassment, replied, "Perhaps it is precisely because this is the way out that such a mechanism exists." "What do you mean?" Zheng Rui retorted angrily. "Only by offering spirit stones can we break through." The sixth junior brother's expression turned extremely awkward. "Damn it, you didn't need to tell me that. If it weren't for your insistence on breaking the array, we would have been out ages ago." Zheng Rui exclaimed furiously. "Isn't it because you wanted to retrieve the spirit stones you had given up that I sought a way to break the array?" The sixth junior brother muttered under his breath. Zheng Rui, infuriated, shot back, "So you're blaming me now? If it weren't for your claim that you could dismantle this damned formation, would I have thrown in so many spirit stones?" Seeing Zheng Rui genuinely angry, the sixth junior brother quickly softened his tone. "Senior brother, don't blame me now. We must find a way to escape. If you still have spirit stones, don't keep them hidden, toss them in quickly. I've already thrown in over 4,000 spirit stones. Where am I supposed to find more?" As the two conversed, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly thickened once more. Ice blades, ice knives, and ice orbs gradually formed, all aimed at Zheng Rui and the sixth junior brother within the array. The sixth junior brother's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, what should we do? Another wave of attacks is coming." With a darkened face, Zheng Rui replied angrily, "What else can we do at this point? I'll hold them off. You think of a way to break the array." Zheng Rui gritted his teeth, wielding his long sword to confront the onslaught. "Senior brother, can you withstand this wave? I'll help you." The sixth junior brother also drew his sword, ready to join the fray. After previous tests, during the fourth wave of attacks, Zheng Rui had struggled to hold his ground. Now, facing the fifth wave, he feared he could not endure, prompting the sixth junior brother to offer assistance. Zheng Rui reached into his robe and felt the porcelain vial within, which gave him a slight sense of reassurance. He growled, "Don't worry about me. Quickly find a way to break the array, or we will both perish here." The sixth junior brother understood that without discovering a method to dismantle the array, even if they managed to withstand this wave together, they would be unable to resist the next onslaught. "Then I must rely on you, senior brother. I shall ponder further solutions." The sixth disciple promptly retrieved a compass, a formation measuring device, and a spirit-probing ruler from his treasure pouch, commencing his examination of the array's structure. Not far from Zheng Rui and the sixth disciple, Xiao Yun and Wenqing were intently observing the unfolding events within the grand formation through the images transmitted by it. Wenqing felt a twinge of concern as she witnessed Zheng Rui retreating under the relentless assault of the array. "Junior brother, we should hasten our exit. I fear Zheng senior brother cannot hold out much longer." Xiao Yun, unperturbed, replied with a smile, "Let us wait a moment longer. I am eager to see what hidden techniques our third senior brother from Divine Sword Peak possesses." Wenqing remained anxious. What if Zheng senior brother encounters danger? If something were to happen to him at Shao Bamboo Peak, we would bear the burden of it. Senior sister, you worry excessively. With both of us keeping watch, what could possibly go wrong? When Zheng's senior brother can no longer endure, we shall promptly come to his aid. Despite the reassurances of her junior brother, Wenqing could not shake her unease. Nevertheless, as he had spoken so confidently, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Her gaze fixed anxiously on the unfolding changes in the arena. Chapter 73. Breathing requires spirit stones. Xiao Yun and Wenqing had been observing from outside for quite some time, but had not witnessed any remarkable techniques from Zheng Rui. Instead, they found themselves increasingly cornered by the spells emanating from the Grand Formation, facing perilous situations. Xiao Yun sighed quietly and remarked, "It seems that the senior brother from the Divine Sword Peak is not up to par. The lack of his ultimate move suggests he possesses no noteworthy skills at all. Sister, let us step out to prevent any unforeseen incidents from occurring on our little bamboo peak." Wenqing had longed to rush in and assist. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, she immediately grasped his hand and dashed into the formation. As soon as Wenqing entered, the wooden token at her waist radiated a gentle glow. The surrounding spells of the Grand Formation dissipated instantly. Zheng Rui, who had just reached for a vial of the life-restoring liquid from his robe, suddenly discovered that the overwhelming spells had vanished. "Sixth junior brother, did you dismantle this formation?" Zheng Rui exclaimed in surprise, turning back to call out. However, he was met with the slightly awkward gaze of the sixth junior brother, who stammered, "What?" Wenqing, senior sister. Following the sixth junior brother's gaze, Zheng Rui indeed spotted Wenqing and Xiao Yun approaching together. Wenqing gave a slight nod to the sixth junior brother before bowing to Zheng Rui, saying, "Senior brother Zheng." Zheng Rui's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Wenqing, junior sister." Wenqing nodded and stated, "This formation has been undone by me. Senior brother Zheng should leave this place quickly. The protective formation of our little bamboo peak has just been established and is still incomplete. Venturing recklessly could lead to dangerous situations." With a stern countenance, Zheng Rui retorted, "Wenqing, when did even the mountain of your little bamboo peak start to demand spirit stones?" "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean? I merely wish to explore around little bamboo peak, yet this formation requires me to pay spirit stones. If I do not comply, spells are unleashed upon me. Is it that even breathing on little bamboo peak requires spirit stones?" Wenqing found herself at a loss for words and quickly apologized. "I am sorry, senior brother Zheng. We will improve the functionality of the protective formation in the future. Whether you improve it or not is of no concern to me. First, return the spirit stones that the formation seized from me." Wenqing glanced at Xiao Yun and whispered, "Junior brother, perhaps we should return senior brother Zheng's spirit stones?" "Return them? On what grounds?" Xiao Yun replied, "Our protective formation provided warnings. He chose to ignore them and trespassed onto Little Bamboo Peak. It is not our responsibility if he was seized for doing so. Sister, you need not concern yourself with him. I will handle it." Xiao Yun took a couple of steps forward, smiling before speaking, "Senior brother Zheng, one does not need to pay spirit stones merely to breathe on our Little Bamboo Peak. However, certain areas are not accessible to just anyone. Surely, before entering this bamboo grove, senior brother noticed the warning sign stating that trespassers would bear the consequences. Since you disregarded the warning and entered without permission, it follows that you must pay the spirit stones." Zheng Rui glared at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "You are merely twisting words. What warnings? I was completely unaware. Return my spirit stones to me at once." Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and scrutinized Zheng Rui from head to toe. "Senior brother, are you being unreasonable? Reason? Humph. Reason depends on whom one is addressing. You are hardly worthy to engage in discourse with me. Your place is not here. Let your senior sister, Wenqing, speak on your behalf." Wenqing stepped forward hastily, saying, "Zheng senior brother, my junior brother is not entirely incorrect. Our protective mountain formation did indeed issue a warning." Before Wenqing could complete her sentence, Zheng Rui interrupted her with an angry snort. "Wenqing, spare me the pleasantries. Just tell me, will you return my spirit stone or not?" Wenqing felt a flicker of dissatisfaction at being cut off. It was not that she was unwilling to return Zheng Rui's spirit stone. She merely wished to clarify that their Shaozhu Peak had done nothing wrong in this matter. However, Zheng Rui was not granting her the opportunity to explain. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, she was about to say she would return the spirit stone when Xiao Yun interjected. "Since you refuse to reason, There are ways to deal with the unreasonable. You want the spirit stone, do you? Very well. Your spirit stone lies atop Shaozhu Peak. If you desire it, you shall retrieve it yourself. Sister, let us depart. We need not concern ourselves with them. Upon finishing, Xiao Yun seized his sister's wrist and began to ascend the mountain. Although Wenqing did not wish for the situation to escalate, Xiao Yun had already spoken, and she felt compelled to follow him up the mountain. Zheng Rui, witnessing their audacity to disregard him, shouted in frustration from behind, "You too, halt. Who permitted your departure? Stop." Xiao Yun and Wenqing paid no heed to Zheng Rui's cries, resolutely continuing their ascent. Zheng Rui, stomping his foot in anger, gritted his teeth and retorted, well, a mere novice dares to challenge me, does he?" As he spoke, he prepared to give chase. However, his sixth junior brother quickly intervened, saying, "Senior brother, do not pursue them. The formation has been dispelled. We should return for now. There may still be other formations inside, and if we rashly pursue, we will suffer the consequences." Zheng Rui ran his fingers over the porcelain bottle in his robe, suddenly feeling emboldened. With a cold snort, he declared, after such words, "If I do not ascend Shaozhu Peak to reclaim my spirit stone, how can I face you as your third senior brother?" "Ah, senior brother, do not think that way. We are not outsiders. There is no need for such momentary pride. We can deal with Shaozhu Peak when we gather for the Seven Peaks martial meeting. Moreover, I have studied this formation. It is indeed intricate and perilous to navigate recklessly. We should return for now." Reflecting on his junior brother's words, Zheng Rui nodded solemnly. "You are right. This formation is indeed remarkable. I may not be able to protect you. You should return, while I ascend Shaozhu Peak to reclaim my spirit stone." With that, Zheng Rui pushed past his sixth junior brother and hurried after Xiao Yun and Wenqing. The sixth junior brother stood frozen for a moment, glancing at the brother who had rushed into the formation, then back in the direction of Xiao Yun and Wenqing. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to chase after Zheng Rui. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Zheng Rui turned to find his junior disciple. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Why have you followed me?" The sixth junior let out a long sigh and replied, "Brother, you lack knowledge of formations. How could I allow you to wander here alone? I shall accompany you to Shaozhu Peak to retrieve our spirit stones." Zheng Rui chuckled heartily. "Now this is what I call a good junior brother. Once I reclaim the spirit stones, I shall treat you to a drink at Sister Chu Ting's private kitchen." Thus, Zheng Rui and his sixth junior set off together towards the summit of Shaozhu Peak. They had scarcely walked for a short while when a warning wooden sign suddenly appeared. It proclaimed, "A powerful formation lies within. Trespassers shall face death. If you wish to live, prepare sufficient spirit stones." In a fit of anger, Zheng Rui kicked the wooden sign over and, with a few swift strokes of his sword, reduced it to splinters. "Humph! I shall see what formidable formation you have set within and whether it can truly hinder me." As he spoke, Zheng Rui reached into his robes and retrieved the elixir of immortality given to him by Yang Xiuhao. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, pouring the elixir into his mouth. Chapter 74. The fearless Zheng Rui, Xiao Yun, and Wenqing were ascending the Shaozhu Peak when they suddenly heard a deafening roar from behind. Almost immediately, the entire Shaozhu Peak seemed to tremble. Both turned to look back, witnessing the mountain's protective formation unleash a magnificent display of 360 white pillars of light soaring into the sky, shooting forth towards a point not far behind them. With a look of astonishment, Wenqing inquired, "Junior brother, what is happening?" Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and replied, "It seems someone is forcefully breaching the formation. To activate all 360 array bases is an extraordinary feat. This individual possesses remarkable strength." Wenqing, with a hint of concern, asked, "Could it be that one of the elders from the Lingjian sect has come to our Shaozhu Peak? It is likely. Ordinary disciples would not be capable of such a grand display. We should hurry over. Elders seldom visit Shaozhu Peak without reason, and they must have matters to discuss with us." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yun and Wenqing quickly retraced their steps. Before long, they arrived at the scene of the commotion. Wenqing gazed ahead in disbelief, murmuring, Is that senior brother Zheng?" Xiao Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He never anticipated that Zheng Rui could wield such ferocity. The spells unleashed by the formation were utterly powerless against Zheng Rui's might. With a mere flick of his hand, he conjured a terrifying sword aura that extended 100 meters long. The formidable spells dissipated instantly upon contact with this fearsome energy, carving deep ravines into the mountaintop. Astonished, Xiao Yun stared in awe at Zheng Rui's display of power. Unable to contain his curiosity, "Senior sister, is this the true strength of the Golden Core stage?" When Qing, fixated on Zheng Rui, shook her head slightly no. This is not merely the strength of the Golden Core stage. Senior brother Zheng has likely touched the threshold of the nascent soul realm. Nascent soul? Is that truly possible? Zheng Rui is so powerful. When Qing nodded, senior brother Zheng has always presented himself as a Golden Core cultivator, but today I realize he has reached the brink of the nascent soul stage. It appears he is indeed the foremost among the younger generation of our Lingjian sect. Xiao Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "This fellow has been playing the fool. Are we truly going to have to return our spirit stones?" When Qing glanced at him with exasperation, "You are still thinking about those spirit stones? If senior brother Zheng continues to wreak havoc, our mountain's protective formation may not withstand the damage. Senior sister, you underestimate our protective formation. Whether senior brother Zheng can breach it is still up for debate. It will serve as a test of our formation's power." When Qing sighed, choosing not to respond. Witnessing Zheng Rui's strength left her somewhat despondent. Her master, Yin Qingwei, had gone to great lengths to procure divine weaponry for her to excel at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly. Yet, given the current circumstances, even with a weapon like the dragon-slaying sword, she might not stand a chance against Zheng Rui. It seemed that the first place in this year's assembly was undoubtedly destined for senior brother Zheng. At this moment, Zheng Rui was filled with a sense of triumph. Never before having felt such exhilaration. It was as if an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual power surged within him. The myriad spells of Shaozhu Peak appeared utterly trivial in his eyes. With a mere flick of his hand, those formidable incantations were effortlessly dismantled. A gentle sweep of his sword carved a deep chasm through the mountains of Shaozhu Peak. Standing aloft, sword in hand, Zheng Rui laughed heartily, declaring, "The protective array of Shaozhu Peak is nothing but this. Watch as I dismantle this peak. What can your grand array do against me?" The sixth disciple of Jianjian Peak had never witnessed such fierce audacity from Zheng Rui. In awe of his strength, he urged, "Senior brother, please cease the destruction of Shaozhu Peak. If it continues, Master Yin will not spare us upon his return. We could simply make our way south to reach the summit." Zheng Rui, with a calm smile, replied, "Do not fret, sixth disciple. Every matter adheres to a principle. Shaozhu Peak has brazenly seized our spiritual stones. We are merely here to reclaim what is rightfully ours." As he spoke, Zheng Rui's sword slashed through the air. The mountaintop of Shaozhu Peak lay in disarray. The white light of the protective array grew ever more radiant. Above, 10 fire dragons coiled, poised to strike. Countless boulders gradually converged, forming a small mountain suspended above Zheng Rui's head. A cacophony of clashing metal resounded. Swords, knives, axes, spears, hooks, hammers, various weapons materialized in the air, radiating blinding white light. Their edges aimed directly at Zheng Rui. In front of him, countless water spirits began to coalesce, swiftly forming a colossal wave that threatened to engulf him. Simultaneously, the earth trembled as thick vines, as robust as tree trunks, burst forth from the ground, clawing towards Zheng Rui. Fire, earth, gold, water, wood. The formidable spells of the 5 elemental attributes manifested simultaneously. The sixth disciple, pale with fear, exclaimed, "Senior brother, be cautious. This is the 5 elements annihilation formation. We cannot withstand it. Retreat at once." Zheng Rui laughed heartily. "Look at how frightened you are, sixth disciple. No matter the spell, I shall shatter it with a single strike." As his words faded, his sword was already cleaving towards the overwhelming wave. A tremendous sword aura erupted forth, colliding with the terrifying surge. A fierce shockwave reverberated through the heavens and earth. The sword aura and the colossal wave held their ground for less than half a second before the wave suddenly shattered, transforming into countless droplets that rained down upon the earth. Zheng Rui, having achieved his aim, laughed exuberantly. "Huh? Delightful." He then slashed once more towards the ground. A multitude of sword auras severed the menacing vines that sought to ensnare him. The sword energy sliced through the vines with the same ease as a knife through chives. The mountain suspended above Zheng Rui had now grown immensely, rendering him as insignificant as an ant beneath its shadow. The massive peak loomed ominously above him, pressing downwards. Zheng Rui smiled coldly. Come forth. Having spoken, Zheng Rui wielded his sword, infusing it with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, the sword technique reaching its zenith. Just as he was about to unleash a decisive strike, he sensed a brief stagnation in the flow of his spiritual power, as if it were somewhat inadequate. However, this discomfort swiftly dissipated. Paying it no heed, Zheng Rui swung his sword. The formidable spiritual energy propelled an invincible sword aura towards the colossal peak descending from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the radiant light of the sword aura cleaved the mountain in twain. Xiao Yun, observing from a distance, was left utterly astounded. How astonishingly powerful was this individual? Had he truly split such a great mountain asunder? Was he not endowed with extraordinary abilities? Sister, can you match his prowess? Xiao Yun could not help but inquire of Wenqing, who stood beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Wenqing gently shook her head and replied, No, that strike likely possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage. The sixth junior disciple, witnessing Zheng Rui's prowess, could not contain his excitement and exclaimed fervently, Wow, brother, you are incredibly strong. That strike was simply too formidable. Why didn't you reveal such power sooner? You had me fretting for nothing. Hearing his junior's flattery, Zheng Rui chuckled. I have always preferred to remain low-key. Today, circumstances compelled me to exert my full strength. I shall no longer feign modesty. Allow you to witness my true capabilities. Brother, you're amazing. The sixth junior disciple shouted with enthusiasm. Previously, he had worried for Zheng Rui, but now it seemed those concerns were utterly unfounded. With such formidable strength, he could undoubtedly breach the protective array of the Shao Bamboo Peak. As the two conversed, a fire dragon along with countless weapons descended from the skies with a cataclysmic intent, charging towards Zheng Rui. A smirk graced his lips as he coldly declared, Come forth. Chapter 75. Why did he not counterattack? Zheng Rui summoned the spiritual energy within him, intending to wield his sword technique to shatter the fire dragons and the myriad weapons raining down. However, as he began to channel his energy, he immediately sensed a slight obstruction in its flow within his body. His brow furrowed in alarm, and he silently lamented the situation. The effects of the everlasting liquid must be waning. Zheng Rui dared not delay further. He exerted all his strength to counteract the spell of the mountain-protecting formation before him. Just then, he was startled to discover that his golden core was beginning to dissolve. His cultivation level plummeted to the foundation establishment stage. As if that were not enough, the already condensed foundation establishment spiritual energy began to gradually dilute, becoming increasingly faint. In the blink of an eye, this energy had thinned to a mist, dissipating outward. My cultivation, why is it declining? Zheng Rui's face was a mask of confusion. At that moment, he was left with only the rudimentary powers of a foundation establishment cultivator, barely able to control his flying sword. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he found himself unable to wield the sword, plummeting straight down from the air. Meanwhile, dozens of fire dragons and a multitude of weapons were closing in. Xiao Yun gazed perplexedly at Zheng Rui as he fell and asked, Senior sister, what is he doing? The mountain-protecting formation spell is about to strike him. Yet he does not retaliate. Wenqing also furrowed her brows, sensing an underlying disturbance. She focused her gaze on Zheng Rui and saw that his expression was one of sheer terror and astonishment. It dawned on her that Zheng Rui was not unwilling to defend himself. Rather, he was utterly incapable of doing so. Without a moment to spare, Wenqing dashed forward. Senior sister, what are you doing? Xiao Yun called out instinctively, following suit as Wenqing rushed ahead. The sixth junior brother of the Divine Sword Peak, closest to Zheng Rui, wore a similarly baffled expression. Senior brother, counterattack quickly. If you don't act soon, it will be too late. What on earth are you doing? This is not the time for showboating. The sixth junior brother's third plea had barely escaped his lips before several fire dragons collided with Zheng Rui, enveloping him in a sea of flames. The multitude of weapons began to dance and weave through the inferno. The sixth junior brother stared, dumbfounded, at the chaos unfolding before him. What is happening? Why is senior brother not retaliating? Why? He murmured to himself. At that moment, Wenqing had already closed in, her waist talisman glowing brightly as the fiery inferno and weapons simultaneously dissipated. A charred humanoid figure slowly descended from the air. As it fell, the figure shattered into pieces, scattering into small fragments no larger than a palm, which tumbled to the ground. The The sixth junior brother of the divine sword Peak let out a wretched cry and scrambled towards the fragments of charred remains. Senior brother Xiao Yun arrived shortly after, his expression mirroring the shock of the scene before him. Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. They had brought calamity upon their Xiao Bamboo Peak. The third senior brother of Shenzhen Peak tragically perished at Xiaozhu Peak. He could not evade this responsibility, regardless of what he said to his senior sister, Wenqing. Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned before he finally inquired, "Senior sister, why did he not resist?" Wenqing's mind was equally blank. Having grown up, she had never encountered such a catastrophic incident. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's question, she stiffly turned her neck to face him and replied, I do not know. I suspect he may have lacked the strength to resist." Xiao Yun felt his heart racing, swallowing hard as he spoke. "Senior sister, we are not to blame." He recklessly ventured into the Great Formation. There are warning signs all around Xiaozhu Peak. Wenqing sighed deeply, lowering her head in silence for a long while. Xiao Yun was at a loss for what to do, softly saying, "Senior sister." Slowly, Wenqing raised her head, her expression neutral, yet her gaze resolute. "Junior brother, you must remain at Xiaozhu Peak and go nowhere. I shall provide an explanation to Master Xie of Xinjian Peak regarding this matter." With that, she stepped towards the weeping sixth junior brother of Xinjian Peak. Seeing Wenqing's demeanor, Xiao Yun realized she intended to shoulder the blame entirely. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop her, saying, "Senior sister, this misfortune was my doing. I should have listened to you and returned Brother Zhang's spirit stone. Taking responsibility alone, I will accompany you to meet Master Xie of Xinjian Peak. If blame is to be assigned, I shall bear all the consequences." Wenqing gently shook her head, stating, "I am your senior sister. In the absence of our master, any incident at Xiaozhu Peak falls upon me. I consented to the construction of the protective formation, and the matter of spirit stones was discussed with you. Our refusal of Brother Zhang's request for spirit stones was also permitted by me. Even when Brother Zhang was battling the formation, I merely watched. Had I intervened at any point, this calamity would not have occurred. Therefore, this misfortune is not your fault. All responsibility lies with me, and I shall seek an audience with the headmaster to atone for my actions." Wenqing attempted to bypass Xiao Yun, resolutely continuing towards the sixth junior brother of Xinjian Peak. Xiao Yun promptly grasped her wrist, pleading, "Senior sister, if I stand by and watch you take the blame for me, I will never forgive myself." The sixth junior brother of Xinjian Peak, in tears, collected the charred remains of Zheng Rui piece by piece. After overhearing the conversation between Wenqing and Xiao Yun, he suddenly rose, glaring fiercely at them. "You two, cease your pretense of sibling affection before me. I warn you, neither of you shall evade responsibility. The death of my third senior brother is a consequence of your actions. I will return to Xinjian Peak to report to our master and seek vengeance for my brother. You two better be prepared." The sixth junior brother of Xinjian Peak wiped his tears with his sleeve and, clutching the charred remains, dashed back the way he came. When Wenqing noticed that he was about to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Wait a moment." The sixth disciple of the sword Peak stiffened, slowly turning to face Wenqing, and said, "What is it? Do you still wish to kill me to silence me?" Wenqing sighed and shook her head, responding, "The Xiaozhu Peak is surrounded by powerful formations. You cannot escape this way. I will escort you out." The sixth disciple snorted disdainfully, retorting, "Such false compassion. I see you would be delighted to see me perish. I do not require your insincere sympathy. If I have made it this far, I can certainly find my way out." With that, the sixth disciple took off running back the way he had come. Wenqing sighed again, intending to pursue him discreetly for his protection, but Xiao Yun quickly blocked her path. "Sister, do not concern yourself with him. He will be fine. For now, we should focus on resolving this matter." Wenqing turned to Xiao Yun, exhaling deeply as she lamented, "Our Lingjian sect abhors infighting among its own." Zheng Shixiang met his demise on Xiaozhu Peak. Even if the blame does not rest entirely upon us, we cannot escape our share of responsibility. I will take this matter to the master and seek atonement. You, dear disciple, should remain here at Xiaozhu Peak and await my news. Chapter 76. A visit to the master. Wenqing resolutely decided to shoulder the responsibility alone, yet Xiao Yun would not consent to such an arrangement. He blocked her path and urged, "Senior sister, I shall accompany you to meet the master." You heard the words of that disciple from the divine sword Peak. Even if you wish to bear the burden alone, they will not permit it. Rather than face their reproach alone, It is better for me to accompany you to meet the master. While we may have erred, did the senior brother from Divine Sword Peak act without fault? I firmly believe the master will render us a fair judgment. You, senior sister, possess a gentle disposition and are not one for argument. Facing the master alone may lead to your disadvantage. Therefore, I shall go with you. Wenqing furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before reluctantly nodding. If you wish to accompany me, you must refrain from speaking out of turn when we meet the master. Rest assured, senior sister, I am not one who lacks discernment. I know when to act appropriately. Very well, let us make our way to Longsho Peak to meet the master. The sixth disciple of Divine Sword Peak, in a frenzied state, raced back while cradling Zheng Rui's lifeless body. He soon joined the other miscellaneous disciples of Divine Sword Peak, where he found his fifth senior brother leading a group in chopping green bamboo. With a wail, the sixth disciple cried out, "Brother, cease this futile chopping. Come back with me to Divine Sword Peak and seek justice from our master." The fifth senior brother, upon seeing his distraught junior with tears streaming down his face and a bundle of charcoal in his arms, felt a pang of confusion. "What has happened, junior brother? Why do you weep? Has senior sister Wenqing from Little Bamboo Peak mistreated you? Have you seen senior brother San? He went inside to look for you." At these words, the sixth disciple's cries intensified. "Brother, senior brother San has been murdered. We must return swiftly to seek vengeance from our master." Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples gathered closer, having noticed the sixth disciple's unusual demeanor upon his return. They listened intently as he spoke to the fifth senior brother. When the news of senior brother San's demise reached their ears, shock and fury erupted among them. Who could it be? Who possesses the audacity to take senior brother San's life? Junior brother, clarify your words. What has happened to senior brother San? Where is he now? Amidst the clamorous inquiries, the sixth disciple found himself at a loss as to whom to respond to first. The fifth senior brother then bellowed, "Silence. Everyone quiet down. Junior brother, explain this clearly. Who killed senior brother San?" With a mournful cry, the sixth disciple replied, "It was Wenqing from Little Bamboo Peak and Xiao Yun. What I carry in my arms is the remains of senior brother San." At this revelation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The fifth senior brother could scarcely fathom that it was Wenqing and Xiao Yun from Little Bamboo Peak who had committed such an act. The act of infighting among the disciples of the Lingjian sect is a grave transgression, yet Wenqing and Xiao Yun from Xiaozhu Peak have displayed audacity beyond measure. Upon closer inspection of the remains cradled in the arms of the sixth junior disciple, it becomes evident that these are no mere bones, but rather charred fragments resembling scorched coal. Not only has Xiaozhu Peak committed the heinous act of slaying the third senior brother, but their methods are shockingly brutal. Even the typically composed fifth senior brother finds it difficult to contain himself. His forehead veins throb with tension as he grits his teeth and declares, "Wenqing, Xiaoyun, you possess immense boldness." He turns to the sixth junior disciple. "Let us depart and report this matter to our master. This will not be left unaddressed." Summoning his personal sword, the fifth senior brother leads the way, leaping onto his flying sword, and turns back to the gathered disciples, instructing, "You need not continue chopping the green rock bamboo. Return to Xinjian Peak and await the master's summons." With that, he ascends into the air, directing his flight straight towards Xinjian Peak. At the sword pavilion of Xinjian Peak, Xie Jingfeng maintains a serious demeanor as he absorbs the reports from the fifth and sixth junior disciples. His gaze lingers on the dark, charred remnants before the sixth disciple. After a prolonged silence, he gradually closes his eyes. The atmosphere within the pavilion becomes oppressively heavy, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm. Suddenly, the 100 swords on the racks surrounding the pavilion tremble in unison, some emitting a piercing sound of resonance. Xie Jingfeng's eyes snap open, and a dark-sheathed long sword soars from its rack, landing firmly in his grasp. Rising slowly, he intones gravely, "You too, accompany me to the Great Hall of Longsho Peak. Additionally, issue a summons for the heads of the 7 peaks to assemble at Longsho Peak to interrogate Wenqing and Xiaoyun. Rest assured, your senior brother Zheng will not have died in vain. Even if Wenqing is the sole disciple of Sister Yin, I shall ensure she pays for Zheng Rui's life." "Yes," respond the 5th and 6th junior disciples, who have been kneeling below, immediately rising to show their respect. At Liang Peak, in the Juyang Grand Array Plaza, Zhong Tianyin is laboriously establishing the foundation of the Juyang Array, perspiration beading on his brow. After a night of rest and recovery, he appears to have regained much of his strength, weighing perhaps around 170 to 180 pounds. Suddenly, he catches sight of a streak of crimson light streaking across the sky above Liang Peak. Smacking his thigh in delight, he exclaims, "Has the master gone out? Splendid." Sighing in relief, he quickly turns and races towards the training room of the true disciples. Upon entering, he observes several true disciples gathered in earnest discussion. Without hesitation, he strides into their midst and clears his throat lightly. Noticing Zhong Tianyan's arrival, everyone promptly bows, greeting Brother Zhong. Brother Zhong. He nods slightly, asking, what discussions are underway? The other true disciples, unsure of Zhong Tianyan's intent, can only respond with awkward smiles. Not one to prolong the suspense, Zhong Tianyan states directly, "I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. I wonder if you would be willing to help?" "Brother, you are too courteous. Please do not hesitate to voice your needs," they reply. Zhong Tianyan chuckled and said, "Then I shall not be polite, brothers. Recently, my finances have been rather strained. I would appreciate it if you could lend me some spirit stones. I do not require much. Merely 2,000 spirit stones from each of you would suffice." Upon hearing this request, the group of true disciples displayed expressions of discomfort. Zhong Tianyan's demeanor shifted, his face darkening. "What is this? Are you unwilling to assist your senior brother with such a small favor?" One disciple sighed with a wry smile, "Senior brother, it is not that we wish to refuse your request, but we simply do not possess that many spirit stones. Our monthly expenditures on cultivation barely suffice, leaving us with nothing to save. Do not deceive me, you lads. You are the ones who slacken in your training the most. How could you possibly have no surplus spirit stones? Hurry up and produce them. I have urgent needs and I assure you, I shall return them," Zhong Tianyan insisted. Several true disciples exchanged glances, realizing they could not evade the situation, and reluctantly began to retrieve spirit stones from their pockets. "What do you need so many spirit stones for?" one of them casually inquired. Zhong Tianyan gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, lost in his own thoughts. "The magical artifact belonging to Sister Wenqing of Zaya's Hufeng has been misplaced in the treasure hall, and I intend to redeem it for her. Each time she utilizes that artifact, she will remember that it was a gift from me. Over time, she will undoubtedly think fondly of me." Upon hearing Zhong Tianyan's words, the true disciples exchanged another round of glances, and they returned the spirit stones to their pockets. "If that is the case, then perhaps you should reconsider," one spoke up. "What do you mean by that?" Zhong Tianyan frowned, casting an angry glare at them. One disciple sighed deeply. "Sister Wenqing has killed Brother Zheng Rui from the Divine Sword Peak, and Master Xia is furious. She may not survive this. Even if you manage to redeem that artifact, it would be of no use." "What? Sister Wenqing killed Zheng Rui?" Zhong Tianyan was left in a state of shock. Chapter 77. Voluntary Apology at Longsho Peak. Xiao Yun and Wenqing arrived at the Grand Hall after their report. The esteemed sect leader had been waiting in the main seat for quite some time. Upon seeing Wenqing and Xiao Yun approach the hall, the sect leader smiled and inquired, "Wenqing, have you encountered any difficulties in guiding your junior brother's cultivation? It is quite normal for him to progress slowly due to his mixed spiritual roots. There is no need for concern." Wenqing hurriedly bowed and replied, "Respected sect leader, I did not come here regarding my junior brother's cultivation. I have committed a grave error, and I implore you to impose the appropriate punishment upon me." The sect leader chuckled softly, saying, "My dear child, your gentle nature makes it hard to believe you could cause any significant trouble. Even if you have erred, it is your master who should rightfully reprimand you. Why do you seek my judgment?" Before Wenqing could respond, Xiao Yun interjected, "Respected sect leader, it was not my senior sister who caused the trouble. This incident is entirely my fault." Wenqing frowned and glared at Xiao Yun, reproaching him. "Junior brother, did you not promise to refrain from speaking out of turn here?" Ignoring Wenqing's remark, Xiao Yun continued addressing the sect leader, "Respected sect leader, ordinarily this matter would fall under our master's jurisdiction for punishment. However, as our master is absent and the situation is too grave, we have come to seek your fair adjudication." The sect leader smiled, appreciating the siblings' willingness to acknowledge their mistakes. "It is commendable that you both are brave enough to admit your errors. Regardless of the severity of the mistake, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Now, pray tell, what calamity have you encountered?" The sect leader did not perceive any substantial wrongdoing from Wenqing, Thus he remained unconcerned. He casually picked up a cup of tea and sipped, preparing to hear the gravity of the situation from Wenqing and Xiao Yun. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun spoke. Our third senior brother, Zheng Rui, has perished on our Shaozhu Peak. Cough. The sect leader choked on his tea. He quickly set down the cup and asked, What did you say? Zheng Rui is dead at your Shaozhu Peak? How did this happen? Xiao Yun began recounting the establishment of the protective formation at Shaozhu Peak to gather spirit stones. The sect leader nodded in understanding. I am aware of this matter. It is reasonable that you would take such measures in light of your peak's lack of spirit stone resources. Then, Xiao Yun detailed how Zheng Rui, disregarding warnings, had trespassed into the protective formation of Shaozhu Peak and ultimately succumbed after exhausting his strength against the formation's onslaught. The sect leader listened in silence, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally asked, Are you saying that Zheng Rui suddenly fell from the sky and was subsequently struck down by the formation? Xiao Yun nodded affirmatively. Yes. The sect leader furrowed his brow, sensing that there might be more to this tale than meets the eye. Even in exhaustion, it seemed implausible that he would have been left with no residual energy to wield his sword. One moment, he was capable of withstanding the formation, and the next he had collapsed from midair. Such a rapid turn of events felt too sudden. While the sect leader pondered this, a streak of light descended into the courtyard outside the grand hall of Longsho Peak. Soon after, Xie Jingfeng, the head of Xinjian Peak, stormed in, accompanied by two disciples. Visibly agitated, upon sighting Xiao Yun and Wenqing in the grand hall, a flash of determination ignited in Xie Jingfeng's eyes. He coldly remarked, I did not seek you out, yet you have come of your own accord. This indeed saves me considerable effort. Xie Jingfeng bowed solemnly to the sect leader and stated, Master, disciples Wenqing and Xiao Yun of Shaozhu Peak have utilized a formation to slay my disciple. Are you aware of this matter? The sect leader nodded, saying, I have heard their account of the events, but I cannot rely solely on one perspective. I wish to hear the account from you, junior brother Xie. Xie Jingfeng slightly nodded and turned to his sixth disciple, instructing, relate the events to the sect leader. The sixth disciple of the Divine Sword Peak placed Zheng Rui's remains upon the hall's floor and recounted the events from beginning to end. The narrative closely mirrored that of Xiao Yun, with one notable discrepancy. Xiao Yun claimed that Zheng Rui disregarded warnings and forcefully intruded upon the Shaozhu Peak's formation. In contrast, the sixth disciple asserted that Xiao Yun had seized their spirit stones, and Zheng Rui had ascended Shaozhu Peak to reclaim them. As the narrative progressed, the accounts diverged entirely. Xiao Yun stated that Zheng Rui had been overcome by spiritual exhaustion, leading to his demise by the formation. Conversely, the sixth disciple contended that Wenqing and Xiao Yun had deliberately manipulated the formation to kill Zheng Rui. As he reached the end of his account, the sixth disciple could no longer contain his grief and wept for Zheng Rui's remains. Master, my senior brother met a tragic end. You must not let these two murderers go unpunished. Xiao Yun hastily interjected, Master, it is not as it seems. My sister and I did not kill senior brother Zheng. He refused to heed warnings and recklessly breached the formation, which led to his unfortunate fate. Xiao Yun, at this juncture, what further arguments can you present? It was you and Wenqing who took my brother's life. The sixth disciple shouted in fury. Do you think you can deceive me? When my brother was battling the formation, you two remained absent, and as soon as he fell, you appeared. What a coincidence that is. This indicates that you were indeed nearby while he contended with the formation, and it was you who orchestrated his demise. The sect leader turned to Wenqing and inquired, Were you and your junior brother nearby at that time? Wenqing sighed and slowly nodded. Indeed, my junior brother and I were in the vicinity, but at that time. Before she could finish, Xie Jingfeng's voice rose in anger. Humph, what further discussion is warranted? Since you and your junior brother were nearby, why did you not intervene when my disciple was ensnared by the formation, even if you did not manipulate the formation to kill Zheng Rui? Your inaction while witnessing a fellow disciple perish at the hands of a formation you laid is sufficient to condemn you. Xie Jingfeng's furious declaration stifled any further words from Wenqing. The sect leader turned to Xie Jingfeng and cautioned, Junior brother, temper your wrath and allow Wenqing to provide her explanation. Xie Jingfeng immediately retorted, Master, at this point, what further explanation is needed? The truth is evident before us. Is it not? Today, both Wenqing and Xiao Yun must pay for the life of my disciple, Zheng Rui. If we do not take action, How can we prevent chaos from erupting among the 7 peaks of the Lingjian sect, as everyone follows suit? The sect master spoke with an air of indifference. Junior brother, if that is the case, why not simply take matters into your own hands and eliminate Wenqing and Xiaoyun? What purpose does it serve to discuss this with me? Xie Jingfeng discerned the sect master's dissatisfaction with him and recognized his own impatience had led to his disrespectful retort. He turned his head away and seated himself in a chair, refraining from further comment. The sect master continued, since this matter falls under my jurisdiction, I must first hear Wenqing's explanation. Wenqing, please elucidate why you chose to remain inactive during Zheng Rui's peril. Wenqing nodded slightly, about to speak, when suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from beyond the great hall. The other 5 peak masters of the Lingjian sect, along with Yang Shuhao, entered the grand chamber as a group of 6. Chapter 78. The punishment of the thunder whip. As the 6 individuals stepped into the grand hall, the esteemed leader of the Qingmu Peak, Yang Tianhua, immediately inquired with a look of deep concern, Brother Zhangmen, I have received reports from the disciples of the Xinjian Peak indicating that Wenqing has killed Zheng Rui, the 3rd disciple of Xinjian Peak. Is this truly the case? Yang Tianhua's query provoked an immediate reaction from Qin Wuyang, the head of the Liang Peak, who, being of an impatient disposition, could hardly contain himself. He exclaimed in anger, even if there are some disagreements among fellow disciples, taking a life is utterly intolerable. If this is indeed true, there shall be no leniency. Elder Gu Shi, the head of Wuchen Peak, furrowed his brows and asked, I am aware of this disciple named Wenqing. How could she commit such an act? Could there be a misunderstanding? Shi Zhen, the abbess of the Shuiwei Peak, scoffed and retorted, a misunderstanding? Are you suggesting that Brother Xie could falsely accuse her? Truly, as the master, so are the disciples. Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Xinjian Peak, upon noticing that the elders from various peaks had arrived, promptly stood and said, Esteemed brothers and sisters, your presence is fortuitous. Today, I implore you to seek justice for my fallen disciple. As my disciples who went to inform you have stated, my ineffectual 3rd disciple, Zheng Rui, was trapped and killed by Wenqing and Xiaoyun within the formation of the Xiaozhu Peak. His remains lie here. Xie Jingfeng pointed towards the scattered blackened remnants upon the floor of the hall. The assembly followed his gaze, each furrowing their brows in response. Qin Wuyang, with a temper as fierce as fire, upon witnessing the tragic remains of Zheng Rui, exclaimed with indignation, Wenqing, is this the work of your hands? To harm a fellow disciple is a capital offense. What enmity did Zheng Rui harbor against you that you would wish him dead? Wenqing, at a loss for words, lowered her head in silence. Observing her demeanor, Qin Wuyang assumed her silence was an admission of guilt and shouted, to harm one's fellow disciples is a crime deserving of death. Where are the members of the discipline hall? Suddenly, the Zhangmen Run, the headmaster, interjected with a grave tone. Brother Qin, this matter is not as straightforward as you presume. I urge you to remain calm. Qin Wuyang, bristling, lifted his chin defiantly and retorted, Brother Zhangmen, do you intend to shield a murderer? The headmaster cast a stern glance at Qin Wuyang and replied, Brother, this is not your Liang Peak. Though Qin Wuyang wished to protest further, the authoritative gaze of the headmaster silenced him, and he begrudgingly took a seat. The headmaster addressed the assembly, Esteemed brothers and sisters, please take your seats. Let us first hear Wenqing's explanation before reaching a conclusion. Wenqing, speak. Why did you, being so near, allow Zheng Rui to perish under the onslaught of the formation? Wenqing nodded slightly and began to explain. At that moment, Brother Zheng was contending with the formation and showed no signs of fatigue. He effortlessly dispersed the formation's attacks. I did not anticipate that he would suddenly lose his combat ability, and by the time I sought to assist him, it was already too late. The headmaster then turned to the 6th disciple of Xinjian Peak and inquired, Is Wenqing's account true? After much hesitation, the 6th disciple ultimately nodded in acknowledgement, stating, At that moment, my senior brother appeared to possess ample strength, yet inexplicably plummeted from midair. In my estimation, it must have been a result of some trickery employed by Wenqing and Xiaoyun through their formation. Otherwise, my senior brother would not have instantaneously lost his ability to resist. Upon hearing this, the sect leader pondered quietly within himself. It seemed that the individuals from Xiaozhu Peak were not lying. Zheng Rui had indeed been rendered defenseless in an abrupt manner. Bring forth Zheng Rui's remains for me to examine, commanded the sect leader. The 6th disciple promptly gathered the remains and presented them. After a thorough inspection, the sect leader found nothing of significance. Zheng Rui's remains had been entirely reduced to charred remnants by fire-based spells, leaving no discernible evidence to analyze. Yang Tianhua, the head of King Yufeng, rose and spoke. Sect leader, what further investigation is necessary? The facts are laid bare before us. Shaozhu Peak set a grand formation that led to the demise of the third disciple of Shenzhen Peak. Even if it were unintentional, the crime of murder has been irrevocably established. The act of harming fellow disciples cannot go unpunished. I beseech you to pass judgment on their guilt. The sect leader's gaze shifted towards the heads of Shueiyue Peak and Wuchen Peak, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Elder Gu Shi, the head of Wuchen Peak, sighed and remarked, "Wen Qing is well known within our Lingjian sect for her amiable nature. It is common knowledge. I find it hard to believe that she would willingly take Zheng Rui's life. In my view, this incident should be regarded as an accident. If Wen Qing were to face death due to unintentional harm, such a punishment would be excessively severe." Madame Jingzhen of Shueiyue Peak scoffed, "One may know a person's face, yet not their heart. What Elder Gu claims is merely conjecture." Elder Gu Shi slightly shook his head, opting not to engage in further debate, remaining silent. The sect leader sighed, casting an intentional glance towards the outer hall. After a prolonged silence, he gradually spoke. The formation of Shaozhu Peak had previously issued a warning. Intruders would face peril to their lives. Zheng Rui disregarded the warnings and trespassed into Shaozhu Peak, resulting in his depletion of spiritual energy and subsequent injury from the grand formation. Upon hearing this, the head of Xinjian Peak immediately slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation. "Sect leader." The sect leader gestured for him to sit, continuing, "Though Zheng Rui was at fault, the disciples Wen Qing and Xiao Yun, as the manipulators of the formation, bore an undeniable responsibility for failing to intervene when their fellow disciple was in danger, leading to his demise. Wen Qing, Xiao Yun, do you acknowledge your guilt?" Wen Qing quickly bowed and said, "Sect leader, your judgment is clear. My failure to rescue senior brother Zheng rests solely upon me, and my junior brother bears no responsibility. As his elder sister, I am willing to accept all blame." The sect leader nodded slightly, about to speak, when Xiao Yun interjected, "Sect leader, I have something to say." "What is it?" "Speak," the sect leader replied coolly. "The demise of brother Zheng is unrelated to my senior sister. The grand array of Zaya's Yufeng was orchestrated solely by me. My senior sister lacks the understanding of formations and could not have possibly saved brother Zheng. It is my failure for not perfecting the array. If the sect master wishes to impose punishment, let it be upon me alone." Xie Jingfeng, the head of Xinjian Peak, scoffed disdainfully, saying, "You two need not feign innocence here. Neither of you can escape culpability, and both must face death." Qin Wuyong, the head of Liang Peak, nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Do you think to evade responsibility through such methods? You are both deluded." The sect master sighed, intervening to quell the escalating dispute. "Enough. I have reached a decision. Wen Qing and Xiao Yun shall each receive 5 strikes of the Thunder Whip. Does anyone have objections?" Upon hearing the punishment pronounced by the sect master, Xiao Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely 5 lashes. Given his current constitution, he should be able to endure it. Turning to glance at Wen Qing, he noticed her pallid complexion and slight tremors. Observing the other heads of the peaks, Xie Jingfeng and Qin Wuyang remained silent, retreating to their seats. Yang Tianhua and his son Yang Xiuhao from Qingmu Peak wore cold smirks. Elder Gu Shi, the head of Wuchen Peak, displayed an expression of reluctance, while Jingzhen Shitai, the head of Shueiyue Peak, maintained a stoic demeanor, concealing her thoughts. Xiao Yun quickly grasped that the Thunder Whip punishment might not be as simple as he had envisioned. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Wen Qing and inquired, "Senior sister, what is this Thunder Whip punishment?" Before he could finish his question, Wen Qing interjected, "Sect master, my junior brother's cultivation is insufficient. He cannot withstand even 1 lash. I am willing to take the remaining 4 strikes on his behalf." Chapter 79. Wait a moment. I have something to say. As Wen Qing spoke, a glimmer of approval flickered in the eyes of the sect leader. "Wen Qing, you must consider this carefully. You should understand what 9 strikes of the Thunder Whip signify." Wen Qing nodded slowly, responding, "Disciple comprehends. I beg the sect leader to grant me this." The sect leader cast a glance at the heads of the various peaks and inquired, "What say you?" Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Sword Peak, snorted disdainfully, "I have no objections. It is only right to honor my deceased disciple in this manner. Yang Tianhua, head of the Greenwood Peak, nodded in agreement. When Qing seeks compassion and shall receive it, let it be so. Shizhen, the elder of the Water Moon Peak, maintained an impassive demeanor as she remarked. She is no different from her master, feigning pity, believing we would intercede for her. Since she has chosen her own path to demise, what more is there to discuss? Gu Shi, the head of the Dustless Peak, sighed. Do you truly wish for Sister Yan's only disciple to perish? Qin Wuyang, the head of the Blazing Sun Peak, interjected sharply. What do you mean, Gu? It sounds as if we are the ones who have driven Sister Yan's disciple to her end. Was it not Wen Qing and Xiao Yun who committed murder first, harming their fellow disciples? This alone is a capital offense. The sect leader had already shown great mercy by imposing merely 5 strikes of the Thunder Whip. If she were fortunate, she might yet preserve her life. Yet, she has chosen to seek her own death. Who can be blamed for that? Elder Gusher sighed deeply, shaking his head slightly, and chose to remain silent. The sect leader again addressed Wen Qing. Have you made your decision? Wen Qing gazed steadfastly at the sect leader, nodding solemnly. The sect leader sighed and waved his hand, opting not to say anything further. Senior sister, Xiao Yun began to inquire about the nature of the Thunder Whip punishment. Wen Qing suddenly smiled at him. Junior brother, you need not worry for me. The Thunder Whip is nothing to me. You, however, if you cannot endure even a single strike, do not dare to claim you are a disciple of the Little Bamboo Peak. Senior sister, Xiao Yun attempted to continue, but Qin Wuyang abruptly spoke. Elders Ning Hu and Ding Tian of the Discipline Hall. From the corner of the hall, 2 elderly figures clad in black emerged in response. Detain the Little Bamboo Peak disciples, Wen Qing and Xiao Yun, and escort them to the back mountain for execution at noon. Yes, the 2 elders replied in unison. Just as Qin Wuyang finished issuing his command, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hall. Wait a moment, I have something to say. Everyone turned to see a plump figure hurriedly entering the hall. It was none other than Zhong Tianyan, the eldest disciple of the Blazing Sun Peak. Upon recognizing his own disciple, Qin Wuyang's expression shifted. Recalling how Zhong Tianyan had proudly informed him of his assistance in setting up the protective formation for the Little Bamboo Peak. With a change in demeanor, Qin Wuyang bellowed. What are you doing here instead of fulfilling the task I assigned you at the Blazing Sun Peak? Get back at once. Wait, master, I have something to say. Zhong Tianyan urgently called out. Qin Wuyang did not wait for Zhong Tianyan to finish his words. He directly approached him and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending Zhong Tianyan sprawling out of the grand hall. With a voice laced with fury, Qin Wuyang commanded, What right do you have to speak here? Go back to Liang Peak. However, Zhong Tianyan did not leave after being kicked out. Instead, he returned with even greater speed. Casting a glance at his master, he appeared conflicted and said, Master, forgive me, but I cannot obey. He then turned to the sect leader and stated, Respected sect leader, I have something to say. Be silent. Qin Wuyang stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to Zhong Tianyan's face. Aren't you supposed to return to Liang Peak? Qin Wuyang glared fiercely at Zhong Tianyan, clutching his face with one hand. Zhong Tianyan looked at Qin Wuyang with a face full of grievance and pleaded, Master, I cannot bear to watch Sister Wenqing perish. You wretch, do you dare to defy my words? Qin Wuyang retorted, raising his hand again to strike. Closing his eyes, Zhong Tianyan braced himself, determined to endure the beating rather than leave. Suddenly, the sect leader interjected, Qin Shidi, if your disciple has something to say, let him speak. What is the meaning of this obstruction? Qin Wuyang replied nonchalantly, I instructed this wretch to set up formations at Liang Peak, yet he disobeyed my orders and came here. Am I not entitled to discipline him? The sect leader responded, Since he dares to risk your wrath by coming here, it must be for a significant reason. Now that he is here, let him speak. Your punishment can wait. With the sect leader's words hanging in the air, Qin Wuyang found it difficult to further dismiss Zhong Tianyan. He could only glare at him and say, Think carefully before you speak. Do you understand where you are? Zhong Tianyan, filled with shame, bowed respectfully to Qin Wuyang. With a cold snort, Qin Wuyang shook his sleeve and returned to his seat. The sect leader then prompted, Speak your mind. Zhong Tianyan immediately knelt on the ground and addressed the sect leader, Respected sect leader, I bear an undeniable responsibility for the death of brother Zheng Rue. I am willing to endure Sister Wenqing's punishment of the Thunder Whip in her stead. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wuyang, who had just sat down, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. What nonsense are you spouting? Zheng Rui's death has nothing to do with you. Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Divine Sword Peak, also rose, a sardonic smile plastered across his face as he looked at Qin Wuyang. Oh, so it appears there are people from Liang Peak involved after all. Zhong Tianyin, clarify this matter for me. Qin Wuyang glared at Xie Jingfeng and retorted. Do not slander us. Your disciple's death has no connection to Liang Peak. Xie Jingfeng let out a cold huff. Brother Qin, your disciple has admitted it himself, and you still attempt to defend him? Before Qin Wuyang could respond further, the sect leader suddenly interjected. Enough, cease your quarrel. Let Zhong Tianyin finish speaking. Qin Wuyang and Xie Jingfeng exchanged glances, each retreating to their respective seats. Zhong Tianyin, this matter is of utmost importance and may even cost you your life. You must refrain from speaking recklessly, the sect leader admonished, casting a stern gaze upon Zhong Tianyin. Nodding, Zhong Tianyin replied, I would not dare to speak indiscriminately. Junior brother Zheng Rui perished beneath the grand formation of Shaozhu Peak. The very formation of Shaozhu Peak was devised by me. This transgression is entirely my fault. I am willing to accept the principal responsibility. I implore the sect leader to punish me and to be lenient with junior sister Wenqing. The sect leader spoke solemnly. Is this truly the case? The formation at Shaozhu Peak was indeed your creation? Zhong Tianyin affirmed. Indeed, the formation at Shaozhu Peak is the Qi Hunyuan formation, consisting of a total of 360 foundational points. Had it not been for my intervention, neither junior sister Wenqing nor junior brother Xiao Yun would have been able to complete the formation, not even in half a year, let alone just 5 days. Qin Wuyang slumped back into his chair, utterly astonished that his prized disciple would choose this moment to voice such a declaration. Was he not courting his own demise? Chapter 80. Is Zhong a coward? Zhong Tianyin's willingness to stand up and bear the punishment for Wenqing brought great relief to the sect leader. If both Zhong Tianyin and Wenqing were to share the punishment of the Thunder Whip, perhaps they would both have a chance at survival. The sect leader nodded and said, It is commendable that you choose to take responsibility at this moment. It reflects the teachings of your master. You mentioned that you wish to endure the punishment of the Thunder Whip for Wenqing. How many lashes are you willing to take? Zhong Tianyin, breathing heavily, slowly replied. 6, no 7. I am willing to bear 7 lashes of the Thunder Whip for my junior sister Wenqing. Qin Wuyang slammed his hand on the chair and stood up, shouting angrily, Are you out of your mind? 7 lashes will surely end your life. Zhong Tianyin forced a smile and said, I can endure it. Qin Wuyang trembled with rage, pointing at Zhong Tianyin. What do you have to withstand this? Do you think the Thunder Whip of the Discipline Hall is easy to endure? Not to mention 7 lashes, you wouldn't survive even 3. With his head bowed, Zhong Tianyin gritted his teeth and insisted, I can endure it. Yang Tianhua from Qingmu Peak suddenly stepped forward, smiling, Brother sect leader. Zhong Tianyin is merely the creator of the formation. He does not control it. It is indeed unreasonable to make him take 7 lashes for the people of Ziyuzhufeng. Qin Wuyang cast a grateful glance at Yang Tianhua and continued, Brother Yang is correct. My disciple only assisted in setting up the formation for the purpose of charging fees for the green rock bamboo of Ziyuzhufeng. Zheng Rui's death is unrelated to this rebellious disciple. Yang Tianhua nodded slightly and proposed, How about this? Let Zhong Tianyin take the 4 lashes that Xiao Yun cannot endure. Qin Wuyang's expression changed dramatically as he glared at Yang Tianhua. What is your intention? Seeing Yang Tianhua smiling at him, Qin Wuyang felt a surge of resentment. He turned to the sect leader and declared, Why should my disciple bear the lashes meant for Xiao Yun? I do not agree. This matter has nothing to do with my disciple. He must not endure a single lash. Zhong Tianyin hastily interjected, Master, Before Zhong Tianyin could finish, he was violently interrupted by Qin Wuyang. The latter glared at Zhong Tianyin and shouted, If you still acknowledge me as your master, then you will keep your mouth shut. Zhong Tianyin, witnessing his master's fury, swallowed the words he had intended to say. Wenqing suddenly turned and smiled sadly at Zhong Tianyin. Brother Zhong, I appreciate your good intentions, but this matter does not concern you. You need not take punishment for me. The formation that killed Brother Zheng was not the one you set up, the Qi Hunyuan formation. All blame rests with me. I willingly accept the punishment. Qin Wuyang glared at Zhong Tianyin. Did you hear that? This matter has nothing to do with you. Ignoring his master's words, Zhong Tianyin looked at Wenqing with genuine concern. Junior sister, you do not need to absolve me of responsibility. Without the Qi Hunyuan formation that I set up, the subsequent formations you established would not have worked at all. I shall not subject you to the punishment of the Thunder Whip. Xie Jingfeng, the esteemed leader of the Divine Sword Peak, stepped forward with evident impatience and declared, Zhong Tianyan, have you finished your tirade? Since you insist on bearing their burdens, then let it be you who endures the remaining 4 strikes of the Thunder Whip on behalf of Xiao Yun. Qin Wuyang immediately retorted with indignation, I do not consent. My disciple is innocent. As the commotion escalated among the crowd, Xiao Yun let out a sudden, cold laugh. In his mind, cultivators ought to possess a serene disposition, unencumbered by desires. He was taken aback to find them all so narrow-minded and self-serving. This disillusioned him profoundly. After listening for a while, he comprehended that the punishment of the Thunder Whip was beyond what he and his senior sister could endure. It was patently clear that they were being coerced into avenging Zheng Rui's demise. Xie Jingfeng, displeased by Xiao Yun's laughter, coldly inquired, Xiao Yun, what do you find amusing? At this juncture, Xiao Yun resolved to speak his mind. He suddenly burst into laughter and exclaimed, I find it laughable that the illustrious Lingjian sect cannot discern right from wrong, nor adjudicate matters with clarity. Hearing Xiao Yun's audacious remarks, Wenqing hastily intervened, Junior brother, you must refrain from such reckless words. Xiao Yun retorted with a disdainful snort, Senior sister, can you not see? These individuals wish for our demise. Even now, you still defend them? Even if we were at fault, it was unintentional, their demand for our lives. How is that just? Moreover, what wrong have we committed? Zheng Rui disregarded our warnings and trespassed into the grand array of Little Bamboo Peak, and was consequently vanquished by its power. That is his own doing, not ours. To accuse us of standing idly by while he perished? Why should we have intervened? He, relying on his superior cultivation, recklessly wreaked havoc upon Little Bamboo Peak and deserves his fate. With a resounding slap upon the table, Xie Jingfeng thundered, this is insubordination. To utter such blasphemous words, indeed. You have brought ruin upon my unfortunate disciple. Elders Ning Hu and Ding Tian, seize Wenqing and Xiao Yun at once, and carry out the punishment on the spot. The 2 cloaked elders, who had been lingering in the shadows, immediately advanced to apprehend Xiao Yun and Wenqing. Xiao Yun, with a proud flick of his arm, asserted, there is no need for you to intervene. My senior sister, and I shall walk willingly. He gently grasped Wenqing's hand and asked, Senior sister, are you afraid of death? Wenqing sighed and shook her head slightly. She had already taken on the majority of the responsibility. Xiao Yun only needed to endure 1 strike of the Thunder Whip. With the yuan-enhancing pills obtained from Yang Xiuhao, Xiao Yun could easily withstand that blow. However, with this uproar, it was likely that both of them would face dire consequences. With a look of regret, Wenqing gazed at Xiao Yun and said, Junior brother, I am sorry. It is I who have implicated you. You have just joined Little Bamboo Peak, and now I have put your life at risk. Xiao Yun smiled gently and replied, Senior sister, there is no need for apologies. I am not one to cling to life. To die alongside you is the greatest joy of my existence. As he spoke, his fingers deftly glided across the palm of Wenqing's hand. Upon stepping outside, let us run together. Wenqing felt the words inscribed in her palm. With a look of astonishment, she gazed at Xiao Yun. Run? Could it be that her junior brother intended for her to join him in defying their sect? Wenqing had never contemplated betraying the Lingjian sect. The sect had nurtured her, and her master had invested in her growth. She had always perceived the Lingjian sect as her home. Even if the sect demanded her life, she would not resist. In her heart, Xiao Yun's thoughts were utterly unorthodox, shattering her worldview. Furthermore, how could he harbor thoughts of treachery while solemnly uttering righteous words? It was simply inconceivable. What should she do? Should she flee with her junior brother? Surely, upon discovering her betrayal, her master would be deeply disappointed in her. Wenqing had initially resigned herself to death, yet Xiao Yun had unveiled a glimmer of hope for survival. Humans are inherently fearful of death, and in that moment, Wenqing's resolve wavered. Xiao Yun nodded slightly towards her, his heart already poised to summon the dragon-slaying sword. With the sword's swiftness, escaping the Lingjian sect alongside his sister was indeed a feasible endeavor. Grasping Wenqing's hand, he strode towards the grand hall's exit, and she, in a daze, followed closely beside him. Nearby, Zhong Tianyan, stirred by Xiao Yun's impassioned words, felt a surge of fervor. If junior brother Xiao was willing to face death alongside sister Wenqing, could he not do the same? What was there to fear in death? If sister Wenqing were to perish, what meaning would life hold for him? He immediately rushed to Xiao Yun's side, seizing his hand, and declared, "Though I have known you for but a short time, it feels as if we are old friends. Such reckless and spirited acts shall also include me." Zhong Tianyin then turned his gaze towards Wenqing, stating, "Sister Wenqing, while we may not share the same fate in life, we can share death. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating." In this moment of life and death, Zhong Tianyin finally summoned the courage to reach for Wenqing's hand. Just as his hand was about to touch hers, Xiao Yun kicked him aside. "Step away. My affairs with my sister are none of your concern." Zhong Tianyin, having been shoved aside, felt no anger. Rather, he was moved. Was Xiao Yun unwilling to implicate him? Surely, he underestimated Zhong. For Zhong was not one to cower in the face of death. Chapter 81. The dominant master Xiao Yun glared furiously at Zhong Tianyin. "Are you here to deceive us? What are you doing meddling at this moment? Neither my senior sister nor I may escape, and your hopes are only diminished further." With a serious expression, Xiao Yun addressed Zhong Tianyin, "Brother Zhong, you must survive. I entrust the care of my senior sister Wenqing and our master to you." After speaking, Xiao Yun grasped Wenqing's hand and headed toward the exit. Zhong Tianyin immediately attempted to follow, but was seized by Qin Wuyang, who firmly grasped his shoulder. "How long do you intend to act foolishly? They are willingly facing death, and they have not tarnished the name of Xiaozhu Peak. You should make an effort to visit your uncle Yan at Xiaozhu Peak more often." Zhong Tianyin struggled momentarily, but Qin Wuyang held him tightly, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Yun and Wenqing moved toward the door. Elders Ning Hu and Ding Tian from the discipline hall sighed softly and followed suit. The sect leader observed the resolute figures of Xiao Yun and Wenqing, then glanced outside the grand hall, seemingly awaiting something. The head of the divine sword Peak sat contentedly in his chair, having avenged his disciple. The leaders of Qingmu Peak and Yang Shuhao wore smiles, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. The head of Wuchen Peak displayed a look of reluctance and turned away. Shi Jianjun, the master of Shueiyue Peak, remained expressionless, revealing no emotion. At that moment, Xiao Yun's palms grew clammy with anxiety, and his heart raced. He was acutely aware of the diminishing distance to the grand hall's entrance, ready to summon the dragon-slaying sword at any moment. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, just as Xiao Yun stepped out of the grand hall and was about to call forth the dragon-slaying sword, a figure suddenly blocked his path. The individual reached out, grasping Wenqing's shoulder and pulling her aside. Caught off guard, Xiao Yun watched in alarm as Wenqing was seized. Panic surged within him. Had their plan been uncovered? Instinctively, he looked up to find a person clad in a dark, flowing robe, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, with their face obscured by a veil. Unwilling to see his escape plan thwarted, Xiao Yun swiftly reached for Wenqing's wrist and shouted, "Who are you? We share our fates. You shall not separate us." The newcomer let out a cold snort and gently pushed forth with a palm. Before even making contact, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming force propelling him aside. He steadied himself after taking just one step back. "Release my senior sister," Xiao Yun bellowed in rage. Charging forward once more, employing the technique of the gentle water-shattering rock fist. With the move waterfalls and stones penetrate, he transformed his fist into a fingertip, aiming directly at the stranger's chest. This was one of the mightiest techniques within the gentle water-shattering rock fist, capable of breaking through defenses with great force. At that moment, Xiao Yun cared not whether he might injure a member of Lingjian's sect. Reclaiming his senior sister was of utmost importance. Once he retrieved her, he would summon the dragon-slaying sword, and the two would escape on their swords. A voice of surprise escaped from the crowd, as it seemed unexpected that Xiao Yun could still remain standing. Once again, a palm was thrust forward to meet Xiao Yun's outstretched finger. At that moment, Wenqing suddenly exclaimed, "Master, please show mercy." As she spoke, she swiftly positioned herself in front of Xiao Yun. Both Xiao Yun and the assailant halted upon seeing Wenqing rush forward. Xiao Yun, astonished by Wenqing's call, gazed at the masked figure clad in a dark robe. "Master, master?" Upon realizing her master had arrived, Wenqing's face finally lit up with joy. "Master, you have returned?" Yanqing Wei, her face obscured by a black veil, rendered her expression unreadable, but her voice was solemn as she replied, "Yes, I have returned. Come, let us go back to Xiaozhu Peak." With that, she took Wenqing's hand and strode towards the hall's exit, leaving Xiao Yun standing there in a daze. "Wait, what is happening? Master, have you forgotten something? What about your disciple?" The onlookers in the hall were equally taken aback by Yan Qinghui's unexpected return. their faces betraying a flicker of astonishment. Xie Jingfeng was the first to recover, springing from his seat and calling out, "Halt!" Yan Qinghui paused, but did not turn around. Replying coolly, "What is it?" Xie Jingfeng stated, "Your disciple Wen Qing has manipulated the grand formation to kill my disciple Zheng Rui, thereby violating the rules of the Lingjian sect. Junior sister, you cannot take her away." Yan Qinghui scoffed lightly. "What if I insist on taking her with me?" Xie Jingfeng's gaze turned icy as he grasped his long sword. "If you refuse to reason, we shall see if you possess the ability to do so." "Humph. Do you think I fear you?" Just as she finished speaking, a frost-laden long sword materialized in her hand. The hilt was forged from black, mysterious iron, while the blade, measuring 3 feet and 2 inches, appeared as a translucent, pale blue ice. The moment this sword appeared, an intense chill swept through the hall, as it was the ice spirit sword that Yan Qinghui had sought for Wen Qing during her extended journey. In the extreme northern lands, countless masters coveted this weapon, including a dozen nascent soul experts. Ultimately, it was Yan Qinghui who seized it. The dangers she faced were unimaginable. Upon witnessing Yan Qinghui draw her sword, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. All eyes were fixated on the long sword in her grasp, emanating an aura so frigid that even those several feet away could feel its biting cold. Such a weapon, though not divine, was nearly unparalleled in might. Thoughts swirled amongst the crowd, while Xie Jingfeng gripped his sword tightly, hesitating on whether to engage. The sect leader realized that if he did not intervene, a confrontation was inevitable. He promptly interjected, "Xie Shidi, Yin Shimi, what is the meaning of this? This is not the place for such disputes." Though reluctant, Xie Jingfeng had no choice but to sheath his sword at the sect leader's command. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xie Jingfeng addressed the sect leader, saying, "Master, is it not due to junior sister Yan's unreasonable behavior?" Upon witnessing Xie Jingfeng sheathing his sword, Yan Qinghui also sheathed her ice soul sword, letting out a soft huff as she prepared to depart with Wen Qing. Observing Yan Qinghui's intention to leave, Xie Jingfeng hastily exclaimed, "Master, do you not see her attitude?" The sect leader sighed and replied, "Junior sister Yan, you have just returned. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come in and sit for a while. Your disciple Wen Qing has committed a grave mistake, and your return is timely for us to discuss this matter together." Yan Qinghui coldly retorted, "What is there to discuss? Have you not already decided to impose the punishment of thunder whips upon her?" Xie Jingfeng, his face flushed with anger, responded, "Since you are already aware, why do you still intend to take her away?" "Humph. While I was away, you all conspired to bully my disciple. Were it not for my timely return, would my disciple still have her life? I have clearly heard outside that your disciple recklessly trespassed onto my Shaozhu Peak, deserving of her fate. What does that have to do with my disciple? If you seek vengeance for your disciple, direct it towards the mountain's protective array." Xie Jingfeng, filled with indignation, thought to himself how unreasonable she was. He turned to the sect leader and said, "Master, you must hear what she is saying. Her disciple is a disciple, but my disciple is not. Is my disciple's death to be dismissed so easily?" The sect leader gently sighed and said, "Junior sister Yan, let us discuss this matter further inside." Chapter 82. Am I to be sacrificed? The words of the sect leader were indeed quite effective. Yan Qinghui scoffed lightly, pulling Wen Qing into the grand hall, where she settled into the seat at the very back. Wen Qing stood respectfully beside her chair. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yun hurriedly followed suit, positioning himself beside his senior sister. From her arrival, Yan Qinghui exuded an unmistakable aura of authority that left Xiao Yun feeling dizzy. He yearned to cling to his master's leg and lament, "Master, you have finally returned. I have been so harshly bullied. With such a formidable and unreasonable master." Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming sense of security. Once Yan Qinghui took her seat, the sect leader spoke, "Sister Yan, it appears your recent excursion has yielded considerable gains, and you have worked hard." Yan Qinghui replied coolly, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader. If you have summoned me merely to express these sentiments, I must apologize, for I am rather fatigued and shall return to Shaozhu Peak." As she spoke, she feigned an intention to leave. Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Divine Sword Peak, interjected, "Wait. The matter concerning your disciple Wen Qing, who killed a fellow disciple using a formation, remains unresolved. Where do you think you are going, Sister Yan?" Yan Qinghui retorted coldly, "Brother Xie, you are well aware that it was the formation that caused the death of your disciple. Why then, do you seek out my disciple Wen Qing? She knows nothing of formations, and thus could not have been responsible for the death of your disciple." This matter does not concern her. I implore you to cease speaking of it." Suppressing his anger, Xie Jingfeng patiently explained, "Your eldest disciple, Wen Qing, may not comprehend formations. But your second disciple, Xiao Yun, does. It was they who together used the formation to kill my disciple Zheng Rui." Yin Qingwei scoffed. "How could I be unaware that I have a second disciple?" At this moment, the sect leader chuckled. "Sister Yin, you may not know this, but some days ago, we at Lingjian sect were actively recruiting disciples. Xiao Yun was among those chosen by the Xintian treasure mirror. Acting on my own accord, I took the liberty of allowing him to join Xiaozhu Peak in your stead, realizing it was time for him to step forward." Xiao Yun promptly emerged from the side and performed a respectful bow to Yin Qingwei. "Disciple Xiao Yun, paying my respects to my master." Yin Qingwei dismissed him entirely, addressing the sect leader instead. "It seems you have gone to great lengths for our Xiaozhu Peak. What kind of spiritual root does this disciple possess that warrants such concern from you, sect leader?" A hint of embarrassment crossed the sect leader's face as he prepared to respond. However, at that moment, Master Jingxin from Shueiyue Peak interjected. The sect leader naturally cares for Sister Yin. He intentionally took on a disciple with a mixed spiritual root to assist Sister Yin with the mundane affairs of Xiaozhu Peak. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Yin Qingwei remained silent for an extended period. Though obscured by her veil, Xiao Yun could distinctly sense his master's anger. His respectful bow remained frozen in place, and Yin Qingwei did not permit him to rise. He dared not move. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it might freeze in time. The esteemed Master Zhongmin was the first to shatter the awkwardness. Speaking up, although this disciple possesses a mixed spiritual root, he is quite clever. During Sister Yan's absence, he has even established a protective formation for Xiaozhu Peak. Yin Qingwei let out a cold laugh, saying, "So it was he who set up this formation. Brother Xie, now you comprehend who is responsible for your disciple's demise. Do you not? If you seek vengeance for your disciple, then by all means, proceed." Xiao Yun, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is happening, master? I am also your disciple. Why am I treated differently from Sister Wenqing? Had I known it would come to this, I wish you had not returned at all." Observing this, Wenqing hastily interjected, "Master." Xiao Shidi. Yet, before she could finish, Yin Qingwei abruptly turned her gaze toward Wenqing. Even through the veil, Wenqing sensed her master's irritation at her interference. Terrified, she recoiled slightly, standing obediently to the side like a docile rabbit. Xiao Yun, on the verge of tears, pondered whether he was to be sacrificed. Thankfully, Xie Jingfeng did not grant Xiao Yun the opportunity for individual martyrdom. He shouted angrily, "Xiao Yun is merely a newly initiated disciple with a mixed spiritual root. What capability does he possess to set up a protective formation alone? Your disciple, Wenqing, is complicit as well." Yin Qingwei nodded, adding, "Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. I heard clearly outside that the protective formation was arranged by Brother Qin's disciple, who bears the surname Zhong. Thus, this mixed spiritual root is not the main culprit. If you wish to exact revenge, seek out the one surnamed Zhong." Zhong Tianyin had initially felt relieved that Master Yan's return might safeguard Sister Wenqing. However, upon hearing Yin Qinghui's remarks, his countenance turned a deep shade of crimson, and he pitifully turned to his master. Qin Wuyong cast a fierce glare at his rebellious disciple before stating, "This matter does not concern my disciple. Sister Yin must not evade the truth and wrongfully accuse the innocent." Yin Qinghui replied calmly, "Are you implying that no one bears responsibility, Brother Qin? If that is the case, then the fault lies entirely with Brother Xie's disciple. Since that is settled, what more is there to discuss? If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave." As she feigned to depart, Xie Jingfeng grew frantic, exclaiming, "Stop." He then turned to Master Zhongmen, saying, "Master, my disciple must not perish in vain. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall have no choice but to test Sister Yan's methods today." Master Zhongmen nodded, addressing him, "Brother Xie, please remain calm. I have already made a decision regarding this matter, and it shall not be altered. Wenqing and Xiao Yun shall each receive 5 strikes of the Thunder Whip." Xie Jingfeng bowed respectfully to Master Zhongmen, stating, "Master, your judgment is clear. I ask that Elders Ning Hu and Ding Tian execute the punishment as per your command." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun spun around in disbelief. Ultimately, it appeared that the punishment of the Thunder Whip would indeed be carried out. He looked up at Sister Wenqing, only to find that she bore no apparent fear. And upon noticing Xiao Yun's glance, she even winked at him. Her master, Yin Qinghui, appeared unfazed, sitting steadily in her chair. Xiao Yun felt a stir within. Could there be a glimmer of hope? Just as this thought emerged, the headmaster suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment." Upon hearing these 4 words, Xiao Yun knew that stability had been restored. Though both Wenqing and Xiao Yun had committed grave mistakes, they were acts of inadvertence, stemming from circumstances beyond their control. It would be prudent to postpone the punishment of the Thunder Whip by a year, thus granting these 2 disciples an opportunity for redemption. If, within this year, Wenqing and Xiao Yun could render significant service to the Lingjian sect, it would suffice to atone for their transgressions. How does this proposal resonate with my fellow disciples? Yan Qinghui replied coolly, "My disciple is innocent by nature, yet since the headmaster has spoken, I shall abide by your decision." Elder Gu Shi, the head of Wuchan Peak, nodded in agreement, stating, "The headmaster's judgment is astute. They should indeed be afforded a chance to reform." Qin Wuyong, the head of Liang Peak, found himself at a loss for further objections, fearing that Yan Qinghui would persist in holding onto the matter of Zhong Tianyan's arrangement of the grand formation for Xiaozhu Peak, and thus simply nodded in assent, saying, "I have no objections." Jingxin Shirtai from Shuiwei Peak never contested the headmaster's decisions and promptly declared, "The headmaster's choice is undoubtedly the wisest." Yang Tianhua, head of Qingshu Peak, exchanged a glance with his son Yang Shuhao, recognizing that with Yan Qinghui's return, this performance was drawing to a close. Reluctantly, Yang Tianhua nodded, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "The headmaster has always been the epitome of fairness. I commend my junior." Xie Jingfeng, the head of the Sword Peak, looked incredulously at those present, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that my disciple has perished in vain? I cannot accept such an outcome." Chapter 83. A full measure of evil. The other peak masters had already consented, rendering any dissent from Xie Jingfeng irrelevant. However, the sect leader felt compelled to offer him some words of comfort. He began, "Junior brother Xie, Zheng Ruwei did not perish in vain. The punishment of the Thunder Whip for Wenqing and Xiao Yun has merely been postponed by a year. Should they fail to achieve significant merit for the Spirit Sword sect within this year, they too will face repercussions. As disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, we must prioritize the interests of our sect above all else. Imposing the Thunder Whip punishment on Wenqing and Xiao Yun today would be detrimental to our sect. By sparing their lives, we afford them an opportunity to redeem themselves, which is indeed a double benefit. The other disciples will also not view our Spirit Sword sect as excessively ruthless." Xie Jingfeng replied, "Sect leader, I cannot concur with your perspective. Infighting among fellow disciples is a grave offense. If we spare Wenqing and Xiao Yun today, will it not set a precedent for others to follow suit?" The sect leader shook his head gently. While infighting is indeed a capital offense, the circumstances surrounding Wenqing and Xiao Yun are exceptional. Their actions were unintentional. Otherwise, I would not have granted them this chance for redemption. With the sect leader's words carrying weight, the other peak masters expressed their agreement. Xie Jingfeng recognized that his unwavering stance was futile and reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I shall grant them this opportunity. However, if they do not achieve sufficient merit within the year, I will seek justice for my disciple, even if it means confronting junior sister Yan." The sect leader nodded. "Rest assured, junior brother Xie, I will advocate for you when the time comes." Yan Qinghui, having grown weary of their lengthy discussions, rose immediately as the matter was resolved. "Esteemed brothers and sisters, forgive my fatigue. I shall take my leave now." With that, she strode towards the hall's exit, with Wenqing hastily following her. Xiao Yun remained, caught in the act of bowing in reverence. Upon realizing his master was departing, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. He was torn between following his senior sister and staying behind. Just as he contemplated whether to join her, he suddenly heard a sharp rebuke. "You, the one with the mixed spiritual roots, if you do not rise from your knees, you may remain there indefinitely." Recognizing the voice of his master, Yan Qinghui, Xiao Yun's heart soared with joy. It was a sign of her acceptance. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." With a sigh of relief, Xiao Yun felt fortunate to have such a supportive figure. From a death sentence to a mere suspension, was it not akin to being exonerated? He rose to follow his senior sister outside, but was halted by Xie Jingfeng's stern voice. "Wait a moment." Yan Qinghui turned her head, inquiring, "What is it?" Xie Jingfeng coldly stated, "Your disciple has taken our dragon-slaying sword from the Divine Sword Peak. Return the dragon-slaying sword before you leave." Yan Qinghui raised an eyebrow and turned to Wenqing. When did you acquire the dragon-slaying sword from the Divine Sword Peak? Had I known this would transpire, I would not have ventured out in search of other weaponry for you. Wen Qing hastily clarified, Master, you misunderstand. The dragon-slaying sword was not obtained by me. It belongs to junior brother Xiao Yun. Only then did Yan Qinghui turn around to appraise Xiao Yun from head to toe. Despite the veil that separated them, Xiao Yun felt as though he were being stripped bare before her gaze, leaving his hands at a loss as to where to rest. After scrutinizing him for a considerable time, Yan Qinghui suddenly let out a soft chuckle. I underestimated your mixed spirit roots. Present the dragon-slaying sword for me to inspect. Xiao Yun dared not disobey and promptly summoned the sword, offering it forth. A long sword with a blue-white sheath appeared before everyone. As Yan Qinghui reached for it, she suddenly sensed an invisible sword aura piercing towards her palm. With a slight frown, she swiftly channeled her spiritual energy to shatter the sword aura emanating from the dragon-slaying sword. Subsequently, she refrained from taking the sword, instead nodding slowly. Indeed, it is the dragon-slaying sword. It acknowledges you as its master, so treat it well henceforth. Divine weapons possess spirit. They must not be taken lightly. Xiao Yun quickly nodded. Yes, I shall heed Master's teachings. Very well, stow the sword away and return to Xiaozhu Peak. The elders from the various peaks were astounded to see Xiao Yun wielding the dragon-slaying sword. Although they were aware it had been taken, they had always assumed it was Wen Qing's doing. It was only at this moment that they realized it was this mixed spirit root disciple who had claimed the sword. Instantly, the gazes of the peak leaders toward Xiao Yun turned peculiar. Xie Jingfeng was taken aback that Yan Qinghui not only refused to allow Xiao Yun to relinquish the dragon-slaying sword, but also brazenly regarded it as a possession of Xiaozhu Peak. How could he possibly acquiesce to this? He exclaimed loudly, Yan Junior sister, what do you mean by this? Yan Qinghui replied coldly, since the dragon-slaying sword has recognized this mixed spirit root as its master, it rightfully belongs to him. Is there a problem? Xiao Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Thinking to himself, could Master refrain from calling me mixed spirit root at every turn? I have a name, and this title is quite embarrassing, you know? Xie Jingfeng scoffed disdainfully. Humph, the dragon-slaying sword can recognize a mixed spirit root as its master? I refuse to believe it. Have him hand over the sword. I wish to communicate with the sword spirit. Yan Qinghui glanced at Xiao Yun and said, let him. Xiao Yun, somewhat apprehensive, asked, Master, what if he takes my dragon-slaying sword and doesn't he return it? Yan Qinghui, slightly displeased, replied, what are you afraid of with me here? With her reassurance, Xiao Yun felt at ease. He approached Xie Jingfeng and presented the dragon-slaying sword. Xie Jingfeng snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yun before seizing the sword. He then reverently cradled the dragon-slaying sword in his hands and slowly closed his eyes. A few seconds later, his expression abruptly changed, filled with shock. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze toward Xiao Yun was filled with an intricate mix of emotions. Xiao Yun could not help but marvel at how one individual could exhibit such a plethora of emotions upon their visage. His face was a canvas, painted with myriad negative sentiments including shock, resentment, confusion, jealousy, and bitterness, among others. Remarkably, Xiao Yun even discerned a hint of admiration lurking within. Ultimately, Xie Jingfeng gritted his teeth and returned the dragon-slaying sword. Xiao Yun extended his hand to receive it, casually remarking, thank you. It seems that to kill a man, one must also assail his spirit. At that moment, Xie Jingfeng's countenance turned a shade reminiscent of liver, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yet, aside from attempting to annihilate Xiao Yun with a glare, he found himself powerless. Elated with the return of the dragon-slaying sword, Xiao Yun was on the verge of departing when he was halted once more. Suddenly, Master Jingshan, the head of Shueiyue Peak, who had remained silent since Yan Qinghui's arrival, spoke up, addressing Yan. Your disciple, with his mixed spiritual roots, is quite remarkable. Not only has he extorted spirit stones from fellow disciples, but he has also assaulted our Shueiyue Peak members. Will you not provide an explanation for this matter? Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyong, the head of Liang Peak, also stepped forward. I recently took on a new female disciple, and I hear she too has been wronged by this mixed root Xiao Yun. Although she has not mentioned it to me, the entire Liang Peak has been abuzz with discussions regarding this incident, and I have inadvertently overheard some rather unsavory remarks. Yang Xuhao's eyes brightened, and he hastily joined in. Master Yan, I have lost nearly 20,000 spirit stones to junior brother Xiao. I implore you to seek justice on my behalf." Elder Gushur, the head of Watchin Peak, let out a soft sigh. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved in this affair, but recognizing the fleeting opportunity to address it, he spoke slowly. "Master Yin, it appears that my disciple, Yusu, has also fallen victim to Xiao Yun, losing 5,000 spirit stones." After hearing this, Yin Qinghui scrutinized Xiao Yun once more, thoroughly appraising him from head to toe. How could it be that in decades of tranquility at Xiaozhu Peak, the emergence of a mixed-root disciple has precipitated such turmoil? Xiao Yun felt utterly bewildered, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain his footing. What is happening? Why are these esteemed leaders targeting a mere novice like me? What have I done to deserve this? Could it truly be that I have sown seeds of malevolence, and now retribution has finally come knocking at my door? Chapter 84. Returning to Xiaozhu Peak, Yin Qinghui scrutinized Xiao Yun for a considerable time before finally speaking. "What is the meaning of this?" "Master, the explanation is rather lengthy." Xiao Yun was preparing to elucidate from the beginning when he was abruptly interrupted by Yin Qinghui's cold voice. "I have no interest in superfluous details. Make your explanation concise." Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Xiao Yun quickly regained his composure and began to explain. Disciple noticed that the green bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak has been dwindling, while the other 6 peaks are recklessly harvesting it. In an effort to preserve the environment of Xiaozhu Peak and instill a sense of thriftiness among the disciples of the other peaks, I took it upon myself to establish a fee structure for the green bamboo. However, instead of understanding my intentions, the disciples from the other 6 peaks not only blamed me, but also forcibly cut down the bamboo. With no other recourse, I sought the assistance of Brother Zhong to set up a protective formation for Xiaozhu Peak. As for the matter of the spirit stones, I did not seize them. They were merely the expenses incurred by the disciples within the protective formation at Xiaozhu Peak. The altercation was provoked by their taunts, and I was compelled to retaliate. I hope my explanation has clarified things for you, Master. Xiao Yun smiled ingratiatingly at Yin Qinghui, who maintained a stern expression and retorted coldly. "I asked you to be concise. Why are you rambling?" With that, Yin Qinghui cast a sweeping glance around the assembly of peak leaders. Her gaze finally rested on Qin Wuyang of Liang Peak and Master Jingzhen of Shueihua Peak. "Brothers and sisters, your disciples are so inept that they cannot even best a mere novice with a mixed spiritual root like me. Such useless disciples are better left unacknowledged, lest they bring shame to our Lingjian sect." Yin Qinghui then turned to the others and remarked coolly, "Have you all comprehended the explanation given by this novice? The spirit stones were merely the fees for the harvesting of green bamboo from Xiaozhu Peak. After all these years, charging you this modest sum has been exceedingly lenient. Henceforth, any harvesting of green bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak will adhere to the fee structure established by this novice." With that, Yin Qinghui flicked her sleeve and strode out of the grand hall, with Xiao Yun hastily following in her wake. Yang Xiuhao, observing Xiao Yun's smug demeanor and the upward curve of his lips, felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. Once Yin Qinghui departed, leading Wenqing and Xiao Yun, the grand hall erupted in chaos. Master Jingzhen stood up, her face a stormy shade of blue, and addressed the sect leader. "Brother, you simply allowed her to leave like that? Do you see how little regard she has for us, her seniors?" Elder Gushur, the leader of Watchin Peak, looked helplessly at the sect leader. "Master, my disciple Yusu did not lose his spirit stones due to harvesting green bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak." Qin Wuyang seethed silently, contemplating. What a collection of ineffectual disciples. Is it possible that my own disciple cannot even best a novice with a mixed spiritual root? With so many in Liang Peak, are they all mere spectators, allowing my junior sister to be bullied? The situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. Qin Wuyang, increasingly agitated, turned to his eldest disciple, Zhong Tianyan. The young man was lost in thought, gazing dreamily at the graceful figure of Wenqing outside the hall, a look of foolish infatuation on his face. This only fueled Qin Wuyang's ire, prompting him to deliver a sharp kick to Zhong Tianyan's backside. "What on earth are you still doing here? Hurry back to Liang Peak and arrange the gathering sun formation." Zhong Tianyan stumbled forward but felt no anger, for the matter at hand had been resolved satisfactorily. He forced a smile towards Qin Wuyang, saying, "Yes, Master, I shall return at once." At that moment, Yang Xiuhao stepped forward to address the headmaster. "Master, the price of nearly 20,000 spirit stones for the green rock bamboo at Xiaozhu Peak is simply unacceptable. Furthermore, their protective formation poses significant dangers, I suggest we dismantle it. The headmaster waved his hand dismissively. These trifles do not require our discussion. Should you have any concerns, direct them to Sister Yin. With the Seven Peaks Martial Conference approaching, it is imperative that you all focus on urging your disciples to cultivate diligently. Now, you may all return. With that, the headmaster departed the hall without looking back. Shurjin, the elder nun, called out after him, Senior brother. Senior brother. Headmaster. Yet. It was as if the headmaster had become deaf, quickening his pace instead of stopping. Outside the hall, Yin Qinghui was preparing to return to Shaozhu Peak with Wenqing and Xiao Yun. Just as they were about to take flight on their sword, Yin Qinghui suddenly noticed that her disciple Wenqing was sharing a flying sword with that mixed-root boy. To her dismay, the boy had the audacity to place both hands on Wenqing's waist. Furrowing her brow, Yin Qinghui felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Her disciple, who had spent years in secluded training at Shaozhu Peak and was naive to the ways of the world, was being taken advantage of by this mixed-root boy. The familiarity with which they interacted suggested this was not their first such encounter. Although irked, Yin Qinghui restrained her reprimand in front of Wenqing, fearing it would reveal her own impure thoughts. She then spoke, Qing come alongside your master. It will be an excellent opportunity to test the ice-soul sword I have procured for you. Wenqing hesitated, glancing at Yin Qinghui. Master, he is still weak in cultivation, and I worry he may not handle the dragon-slaying sword properly. Let him fall off and perish. It would be just as well. Yin Qinghui retorted. The dragon-slaying sword possesses spirit. There is no such thing as mismanagement. It must be this mixed-root boy who has deceived my beloved disciple. Were it not for his willingness to accompany Wenqing to death in the hall, Yin Qinghui would never acknowledge him as her disciple. Her fondness for Xiao Yun diminished further. Under the pressure of her command, Wenqing had no choice but to dismount from the dragon-slaying sword. She did not forget to caution Xiao Yun, be careful, junior brother. Even if you cannot keep up with Master and me, prioritize your safety. Xiao Yun quickly replied. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I understand. Yin Qinghui watched the two converse with a cold gaze, remaining silent. When Xiao Yun arrived at the Ice Soul Sword, Yin Qinghui suddenly noticed that the magical floral hairpin worn by Wenqing was missing. Qing where has the magical treasure I bestowed upon you gone? Yin Qinghui inquired in a solemn tone. Upon hearing her mentor's question, Wenqing instinctively recoiled, yet she found herself compelled to respond. Hesitantly, she stammered, I needed spirit stones for my cultivation, and my junior brother does too. So, I temporarily pawned the hairpin at the treasure pavilion. Yin Qinghui nodded slightly, refraining from reprimanding Wenqing, and merely stated, let us return to Shao Bamboo Peak. After uttering these words, Yin Qinghui cast a glance in Xiao Yun's direction. A chill enveloped Xiao Yun, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Turning to the source of the chill, he discovered that his mentor, Yin Qinghui, was looking in his direction. Through the veil, Xiao Yun could not discern the expression on Yin Qinghui's face. Nevertheless, he was inexplicably overcome by a sense that this mentor might harbor intentions towards him. Surely, it must be a misperception, after all. His mentor treated his senior sister with such kindness. How could she possibly regard him with disdain? Xiao Yun consoled himself in his thoughts. Chapter 85. The joy of acquiring the Ice Soul Sword at the Sword Concealment Pavilion on Sword Peak. The disciples gazed in astonishment at the fierce sword aura that erupted from within. None could fathom the reason behind their master's extraordinary fury. When Xie Jingfeng returned from Dragon Head Peak, his countenance was exceedingly grim. Upon entering the pavilion, terrifying sword energies intermittently surged forth, prompting murmurs among the disciples. What could have provoked such ire from the master? They had never witnessed him in such a rage. Could it be due to the death of senior brother Zheng Rui? It seemed plausible. Had not the sect leader issued an edict? Wenqing and Xiao Yun from Bamboo Peak were to face the punishment of the Thunder Whip only after a year. Perhaps their master was simply incensed. They had not realized how deeply the master cared for senior brother Zheng Rui. Stop it, one said. Our master cherishes each of us dearly. He merely possesses a rather aloof disposition that makes it difficult to discern. Inside the pavilion, the once meticulously arranged 100-long swords lay scattered upon the ground. Xie Jingfeng wielded the Jinghong sword, unleashing waves of cutting sword energy that marred the entire pavilion. After venting his frustrations, he slumped to the ground, murmuring, Why? Why did the Zhanlong sword recognize a mixed spiritual root as its master? How could such an individual cultivate the sword energy required by the Zhanlong sword? Why? Xie Jingfeng had only learned the truth after communicating with the Zhanlong sword in the Grand Hall of Dragon Head Peak. The sword had not been taken through any nefarious means by Xiao Yun. Rather, it had willingly chosen to follow him. The sword spirit revealed to Xie Jingfeng that it had discovered within Xiao Yun's body a sword energy that could aid in its restoration. The pure essence of the golden power within Xiao Yun surpassed even that of Xie Jingfeng's current sword essence, a quality reminiscent of his father. Xie Jingfeng's father was the previous master of the Zhanlong sword and the former head of Dragon Head Peak. He struggled to accept this reality, yet he was compelled to do so. The Zhanlong sword possessed sentience. Unless it chose to acknowledge a master voluntarily, no one could force it. Even if he were to seize the sword by force, it would not follow him. He felt an insatiable bitterness, born with a golden spiritual root. The son of the previous head of Dragon Head Peak, proficient in the same techniques as his father, and now a master of the nascent soul stage. Why then did the Zhanlong sword shun him in favor of a mixed spiritual root? The fury and resentment he harbored over his father's prized weapon being claimed by an outsider was a burden he bore alone. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was leisurely guiding the Zhanlong sword towards Bamboo Peak. In the blink of an eye, senior sister Wenqing and his master vanished from sight. It was not that Xiao Yun lacked the ability to pursue them on his sword. Rather, he felt a twinge of trepidation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed an underlying antagonism from his master directed towards him. This predicament left him somewhat troubled, pondering how to interact with his master in the future. Suddenly, a faint blue streak of light shot forth from the distance, arriving at Xiao Yun's side in mere moments. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his senior sister, Wenqing, soaring towards him on her sword. After tracing a long, graceful arc in the air, Wenqing flew alongside Xiao Yun. "Junior brother, I have returned." Wenqing greeted him with a beaming smile, clearly overjoyed by her master's return. Xiao Yun managed a strained smile in response. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" "Where is master?" With a cheerful demeanor, Wenqing replied, "Master wishes to test the mountain-protecting formation of our Xiaozhu Peak. I was concerned that you might encounter some mishap while flying alone on your sword, so I came to check on you. Is master also proficient in formations?" A sense of unease stirred within Xiao Yun. If the mountain-protecting formation were to harm his master, his days at Xiaozhu Peak would surely become more arduous. "I am not entirely sure, as master has never mentioned it. However, since she expressed her desire to test it, she must possess confidence." "You need not worry," Wenqing reassured him. "Come here, mount my Ice Soul sword. I wish to show you its speed." With a radiant smile, she extended her hand, inviting Xiao Yun to share her sword. Seeing her so pleased, he felt reluctant to dampen her spirit. He nodded slightly and gently grasped her delicate hand, leaping onto the Ice Soul sword, then stowing away his dragon-slaying sword. Wenqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Junior brother, you must hold on tight. The speed of this Ice Soul sword, acquired by master, rivals your dragon-slaying sword." Xiao Yun quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, chuckling. "With the time master spent away, the weapon she found for you surely cannot be lacking." Wenqing smirked, "Naturally. Let us go." No sooner had she finished speaking than the Ice Soul sword transformed into a streak of pale blue light, shooting skyward. The scenery around them blurred past as they sped forward, the wind whipping against their faces, causing a slight sting. Pressing his face against Wenqing's back, Xiao Yun shouted, "Senior sister, it's too fast. Slow down a bit." Wenqing smiled gently, and the Ice Soul sword suddenly radiated a soft blue light. An invisible barrier of spiritual power enveloped both Xiao Yun and Wenqing. With this protective shield, no matter how swiftly the Ice Soul sword flew, Xiao Yun felt not a whisper of wind against his skin. Momentarily taken aback, he reluctantly moved his face away from Wenqing's back. "Senior sister, your Ice Soul sword is truly remarkable. I feel as though the dragon-slaying sword cannot compete," he remarked, showering her with an appropriately sized compliment, given her elation. At that moment, the voice of the dragon-slaying sword echoed in his mind, filled with indignation. "Do you even understand? How dare you compare this piece of broken mysterious ice to me? A mere flick of my sword energy could shatter that wretched ice into two." Having not heard from the dragon-slaying sword in quite some time, Xiao Yun was taken aback by its sudden resurgence. He immediately sought to communicate with it through his mind. "After 3 days of neglect, isn't it time to confront the situation? Who do you think you are? And who am I to you?" "I am." "What nonsense. I shall absorb. Xiao Yun immediately activated the sword classic, drawing forth the primordial golden essence contained within the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword instantly weakened. Master, please, stop. I admit I may have exaggerated earlier. Is that not enough? Xiao Yun replied coldly. Is that the crux of the matter? If you dare to refer to yourself as master before me again, I shall reduce you to mere scrap metal. Why yes, master. The communication between Xiao Yun and the dragon-slaying sword went unnoticed by Wenqing, who, upon hearing Xiao Yun's praise, smiled gently and remarked, Junior brother, you certainly know how to please your senior sister. Although the Ice Soul Sword is formidable, it is, after all, not a divine weapon and cannot compare to the dragon-slaying sword. Xiao Yun disregarded the dragon-slaying sword and, with a smile directed at Wenqing, said, to become a companion blade worthy of a senior sister, it is merely a matter of time before the Ice Soul Sword develops its own spirit. Wenqing smiled softly, neither confirming nor denying. The two frolicked in the sky for a while before returning to the little bamboo peak. Upon arriving at the Zhongqing Hall, Wenqing expressed her confusion. How strange, where could Master be? Where has he gone? A sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Yun's heart, compelling him to speak. Could it be that Master is trapped within the protective mountain formation? Chapter 86. Congratulations on clearing the challenge. Could Master truly be trapped within the mountain protecting formation? It seemed implausible. Wenqing's faith in her master was unwavering. She believed that as long as he intervened, no problem was insurmountable. Moreover, this formation was merely set up by senior brother Zhong and Xiao Yun over the course of 5 days. Even if it were formidable, it could not possibly ensnare her master. To Wenqing, her master was the most powerful being in existence. Surely, he must have returned to his quarters to rest. I shall go look for him. You wait here for a moment, junior brother. Xiao Yun, still somewhat uneasy, advised Wenqing. Very well, sister. You go search for Master first. If you cannot find him, please wait for me at the Spirit Stone teleportation array. Wenqing replied, puzzled. What purpose would that serve? Sister, do not question it. I must adjust our mountain protecting formation, Xiao Yun stated, disregarding Wenqing's confusion as she hastened towards a formation base on Little Bamboo Peak. Within the mountain protecting formation of Little Bamboo Peak, Yin Qingwei shattered a spell that had surged towards her with a swift strike of her sword, her brow furrowing at the sight of a wooden box floating before her. If you cannot endure, cast a spirit stone inside. The next wave of attacks will be even more formidable. This was already the 9th wave of offensive spells she had dispelled, though she still possessed some strength. The relentless assaults were growing increasingly potent. Yin Qingwei had dabbled somewhat in formations, but her understanding was superficial. Her audacity to breach the formation was bolstered solely by her superior cultivation. She believed that with only Zhong Tianyan and that mixed element disciple, even if they concocted a mountain protecting formation, it would not be overly powerful. However, once ensnared within the formation, she realized she had underestimated Zhong Tianyan. The formation's base was rich in spiritual energy and could continuously absorb external energy to replenish itself. To forcibly break the formation, one would need to locate its base and destroy it with overwhelming strength. Although Yin Qingwei had identified a formation base, relying solely on her cultivation to demolish it would be a folly. Thus, she continued to fend off the incoming spells, seeking a viable path to escape the formation. After wandering within the formation for what felt like ages, Yin Qingwei found herself disoriented, unable to discern direction. The once familiar Little Bamboo Peak now appeared utterly alien. This mountain protecting formation was more intricate than she had anticipated. It was not merely a singular qi mixing formation. Within it were dozens of other formations intricately interwoven. They complemented and interrelated with one another, with attacking formations intertwined with illusions, and within those illusions lay teleportation arrays. At this moment, Yin Qingwei regretted her hubris. Regardless of whether she attempted to force her way out with brute strength or relinquished spirit stones, she would lose face before her disciples, an outcome she could not bear. Just then, another wave of assaults surged forth from the formation, a tempest of elemental spells blotting out the sky. With a cold snort, Yin Qingwei immediately charged forward, sword in hand. Soon, Yin Qingwei dispersed the myriad spells with ease. A wooden box gracefully floated before her, inscribed with the words, "Congratulations on overcoming all challenges. You are awarded a pass token for the defensive formation of Zai's Yifeng. Following this, a token akin to that of Wenqing drifted out from the box. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time without detecting any concealed mechanisms, Yan Qinghui finally grasped it in her hand. The moment she held the token, a soft blue light emanated from it, causing the entire protective formation of Zai's Yufeng to dissipate instantaneously. The scene before her transformed back into the familiar visage of Zai's Yufeng. Yan Qinghui murmured, "So there was an illusion hidden within. This protective formation is quite remarkable. It seems even this formation has its limits. I must have nearly exhausted its spiritual energy. It can no longer unleash stronger attacks, and if I continue, this formation may collapse." Given Zhong Tianyan's abilities, achieving this much was no small feat. Yan Qinghui tucked the token away and soared upward on her sword towards Zai's Yufeng. Xiao Yun hurriedly reverted the modified array back to its original state. Then, through the Spirit Stone teleportation array, he transported himself to Zai's Yufeng. In a flash of white light, he immediately spotted Wenqing, anxiously pacing near the teleportation array. Wenqing also noticed Xiao Yun and quickly jogged to his side, exclaiming, "Junior brother, what should we do?" "Master is truly not at Zai's Yufeng." Xiao Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling as he replied, "Perhaps Master was so impressed by our protective formation that she lingered a bit longer. She should return shortly." No sooner had Xiao Yun spoken than a streak of light descended near the Zhongqing Hall of Zai's Yufeng. "Look, isn't that Master's sword light?" Xiao Yun said with a grin. Wenqing's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded. Yes. Master has returned. Let us hurry to the main hall to greet her." As she spoke, she took Xiao Yun's hand and dashed toward Zhongqing Hall. Xiao Yun secretly sighed in relief, grateful he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Master would have lost face. If Master lost face, what fate awaited him, the instigator? Before long, Xiao Yun and Wenqing reached Zhongqing Hall, where Yan Qinghui sat regally. Wenqing immediately bowed, saying, "Master, you have returned." Xiao Yun hastily followed suit. Disciple Xiao Yun pays respects to Master. Yan Qinghui's veil fluttered slightly as she spoke. "Qing, are you satisfied with the Ice Soul Sword?" Wenqing beamed as she rushed to Yan Qinghui's side, massaging her shoulders while saying, "Thank you, Master, for finding this sword for me. I truly adore the Ice Soul Sword." Yan Qinghui relaxed, enjoying Wenqing's ministrations, and nodded, "With this Ice Soul Sword, should you fail to secure first place at the Seven Peaks Martial Assembly, do not blame your master for punishing you." Wenqing's expression faltered as she replied, "Master, I shall certainly do my utmost. I do not wish for you to merely try your best. I demand that you secure the first position." Yan Qinghui's voice suddenly turned cold. Only then did Wenqing amend her words. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint my esteemed master. At this upcoming Seven Peaks Martial Conference, I will undoubtedly claim the top spot." Upon hearing this, Yan Qinghui's tone softened. "Do not hold it against me for pushing you. It is only by attaining first place at the Seven Peaks Martial Conference that you will qualify to represent the Lingjian sect in the True Dragon Illusion realm to seek opportunities. Your senior brother Zhong merely collected some residual dragon blood on the outskirts of the True Dragon Illusion realm, yet he has managed to store spiritual energy, thus acquiring a level of power that far surpasses that of ordinary practitioners, with his fire's spiritual power becoming remarkably pure. Surely, you understand the immense opportunities that lie within the True Dragon Illusion realm?" Wenqing nodded respectfully, saying, "Disciple is aware." Yan Qinghui nodded in response. "It is good that you understand. The protective mountain formation set by your senior brother Zhong is quite commendable. It required some effort on my part to establish it. Given your current strength, navigating the formation may prove somewhat inconvenient. Here, take this token. With it, you shall move freely." As she spoke, Yan Qinghui retrieved a token from her robe and handed it to Wenqing. "Master, I already possess a similar token." Wenqing replied with a gentle smile, producing an identical token from her waist.